Chapter 1. Transcendence to Another World. It was an extraordinarily ordinary deep night, devoid of clamor and noise, with only a serene atmosphere enveloping the entire room. Moonlight streamed through the partially opened window, casting a silvery halo upon the wooden floor, as if draping this tranquil night in a veil of mystery. The room was adorned with simplicity and warmed. The comfortable bed, a neat desk, and a soft chair comprised the entirety of this small sanctuary. A warm desk lamp stood on the table, radiating a gentle glow that illuminated everything around it. A bookshelf was neatly arranged with an array of books, among which the volume of Douluo stood out conspicuously, as if recounting its unique allure to passers-by. Lin Yu was completely immersed in the enchanting world of his beloved Douluo novel. Unable to extricate himself, he sat at the desk, cradling the book in his hands, his eyes fixated on the captivating words, as if he had wholly integrated into the vibrant and fantastical realm of Douluo. His face occasionally displayed awe, while at other moments it reflected a sense of intoxication, utterly absorbed in the unfolding narrative. As time progressed, Lin Yu's emotions ebbed and flowed in tandem with the story's development. When witnessing the protagonist Tang San's tenacity in the face of formidable foes, he could not help but be moved when observing Tang San and his comrades fighting side by side. In unity, a surge of passion ignited within him. Each page he turned deep into his understanding of this wondrous world, allowing him to experience its joys and sorrows. In this quiet midnight hour, Lin Yu forgot all worries and pressures, leaving only his love and yearning for Douluo. He aspired to emulate Tang San's courage in pursuing dreams, continually growing and evolving. Unbeknownst to him, he had plunged into this realm of fantasy, savoring the endless pleasure that reading brought. Suddenly, without warning, a powerful wave of dizziness crashed over Lin Yu like a surging tide. He felt his vision begin to distort, and the surrounding scenery seemed to spiral into a colossal vortex. His head felt unbearably heavy, as though it were crushed beneath an immense weight. Lin Yu struggled to escape this strange sensation, attempting to regain control over his body, yet he discovered that his limbs felt as if they were ensnared by an invisible force, rendering him utterly immobile. His consciousness began to blur, the world before him dimming progressively until it succumbed to complete darkness. That moment, time appeared to freeze, everything became indistinct, as if it had entered a state of chaos. After an indeterminate period, when Lin Yu regained awareness, he found himself in a warm yet unfamiliar place. The air around him was imbued with a gentle essence, instilling a profound sense of reassurance. He endeavored to open his eyes, only to find his vision exceedingly blurred, allowing him to faintly discern some swaying silhouettes. These figures seemed shrouded in a thin veil, rendering them indistinct. He attempted to move, but discovered his body to be extraordinarily small and fragile, akin to that of an infant. This unfamiliar sensation filled him with astonishment and confusion. He could not comprehend what had transpired in this unfamiliar environment. Lin Yu endeavored to comprehend his circumstances. That moment, a pair of extraordinary individuals appeared before him. Their figures gradually became discernible. The man was tall and imposing, clad in a resplendent robe that accentuated his majesty and nobility. His countenance was both handsome and resolute, with sharp brows and bright eyes that conveyed an air of composure and confidence. The woman, graceful and beautiful, wore a delicate azure gown, her cascading hair falling like a waterfall over her shoulders, her gaze imbued with tenderness and affection. They looked upon the swaddled Lin Yu with expressions of astonishment and love. My dear, look, our child has finally awakened, the woman said softly, her voice ringing like a melodious chime. She approached, extending her slender fingers to gently caress Lin Yu's cheek, her eyes radiating the warmth of maternal love. The man stepped closer as well, his gaze fixed on Lin Yu, a look of contentment gracing his features. Indeed, he appears to be quite healthy, the man remarked, his voice deep and resonant. He carefully lifted Lin Yu into his arms, his movements tender as though he feared causing him any discomfort. This truly is a treasure bestowed upon us by the heavens, the woman said with a smile, her eyes sparkling with happiness. The couple stood in a spacious, luminous room, adorned with opulent and elegant decorations. Exquisite paintings adorned the walls, and the floor was covered with a soft carpet. In one corner stood a beautifully crafted crib, beside which lay various infant supplies. The windows were thrown open, allowing a gentle breeze to waft in, carrying with it the scent of fresh air and faint floral notes. Lin Yu felt somewhat disoriented, yet gradually, through their words and expressions, he began to grasp his identity. He had indeed traversed realms and become the child of high-ranking officials within the Spirit Hall. A wave of complex emotions surged within him: surprise, confusion, but predominantly an anticipation and curiosity for the future. In the days that followed, Lin Yu, as an infant, strove to acclimate to this new world. He spent most of his time sleeping, seemingly attempting to reclaim the lost slumber of his previous life. Yet, during his occasional awakenings, he curiously observed the wonders surrounding him. He discovered that this world was filled with peculiarities, starkly contrasting with his former existence. The architectural styles were unique, imbued with fantastical hues. The streets bustled with passers-by. Their attire varied, some emanated a powerful aura, as though possessing extraordinary abilities. As Lin Yu gradually matured, he began to babble and take his first wobbly steps. He displayed an intellect far beyond the ordinary, quickly mastering speech and walking. He began to unravel the mysteries of the spirit and gradually embraced his new identity. He understood that within the enchanting realm of Douluo continent lay countless unknown challenges and opportunities awaiting him, and he silently vowed to carve out a space for himself in this world. Embarking on a legendary journey. One day, Lin Yu sat in his crib, wiggling his tiny hands and feet, eager to explore this marvelous world. His parents sat beside the crib, smiling fondly at him. "Darling, what kind of person do you think our child will grow up to be?" the woman asked softly. "I have complete faith that he will become an extraordinary individual. After all, he is our child," the man replied confidently. "Ha ha, indeed. However, we must nurture him well, instilling in him a sense of responsibility and accountability," the woman said with a smile. "Yes, we shall," the man nodded in agreement. Listening to his parents' conversation, Lin Yu felt a warmth and sense of emotion swell within him. He understood that he was not alone in this world. With the love and care from his parents, he would surely thrive. As time passed, Lin Yu's understanding of the world deepened. He learned about the myriad types of martial souls, including those of the offensive, agility, and support categories. He also became aware of the many powerful soul masters in this realm, who wielded the power of martial souls to demonstrate astonishing prowess. Lin Yu was filled with admiration and yearning, aspiring to become a formidable soul master himself and explore this enchanting world. Every night, Lin Yu lay in bed, contemplating ways to enhance his strength. He began to meditate for an hour each day. Though progress was slow, he remained undeterred. Simultaneously, he actively engaged in physical training to bolster his physique. After a period of dedicated effort, Lin Yu felt his body grow stronger and noticed some improvement in his meditation practice. Chapter 2: Awakening of the Martial Soul. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, Lin Yu had resided in the Douluo continent for 6 years. During this time, he gradually adapted and integrated into this fantastical world. Now, at the pivotal age of 6, he was on the brink of the moment that would determine the course of his life. The awakening of his martial soul dawned on this day. A profoundly solemn and dignified atmosphere enveloped the Martial Soul Hall, as if heralding the extraordinary events about to unfold. The interior of the hall was adorned with opulent walls inlaid with precious gems and metals, and the floor covered with soft carpets, imparting an air of sanctity and grandeur. At the center stood a massive circular platform, inscribed with intricate runes and designs. This was the Martial Soul Awakening platform. Surrounding it were 12 golden statues, each representing the guardian beasts of the 12 zodiac signs. These statues were lifelike, exuding a powerful aura that conveyed the mystery and majesty of martial souls. Lin Yu entered the Martial Soul Hall alongside other children of his age. They were all orphans from the institution established by the hall, and this was their first participation in the awakening ceremony. Dressed neatly, their faces radiated excitement and anticipation. Bringing up the rear, Lin Yu's eyes reflected a blend of curiosity and apprehension. After all, his knowledge of martial souls was limited, yet he understood that the quality of one's martial soul would influence their cultivation speed and strength. He hoped to awaken an exceptional martial soul, thus enabling him to elevate his abilities swiftly and achieve his aspirations. Upon their entry into the spirit hall, a middle-aged man clad in a flowing white robe emerged from within. He appeared to be in his 40s, possessing an attractive visage and an air of scholarly elegance. A formidable aura emanated from him, instilling a sense of reverence that deterred any undue approach. He was Lin Yi, the mentor responsible for the upcoming spirit awakening ceremony and a friend of Lin Yu's father. He began by imparting fundamental knowledge about the spirits to the children, elucidating the process and essential considerations for their awakening. Subsequently, he guided them to ascend the spirit awakening platform, where preparations for the ceremony commenced. The runes and patterns adorning the platform glimmered with an otherworldly radiance, coalescing into a resplendent beam of light that pierced the heavens. Standing before the platform, Lin Yi formed intricate hand seals, intoning incantations with fervor. As his recitation reached its conclusion, the symbols and runes upon the platform intensified in luminosity, unleashing a surge of potent energy. Lin Yi bellowed, "Awaken your spirits." His voice resonated like thunder, reverberating throughout the spirit hall. The runes and patterns on the platform began to whirl, forming enigmatic symbols. Lin Yi deftly channeled the soul power requisite for the awakening ritual, his robust energy surging forth like a tidal wave, infusing the ceremony with formidable strength. A child approached cautiously, his gaze laced with anxiety and trepidation, fixated on Lin. Noticing the child's distress, Lin Yi offered a gentle smile and soothingly said, "Do not be anxious, relax." Upon hearing these reassuring words, the child inhaled deeply, striving to steady himself. He then gradually closed his eyes, bracing for the awakening. As a brilliant light flickered, a hoe materialized in the child's hand. Lin Yi nodded slightly and remarked, "Your spirit is a farming tool." The hoe, while it may not be particularly powerful, it symbolizes a form of strength. Your potential is commendable with diligence and practice. You may achieve great things in the future. The child's face betrayed a hint of disappointment at the awakening's outcome, yet he resolutely nodded, accepting the reality. Soon after, another child boldly stepped forward, prompting Lin Yi to initiate the awakening ceremony once more. In an instant, a phantom wolf manifested behind the child. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Lin Yi's eyes as he exclaimed, "Splendid! You possess a beast spirit, the wolf spirit, with an innate soul power of level 7. Your talent is exceptional, and this spirit bears a degree of aggression. If you dedicate yourself to study and training, you are destined for remarkable accomplishments." The child's visage blossomed with uncontainable joy upon hearing Lin Yi's words. Thus, one by one, the children approached to undergo their awakenings. Some manifested ordinary farming spirits, such as sickles, to which Lin Yi offered objective evaluations and encouragement. Others were more fortunate, awakening superior spirits, such as leopards, and Lin Yi affirmed their talents and potential with unwavering support. Next, Su Yao, Lin Yi's steady voice resonated, but a young girl adorned in a pale blue dress gracefully stepped forward, resembling a delicate and exquisite flower that stood out amidst the crowd. Su Yao possessed a cascade of lustrous black hair that flowed down her shoulders like a shimmering waterfall, each strand seemingly aglow with radiance. Her large, expressive eyes sparkled with clarity, akin to two brilliant gems that irresistibly beckoned for a lingering gaze. Su Yao obediently positioned herself within the awakening array, and as the attendant infused her with soul energy, a luminous brilliance instantaneously enveloped her. This ethereal light wrapped around her like a gossamer dream, tenderly embracing her form. Soon after, a crystal-clear magic wand gradually materialized in her hand, its tip shimmering with a gentle and warm glow, reminiscent of the brightest star in the night sky. It was indeed an elemental martial soul, the ice magic staff, with an innate soul power reaching level 8, showcasing remarkable talent. Lin Yi nodded slightly, a hint of admiration gracing his features as he spoke. Su Yao, feeling a bit bashful, smiled radiantly, akin to flowers blooming in the spring, before skipping back to her place in the line. At last, it was Lin Yu's turn. He took a deep breath, striving to calm his racing heart, and then steadily advanced, firmly positioning himself within the awakening array. Lin Yi began to channel his soul power, which surged into Lin Yu's body like a tidal wave. In that moment, Lin Yu sensed a peculiar force stirring within him, as if it possessed its own consciousness, weaving through his meridians. Subsequently, he felt something attempting to break free from his grasp. The force intensified, causing his palm to tremble slightly. Suddenly, a resplendent light erupted skyward like a comet, dazzling to the extent that all present instinctively squinted. Within that brilliance, a long sword emanating a mysterious aura gradually materialized in Lin Yu's hand. The sword was entirely translucent, with stars seemingly swirling along its blade, creating an ethereal spectacle. Embedded in the hilt was a magnificent gem radiating a heart-stopping, formidable energy, as if it harbored boundless power. The onlookers were left in awe, having never witnessed such a peculiar and powerful martial soul. Lin Yi's eyes widened in astonishment, disbelief evident in his gaze, his voice trembling with excitement. This is the sword of time and space. Indeed, an exceedingly rare and potent sword of time and space. Lin Yu, quickly check your innate soul power, he urged, hastily presenting the crystal ball used for testing soul power to Lin Yu. Upon lightly touching the crystal ball, it burst forth with a brilliant glow. Lin Yu exclaimed with fervor, innate full soul power. Wow, Lin Yu, your martial soul is astonishing, and your talent is extraordinary. Suyao couldn't help but marvel, her lively eyes brimming with envy and admiration. Lin Yu smiled and nodded at her, saying, "Thank you. Your martial spirit is quite impressive as well. The ice magic wand is truly unique." Suyao replied cheerfully, "Hee, your time-space sword must be even more formidable. You will undoubtedly become extraordinarily powerful in the future." Lin Yu gently touched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed as he remarked, "Haha, I hope so. But I will strive diligently to cultivate." The news swiftly spread throughout the spirit hall, prompting the higher-ups to rush over to investigate. They gazed at the spirit in Lin Yu's hands, their eyes brimming with delight and admiration. Lin Yu's parents were particularly moved, tears of joy welling in their eyes as they embraced each other tightly, overwhelmed with pride for their child's extraordinary spirit. From that moment forth, Lin Yu became the focal point of the spirit hall, aware that he had embarked upon a unique path. He resolved to fully harness the power of this spirit and create his own brilliance on the Douluo continent. He began to train with even greater diligence, continuously exploring the mysteries of his spirit, eager to one day change the world with his own strength. The spirit hall, too, brimmed with renewed expectations and hopes for the future due to Lin Yu's emergence. Simultaneously, Lin Yu and Suyao forged a strong friendship, vowing to train together and confront the challenges that lay ahead, crafting their own legendary tale on the Douluo continent. In the days to come, they would join hands, pursuing boundless possibilities and glory together. Chapter 3. The initial steps of cultivation in the days following the awakening of his spirit. Lin Yu found himself enveloped in an atmosphere filled with anticipation and hope. It seemed as though a fantastical path was unfurling before him, a pathway leading into the wondrous realm of spirit cultivation. Within the solemn and sacred spirit hall, the immensely experienced Mentor Amelia stood like a guiding light, poised to illuminate Lin Yu's direction as he formally stepped into this enchanting domain. As he entered the spacious and luminous training room, sunlight streamed through the pristine windows like golden veils, casting intricate and beautiful patterns of light and shadow upon the floor. Lin Yu stood respectfully before Mentor Amelia, his gaze reflecting an intense thirst for knowledge, as if he were grasping the most precious treasure of his life. Mentor Amelia looked at the young man before her, a wave of warmth swelling in her heart. She recognized him as a child brimming with potential and determination. With the right guidance and encouragement, he would undoubtedly become an outstanding spirit master. With a gentle smile, Mentor Amelia nodded, signaling Lin Yu to begin his inquiries. Lin Yu took a deep breath, striving to calm the tumultuous emotions within him, and then cautiously inquired, "Mentor, I wish to understand how I can enhance the strength of my martial spirit." Amelia chuckled softly and replied, "To amplify the power of your martial spirit, one must engage in continuous training and elevate one's own capabilities. Firstly, you should become intimately acquainted with and master the characteristics and skills of your martial spirit, honing your proficiency through diligent practice. Secondly, it is essential to focus on physical conditioning and the cultivation of inner strength, as the quality of one's physique and inner energy will directly influence the manifestation of your martial spirit. Furthermore, it is imperative to perpetually explore and learn new techniques and strategies to adeptly navigate various circumstances." Lin Yu listened intently, occasionally nodding to indicate his understanding. He then posed another question. "Are there any special methods or techniques that can expedite the growth of a martial soul?" After a moment of contemplation, Amelia replied, "There are indeed some unique cultivation methods and techniques. However, they typically require certain conditions and opportunities. For instance, some martial souls necessitate specific environments or energies to awaken their potential, while others require the aid of rare treasures or elixirs to enhance their power. Nevertheless, these methods are not easily attainable and demand relentless effort and exploration on your part." A glimmer of determination flashed in Lin Yu's eyes as he resolved to diligently seek methods to enhance the strength of his martial soul. Subsequently, he continued to consult his mentor on numerous questions regarding the cultivation of martial souls, to which the mentor patiently provided comprehensive answers. Unbeknownst to him, an entire day had elapsed, and Lin Yu had garnered substantial insights, deepening his understanding of martial soul cultivation. Amelia's expression was notably grave and earnest, and his deep, resonant voice echoed like a tolling bell as he began. "Lin Yu, your time-space sword martial soul is an exceedingly rare and immensely powerful entity in this world. However, to truly unleash its formidable potential, you must dedicate yourself to relentless effort and cultivate unwavering determination and perseverance." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu nodded solemnly and resolutely, vowing silently within his heart that he would dedicate himself wholeheartedly to this rare martial soul, determined to carve out a realm of his own along the arduous path of cultivation. As Mentor Emilia commenced her detailed exposition on the characteristics of the time-space sword martial soul, Lin Yu's gaze transformed into one of intense focus and brilliance, akin to a star igniting in the vast cosmos. His ears perked up attentively lest he miss a single word or phrase uttered by his mentor. He listened intently to her teachings, akin to a parched sponge eagerly absorbing the nourishing rain of knowledge. Lin Yu understood that this opportunity was a once-in-a-lifetime chance for him. He must cherish it and learn everything he could about the soul of the time-space sword. Only then could he truly harness this power and become a formidable warrior. Thus, he dared not let his guard down. His attention was entirely focused on his mentor, not missing a single detail. Gradually, he came to realize that the time-space sword concealed an enigmatic power capable of manipulating the subtle changes of time and space, endowed with extraordinary abilities beyond imagination. It resembled a key that could unlock the doors to unknown realms, waiting for him to delve deeper and discover its secrets. As Mentor Emilia's explanations progressed, Lin Yu felt as though a brand new world was unfolding before his eyes, a realm brimming with infinite possibilities and the mysteries of the soul, evoking both excitement and curiosity within him. In this world, time could be distorted and space could be folded. Each alteration held boundless secrets and power. Is this the essence of the soul's strength? Lin Yu mused, utterly captivated by its marvels. However, mastering such power would not come easily. Emilia cautioned him that although the time-space sword was formidable, it required continuous cultivation and enhancement to unleash its true potential. Subsequently, Emilia began to impart foundational training methods to Lin Yu. She informed him that to become an exceptional soul master, he must first possess a solid grounding in the basics. Therefore, each morning, Lin Yu would rise early to engage in meditation exercises aimed at enhancing his mental fortitude and control over his soul. Concurrently, he would partake in simple physical training to improve his physical condition and reaction speed. In addition to these fundamental practices, the mentor also taught Lin Yu various specialized techniques and methods. For instance, how to utilize the power of time-space to accelerate or decelerate the flow of time, as well as how to employ spatial distortion for instantaneous movement. These techniques, while seemingly straightforward, demanded a high degree of skill and precision to master. According to Emilia's instructions, Lin Yu gently crossed his legs and slowly settled down. He closed his eyes tightly, concentrating all his attention inward, endeavoring to feel that faint yet potent soul power. With unwavering focus, he meticulously guided and stirred this energy, hoping to allow it to flow gradually within him. However, at first, this force seemed akin to a mischievous sprite, eluding his grasp whenever he sought to capture it. Yet, Lin Yu did not succumb to despair. Rather, he persisted in his attempts, continually adjusting his approach and mindset. Each failure became a catalyst for his growth, and every setback fortified his resolve to advance. Gradually, his efforts bore fruit. The soul power began to respond to his summons. No longer elusive as before, it commenced flowing gently within him, akin to a warm brook nourishing his entire being. As time progressed, the flow of soul power became increasingly smooth and potent. Lin Yu felt invigorated, a newfound confidence swelling within him. He understood that as long as he maintained this state, he would undoubtedly master this mysterious power and realize his dreams. Meanwhile, in another training room, Suyu was diligently honing her ice staff martial soul. She was wholly absorbed, immersing herself in the realm of cultivation, eagerly pouring all her energy into her practice, yearning to elevate her strength. Her graceful form danced lightly within the training room, the ice staff shimmering with a chilling radiance in her hands, resembling a brilliant pearl exuding enchanting allure. With each swing of the ice staff, she felt a powerful force surging from within her, as if composing a melody unique to her cultivation journey. During occasional breaks, Lin Yu would seek out Su Yao, and they would excitedly exchange insights regarding their cultivation experiences. Lin Yu, I feel that my mastery over the ice staff is becoming increasingly proficient, Su said with a radiant smile, her eyes sparkling with confidence. That's wonderful, Su Yao. I too am striving to grasp the power of the time-space sword. Although the process is somewhat arduous, I firmly believe I can achieve it, Lin Yu replied with resolute determination, a confident smile lighting up his face. As time gently flowed by, Lin Yu gradually entered the realm of martial soul cultivation. He began to wield soul power with greater ease and control the enigmatic energy with increasing proficiency. His movements became more fluid and natural, each technique imbued with formidable strength. Simultaneously, he gained a deeper understanding of the time-space sword martial soul. He was acutely aware that this was merely the beginning, with countless challenges and obstacles awaiting his conquest ahead. However, he remained undaunted, for within his heart resided an unwavering belief and boundless aspirations for the future. These experiences will serve as the wellspring of his relentless drive. Throughout his cultivation journey, Lin Yu encountered numerous challenges and setbacks. At times, he would feel a sense of anxiety and frustration due to the sluggish progress of his training, as if the path ahead were shrouded in a dense fog, obscuring his vision of the future. Occasionally, he would find himself bewildered and lost when faced with insurmountable bottlenecks, akin to being trapped in a labyrinth with no exit. However, whenever he recalled the teachings of his mentor, Amelia, those words illuminated his path like a beacon, bestowing upon him courage and strength. Furthermore, the memory of Su Yao's encouragement, her gentle smile and unwavering gaze, became a source of solace for his spirit, convincing Lin Yu that with perseverance, he could undoubtedly overcome any obstacle. Most importantly, when Lin Yu reflected upon the beliefs and aspirations residing within his heart, the fervent desire and pursuit of power propelled him forward, rendering him unable to halt his progress. These beliefs and aspirations burned like an unquenchable flame, driving Lin Yu to continuously forge ahead and transcend his limits. Thus, he would rejuvenate himself and immerse deeper into the arduous practice of cultivation. Lin Yu began to diligently delve into the mysteries of the time-space sword martial soul. Immersing himself in an ocean of boundless knowledge, persistently exploring the potential and possibilities of the martial soul, he continually experimented with new cultivation methods and techniques. Seeking opportunities for breakthroughs, Lin Yu would occasionally spend an entire day in the training room, wholly absorbed in the realm of cultivation, to the extent that he would forget to eat and rest. Time slipped away unnoticed in Lin Yu's intense focus, as he disregarded all external distractions, solely concentrating on his inner growth and advancement. His sweat drenched his garments, and fatigue washed over him like a tidal wave, yet his gaze remained steadfast and unwavering. Lin Yu understood that only through relentless effort and perseverance could he realize his dreams and become a truly formidable soul master. Through his dedication, his strength continuously escalated, and his soul power grew ever more substantial. Each advancement brought Lin Yu unprecedented joy and fulfillment, while simultaneously igniting within him a fervent determination and ambition. He was acutely aware that this was merely a small step towards success, with myriad challenges awaiting his conquest. Yet, he remained undaunted, resolutely pressing forward. In her hands, Su Yao's ice magic staff spirit shimmered with a frigid luminescence, as she ceaselessly trained and honed her spirit, rendering it increasingly powerful and enigmatic. Her ice-type abilities were as austere as a glacier and as fierce as a biting wind, each strike delivering a bone-chilling sensation. Like a goddess of ice and snow, she vowed to safeguard her beliefs with her chilling might. Similar to Lin Yu, Su Yao tirelessly endeavored to fulfill her aspirations. She yearned to become a premier soul master, protecting all that she held dear. To this end, she was willing to pay any price, including sweat, tears, and even blood. As time unfolded, the renown of Lin Yu and Su Yao gradually spread throughout the continent from within the Spirit Hall. Their remarkable performances captured the attention of countless onlookers, and expectations for them soared. They were heralded as the future stars of the Spirit Hall, embodying a beacon of hope in the eyes of many. However, despite receiving such acclaim and accolades, Lin Yu and Su Yao did not succumb to pride or complacency. They understood that a long journey lay ahead, with further challenges to confront. They maintained an attitude of humility and diligence, perpetually enhancing their abilities. For only in this manner could they genuinely become top-tier soul masters and achieve their dreams. In the days to come, Lin Yu and Su Yao would continue to forge ahead hand in hand, etching their own legendary narrative in this enchanting and challenging realm of soul masters. Their friendship would shine like eternal starlight, illuminating their path. Their convictions would blaze like an unquenchable flame, bestowing upon them boundless strength. Through their efforts and perseverance, they would pursue the glory and brilliance that rightfully belonged to them. Chapter 5. The Trials of Cultivation in the World of Douluo Continent. The sun shone brightly, and all things revived. In this vibrant, fantastical realm, Lin Yu embarked on his unique journey of cultivation. As his training deepened, he increasingly realized that this path of cultivation was far from the ease he had initially envisioned. Alas, why must it be so arduous? Lin Yu murmured to himself in the solitude of the training room. Sitting upon the tatami mat, he furrowed his brow. his gaze fixated on the time-space sword spirit in his hand, radiating an extraordinary light. He knew that despite possessing the enviable time-space sword spirit, he faced a series of formidable challenges during the actual training process. During one session of cultivation, Lin Yu's brow furrowed tightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He gripped the time-space sword firmly, attempting to concentrate his soul power upon the blade. However, no matter how earnestly he endeavored, the soul force eluded him like a mischievous child, refusing to heed his summons. "Come together," Lin Yu silently implored within his heart. Suddenly, he felt a tremendous pressure surging from all directions, as if it sought to crush him. He gritted his teeth, struggling to withstand this overwhelming force. "No, I cannot give up," Lin Yu resolutely reminded himself. He took a deep breath, realigning the flow of his internal soul force, and attempted once more to concentrate it upon the sword of time and space. After an arduous struggle, Lin Yu finally sensed a trace of soul force successfully coalescing on the sword. Yet, just as he was poised to amplify this soul force, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The trace of soul force vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. "What is happening?" Lin Yu exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he gazed at the sword of time and space in his hand. "Why can I never gather it according to my will? It either disperses too much or dissipates midway. What am I to do?" He murmured, his mood growing heavy. At that moment, his friend Li Ming entered. And upon seeing Lin Yu's distressed expression, he inquired with concern, "Lin Yu, what troubles you?" Lin Yu shook his head helplessly, sighed, and said, "I simply cannot gather my soul force. It is utterly frustrating." Li Ming consoled him, saying, "Do not rush. Cultivation is not a matter to be hurried. Take your time." Lin Yu nodded slightly, yet a hint of sorrow lingered on his face. "Alas, I am aware, but I simply cannot find a way." In another attempt, Lin Yu endeavored to unleash a simple martial soul skill. He took a deep breath, focused his mind, and strived to gather his soul power. "I must succeed," he silently prayed within. However, when he sought to manifest the skill, he discovered that his soul power once again dispersed, akin to a flock of startled birds taking flight. "Oh dear, yet another failure," Lin Yu lamented. "What is the matter?" Li Ming inquired from the side. Lin Yu lamented, "I always encounter problems when executing my skills. Either the skill is not fully unleashed, or there is a deviation, preventing me from achieving the desired effect." Li Ming gently patted Lin Yu's shoulder and said earnestly, "Do not lose heart. Everyone faces such challenges. With diligent practice, you will undoubtedly make progress." Lin Yu nodded in understanding, yet a lingering sense of disappointment remained within him. He inwardly berated himself. My control over soul power is simply too unrefined. He realized that when wielding the sword of time and space, he struggled to precisely regulate the intensity and rhythm of his soul power output. At times, he exerted himself too forcefully, leaving him utterly fatigued. Other times, his efforts fell short, failing to unleash the full might of the sword of time and space. This inconsistency left him feeling profoundly disheartened. As night fell, Lin Yu lay in bed, his mind racing, tossing and turning, unable to find solace in sleep. He pondered endlessly on how to transcend his current predicament and enhance his mastery over soul power. Yet, the deeper he delved into his thoughts, the more bewildered and helpless he felt. Observing Lin Yu's distress, Li Ming softly reassured him, "Lin Yu, do not overthink it. Rest well, and tomorrow we shall strive again." Lin Yu sighed and gratefully replied, "Yes, I understand. Thank you, Li Ming." Nevertheless, deep within, he remained engulfed in anxiety and unease. Lin Yu was acutely aware that he could not simply relinquish his ambitions. Regardless of the challenges he faced, he must devise a means to overcome them. For this was the indispensable path to becoming a formidable soul master. Thus, he resolved to seek a solution to his quandaries. He immersed himself in the study of the attributes of his martial spirit and the methodologies of cultivation, incessantly experimenting with diverse techniques and strategies. Often, he would spend entire days in the training chamber, diligently practicing the intricate movements and skills, drenched in sweat, yet displaying no sign of fatigue. "Hey, Lin Yu, what do you think of my approach?" One day, Li Ming exuberantly approached Lin Yu to share his insights. Lin Yu listened attentively, nodding thoughtfully as he replied, "Perhaps it is worth a try." The two engaged in a spirited discussion of various methods, encouraging and supporting one another. Simultaneously, Lin Yu did not neglect to seek guidance from the mentors at the Martial Spirit Hall. The instructors patiently addressed his queries, cautioning him, "Lin Yu, you must pay attention to the subtle control of your soul power. Do not rush the process." Lin Yu listened with respect, mentally noting the mentor's advice, vowing to diligently improve. Thus, after a period of relentless effort, Lin Yu finally discovered a cultivation method that resonated with him. His prowess steadily escalated, and his progress was remarkable. During a martial spirit assessment, he successfully fused his martial spirit into its optimal state, showcasing astonishing power. The mentors praised his performance, recognizing him as a soul master of great potential. Lin Yu gazed at his mentors with gratitude, fully aware that his efforts had been acknowledged. He silently resolved to persevere, determined not to disappoint their expectations. In the days to come, he would embrace this unwavering conviction, facing numerous challenges as he pursued loftier ambitions. The mentor continued, advising him to concentrate and attune himself to the flow of soul power when executing his skills. Lin Yu nodded thoughtfully, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, mentor. I will strive diligently." The mentor smiled. "Indeed, keep up the good work. You possess great potential." He imparted invaluable advice and guidance to Lin Yu. With the mentor's assistance, Lin Yu gradually discovered various approaches to overcoming difficulties. However, challenges continued to arise. During a sparring session with other Soul Hall students, Lin Yu believed he had made significant progress, yet he found himself overwhelmed by the opponent's fierce assault. "Oh no," he exclaimed as his moves were effortlessly countered, narrowly avoiding injury. After the session, Li Ming rushed over. "Lin Yu, are you all right?" Lin Yu shook his head. "I'm fine, but I feel I am still too weak." Li Ming reassured him. "Don't say that. You've worked hard. This defeat was merely an accident." With a bitter smile, Lin Yu replied, "No, this is not an accident. I have come to realize that I have a long journey ahead and many shortcomings to address." Yet, Lin Yu was not daunted by these trials and tribulations. Rather, he regarded these setbacks as essential for his growth. He resolutely told himself, "I must overcome these obstacles and continuously enhance my strength, proving myself worthy of this formidable time-space sword soul." In the following days, Lin Yu trained with even greater fervor, consistently pushing his limits. "I can do this." He motivated himself internally. Li Ming remained by his side, facing challenges together. "Lin Yu, keep going." Li Ming cheered him on. Lin Yu smiled. "Yes, I will." He continued to focus on his training, each advancement filling him with immense excitement. As time passed, Lin Yu persistently progressed along his path of cultivation. Despite the myriad difficulties, he never wavered. He understood that only through the baptism of storms could he traverse this journey further and more steadfastly. "I will undoubtedly become a powerful soul master," Lin Yu firmly believed. His friend Li Ming stood resolutely beside him, united in the pursuit of their dreams. The road ahead remained long, yet Lin Yu was prepared to embrace all challenges and realize his aspirations. Chapter 6. Special training on a particularly radiant morning, with a gentle breeze bringing a refreshing coolness. Lin Yu approached the enigmatic training grounds of the Soul Hall, filled with both anxiety and anticipation, following his mentor. Upon entering this arena, Lin Yu's attention was immediately captivated by the diverse training apparatuses and the challenging obstacles that lay before him. The facilities encompass a variety of towering walls, balance beams, ropes, and other peculiar yet perilous obstacles. Surrounding the arena are numerous traps that evoke a sense of trepidation. The instructor wore a grave expression, his gaze imbued with authority, as he earnestly regarded Lin Yu and solemnly declared, "Lin Yu, from this day forth, you shall commence your specialized training here. These exercises are far from simple. They will profoundly test your physical strength, endurance, and adaptability. You must prepare yourself mentally." Lin Yu took a deep breath and nodded, signifying his readiness. He understood that this would be a journey fraught with challenges and hardships, yet it also represented a vital opportunity for his growth and enhancement of his abilities. The mentor continued, stating that every training exercise here has its specific purpose and requirements, necessitating his utmost dedication to complete them. Simultaneously, he assured Lin Yu that he would consistently monitor his progress and provide the necessary guidance and advice. "Remember, it is only through relentless effort and practice that one can truly elevate their strength." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu gazed resolutely at his mentor, nodding vigorously as he declared with unwavering conviction, "Mentor, I am ready. I will strive diligently through these training sessions to enhance my abilities." His voice resonated with confidence and determination, filling his mentor with immense satisfaction. The mentor nodded slightly, a hint of a gratified smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Excellent. Such determination is commendable. Let us commence." With that, he turned and strode towards the center of the training ground, where an array of training apparatus had already been meticulously arranged. The first challenge awaited, an intricately designed obstacle course. The course was replete with various impediments of differing heights, concealing treacherous traps amidst the tumultuous torrents of rushing water. Lin Yu inhaled deeply, as if summoning his courage, and without hesitation, he plunged into the course. "Be cautious, Lin Yu," his mentor called out anxiously from the sidelines. "Understood, mentor," Lin Yu replied loudly, his voice firm and resolute. His gaze was laser-focused and brimming with fighting spirit. His movements as nimble as a monkey, hands gripping the obstacles tightly as he sought his next foothold, striving to ascend. Throughout this arduous endeavor, his body occasionally stumbled upon hidden traps or was jostled by the forceful currents, yet he never faltered in his pursuit. Suddenly, a startled exclamation escaped Lin Yu's lips. Ouch! He had inadvertently tripped over a protruding rock, his knee striking the ground with a painful thud, skinning it in the process. Observing this, his mentor rushed to inquire with concern. "Lin Yu, are you all right?" Gritting his teeth, Lin Yu swiftly rose to his feet, undeterred as he responded, "I'm fine, mentor. Let us continue." With that, he brushed off the dust from his clothes and plunged back into the grueling training. Fueled by a singular belief, he must conquer himself and transcend his limits. Next came the strength training. Before him lay massive stones and heavy barbells, each demanding tremendous exertion. He inhaled deeply, steadied himself, then clenched his teeth, gripping the barbell with all his might, striving to lift it. Sweat cascaded down his forehead, soaking his attire. Yet he remained unfazed. "Keep it up, Lin Yu. Put in a bit more effort," his mentor encouraged from the sidelines, summoning every ounce of strength. Lin Yu's face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead, and at last, he gradually elevated the barbell. Each exertion sent waves of soreness through his muscles. Yet he persevered, relentlessly challenging his own limits. Sweat drenched his attire, streaming down his cheeks. "Good job, Lin Yu. Maintain that momentum," his mentor affirmed with a nod. Lin Yu gritted his teeth, once more exerting all his strength to hoist the barbell overhead. Sweat poured down like a waterfall, pooling on the ground in tiny puddles. During agility training, countless small balls hurtled towards him from all directions. Lin Yu had to react swiftly to evade them. He focused intently on the rapidly approaching spheres, his body darting through them with the swiftness of lightning. Every movement was executed with such precision and swiftness, as if he had seamlessly melded with his surroundings. As time progressed, Lin Yu's speed intensified, his figure flickering amid the small spheres, mesmerizing all who beheld him. His breath quickened, yet his gaze remained unwaveringly resolute. "Pay close attention, Lin Yu," the mentor urged. "Understood, mentor," Lin Yu replied, his focus wholly fixated on the small spheres. Initially, he was often struck. But as time went on, his reaction time improved, allowing him to effortlessly evade these assaults. "Aha! I did it, mentor," Lin Yu exclaimed with exhilaration. Subsequently, they commenced the training of soul power control. Lin Yu was required to wield his soul power with precision in various intricate environments, such as executing martial soul skills on a swaying platform or maintaining a steady output of soul power amidst fierce winds. This demanded an exceptionally high level of mastery over his soul power. "Concentrate, Lin Yu, and feel the flow of your soul power," the mentor instructed. Lin Yu closed his eyes, meticulously attuning himself to the pulsations of his soul power within, and gradually endeavored to master its control in a unique environment. Although initial attempts proved challenging, he gradually honed his skills through perseverance. In addition to this, he engaged in a series of high-intensity activities, including endurance running and meditation training. Lin Yu immersed himself wholeheartedly in each training session, oblivious to the passage of time and fatigue, his mind singularly focused on self-improvement. Each morning, as the first rays of sunlight graced the playground, Lin Yu had already embarked on his daily regimen. He would jog along the periphery of the field, inhaling the crisp air and basking in the warm sunlight, allowing his body to acclimatize to the demands of physical exertion. Subsequently, he would transition to the strength training area, employing various apparatus to enhance his muscular strength, ranging from dumbbells to barbells, and from push-ups to sit-ups, each movement serving as a challenge to his physical endurance. After the morning classes concluded, Lin Yu eschewed rest and proceeded directly to the meditation room. Here, he needed to concentrate deeply, entering a profound meditative state to elevate his soul power. This training tested his willpower intensely, requiring prolonged focus. Even the slightest distraction could render his efforts futile. Nevertheless, with unwavering determination, Lin Yu overcame obstacles time and again, successfully completing his meditation training. The afternoon sessions typically involved practical combat exercises, where Lin Yu would engage in simulated battles with fellow trainees to assess his skill mastery through hands-on experience. He would engage in fierce clashes with opponents, employing the soul techniques he had learned, striving to exploit any vulnerabilities and deliver decisive strikes. Throughout this process, he continually reflected on his experiences, refining his tactical strategies. At the end of each day's training, Lin Yu would collapse to the ground in exhaustion, yet his heart brimmed with a sense of accomplishment. He could sense his strength incrementally increasing, and he was gradually drawing closer to his formidable aspirations. "Mentor, I feel I have made some progress today," Lin Yu said, weary yet elated. The mentor smiled and replied, "Indeed, Lin Yu, I have witnessed your dedication. Continue to persevere, and you shall undoubtedly become an exceptional soul master." Lin Yu nodded resolutely, declaring, "I will certainly do so, mentor. I shall not disappoint your expectations." Throughout this rigorous training, both his body and spirit were subjected to unprecedented trials as he gradually underwent a metamorphosis, advancing toward a higher realm. "Keep pushing forward, Lin Yu. The road ahead is long and we shall strive together," the mentor encouraged. "All right, mentor, let us work hard together." Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with anticipation and hope for the future. Chapter 7. Joint cultivation during that intense and fulfilling period of training. The bond between Lin Yu and Su Yao flourished like a resilient vine, intertwining ever more deeply. Each morning, as the first gentle rays of warm sunlight bathed the expansive courtyard of the martial soul hall, Lin Yu would arrive early at their designated spot, patiently awaiting Su Yao's arrival. Soon enough, Su Yao's graceful figure would approach, her face radiating a smile as bright as the sun, her eyes brimming with eagerness and aspirations for the day's training. "Hey, Lin Yu, good morning." Su Yu greeted him with a smile. "Good morning, Su Yao. Today promises to be another day filled with challenges," Lin Yu replied. "Haha, indeed. Let us give it our all." Su Yao's gaze revealed her unwavering determination. Side by side, they walked towards the training room, engaging in cheerful conversation along the way. "I made a breakthrough yesterday. I feel myself growing stronger," Su Yao exclaimed excitedly. "That's wonderful. I've also gained some new insights," Lin Yu shared. They encouraged one another, exchanging ideas and advancing together. In this process, their relationship grew increasingly intimate, as if they had become integral parts of each other's lives. "Lin Yu, do you think we will discover something new in our training today?" Su Yao inquired with curiosity, her lively eyes shimmering. "Well, I am uncertain, but I believe that as long as we put in the effort, we will surely reap rewards," Lin Yu responded earnestly. Upon reaching the training room, they each found a quiet spot and began to immerse themselves in their practice with focused dedication. Lin Yu was completely engrossed in wielding the sword of time and space, his hands swiftly dancing through the air, casting brilliant beams of light that flickered around him as he persistently experimented with new techniques and applications. Occasionally, he murmured to himself, "This seems to enhance the cohesion of the temporal power." Meanwhile, Su Yao stood quietly, holding her ice magic wand. Her eyes closed as she attentively contemplated the mysteries of the ice element. She softly whispered, "How can I better master the power of ice?" During their practice intervals, they would gather to exchange insights. Lin Yuxing excitedly said to Su Yao, "I have just discovered a novel approach to harnessing the power of time and space, which can significantly enhance the potency of our attacks." Su Yao responded with a smile, "That's wonderful. I want to give it a try as well." She began to softly recount her insights and discoveries during her cultivation of the ice magic wand's martial spirit, her lively eyes shimmering with enthusiasm, as if she had unearthed a hidden treasure that she was eager to share with Lin Yu. "Lin Yu, I have realized that when I concentrate my soul force more intently into the ice magic wand, the power of the ice spikes increases tremendously. Furthermore, if I condense the ice elemental energy more tightly, the speed of the ice spikes also accelerates," Su Yao exclaimed, her eyes glinting with confidence. Lin Yu listened attentively, nodding in agreement, and then shared his own experiences. "I believe that the sword of time and space requires exceptionally precise control over soul power when executing teleportation skills. Even a slight deviation could result in failure. Therefore, I have been diligently working to enhance my mastery of soul power to ensure more accurate teleportation." "Oh, I see. I shall pay closer attention to the control of my soul power next time," Su Yao replied thoughtfully, as if she were already beginning to contemplate the improvement of her own techniques in her mind. "Aha, as we learn from each other, we will surely progress more rapidly," Lin Yu remarked with a smile, his eyes filled with admiration and encouragement as he gazed at Su Yao. At times, they faced challenges together, On one occasion, the Spirit Hall organized a collaborative trial task requiring them to confront various dangers and obstacles together. This presented an excellent opportunity for training, yet it was also a significant test. Before the task commenced, they motivated one another. Su Yao, we can do this, Lin Yu declared, his gaze resolute as the sword of time and space in his hand shimmered with a mysterious light. Su Yao nodded vigorously, her eyes brimming with the desire for victory. During the execution of the task, they coordinated closely. Lin Yu utilized the teleportation ability of the sword of time and space to swiftly navigate the battlefield, creating perfect opportunities for Su Yao to strike. Su Yao, I am ready. You may launch your attack at any time, Lin Yu whispered. However, they encountered formidable foes and faced setbacks. Yet Su Yao remained undaunted, encouraging Lin Yu. Do not lose heart, Lin Yu. We will surely overcome this challenge. Upon hearing Su Yao's encouragement, a surge of strength welled up within Lin Yu. He took a deep breath and charged towards the enemy once more. All right, here I come, Su Yao exclaimed as she wielded her ice magic wand. A sharp ice spear hurtling towards the enemy at great speed. Simultaneously, she skillfully employed her ice-based skills to provide Lin Yu with solid cover and powerful support. Lin Yu, watch out on the left. Su Yao, with keen eyes, spotted an enemy ambush and quickly warned him. Lin Yu nimbly teleported to evade the enemy's attack. Amidst the fierce battle, they continuously encouraged and trusted one another. With every difficulty encountered, they firmly believed in their ability to overcome it together. Ultimately, after much arduous effort, they successfully completed the task. Wonderful! We did it! Lin Yu cheered excitedly. Su Yao also beamed with satisfaction, and they embraced tightly, celebrating this hard-won victory. As time passed, both of their strengths significantly improved. Lin Yu's mastery of the sword of time and space became increasingly proficient, enabling him to react swiftly in combat and unleash formidable power. He excitedly said to Su Yao, Look, Su Yao, my sword of time and space is even more powerful now. Impressive indeed, Lin Yu, Su Yao praised with a smile. Over time, Su Yao also became more adept with her ice magic wand, skillfully executing a range of dazzling and potent ice-based abilities at will. Whenever she brandished her ice magic wand, a chilling aura emanated from it, sending shivers down the spine. Haha, I have made progress too, Su Yao exclaimed joyfully. Showcasing her newly acquired skill to Lin Yu, her face radiating confidence and satisfaction. Meanwhile, the bond of their friendship blossomed, growing ever more robust and profound. Akin to a thriving sapling. In both their training and daily lives, they consistently supported and encouraged one another. On a tranquil night, Lin Yu and Su Yao sat quietly atop the roof of the Martial Soul Hall, gazing at the resplendent starry sky. The heavens were adorned with twinkling stars, resembling countless gems embedded within, casting a gentle yet warm glow. Lin Yu softly remarked, Su Yao, how fortunate I am to be able to cultivate alongside you in the Spirit Hall. Your companionship makes everything more beautiful. His voice was tender and sincere, imbued with an almost imperceptible emotion. Su Yu smiled in response, Indeed, Lin Yu. We must always accompany each other and strive for progress together. Her eyes sparkled like stars, brimming with anticipation for the future. No matter what difficulties we encounter, we shall face them together, Lin Yu declared resolutely, his tone revealing a sense of determination and courage. He understood that only by standing side by side could they overcome the challenges that lay ahead. Agreed. It's a promise, Su Yu said, extending her pinky finger, her eyes glimmering with delight. Lin Yu, seeing this, also extended his pinky to intertwine with hers, and together they recited, a pinky promise for 100 years. Shall not change. They laughed as they completed this small vow, as if in that moment, their hearts were even more closely knit together. Their silhouettes appeared particularly warm under the moonlight, and they knew that the road ahead was long, yet as long as they walked hand in hand, nothing could hinder their progress. They envisioned the future, longing to continually ascend to new heights on their path of cultivation, together crafting their own legendary tale. Within the Spirit Hall, their story continued, and their friendship and growth would become a cherished memory, forever etched in their hearts. Chapter 8. The First Spirit Ring in the River of Time. Moments flowed silently like water, each nurturing new hopes and possibilities. At last, the crucial moment arrived. Lin Yu was about to take an important step in acquiring his first spirit ring. On this day, the sky was as blue as a flawless sapphire, clear and profound. The sunlight cascaded gently, like a golden veil softly draping over the earth, bringing warmth and illumination to the entire world. Lin Yu and Su Yu walked side by side, their figures exuding a sense of harmony. Closely following them were several mentors from the Spirit Hall, serving as a solid support, bestowing upon the two an infinite reservoir of encouragement and protection. The group advanced with resolute strides into the vast and enigmatic Douluo forest. The Douluo forest is one of the three major gathering points for soul beasts in the Douluo continent. It is said that at its center resides a 100,000-year soul beast, yet Linyu was aware that this was not mere folklore. He had gleaned from the Douluo continent novel that at least 200,000-year soul beasts, the azure bull python and the titan giant ape, inhabit the core. This place seemed like an entirely alien realm, brimming with endless unknowns and latent perils. Each towering tree reached for the heavens, its dense foliage weaving into a verdant canopy, evoking a profound sense of insignificance within one's being. Linyu and Su Yao tread cautiously, their eyes brimming with vigilance and curiosity. The forest exudes an air of mystery, concealing countless secrets yet to be unveiled. They sense the subtle transformations in their surroundings. A gentle breeze rustles the leaves, as if whispering untold stories to them. Everyone must exercise caution and maintain heightened vigilance, the lead mentor admonished. His countenance grave and his tone solemn. His gaze, sharp as an eagle's, swept across the faces of each individual, as though he could penetrate the depths of their fears and anxieties. Understood, Mentor, Linyu, and Su Yao replied in unison. They exchanged a glance, where the depths of each other's eyes reflected unwavering determination and courage. It was a brave exploration into the unknown, a fearless pursuit of the future. Taking a deep breath, they firmly grasped their martial spirits, steeling themselves for the challenges that lay ahead. Upon entering the forest, every step forward seemed laden with a weighty caution. Towering, dense trees surrounded them, their branches intertwined and foliage woven together, creating a canopy reminiscent of verdant heavens. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground that danced like enigmatic symbols. The earth was carpeted in a thick layer of fallen leaves, each footfall producing a soft rustling sound, as if the ground itself were murmuring secrets. Occasionally, faint sounds drifted from afar, perhaps the calls of birds or the wind's howl as it traversed the woods, yet more often, an oppressive silence enveloped them, suffocating in its stillness. This quietude seemed a reminder to remain ever vigilant, to allow not a moment of complacency. Gazing into the seemingly endless expanse of trees ahead, Su Yao felt a flicker of confusion within her heart. She turned to Linyu and softly inquired, "Do you truly believe that we can find a suitable soul beast in this aimless search?" Linyu furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze growing contemplative. After a moment of silence, he responded thoughtfully, "Indeed, it is not an easy task, but if we observe and feel with sincerity, we are bound to uncover something. Do you remember what our mentor once told us? Each soul beast possesses its unique habitat and habits. If we follow these characteristics, we will surely reap rewards." With that, Linyu continued onward, his expression focused and resolute. The two of them strolled along the forest path, meticulously observing their surroundings, fearful of missing any subtle signs that might indicate the presence of a soul beast. Linyu would occasionally pause, crouching down to carefully inspect footprints or disturbed earth, striving to find traces of soul beast activity. He was wholly absorbed, seemingly oblivious to the passage of time, his sole desire being to discover the soul beast that belonged to him. "Look, there seems to be signs of trampling in the grass over there." Linyu pointed to a patch of grass not far away. The group quickly gathered around, and after a thorough examination, the mentor remarked, "This should be the mark left by a small soul beast. It is not the target we seek." They pressed on, encountering several similar signs. Yet none were the ones they eagerly anticipated. As time ticked away, a sense of impatience began to envelop them. "Do not fret. Let us exercise patience. We will surely find it," Linyu reassured his companions. At that moment, Linyu caught a whiff of an unusual scent. Following the direction of this aroma, he peered into the distance and noticed movement beneath a large tree. "There seems to be something over there," Linyu whispered, his eyes fixed intently on a particular spot, sensing something amiss. Upon hearing this, the others halted, cautiously approaching the indicated direction. They dared not make a sound, fearing the potential dangers that lurked nearby. As they drew closer, they discovered a soul beast, roughly the size of a small rabbit, nibbling on a plant. It emitted a faint aura of soul power, appearing rather unremarkable. "This is merely an ordinary soul beast, not the one we seek," the mentor observed after a moment. Disappointment washed over the group, yet they continued onward. They had searched this mountainous forest for a considerable time, but the target soul beast remained elusive. As seconds turned into minutes, a heaviness settled in their hearts. Suddenly, a deep roar reverberated through the forest, as if some formidable creature were approaching. The group exchanged anxious glances, alertly scanning their surroundings. However, the roar soon faded, and tranquility returned to the woods. What was that just now? Someone whispered. I do not know, but it sounded like a powerful soul beast, another replied. The group exchanged glances, an ominous premonition rising within their hearts. As they continued on their journey, they became increasingly cautious, fearful of unforeseen encounters. After an arduous period of searching, they finally stumbled upon some unusual signs within a secluded valley. A faint yet palpable aura of pressure enveloped the area, and the ground bore immense claw marks, while the surrounding vegetation showed clear signs of trampling and destruction. It was evident that a formidable soul beast roamed this place. A flicker of excitement glimmered in their mentor's eyes, for he knew they had finally unearthed a clue. The group, brimming with exhilaration, quickened their pace, following the direction of the claw marks. At that moment, a deep roar echoed from the depths of the valley. The expressions of the group shifted instantaneously, and Linyu gripped his sword tightly, bracing himself for battle. Slowly, a colossal figure emerged from the shadows of the valley. It was a netherwolf, its size comparable to that of a young calf, its jet-black fur glistening with an eerie sheen under the sunlight, and its razor-sharp fangs instilled a sense of dread. Its eyes sparkled with a savage glint. It is the netherwolf, the mentor whispered. Judging by its aura, it must be a century-old soul beast, perfectly suited for Linyu. Linyu inhaled deeply, a resolute light flickering in his gaze. He understood that this was the challenge he was destined to confront. The netherwolf approached step by step, each movement radiating a formidable sense of pressure that evoked fear. Linyu tightened his grip on his sword, his eyes unwaveringly fixed on the netherwolf. The creature seemed to sense their presence, emitting a low growl before lunging towards them with ferocity. Linyu's figure flickered as he deftly evaded the attack of the netherwolf. With a swift motion, he wielded his sword, unleashing a fierce blade of energy that sliced towards the creature. The netherwolf deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the onslaught. Yet the energy left behind a profound scar upon the ground. In a flash, the netherwolf launched another assault, its maw agape as it unleashed a torrent of black flames. Linyu swiftly retreated, simultaneously swinging his sword to disperse the ominous fire. However, the netherwolf was remarkably swift, and in an instant, it lunged before Linyu, baring its razor-sharp fangs as it aimed to bite down on him. Startled, Linyu swiftly raised his sword to parry the assault of the phantom wolf. The creature's immense strength jolted through his arm, causing a tingling sensation. Yet, Linyu did not falter. Summoning all his might, he forcefully pushed the phantom wolf aside. In a flash, he maneuvered behind the creature, thrusting his sword towards its back. The phantom wolf, wincing in agony, let out a piercing howl. As it pivoted to retaliate, Linyu seized the opportunity to retreat. Thus, the two engaged in a fierce exchange, each struggling to gain the upper hand. Chapter 9. The First Soul Ring. Linyu, without a moment's hesitation, unleashed the skill of the Sword of Time and Space, his form instantly flickering. His speed was astonishing, akin to a bolt of lightning as he charged towards the spectral wolf. Observing this, the spectral wolf bared its fangs, attempting to sink its teeth into Linyu. Yet, with his agile movements and that extraordinary ability to teleport, Linyu effortlessly evaded its assaults. What incredible speed! Suyao exclaimed in awe from the sidelines. She had believed she possessed a sufficient understanding of Linyu's prowess, but witnessing his remarkable speed and reflexes in this moment left her utterly astounded. The spectral wolf, frustrated by its missed strike, grew increasingly enraged. It unleashed a series of roars, lunging at Linyu time and again. However, Linyu's figure consistently vanished at the critical moment, rendering the spectral wolf's attacks futile. As Linyu evaded his pursuer, he simultaneously sought opportunities to strike. At times, he darted around the phantom wolf, while at others, he materialized suddenly behind it, leaving the creature perpetually unable to seize him. Be careful, Linyu, Suyo exclaimed anxiously, her heart racing with trepidation, fearing for Linyu's safety. Don't worry, I'm fine, Linyu assured her, his voice imbued with confidence, which afforded Suyo a modicum of solace. Linyu understood that this battle could not be prolonged, otherwise he might find himself in peril. Thus, he resolved to take the initiative. During his engagement with the spectral wolf, Linyu leaned slightly back, gripping his longsword tightly, his gaze focused and composed. He continuously shifted his stance, searching for the opportune moment to strike. As time passed, he gradually became familiar with the spectral wolf's attack patterns and rhythm. He discerned that although the spectral wolf possessed immense strength, its movements were relatively sluggish, providing him with an advantageous opportunity. Consequently, he began to deliberately provoke the spectral wolf into making reckless maneuvers, seizing the chance to counterattack. On one occasion, the spectral wolf lunged at Lin Yu once more, its gaping maw revealing sharp fangs gleaming ominously. Lin Yu, seizing the precise moment, swiftly sidestepped and executed a teleportation maneuver to position himself beside the spectral wolf, then struck fiercely at its flank with his sword. The spectral wolf howled in pain but did not retreat. Instead, it became more frenzied in its assault. Beads of sweat began to form on Lin Yu's forehead as he continued to battle the spectral wolf, sustaining several wounds in the process. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred, steadfast in his resolve and indomitable spirit. "Lin Yu, keep fighting," Xiao shouted anxiously from the sidelines, her fist clenched, brimming with concern. The mentors watched the fierce confrontation intently, ever ready to intervene. They knew Lin Yu had exerted himself to the utmost, and if the battle persisted, he could face grave danger. Yet, they hoped to witness Lin Yu triumph over adversity through his own efforts and achieve personal growth. After a fierce struggle, Lin Yu finally discerned a splendid opportunity. Following a failed pounce, the spectral wolf momentarily paused. Lin Yu seized this moment, channeling the power of the space-time sword with all his might, his form flickering like a wraith, delivering a decisive blow to the creature's vital area. The spectral wolf let out a cry of anguish and collapsed to the ground. At that moment, a peculiar phenomenon unfolded. Above the carcass of the spectral wolf, a soul ring of yellow tinged with purple slowly ascended, emanating a gentle radiance as if beckoning Lin Yu. Observing this scene, a mentor could not help but speak. "Lin Yu, judging by the color, this soul ring is over 700 years old. Are you truly certain you wish to absorb it? I advise against taking such a risk, for the higher the age of the soul ring, the greater the difficulty in absorption, and it may inflict severe harm on your body." However, Lin Yu remained unmoved by his mentor's words. He resolutely replied, "Thank you for your concern, mentor. But my decision is made. I believe in my ability to absorb this soul ring and trust that it will grant me formidable power." With that, Lin Yu settled into a cross-legged position, his gaze fixed intently on the slowly drifting soul ring. He took a deep breath and began to mobilize his soul power, preparing to embrace the process of absorption. The moment Lin Yu's soul power came into contact with the soul ring, a tremendous force surged into his body. This power roared through him like a raging torrent, crashing against his meridians and bones, bringing forth a wave of excruciating pain. Yet Lin Yu gritted his teeth, steadfastly resisting the collapse of his will. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming roar in his mind, as if a torrent of information was surging in wildly. He clenched his jaw tightly, striving to maintain his consciousness, not daring to relax for even a moment. He sensed that force rampaging through his meridians, the pain akin to 1,000 arrows piercing his heart. Yet he understood that this was an inevitable path in the extraordinary absorption of the soul ring, and he could not afford to surrender lightly. As time ticked away, Lin Yu gradually acclimated to the impact of that force. He endeavored to guide it, allowing it to gradually merge with his soul power. In this process, Lin Yu felt as though he had been transported to a fantastical realm. Countless shimmering lights and lines materialized before him, as if the mysteries of the universe were unfurling slowly in his view. He exerted every ounce of effort to comprehend these wondrous sights, attempting to unearth the strength that belonged to him. "Lin Yu, hold on, you can certainly achieve it." The voice of his mentor suddenly echoed in his ears, infusing him with an unyielding source of power. Lin Yu's body trembled slightly, as though burdened by immense pressure. Yet his gaze grew ever more resolute, shimmering with a brilliant light. Sweat cascaded down his forehead like a fountain, soaking his garments, but he remained undeterred, wholly focused on absorbing the power of the soul ring. Time passed slowly, each moment stretching interminably. Nevertheless, Lin Yu steadfastly maintained his unwavering belief, continuously drawing energy from the soul ring. His body gradually acclimatized to this formidable force, muscles taut, bones emitting a crisp sound. At long last, after an arduous wait, Lin Yu successfully absorbed the soul ring. He slowly opened his eyes, which sparkled with excitement and joy. That radiance resembled the most resplendent star in the night sky, illuminating the entire space. "I succeeded," Lin Yu exclaimed, his voice infused with uncontainable exhilaration. Upon hearing his call, those around him gathered, their faces alight with joyful smiles. Su Yao, unable to contain her enthusiasm, rushed to Lin Yu's side and embraced him tightly, her eyes brimming with concern and blessings. The mentors also displayed looks of satisfaction, fully aware of the effort and perseverance Lin Yu had invested in this training. In that moment, they witnessed the emergence of a young and promising warrior, their hearts filled with anticipation. Lin Yu felt a surge of newfound power coursing through his veins, accompanied by a profound sense of gratitude. He understood that his remarkable accomplishments were inextricably linked to the unwavering support and protection from Su Yao and his mentors. It was their companionship and encouragement that enabled him to surmount numerous obstacles and achieve his aspirations. Thank you all. Without you, I could never have successfully acquired the Soul Ring, Lin Yu expressed earnestly, his voice imbued with sincerity and emotion. His gaze swept across each individual present, his heart swelling with warmth. In this moment, he acutely felt the strength of camaraderie and the invaluable nature of friendship. This gratitude would forever be etched in his heart, motivating him to persist on his path of cultivation in the future. Chapter 10. Su Yao's first soul ring. There's no need for modesty. This is the result of your own hard work, his mentor remarked with a smile. Subsequently, Lin Yu began to perceive and explore the soul skill he had just acquired. He discovered that this skill was named Phantom Traversal. When he invoked this ability, his form could shift through the void like a spectral wolf, moving with incredible speed and silence, making it nearly impossible for foes to detect his presence. This not only significantly enhanced his mobility, but also provided him with a broader array of strategic options in combat. This soul skill is extraordinary, Lin Yu exclaimed with enthusiasm. Haha, with this skill, you will find yourself much more adept in future battles, his mentor replied. Indeed, Lin Yu, you must make the most of this soul skill, Su Yao encouraged. Lin Yu nodded vigorously, silently vowing to dedicate himself to training, determined not to disappoint the expectations of those around him. Simultaneously, he recognized that he had a long journey ahead, requiring continuous enhancement of his abilities to face the challenges that lay in wait. All right, Lin Yu, after absorbing the soul ring, what level of soul power do you currently possess? The mentor inquired with a smile. Mentor, I have absorbed this soul ring that is over 700 years old, so my soul power should now be at the 15th level. However, the exact level will need to be tested when I return, Lin Yu replied with excitement. The mentor nodded in approval. Very well. This indeed marks a significant improvement. Let us take a moment to rest. Once you have regained some strength, we shall continue our journey. With that, the mentor found a spot to sit. Closing his eyes to recuperate, Lin Yu observed his surroundings, savoring the newly acquired power. He silently rejoiced in the fortunate ease with which he had obtained the soul ring, while also feeling a sense of anticipation for the future. After a brief moment, the mentor opened his eyes and addressed Lin Yu, saying, Lin Yu, I did not expect to assist you in obtaining your soul ring so early. Moreover, the day is still young. How well have you rested? Shall we continue our journey to help Su Yao acquire her first soul ring? What are your thoughts? Lin Yu pondered for a moment and replied, Certainly, mentor. In that case, let us take a half-hour respite before we proceed to procure a soul ring for Su Yao. The mentor nodded in agreement. Rising to his feet and brushing off the dust from his attire, Lin Yu followed suit, stretching his limbs in preparation for the journey ahead. Just then, a deep, guttural hiss echoed through the air. The mentor and Lin Yu exchanged a wary glance, both displaying signs of alertness. They turned their gaze toward the source of the sound, and in the distance, among the trees, a colossal python was gliding towards them. Its body was adorned with translucent, ice-blue scales that shimmered with a chilling glow. The creature's massive and robust form loomed like a small mountain. Lin Yu's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, Wow, what a gigantic ice-armored python. Beside him, Su Yao, with unwavering resolve and devoid of fear, retorted, Humph, I am not afraid of it at all. Without hesitation, she brandished her ice magic wand and strode confidently toward the colossal serpent. In an instant, Su Yu swiftly waved her wand, chanting incantations as a flurry of sharp ice spikes erupted forth. In the blink of an eye, countless pointed ice shards cascaded like raindrops toward the ice-armored python. Yet, the creature showcased remarkable agility, skillfully twisting its massive form to effortlessly evade the lethal onslaught of ice projectiles. Soon after, the ice-armored python opened its cavernous maw and unleashed a chilling, bone-piercing mist. Faced with this sudden onslaught, Su Yao hastily conjured an ice shield in an attempt to withstand the formidable force. The ice mist clashed violently against the shield, producing a sizzling sound as if it sought to freeze everything in its vicinity. Su Yao, be careful, Lin Yu shouted anxiously from the side. Su Yao reassured him. Don't worry, I can handle this. Then, with a nimble leap, she gracefully ascended into the air, executing the ice explosion technique. Spheres of ice, brimming with immense energy, hurtled toward the ice-armored python like shooting stars. Sensing the imminent threat, the ice-armored python emitted a deep growl, forcefully sweeping its incredibly hard tail, creating a fierce gust of wind that collided with the ice spheres, resulting in a dazzling explosion of light and formidable impact. Lin Yu anxiously observed from the side, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, ever ready to lend assistance. He understood that this battle was a trial for Su Yao, yet he had unwavering faith in her strength and courage. Amidst the fierce confrontation, Su Yao, with her keen insight, seized the opportunity during the ice-armored python's momentary turn. A glimmer of determination flashed in her eyes as she deftly began to execute her powerful, self-created ice-based soul skill, Absolute Ice Seal. As she chanted, an intense beam of icy light shot forth from her hands, enveloping the massive form of the ice-armored python. In the blink of an eye, the creature was frozen in place, transformed into a crystalline ice sculpture. Shortly thereafter, a yellow soul ring began to slowly coalesce upon the surface of the ice sculpture, igniting excitement among the onlookers, for such a soul ring was a rare sight indeed. Su Yao quickly seated herself, adjusting her posture to begin absorbing the soul ring of the ice-armored python. With her eyes closed, she focused intently, feeling the powerful energy gradually enter her body. Lin Yu and the mentors stood vigil beside her, safeguarding her during this critical moment, aware that Su Yao required tranquility and could not be disturbed. Su Yao, hold on. The mentor encouraged softly. He understood that absorbing a soul ring was no simple feat. It demanded considerable willpower and endurance. Su Yao bit her lip, tiny beads of sweat forming on her forehead as she endeavored to merge with the force. Gradually, the soul ring from the ice-armored python began to integrate into her being, her aura shifting from chaotic to steadily calm, and eventually to a robust strength, as though she were undergoing a metamorphosis. Minutes elapsed, and at last, Su Yao completed the absorption of her first soul ring, significantly enhancing her ice-based abilities. Excitedly, she opened her eyes and exclaimed, I did it. Eager to test her newly acquired soul skill, Ice-Armored Shield, she willed her intent, and a layer of frigid blue light surged from her body, gradually coalescing into a transparent shield. This shield appeared incredibly solid, emanating an aura of chill. Curiously, Su Yao extended a finger to gently touch the shield, feeling a bone-chilling coldness. She realized that this protective barrier not only could withstand enemy attacks, but also possessed a frostbite effect, capable of inflicting harm on any foe daring to approach her. A sense of joy welled within her. Armed with this formidable defensive skill, she felt a renewed sense of security in future confrontations. She resolved to diligently practice and master this ability to unleash its full potential in battle. Chapter 11. Training after enduring a prolonged and arduous period of relentless training. Lin Yu and his companions finally achieved remarkable progress, drawing attention for their significant advancements. Lin Yu stood resolutely in the training arena, firmly gripping the sword of time and space. His gaze was focused and unwavering. Taking a deep breath, he began to channel the soul energy within him. Suddenly, the sword of time and space shimmered with radiant light as he softly uttered, "Time and space slash." A fierce wave of sword energy, accompanied by the distorted force of time and space, instantly surged forth, leaving a profound mark upon the ground. Lin Yu beheld his achievements, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he murmured to himself, I am becoming increasingly adept at wielding the soul of the sword of time and space. Beside him, Sophie, filled with admiration, remarked, Lin Yu, your self-created soul skill of the sword of time and space is truly remarkable. When will I be able to possess a self-created soul skill like yours? Lin Yu smiled at Su Ming and remarked, Su Ming, your flame leopard martial soul is indeed formidable. If you persistently dedicate yourself to training, you are bound to achieve remarkable progress in the future. Upon hearing this, Su Ming nodded vigorously, his eyes brimming with determination and fighting spirit. He replied, Yes, Lin Yu, I will certainly strive to improve. I firmly believe that I can become stronger. With that, Su Ming began to unleash his flame leopard martial soul. In an instant, a searing blaze enveloped his body, forming a fiery barrier around him. He shouted, Flame Leopard's first soul skill, Flame Impact. Immediately, an enormous fireball shot forth from in front of him, propelled by an unstoppable momentum, racing towards the distance. It finally erupted with tremendous power, the intense heat seemingly capable of incinerating everything in its vicinity. Witnessing Su Ming's powerful fiery assault, Lin Yu could not help but nod in approval, thinking to himself that Su Ming's strength had indeed grown significantly. At that moment, The other companions were diligently honing their unique talents within their respective martial soul domains. Some excelled in defense, standing resolutely as they conjured thick soul power shields, resembling impenetrable fortresses. Others specialized in support, continuously radiating light from their hands to bestow various enhancement effects upon their peers. Everyone was striving to elevate themselves while learning from one another, progressing together. As the comprehensive assessment from the Spirit Hall approached, Lin Yu and his companions exhibited a mix of excitement and anxiety. Lin Yu gazed at everyone with a serious expression and declared, "Friends, this upcoming assessment is a crucial moment to evaluate our training achievements. It holds great significance for each of us, so we must give it our all." One companion responded, "Lin Yu, rest assured, we understand the importance of this assessment and will exert ourselves to the fullest." Another echoed, "Indeed, we shall not disappoint one another, nor let our efforts go to waste." Su Ming chimed in, "Yes, we must demonstrate our strength in this assessment, showcasing our growth and progress to all." The group exchanged encouraging words, their eyes filled with anticipation and confidence regarding the assessment. "Let us all strive together, fighting for our goals." Lin Yu inspired his companions. "No problem," they replied in unison, their voices resonating in the air as if proclaiming their determination and courage. As the assessment time drew near, everyone immersed themselves more intensely in their final preparations, eager to deliver outstanding performances. During the soul power test, the students lined up, each taking their turn at the testing platform. Each individual awaited the results with a mix of nervousness and hope. When it was Lin Yu's turn, he took a deep breath and released his soul power with all his might. As he exerted himself, the values on the testing instrument began to rise steadily, the numbers flashing rapidly as though racing against time. Ultimately, the values settled at an astonishing height of level 20. The attendees gasped in astonishment, while the instructors displayed expressions of surprise. Initially, they had presumed Lin Yu to be merely an ordinary student, but they were now taken aback to discover the remarkable elevation of his soul power. "Wow, Lin Yu, your soul power level is astonishingly high. You seem to be only 8 years old, yet your soul power has reached an impressive level 20. One student exclaimed, unable to contain their amazement. Lin Yu smiled faintly as he stepped down from the testing platform. He understood that this achievement was not easily attained. Yet he did not allow himself to bask in arrogance. He recognized that only through continuous effort could he truly harness his capabilities. Subsequently, his companions also exhibited remarkable performances. Their soul power levels far surpassed those of their peers, showcasing immense potential and talent. Such outstanding results instilled in their mentors heightened expectations. During the practical assessments, the students were divided into small groups tasked with completing a series of challenges, including combat, puzzles, and cooperation. Lin Yu led his group into the simulated battlefield, where they were confronted with various trials and tribulations. "Everyone, stay alert and vigilant," Lin Yu cautioned. "Understood," his companions replied in unison. Not long after entering the battlefield, they encountered a horde of formidable soul beasts simulated for attack. "Prepare for battle," Lin Yu shouted, charging forward. With the sword of time and space, he swiftly traversed into the midst of the soul beasts, unleashing a ferocious assault. Su Ming, not to be outdone, wielded his flame leopard spirit, summoning powerful flames that engulfed the soul beasts. The other companions coordinated seamlessly, each displaying their skills to collectively combat the soul beasts. "Lin Yu, there's a particularly strong soul beast charging at us," one companion called out. "I'll handle it," Lin Yu declared, utilizing the power of time and space to instantly appear before the beast, slaying it with a single stroke of his sword. Throughout the skirmish, they communicated and collaborated incessantly. "Su Ming, watch out for the soul beast on the left." "Got it, I see it." After a fierce battle, they successfully repelled all the simulated soul beast attacks. Next, they faced various tactical dilemmas. Some required them to devise offensive strategies, while others necessitated defensive formations. Lin Yu fully demonstrated his leadership abilities, guiding his teammates with composure. "Let's divide into 2 groups. One will engage in a frontal assault, while the other will maneuver from the side," Lin Yu directed. "No problem," his companions readily agreed. Through their collective efforts, they adeptly resolved one tactical challenge after another. Their brilliant performances captured the attention of the higher-ups at the Spirit Hall. Elders and mentors seated in the viewing platform nodded approvingly as they observed the students' display. "This batch of students possesses great potential," one elder remarked, "especially that Lin Yu. His sword of time and space spirit is truly a rare sight," another elder concurred. The Spirit Hall decided to grant them additional resources and opportunities. When this news reached Lin Yu and his companions, they were overwhelmed with excitement. Wonderful! We have more resources and opportunities now. One companion cheered. Lin Yu calmly remarked, "This is the fruit of our labor. However, we must not succumb to arrogance or complacency. We must continue to strive and traverse further along the path of cultivation. Indeed, we cannot betray the expectations of the Spirit Hall," Su Ming asserted resolutely. From that moment on, Lin Yu and his companions solidified their convictions. They diligently practiced daily, perpetually enhancing their abilities. We must achieve even greater accomplishments on our future cultivation journey, striving for the glory of the Spirit Hall, Lin Yu silently vowed within himself. In addition to their training, they would share insights and experiences together. "I believe we should place greater emphasis on the harmony of our teamwork during battles," Lin Yu suggested. "Precisely, we could engage in more practical drills to improve our team collaboration," Su Ming proposed. "Excellent idea. Let us commence tomorrow," Lin Yu replied with a smile. Thus, they encouraged and supported one another, continually advancing along the path of cultivation towards loftier aspirations. Their future brimmed with boundless possibilities, and they would inscribe their own magnificent chapter through their efforts and perseverance. Chapter 12. The Mysterious Soul Master. During this period, the training courses at the Spirit Hall had reached a temporary pause. Lin Yu felt the need for a respite, prompting him to venture beyond the confines of the Spirit Hall and explore the outside world. He hoped to discover new opportunities and insights while alleviating his tense nerves. Thus, he found himself alone in a bustling and vibrant town. As he stepped into the town, a rich aroma of culinary delights enveloped him. The streets were teeming with people, a cacophony of lively chatter and vendors' calls creating an atmosphere brimming with vitality. A diverse array of individuals traversed the thoroughfares, each face illuminated with a smile. Lin Yu strolled along the street, his spirits lifted. He sensed a lifestyle that was in stark contrast to the atmosphere of the martial Soul Hall. Here, there was no tense ambience of rigorous training, only the leisurely existence of the townsfolk. With curiosity, he observed his surroundings, as if he had stepped into an enchanting new world. "Excuse me, move aside, please." Suddenly, a vendor hurried past Lin Yu, pushing a cart laden with goods. Lin Yu quickly stepped aside, watching the vendor's retreating figure, and couldn't help but chuckle. This quaint town was indeed brimming with vitality. As he continued his walk, Lin Yu came upon a fruit stall surrounded by eager customers. The vendor cheerfully beckoned. "Hey there, young man. Come take a look at my fresh fruits." Approaching the stall, Lin Yu was delighted to see an array of vividly colored, appetizing fruits displayed. Unable to resist, he purchased a few, savoring their sweetness as he walked. As he meandered further, he found himself near a bustling square in the heart of the town, where a crowd had gathered, seemingly engaged in fervent discussion about something. Lin Yu curiously leaned forward, straining to listen intently. "Have you heard?" A plainly dressed middle-aged man elaborately recounted. "Recently, a particularly mysterious and formidable young soul master has emerged." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu could not help but feel a stirring within his heart. Who could this enigmatic young soul master be? Could it possibly be someone he knew? Or merely a topic of idle chatter among the masses? With questions and curiosity lingering in his mind, Lin Yu continued to listen intently. At that moment, a voice emerged from the crowd, dismissively proclaiming, "I believe he is just a charlatan. There are no such extraordinary individuals." A youth clad in opulent attire scoffed. "Indeed. Perhaps he is merely a swindler, preying on the naive who have yet to experience the world," another voice chimed in. Nevertheless, a greater number of individuals remained filled with anticipation and intrigue regarding this legendary young soul master. They speculated fervently about his identity, origins, and potential future. Lin Yu stood quietly to the side, contemplating the discourse of those around him. He understood that in this world, rumors and hearsay often held more allure than the truth. Yet they might also conceal unacknowledged realities. Just then, a melodious voice rang out. "Oh, please, let us not quarrel. Perhaps this young soul master is truly remarkable." The speaker was a lively and charming girl, her eyes sparkling with vivacity. The crowd turned their attention to her as she continued with a smile. "Maybe he is the fabled genius soul master, diligently honing his skills, preparing to astonish us all." Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle. The girl's thoughts were indeed naïve and amusing. However, he also understood that in this world, anything is possible. Perhaps this enigmatic young soul master truly existed and was on the path to becoming a formidable soul master. With this in mind, Lin Yu resolved to seek out this legendary young soul master, eager to discover the extent of his mystery and prowess. Just then, a benevolent old man interjected, saying, "Indeed. Indeed, I have also heard some tales about that young soul master. It is said that his combat style is remarkably unique and elusive, capable of unleashing astonishing power at critical moments, leaving all in awe." Another individual nearby quickly chimed in, "Yes, yes. I have also heard that he seems to possess a rather extraordinary martial soul. The specifics are unclear, but it is surely not an ordinary one." Listening to the murmurs around him, Lin Yu's curiosity was thoroughly ignited. The rumors surrounding this enigmatic young spirit master enveloped his mind like a thick mist, compelling him to unravel the truth hidden within. "Hey, my friend, just how formidable is this young spirit master?" Unable to contain his inquisitiveness any longer, Lin Yu finally addressed the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man cast a glance at him, a slight smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Well, young lad, that's rather difficult to articulate. In any case, he is exceedingly powerful." Dissatisfied with such vague remarks, Lin Yu pressed further. "Can you provide a more specific example? Perhaps instances where he has triumphed over formidable opponents?" The middle-aged man stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before responding, "Ah. It seems there was an occasion when he faced a remarkably strong spirit master, one renowned for his robust defensive capabilities. Yet, our young master was able to discern his weaknesses and ultimately emerge victorious. On another instance, he found himself besieged by a horde of enemies. Yet he navigated the situation with remarkable ease and managed to escape unharmed. In summary, his prowess is unfathomable, rendering predictions of his capabilities nearly impossible." Lin Yu listened with great interest, secretly marveling at the extraordinary prowess and combat skills of this enigmatic young soul master. However, his true identity and background remained shrouded in mystery. The elder pondered for a moment before speaking. "I have heard that during a competition, he faced a formidable opponent and was on the verge of defeat. Suddenly, he unleashed a peculiar soul technique that instantaneously turned the tide of battle, leaving his adversary utterly defeated." "Wow, that's incredible!" Lin Yu exclaimed. "Indeed, that is why everyone is so curious about him," remarked the middle-aged man. Lin Yu began to envision the appearance of this young soul master, pondering the nature of his abilities and unique qualities. The enigmatic rumors acted as a hook, firmly ensnaring Lin Yu's heart, compelling him to yearn for deeper insights into the life of this young soul master. "Do you know where he is now?" Lin Yu inquired once more. The crowd shook their heads in unison, indicating their lack of knowledge, for he was elusive and unpredictable. Lin Yu found himself lost in contemplation, pondering the potential truths concealed behind these rumors and the implications that this enigmatic young soul master might have for himself and the spirit hall. At that moment, voices began to murmur among the crowd. "I have heard that he was recently spotted in the Douluo forest. Is it true? I too have only heard it from others, and I am not quite certain of the details." Upon hearing these words, Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and a plan began to form in his mind. Perhaps he could venture into the Douluo forest in search of this enigmatic young soul master, in hopes of unraveling the mysteries surrounding him. Consequently, Lin Yu resolved to return and make preparations before embarking on his journey to the Douluo forest. "Do you think he might visit our town?" "It is quite possible. He may have already arrived." "Oh, how wonderful it would be to meet him and witness firsthand whether he truly possesses such extraordinary abilities." Listening to their conversation, Lin Yu felt an inexplicable sense of anticipation swell within him. He could not help but wonder about the identity of this enigmatic young soul master and what could possibly account for the considerable attention and discussion surrounding him. At that moment, the middle-aged man suddenly turned to Lin Yu and inquired, "Hey, young man, you are also a soul master, aren't you?" Lin Yu nodded and replied, "Yes. I am from the spirit hall." The middle-aged man's eyes brightened with surprise as he exclaimed, "Oh, the spirit hall. That is indeed a sanctuary for soul masters. I never would have imagined that a young man like you hails from there." Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, those around them cast envious glances in Lin Yu's direction. The Spirit Hall, as one of the most powerful soul master organizations in the Douluo continent, holds an undeniable status and influence. To be a member of the Spirit Hall is undoubtedly a mark of honor. Chapter 13, The Mysterious Soul Master. To Lin Yu smiled somewhat shyly and modestly replied, "Haha. It's nothing much." However, deep down, he felt a sense of pride. After all, his affiliation with the Spirit Hall had indeed conferred numerous advantages upon him. At that moment, the elderly man curiously leaned in and inquired, "What is your opinion of this mysterious young soul master?" Lin Yu furrowed his brow, enveloped in contemplation. He pondered inwardly, who exactly is this enigmatic young soul master? Is his prowess and talent truly as remarkable as the accolades suggest? Although the external world extols his virtues, Lin Yu felt compelled to witness his abilities firsthand to ascertain his genuine greatness. Resolving to uncover the truth, he decided to seek an opportunity to delve deeper into the reality of this young soul master's capabilities. Lin Yu pondered for a moment and remarked, "I believe that since he has garnered such a formidable reputation, he must possess extraordinary qualities. However, to truly comprehend his prowess, one must witness it firsthand." At this, those around him nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Indeed, we have heard tales of his exploits, yet to genuinely grasp the extent of his abilities, personal experience is essential." Everyone was filled with anticipation. Subsequently, Lin Yu lingered in the square for a while longer before turning to leave. As he continued his leisurely stroll through the town streets, his mind remained preoccupied with questions about the enigmatic young soul master. Just then, a chorus of gasps shattered the tranquility. Lin Yu swiftly turned his head and discovered a little girl recklessly dashing towards a speeding horse-drawn carriage, with danger looming ominously. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned the power within him, racing towards the girl like a bolt of lightning. He enveloped her in his arms just in time, successfully averting the carriage and preventing a tragic incident. What a close call! The onlookers collectively exhaled, the tense atmosphere finally easing. "Thank you, big brother," the girl, her pale face betraying her fright, trembled slightly as she clung to Lin Yu, finding solace in his presence. Her eyes sparkled with gratitude and reliance, as if she regarded him as her savior. "You're welcome, but please do not run off like that next time," Lin Yu gently reassured her, softly patting her back to instill a sense of safety. At that moment, the girl's mother rushed over, her face etched with worry and anxiety. Upon seeing her daughter safe and sound, she breathed a sigh of relief. She embraced her daughter tightly and repeatedly expressed her gratitude to Lin Yu, saying, "Thank you, young sir, for your timely intervention. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable." Lin Yu smiled and waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was of no concern. "It's nothing. Just ensure you keep a close watch on your child in the future," he said kindly. After bidding farewell to the mother and daughter, Lin Yu continued his leisurely stroll through the town, feeling lighthearted and savoring the rare moments of tranquility. As he walked, he came upon a bustling tavern. "Let me step inside and perhaps glean more information regarding that young soul master," he mused to himself. Thus, he entered the tavern. Inside, the atmosphere was vibrant and lively, filled with the sounds of laughter and conversation. Lin Yu found an empty seat and ordered some food and drinks. He sat quietly, listening intently to the chatter around him, hoping to glean some useful information. "Hey, have you heard? That mysterious young soul master has made another appearance." A nearby table was engaged in hushed conversation, their voices brimming with curiosity and excitement, capturing Lin Yu's attention. Lin Yu perked up his ears, listening intently. "Is it true? Where did it happen?" a person asked with a face full of anticipation. "It seems to have occurred in the neighboring town. They say a remarkable victory has been achieved," another replied with excitement. "Wow, that's incredible. I can't wait to witness it," the third person exclaimed in admiration, as Lin Yu savored the delicacies and listened intently to the discussions around him. His curiosity about the enigmatic young soul master deepened. He yearned to uncover the identity of this individual and the reason for the commotion surrounding him. Thus, he resolved to continue his exploration of the town, hoping to unearth some clues. After satisfying his hunger, Lin Yu exited the tavern and resumed his quest through the town. As night descended, the lights gradually illuminated the streets, casting a warm glow over the bustling area. Strolling amidst the vibrant atmosphere, Lin Yu reveled in the town's lively spirit. Unbeknownst to him, darkness slowly enveloped the sky. Gazing at the illuminated town, he was filled with profound reflections. This place thrived with vitality, and its inhabitants lived in contentment. The rumors of the mysterious young soul master added an intriguing layer to the town's allure. Perchance, he mused, I should seek out this young soul master and engage in a friendly duel. It had been far too long since he had encountered a worthy opponent, and a contest with this young master promised to be an exhilarating experience. With this thought, Lin Yu's resolve solidified. He decided to embark on his journey the following day in search of the elusive young soul master. At dawn, as the sun began to rise, Lin Yu meticulously packed his belongings and departed the town, setting forth on his quest. Burdened with a heavy backpack filled with provisions, water, and essentials, he donned a lightweight outfit and sturdy boots, his stride resolute and confident. Along the way, Lin Yu encountered a diverse array of individuals. Some regaled him with tales and legends of the mysterious young soul master, igniting his intrigue. Others urged him to abandon his pursuit, deeming it an impossible endeavor. Yet, Lin Yu remained undeterred by their words, firmly believing in his ability to locate the enigmatic soul master and acquire profound soul techniques from him. As time progressed, Lin Yu gradually acclimated to the rigors of his journey. He learned to navigate adverse weather and challenging terrain, as well as how to communicate with strangers to glean useful information. Throughout his travels, he incessantly sought news of the mysterious young soul master, gradually piecing together a clearer portrait of this individual. It was said that the enigmatic young soul master hailed from a distant land, possessing formidable soul techniques and extraordinary combat prowess. He had once exhibited astonishing strength in a fierce battle, leaving countless onlookers in awe. Yet, details of his origins and background remained scarce. It was known only that he wandered in search of more powerful adversaries and deeper soul techniques. Lin Yu silently vowed to seek out the enigmatic young soul master, to learn profound soul techniques and enhance his own strength. No matter the challenges and obstacles that lay ahead, he would not falter. He believed that with unwavering persistence, he could surely realize his aspirations. Chapter 14. Unveiling the veil of the mysterious soul master in the long and arduous journey of pursuit, Lin Yu found himself ensconced within an immense enigma. Each step taken with cautious yet resolute intent, he resembled an indefatigable explorer, tirelessly navigating the intricate labyrinth of clues, striving to inch closer to the truth. I must uncover the answer. I must reveal the true identity of this mysterious soul master, Lin Yu resolutely told himself, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Day and night, he meticulously sifted through the seemingly chaotic clues, leaving no detail unexamined in his quest to unearth the pivotal connection within the tangled web. As days turned into weeks, Lin Yu's eyes became bloodshot, yet his spirit soared ever higher. Ultimately, after extensive contemplation and reasoning, he stumbled upon some faint traces of evidence. Although these clues were minuscule, they offered him fresh insights and directions. One day, as Lin Yu immersed himself once more in the study of the clues, a sudden flash of brilliance illuminated his mind. "Ah!" he gasped, locking his gaze intently upon the threads of evidence in his hand. He began to scrutinize the relationships among these clues, striving to discern the concealed patterns within. As time passed, Lin Yu's furrowed brow gradually relaxed, a flicker of joy gracing his countenance. This mysterious soul master possessed the blue-silver grass martial spirit, which was widely regarded in the soul master realm as a useless spirit. Yet, this individual was able to cultivate the blue-silver grass martial spirit to attain such formidable power, truly a miracle. Lin Yu marveled, astonishment etched across his face. He could scarcely fathom how a martial spirit deemed worthless could wield such immense potency in the hands of this enigmatic soul master. However, this was merely the tip of the iceberg. According to the existing clues, this mysterious soul master also possessed a unique method that enabled him to engage in combat beyond his level. This indicated that even when facing adversaries of higher rank, he could effortlessly contend with and potentially overcome them. Such an ability was undoubtedly unparalleled in the realm of soul masters. Lin Yu silently recited these pivotal pieces of information, his mind conjuring vague images. As his contemplation deepened, an inexplicable sense of familiarity surged within him. It felt as though this sensation was hinting that the identity of the mysterious soul master was not entirely foreign, yet he struggled to pinpoint who it might be. Why do I feel this way? Where have I encountered this person before? Lin Yu furrowed his brow, lost in profound reflection. His mind operated like a rapidly whirring machine, scouring the recesses of his memory in hopes of unearthing something that correlated with this feeling of familiarity. Suddenly, a bold conjecture surged within Lin Yu's heart. Could it possibly be him? Once this thought emerged, it proliferated like wild grass, consuming his entire mind. At that moment, his companion Su Yao approached. Noticing Lin Yu's intense concentration, she could not help but inquire, "Lin Yu, what occupies your thoughts so deeply?" Lin Yu regained his senses, shifting his gaze from the clues to Su Yao, and remarked, "Su Yao, these clues and the characteristics of this enigmatic soul master remind me of someone." "Oh, who might that be?" Su Yao inquired eagerly. Lin Yu took a deep breath and slowly said, Tang San. Tang San. Who is he? Is he formidable?" Su Yao's eyes widened in astonishment, her expression filled with confusion. Lin Yu nodded, a glimmer of awe flickering in his eyes, and continued, "Indeed. The more I examine these clues, the more I find him strikingly familiar. He is an exceptionally powerful soul master, possessing a unique martial spirit and astonishing strength." Su Yao furrowed her brow and replied, "However, isn't this just too coincidental? Could it be that you are overthinking it?" Lin Yu shook his head, his gaze resolute as iron, and declared with unwavering conviction, "No, My intuition tells me otherwise. His eyes reflected a fervent determination and confidence, as if he possessed absolute certainty in his judgment. Simultaneously, fragments of memories from his past life began to shimmer in his mind like countless twinkling stars. They flickered faintly in the darkness, each representing a forgotten moment from a bygone era. Within those hazy images, a figure seemed to gradually align with the identity he was piecing together now. It must be him. Lin Yu silently shouted within, overwhelmed with emotion. He felt a powerful surge rise within him, compelling him to pursue those lost memories. He firmly believed that this figure was a significant person from his previous life, one who held immense importance to him. I must seize these memories. Lin Yu tightly closed his eyes, exerting all his effort to capture the remnants of his past. His thoughts raced like a wild stallion, galloping through the ocean of recollections. He struggled desperately, trying to grasp that crucial thread that would weave all the fragmented memories back together. Almost there, Lin Yu murmured to himself, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His breath quickened, heart racing, as he immersed himself fully in this pursuit of memory. Suddenly, as if a lightning bolt had split the dark night sky, a name flashed clearly through his mind, Tang San. Those two syllables served as a key, unlocking the door to his past life's memories. Waves of images surged forth, enveloping him, rendering him unable to extricate himself. Lin Yu abruptly opened his eyes. Disbelief etched across his face, his gaze widened in shock. It truly was him. He sat there dazed, the recent images echoing incessantly in his mind. The turmoil within him akin to tumultuous waves. How could this be? Lin Yu murmured to himself, his expression vacant, as if he had lost focus. I am destined to intersect with such a figure. He recalled every detail related to Tang San from his previous life. Those once vague memories now surged back with clarity, flooding his consciousness. He remembered Tang San's unparalleled strength, his unyielding will, and his unique charisma, a profound sense of reverence swelling within him. He was destined to be the pinnacle of the Douluo continent in the future, possessing boundless potential and talent, while I am merely a fledgling character. Faced with such a formidable opponent, can I truly measure up? Lin Yu pondered inwardly, feeling both a twinge of excitement and a hint of anxiety. However, he was not to be subdued by fear. Instead, it ignited a fighting spirit deep within him. He understood that encountering a powerhouse like Tang San was both a challenge and an opportunity. Only through engaging with the strong could he continuously elevate himself and push beyond his limits. I will not retreat, nor can I retreat. Lin Yu took a deep breath, a resolute glimmer shining in his eyes. Whatever awaits me ahead, I shall confront it with unwavering determination. Lin Yu's heart began to experience a tumult of emotions. On one hand, he yearned to encounter a formidable figure like Tang San, eager to elevate himself through the trials of challenge. On the other hand, he harbored concerns that his own strength might prove inadequate to confront the challenges that Tang San could present. No, I must not falter. Lin Yu gritted his teeth, rallying himself within. I must face this boldly, regardless of what the future may hold. I shall give it my all. Lin Yu took a deep breath, allowing his emotions to gradually settle. He understood that this was neither the time for hesitation nor fear. He must prepare himself to confront a formidable adversary rooted in the memories of his past life. Su Yao, we must strive even harder, Lin Yu declared, his gaze fixed on Su Yao, filled with unwavering determination. Su Yao nodded vigorously and replied, rest assured, Lin Yu, I will always stand by your side. We shall face this together. Her voice conveyed a resolute strength and courage, enveloping Lin Yu in a profound warmth. Lin Yu cast a grateful glance at Su Yao before once more immersing himself in contemplation of the future. He was acutely aware that the path ahead would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges and difficulties, yet he held a steadfast belief that, through perseverance, he could surmount any obstacle. In the days that followed, Lin Yu dedicated himself even more fervently to his cultivation, relentlessly enhancing his capabilities. He meticulously analyzed each clue, seeking additional information regarding Tang San. Together with Su Yao, he deliberated strategies to adequately prepare for the impending challenges. They understood that this conflict was not merely a contest of strength, but also a test of wisdom and courage. Lin Yu harbored a singular conviction: to locate Tang San and unravel the mysteries at hand. Regardless of the magnitude of the hardships encountered, he vowed never to surrender, for he bore the hopes of the entire world upon his shoulders. No matter what the future held, he would have no regrets. In his heart, Lin Yu silently swore to bravely forge ahead, in pursuit of his own truth and glory. Chapter 15. Embarking on a new journey upon discerning that the enigmatic soul master was none other than Tang San. Lin Yu felt as though a colossal stone had been cast into his heart, sending ripples through his soul that refused to settle. He stood quietly in a secluded corner of the spirit hall, ensconced in a world that seemed to have distanced itself from him. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the clouds, cascading in beams that danced upon him, creating a mosaic of shadows and light, akin to an enigmatic tapestry. Lin Yu's profound gaze grew increasingly distant, as if striving to transcend the confines of time and space in pursuit of everything related to Tang San. Tang San. It is truly him. Lin Yu murmured to himself, his thoughts surging like a tempest. He recalled the memories of Tang San from a previous life. That powerful and legendary figure, now inextricably intertwined with his own fate. Lin Yu gradually closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to descend into the depths of his past life memories. Those fragments of recollections, long slumbering and seemingly buried beneath the dust of time, now unfurled like an ancient scroll within the confines of his mind. He beheld Tang San from his previous existence, displaying unparalleled grace across a myriad of scenes. In the midst of fierce battles, Tang San wielded his blue-silver grass martial spirit, his form as agile as that of a leopard. Each movement imbued with boundless strength and exquisite skill. A resolute and fearless conviction radiated from his gaze, as if nothing in this world could impede his forward march. The ferocity with which he fought was truly awe-inspiring, making it no wonder he emerged as such an exceptional figure. Lin Yu could not help but marvel inwardly. Furthermore, Tang San's unwavering demeanor in the face of adversity left a profound impression on Lin Yu. His brow slightly furrowed, his eyes sparkled with an indomitable light. Even in the direst of situations, he would never concede defeat. This tenacious spirit evoked deep admiration within Lin Yu. He also witnessed the profound bond shared among Tang San and his companions, as they supported each other, advancing and retreating together, confronting countless challenges and hardships side by side. Lin Yu felt a deep sense of sentimentality. Such genuine friendship was indeed rare. He meticulously sifted through these memories, leaving no detail overlooked. It seemed that his blue-silver grass martial soul possessed numerous unique abilities. What could they possibly entail? As he pondered, he strained to recollect. With the passage of time, some hazy images began to sharpen. He witnessed Tang San's focused demeanor during his training, observed his composed responses when confronted by formidable foes, and noted his decisive actions in critical moments. It turned out that he had such a rich history. Lin Yu captured glimpses of Tang San's lesser-known past, experiences that had forged his indomitable character. No wonder he was so formidable. It was all a result of his relentless efforts. Lin Yu's admiration for Tang San grew even deeper. Lin Yu continued to immerse himself in memories, delving deeper into the essence of Tang San. He discovered that Tang San possessed not only extraordinary strength, but also noble character and unwavering conviction. Tang San steadfastly adhered to his principles, remaining unshaken by external influences. He treated his friends with sincerity while showing no mercy to his foes. This harmonious blend of toughness and gentleness rendered him a figure of great admiration. Moreover, Lin Yu noted Tang San's attitude towards spirit beasts. He understood that spirit beasts were living entities, not merely tools or resources. Tang San respected the life of every spirit beast, refraining from harming them lightly. This compassionate approach towards spirit beasts reflected the kindness and benevolence that resided deep within Tang San's heart. As Lin Yu explored the depths of Tang San's memories, he gained a profound understanding of this formidable adversary. He realized that to conquer Tang San, it was essential not only to enhance his own abilities, but also to learn from Tang San's virtues. Only through continual self-improvement could he truly reach the pinnacle of strength. Armed with this invaluable insight, Lin Yu developed a more comprehensive and profound understanding of Tang San. He recognized the immense power and potential Tang San possessed. Without careful consideration, he could face significant threats. However, he also understood that merely comprehending his opponent was insufficient. He needed to devise effective strategies and plans to gain an advantage in the competition against Tang San. Thus, Lin Yu began meticulously analyzing Tang San's character traits and behavioral patterns, striving to identify his weaknesses and predict his next moves. Simultaneously, he contemplated how to leverage his strengths and utilize the resources around him to enhance his own power. After thorough contemplation, Lin Yu finally formulated a detailed action plan. He resolved to focus first on augmenting his strength through relentless training and learning, thereby increasing his soul power and combat skills. Additionally, he aimed to strengthen coordination with his teammates to collectively confront Tang San. I must be thoroughly prepared and avoid hasty actions, Lin Yu silently reminded himself. At that moment, Su Yao approached. Observing Lin Yu's contemplative demeanor, she curiously inquired, Lin Yu, what are you thinking about so intently? Snapping back to reality, Lin Yu smiled and replied, It's nothing, just pondering a few matters. Yu widened her eyes in surprise and said, Oh, really? You don't seem to be contemplating ordinary issues. Are you thinking about Tang-san? Lin Yu nodded, admitting, Indeed, I am considering Tang-san. After all, he is our future rival. I must understand his situation to better prepare for him. Suyo furrowed her brow, expressing concern, but is Tang-san truly that powerful? Can we defeat him? Lin Yu gently patted Su Yao's shoulder, offering words of comfort. Rest assured, as long as we unite and diligently enhance our abilities, we will undoubtedly triumph over him. Moreover, I have already devised a comprehensive action plan. I am confident that we shall succeed. Upon hearing Lin Yu's unwavering confidence, Suyo felt her spirits lift slightly. With a smile, she replied, All right, I shall place my trust in you this once. However, you mustn't let me down. Lin Yu chuckled softly, assuring her, Fear not. I will not disappoint anyone. Curiosity piqued, Suyo asked, What have you thought of so far? A glimmer of contemplation passed through Lin Yu's eyes as he slowly articulated. I pondered his formidable strength, that awe-inspiring power, his unique martial soul and skills, which seem like gifts bestowed by the heavens, and his character and experiences, behind which lie countless untold stories. Admiration lit up Su Yao's face as she exclaimed, Wow, you managed to think of so much. What do you plan to do next? Lin Yu furrowed his brow, his gaze resolute as he responded, I must train even harder, continuously enhancing my strength. Only then will I possess the means to confront him. Su Yao nodded vigorously in agreement, saying, Yes, I support you. However, do not become overly anxious. Together, we can overcome any difficulties. Lin Yu cast a grateful glance at Su Yao, sincerely stating, Thank you, Su Yao. With you by my side, I feel considerably more at ease. To better prepare for the myriad challenges that may lie ahead, Lin Yu committed himself to rigorous training. He immersed himself wholeheartedly in the study of martial arts, tirelessly working day and night, leading to a remarkable enhancement of his soul power. Each night, while most had succumbed to slumber, Lin Yu remained steadfast in the training room. His clothes drenched in sweat, yet he showed no signs of fatigue. Deep within his heart resided a singular, unwavering belief to grow stronger. I must surpass myself to have any chance of rivaling Tang-san, Lin Yu silently encouraged himself. Simultaneously, he proactively sought out exchanges with other skilled practitioners, eager to glean invaluable insights and wisdom from their experiences. During a sparring session with a seasoned soul master, Lin Yu focused intently on countering each of his opponent's strikes. Suddenly, the soul master unleashed a fierce assault, and Lin Yu swiftly reacted, deftly sidestepping while rapidly formulating a counter-strategy in his mind. Take this. Lin Yu seized the moment, calling out as he swiftly executed a newly learned technique. This maneuver, evolved from a martial arts skill remembered from his past life, though not yet perfected, exhibited considerable potency. His opponent, caught off guard by this unexpected move, displayed a flicker of surprise. However, being a seasoned soul master, he quickly regained his composure and promptly responded. Thus ensued an intense exchange, both sides engaging fiercely, neither yielding an inch. In the end, Lin Yu found himself at a disadvantage, as his opponent discovered a flaw and emerged victorious. After the sparring session concluded, Lin Yu respectfully inquired, Senior, what shortcomings do you perceive in my performance? The seasoned soul master replied with a smile, Your reflexes are quite agile, and your command of this technique is commendable. However, you could benefit from greater flexibility in your application of the moves. Do not become overly fixated on the techniques themselves, but rather learn to adapt to the circumstances. Lin Yu nodded humbly and said, Thank you for your guidance, Senior. I will remember it. Throughout his preparations, he maintained a heightened sense of vigilance and keen insight. He continuously analyzed the information gleaned from his past life memories, endeavoring to anticipate Tang-san's potential courses of action. What would I do if I were Tang-san in this situation? Lin Yu often pondered. Through this perspective-taking, he gradually comprehended Tang-san's thought processes and decision-making habits, thus equipping himself to better confront the challenges ahead. At last, after thorough preparation, Lin Yu felt ready to embark on a new journey. He packed all the essential items into his satchel, shouldered it, and, with resolute conviction and aspirations for the future, departed from the Wuhuan Hall. Before his departure, Suyo came to see him off. Her eyes shimmered with concern and reluctance as she softly said, Lin Yu, you must take care. I will be here waiting for your return. Lin Yu paused, turned around, and smiled at Su Yao, gently patting her shoulder in reassurance. Do not worry, Su Yao. I will take good care of myself. When I return, we shall continue our adventures together. With that, Lin Yu turned and walked away, not glancing back. His steps were resolute and powerful, imbued with a sense of determination and purpose. He understood that this journey would present formidable challenges. Yet he firmly believed that only through such trials could he truly grow and become stronger. Lin Yu embarked on a new journey, acutely aware that the path ahead was fraught with uncertainty and challenges. Yet, he faced it without trepidation, for he held a firm belief that, armed with the knowledge gleaned from his past life's memories and his ever-evolving prowess, he would undoubtedly carve out his own path amidst the intertwining destinies with Tang San, ultimately realizing his aspirations. His steps were resolute and powerful, each stride seemingly infused with hopes and determination for the future. Within his heart blazed a fervent flame, a yearning for exploration of the unknown and a relentless pursuit of his dreams. Chapter 16. The Nodding Layout 1. After leaving the Spirit Hall, Lin Yu followed the memories of his past life to the city of Nodding in the kingdom of Barak, where Tang Sen would attend school. Upon his arrival, the scene before him evoked a sense of familiarity and warmth. At this moment, Lin Yu stood resolutely on the bustling streets of Nodding, gazing steadfastly into the distance. He understood well that although this city appeared unremarkable, it was the very starting point for the grand plans he aspired to realize. In this world brimming with uncertainties and challenges, networking would be the key to unlocking the doors of success. Thus, he took a deep breath, adjusted his attire, and resolutely made his way towards the social venues filled with unknowns and opportunities. Lin Yu began to make frequent appearances at various aristocratic banquets. There, the resplendent palaces, dazzling lights, and melodious music collectively created a unique ambience. This extraordinary stage became the prime venue for him to showcase his personal charm. Lin Yu was adorned in an exquisitely tailored and utterly fitting gown, his strides both assured and composed. Every movement he made appeared as if it had been meticulously chiseled, flawlessly showcasing an air of elegance. The moment he entered the banquet hall, countless gazes immediately converged upon him. Wow, he has arrived. Someone whispered in astonishment. Look, he is simply radiant today. A noblewoman could not help but exclaim in admiration. Lin Yu wore a gentle smile, courteously nodding to those around him, his composed demeanor evoking a sense of fondness. He gracefully navigated through the crowd, occasionally engaging in brief conversations with this nobleman or exchanging polite pleasantries with that noblewoman. His comportment was both elegant and appropriate, with every detail attended to with exquisite precision. Your gown is truly splendid today, Lin Yu remarked to a lady with a smile. Oh, thank you. You are quite the charmer, the lady responded joyfully. Lin Yu could not help but feel a sense of quiet satisfaction within, though he refrained from displaying such emotions on his countenance. Instead, he maintained a polite and humble smile, as if it had become second nature to him. His steps were light and graceful, weaving through the crowd, creating a stark contrast with those around him. He seemed to possess a unique charm that effortlessly drew people towards him. Every movement appeared so natural and fluid, evoking the impression that he had emerged from an aristocratic lineage. His gaze was keen and penetrating, always able to swiftly identify influential figures and approach them for conversation. His voice was deep yet gentle, imbued with an irresistible warmth. Good day to you, esteemed sir. I am truly delighted to encounter you here. Lin Yu greeted a prominent figure with a smile, his tone revealing a hint of excitement and anticipation, as if the individual were someone he had longed to meet. Oh, and who might you be? The noble's face displayed a look of mild confusion, his eyes fixed intently upon Lin Yu. Without a hint of fluster, Lin Yu exhibited remarkable composure. Aware of the need to leave a lasting impression, he introduced himself in the most succinct and clear manner. I am Lin Yu, having only recently arrived here, and I hope you might extend your guidance to me in the future, he stated earnestly, his eyes reflecting respect and gratitude towards the noble. After delivering this line, Lin Yu maintained his courteous smile, his gaze filled with esteem for the esteemed individual. He understood that in such circumstances, showing respect was paramount, as it was the key to earning goodwill and trust. The noble nodded slightly, a barely perceptible glimmer of appreciation flashing in his eyes, seemingly satisfied with Lin Yu's demeanor. Observing this, Lin Yu's heart swelled with delight, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He recognized that gaining the noble's acknowledgement meant he had successfully carved out an impression in the minds of the elite, a crucial step for his future endeavors. He continued to navigate elegantly through the banquet hall, his keen eyes searching for the next significant person to befriend. Each step exuded a calm assurance, as if the entire world was under his command. Throughout his interactions with these influential figures, Lin Yu upheld a humble attitude, engaging sincerely to understand their needs and perspectives. Sir, what do you perceive to be the current developmental trends in Nodding City? Lin Yu inquired softly, his tone infused with respect and curiosity. The noble furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating for a moment before slowly responding. Nodding City indeed possesses substantial potential for development. However, as he spoke, he hesitated, a shadow of concern flickering across his face. Lin Yu hurriedly nodded in agreement, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he remarked, "Indeed, that is precisely my sentiment. I have always held great optimism for the future of Nodding City." His countenance was imbued with sincerity, as though he genuinely anticipated the city's development. He then proceeded to engage in a dialogue with the nobleman regarding various topics related to Nodding City, attentively listening to each of the nobleman's words while occasionally sharing his own insights and perspectives. With a gentle yet resolute tone, he articulated his affection and confidence in the city, aspiring to garner the nobleman's acknowledgement and support. The nobleman regarded Lin Yu with a smile and nodded in affirmation, beginning to share his own understanding and aspirations for Nodding City, emphasizing its potential and opportunities. Lin Yu listened intently, nodding in agreement while also proffering some of his own viewpoints and suggestions. Through this exchange, he gained a deeper understanding of the nobleman's perceptions and expectations for Nodding City, which provided him with a clearer vision and direction for his own future there. He recognized that maintaining a good rapport with such influential figures was essential for establishing and advancing his position in the city. As their conversation progressed, Lin Yu increasingly felt that his initiative to engage with the nobleman had been an exceedingly wise choice. They deliberated on enhancing Nodding City's economic strength, improving infrastructure, and attracting more talent, exchanging ideas and thoughts with one another. Lin Yu discovered that despite their lofty status, these nobles were remarkably approachable, willing to consider others' opinions and suggestions. In conclusion, Lin Yu expressed his gratitude to the nobleman, affirming his commitment to actively participate in the development of Nodding City. The nobleman, smiling encouragingly, expressed his belief that Lin Yu would undoubtedly achieve success in this city. Chapter 17. The Nodding Layout 2 for those exceptionally powerful soul masters. Lin Yu approached them with a humble desire to learn. He understood that these individuals were seasoned experts of remarkable prowess, and that their guidance and support could significantly expedite his growth. Consequently, he always engaged with these formidable figures with a sense of reverence, eager to absorb invaluable knowledge and skills from them. At a particular banquet, Lin Yu encountered an extraordinary soul master named Carlos, a formidable individual renowned as the Star Minter. His presence enlivened the entire event, prompting many attendees to approach him with greetings. Lin Yu, too, felt a rush of excitement. He swiftly approached Carlos, bowing respectfully and proclaiming, "Esteemed senior, are you not the illustrious Star Minter Carlos? I have long admired your esteemed reputation. I have always been in awe of your formidable prowess, and it is indeed a tremendous honor for me to meet you today." The Star Minter Carlos regarded the young soul master before him with a slight smile, nodding as he replied, "Ah, young one, how did you recognize me? Do you have any inquiries?" Lin Yu hastily responded, "Esteemed Minter Xingqian, I find myself entangled in some perplexities regarding the cultivation of soul skills. I wonder if you might offer me your guidance." Upon hearing this, Minter Carlos of Xingqian revealed a slight smile and replied, "Certainly, do share your concerns." Lin Yu proceeded to articulate his issues in detail, while Minter Carlos listened intently, occasionally nodding in understanding and furrowing his brow in contemplation. Once Lin Yu concluded, Minter Carlos pondered for a moment before slowly speaking, "I see. The challenges you face are not insurmountable, though they do necessitate a certain level of skill and experience to navigate. First and foremost, you must pay attention to the regulation of your own breath. Additionally, when confronting adversaries, do not adopt a rigid approach. Rather, be adaptable in employing various strategies and techniques. Lastly, maintaining a balanced mindset is paramount. Remain calm and confident, trusting in your ability to overcome obstacles." Lin Yu listened with rapt attention, nodding frequently in agreement, secretly admiring the profound erudition and unique insights of Master Xingqian. Once the master concluded his discourse, Lin Yu rose respectfully, performing a courteous bow and expressing his heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed Minter, for your invaluable guidance. I have truly gained immeasurable benefit." His face radiated sincerity and appreciation, with a glimmer of excitement shining in his eyes. Master Xingqian, Carlos smiled gently and gestured for Lin Yu to take a seat, speaking earnestly, "No need for such formality, young one. I see great potential in you. With diligent effort, you are destined for greatness. It brings me joy to assist you on this fortunate occasion." Lin Yu nodded vigorously, affirming that he would forever cherish the mentor's teachings and double his efforts in cultivation. Lin Yu was acutely aware of the rarity of the opportunity to receive guidance from the extraordinarily talented star mentor. He resolutely resolved to make the most of this chance to enhance his abilities. Observing Lin Yu's earnest and studious demeanor, the star mentor could not help but feel a surge of admiration for him. He recognized that a young individual with such potential and diligence as Lin Yu was destined for a remarkable future. Perhaps, in time, he might even find himself seeking Lin Yu's assistance. In his dealings with certain influential figures, Lin Yu adeptly catered to their preferences. On one occasion, he learned of a powerful individual who had a particular fondness for a rare piece of art. Determined to find something akin to it, he embarked on a quest for information. After considerable effort, he discovered the whereabouts of the coveted artwork, only to find that it had already been purchased by another. Nevertheless, Lin Yu refused to concede defeat. Through various channels, he ultimately managed to contact the buyer and persuaded him to part with the piece. After great exertion, Lin Yu succeeded in locating an exceedingly similar artwork. When he met with the influential figure, he greeted him with a smile and said, "My lord, I happened upon a small item that I believe is particularly suited to you, so I have brought it as a gift." As he gently opened the box to reveal the artwork inside, the powerful individual's eyes gleamed with delight. "Oh my, this is truly unexpected. You have shown such thoughtfulness," he exclaimed with evident joy. Lin Yu smiled modestly and replied, "Your Excellency is too kind. It is my greatest honor to bring you joy." He then added, "In truth, I am merely fulfilling a friend's request to present this gift to you. However, since you cherish it so dearly, I consider my task complete." The dignitary nodded with a satisfied smile, saying, "Indeed, your friend is quite commendable. I must make it a point to be introduced to him when the opportunity arises. That said, this piece of art truly aligns with my tastes. I am very fond of it." Lin Yu quickly responded, "I am delighted to hear that you appreciate it. I shall convey your admiration to my friend." The two then engaged in a delightful discussion about art, fostering a harmonious atmosphere. Ultimately, the dignitary invited Lin Yu to dine together, expressing his desire to extend his gratitude. Thus, Lin Yu established a commendable rapport with these influential figures. Through his meticulousness and dedication, he endeared himself to them, laying a more solid foundation for his future endeavors within this circle. Lin Yu was acutely aware that in order to establish himself within this circle, it was imperative to maintain amicable relations with the influential figures. Thus, he spared no effort in catering to their preferences, yearning for their recognition and support. For these elites, Lin Yu represented a valuable resource. Not only did he possess remarkable talent and capability, but he also understood the nuances of interpersonal relations, rendering him an exceedingly popular individual. As time progressed, Lin Yu's standing among these dignitaries solidified. He began to attract increased attention and admiration, simultaneously acquiring greater opportunities and resources. He adeptly utilized these connections to continually enhance his strength and influence, advancing towards his aspirations. Throughout this journey, Lin Yu encountered various challenges and obstacles. Yet he steadfastly believed that perseverance would enable him to surmount any difficulties and realize his dreams. Ultimately, through his relentless efforts and innate talent, he emerged as a figure of considerable prominence within this sphere. Chapter 18. The Nottingham Layout 3. On a day graced by gentle breezes and warm sunshine, Lin Yu strolled through the streets of Nottingham, relishing the caress of the sun and the soft whispers of the wind. At that moment, he fortuitously encountered an exquisitely dressed individual, exuding an extraordinary presence. Upon inquiry, he discovered that this person was none other than the influential merchant, Ma Hu, renowned throughout Nottingham. When Lin Yu first laid eyes on Ma Hu, an indescribable surge of excitement welled up within him. Surely, this was the illustrious merchant he had heard so much about. Indeed, seeing him in person was far more impressive than any tales told. Lin Yu mused to himself quietly. Without hesitation, he approached, his face illuminated by a sincere smile, and politely greeted Ma Hu, saying, "Good day, esteemed merchant Ma Hu. I have long been aware of your esteemed name. To meet you today is truly an honor." The merchant, intrigued, scrutinized Lin Yu from head to toe, a flicker of curiosity dancing in his eyes, and replied with a smile, "Oh, and who might you be? How is it that you know of me?" Lin Yu promptly replied with a smile, "I am Lin Yu, I have always held profound admiration for your remarkable achievements in the business realm. I believe that your successful experiences are an invaluable treasure for our younger generation. Thus, it is truly a stroke of luck to have the opportunity to meet you here today. Through numerous in-depth conversations with affluent merchants, Lin Yu gleaned some of their unique philosophies and invaluable insights regarding commerce. These experiences greatly enriched him, prompting him to exclaim with heartfelt admiration, "Esteemed sir, the decisions you have made in business are undeniably astute. I deeply respect your wisdom and insight. As a junior, I am truly in awe." Upon hearing this, the affluent merchant erupted into hearty laughter and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Haha, you flatter me. They are merely some words of experience. Young people, as long as you are willing to learn and apply yourselves, rewards will surely follow." Lin Yu eagerly nodded in agreement and seized the opportunity to seek the wealthy merchant's counsel on various commercial matters. Observing Lin Yu's earnest desire to learn, the merchant generously imparted his extensive experience garnered over the years. He meticulously elucidated each facet, from market trend analysis and product positioning to marketing strategies. Lin Yu listened with rapt attention, frequently posing questions and suggestions, engaging in fervent discussions with the merchant. As time gradually elapsed, Lin Yu, through relentless study and practice, began to master a wealth of commercial knowledge and skills. Simultaneously, through his sincerity and talent, he successfully garnered the trust and friendship of the merchant. The merchant not only provided Lin Yu with substantial assistance and support in his business endeavors, but also introduced him to a plethora of other significant networking opportunities. Lin Yu cherished this hard-won friendship and resources deeply, striving even harder to enhance his knowledge and capabilities, aspiring to achieve greater success in the commercial realm, thereby honoring the merchant's trust and support. Throughout this journey, Lin Yu discovered that his perspective broadened significantly, and his mindset underwent a profound transformation. He began to perceive the business world from an entirely new vantage point, no longer confined to immediate gains, but rather focusing on long-term development and strategic planning. This shift enabled Lin Yu to navigate the commercial landscape with remarkable ease, propelling his career to new heights. All of this he owed to the guidance and teachings of the esteemed merchant. Moreover, Lin Yu actively sought connections with some hidden forces lurking in the shadows. Although these entities were largely unknown to the public, their influence was formidable. Lin Yu was acutely aware that engaging with them required extraordinary caution and vigilance, as any misstep could lead to unforeseen troubles. When meeting with a representative of a mysterious faction, Lin Yu's heart brimmed with trepidation. He understood the significance of this meeting, yet he was equally cognizant of the inherent risks. The background and intentions of this enigmatic group remained shrouded in secrecy, making collaboration with them undoubtedly perilous. Nonetheless, Lin Yu perceived this as a rare opportunity. If he could successfully establish a fruitful relationship, it might open a new door to his future. "What brings you to us?" the other party inquired in a low, resonant voice, reminiscent of whispers from the abyss, sending a chill down Lin Yu's spine. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu endeavored to maintain his composure. Gazing into the depths of the representative's piercing eyes, he responded resolutely, "I seek to collaborate with you. I firmly believe we can assist one another and achieve mutual success." The representative fell silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating Lin Yu's words. Finally, he spoke, "Share your terms." This statement pierced Lin Yu's heart like a sharp blade. He acutely recognized that every subsequent word would determine the trajectory of their dialogue. Lin Yu elaborated on his thoughts and plans in great detail, encompassing his vision for the future and the potential for mutual growth. He underscored his strengths and resources, expressing a willingness to share these invaluable assets with the other party. Simultaneously, he articulated several reasonable requests, hoping for corresponding support and cooperation in return. After listening, the other party fell into deep contemplation, refraining from an immediate response. As time ticked away, a palpable tension enveloped the room. Lin Yu's heart raced, uncertain whether he had convinced the other party, or even if they genuinely cared about his words. At that moment, the other party suddenly lifted their gaze, a subtle glimmer of insight flickering in their eyes. "This matter requires careful consideration," they said earnestly, looking intently at Lin Yu. Lin Yu nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. After all, they were about to confront a world rife with uncertainties, where every step necessitated careful deliberation. As he departed, Lin Yu silently prayed for the successful fruition of their collaboration. He was acutely aware that only through this could he better accomplish the tasks that lay ahead. With the passage of time, Lin Yu's network of connections steadily expanded. He often found himself pondering in solitude during the late hours, reminiscing about his experiences and the achievements he had garnered. At last, the fruits of my networking efforts began to manifest, laying a solid foundation for my exploratory journey in Nottingham City. Lin Yu mused with inner satisfaction. However, he also recognized that this was merely the beginning. A myriad of challenges and opportunities awaited him on the horizon. He would persistently strive to broaden his connections and enhance his capabilities, equipping himself to confront the myriad difficulties of the future. In this enigmatic world, Lin Yu would forge ahead with unwavering resolve, utilizing wisdom and courage to carve out a realm that was distinctly his own. These invaluable connections would undoubtedly serve as pivotal support on his path forward. Chapter 19. The Nottingham strategy. For Lin Yu was acutely aware that in order to successfully advance the forthcoming layout, fraught with challenges and opportunities, ample resource preparation was of paramount importance. Thus, he resolutely immersed himself in the intense and bustling preparatory work. "Hey, my friend. I see you have been quite busy in the materials market lately," remarked a fellow shopper in the market to Lin Yu one day. Lin Yu smiled and responded, "Indeed. For the sake of future aspirations, I must diligently prepare." He first directed his keen gaze towards the bustling markets of rare materials in Nottingham City, alive with activity. Each day, he tirelessly navigated through the throngs of people and the dazzling array of stalls, his eyes reflecting determination and focus as he meticulously sought out materials that could play a pivotal role in his grand plans for the future. In recent days, Lin Yu had frequented this market, earnestly searching for the materials he required. As he walked, he surveyed the various items displayed at the stalls, occasionally picking up a few to examine, yet more often than not, he would shake his head and move on. On this particular day, Lin Yu finally discovered the sought-after material, a mineral known as amethyst chalcedony. This stone could be refined into a substance called amethyst essence, renowned for its potent energy, suitable for crafting high-grade soul-guiding devices and elixirs. However, this mineral was exceedingly rare, found only in specific locations. After a round of haggling, Lin Yu successfully acquired the piece of amethyst chalcedony at a relatively fair price. He carefully stowed it away and continued his search for other essential materials within the market. In addition to the amethyst chalcedony, Lin Yu also collected numerous other precious items, such as millennium spirit wood and eternal cold iron. While these materials may not be as rare as the amethyst chalcedony, they were nonetheless indispensable for the creation of superior soul-guiding devices and elixirs. In his negotiations with the merchants, Lin Yu exhibited exceptional wit and eloquence. He was acutely aware that these merchants were seasoned negotiators, and obtaining favorable terms from them was no easy feat. Yet, he had his own strategies. "Sir, don't you think this price is a bit steep?" Lin Yu smiled as he engaged with a merchant, his tone laced with a hint of helplessness. "I genuinely wish to purchase, but your price truly puts me in a difficult position." The merchant frowned, a glimmer of cunning in his eyes. "Oh, this price is already quite reasonable. It cannot go any lower." Lin Yu chuckled inwardly, recognizing the tenacity of these merchants, yet he remained undeterred. With an air of calm confidence, he replied, "My dear sir, I urge you to reconsider. I shall be a frequent patron in the future, and we could establish a mutually beneficial partnership." The merchant hesitated momentarily, clearly swayed by Lin Yu's proposition. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yu continued, "Moreover, I can introduce numerous friends who would be eager to purchase your goods. Wouldn't that greatly enhance your business?" At last, the merchant relented. "Very well, then. Please, state your price." Lin Yu felt a surge of joy within, yet he maintained a facade of calmness. He quoted a price significantly lower than before, causing the merchant to widen his eyes in astonishment. "No, this price is far too low. I simply cannot make a profit," the merchant exclaimed in indignation. Lin Yu remained unfazed, fully aware that this was merely a tactic employed by merchants during negotiations. He calmly remarked, "Boss, there's no need to rush. We can discuss this at our leisure." After a spirited exchange of words, Lin Yu ultimately leveraged his intellect to procure a substantial quantity of high-quality metals at a relatively reasonable price. These metals shimmered under the sunlight, exuding a captivating brilliance, as if heralding their impending significance in the future. Subsequently, he diligently set out in search of rare herbs. These herbs emanated a unique and enigmatic aura, seemingly imbued with boundless power and secrets. Lin Yu felt a surge of anticipation, for he understood that these herbs might serve as invaluable allies on his path of cultivation. In addition to the extraordinary herbs, Lin Yu also encountered some rare crystals. These crystals sparkled with a dazzling luminosity, each one as precious as a radiant star. With utmost care, Lin Yu collected them, savoring the warmth and strength they bestowed upon him. These crystals could potentially play a pivotal role at crucial moments, offering Lin Yu formidable energy support. Lin Yu profoundly understood that knowledge held a paramount position in all of this. It was an intangible, yet immensely vital resource. Thus, he frequently traversed the solemn and stately library of Notting City, along with various venues steeped in an academic ambience. Each time he entered the library, the protagonist felt as though he were immersed in an ocean of knowledge, voraciously perusing an array of texts and documents related to the cultivation of soul masters and the mysteries of martial spirits. He read each line with unwavering focus, as if he sought to extract every essence contained within. Upon encountering valuable information, he would promptly seize paper and pen, diligently recording his findings, his concentrated demeanor akin to one treating the most precious of treasures. Through this process, he not only amassed a wealth of knowledge regarding martial spirits, but also gained a deeper understanding of the methods for acquiring soul rings. He was aware that only by hunting soul beasts could one obtain soul rings, yet the effects of rings of varying ages differed greatly. Additionally, he learned about some unique cultivation techniques that could aid him in enhancing his strength. This knowledge proved immensely beneficial, laying a solid foundation for his future endeavors. As time progressed, Lin Yu's reservoir of knowledge continually expanded, resembling an ever-growing treasury. The wisdom contained within this treasury not only guided him along his path of cultivation, minimizing detours, but also equipped him with a multitude of solutions when confronting challenges. Simultaneously, he recognized that the acquisition of knowledge was not an instantaneous feat, but rather required prolonged accumulation and effort. Therefore, he resolved to maintain this fervor for learning, continuously enriching his intellectual repository as he strove towards his aspiration of becoming a formidable soul master. "Hey, why do you spend all your time here? Don't you ever feel tired?" inquired a curious reader seated beside him, observing Lin Yu. Lin Yu lifted his head, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Haha. I'm not weary at all. The knowledge within is as alluring as a treasure." Simultaneously, he did not overlook the whispers of hidden treasure troves and ancient relics concealed within the city of Nottingham. He understood profoundly that these locales might harbor forgotten precious artifacts and formidable soul cultivation techniques, all of which would be indispensable in his future endeavors. To acquire such invaluable information, Lin Yu was willing to pay a hefty price, even going so far as to invest significant time and energy in befriending those who might possess insider knowledge. At an unanticipated gathering, Lin Yu's attention was drawn to a particularly enigmatic elder. A jolt of realization coursed through him, and without hesitation, he approached the elder and initiated a conversation. "Good sir, you appear to be quite knowledgeable," Lin Yu remarked with a smile. The elder cast a glance in his direction, smiling yet remaining silent. Undeterred, Lin Yu continued to engage the elder in conversation, transitioning from mundane topics to the legends of Nottingham. Gradually, the elder's demeanor softened towards Lin Yu. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yu subtly probed for information regarding the secret vaults and ancient relics. Under Lin Yu's earnestness and persistence, the elder finally divulged a few cryptic hints. "Youth, there are matters that are perhaps not meant for your ears. However, I can inform you that Nottingham indeed conceals some unknown secrets, though those are remnants of the past." Seldom spoken of in the present, the elder spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu felt a stir in his heart and continued to inquire. Are these secrets related to treasures? Or perhaps some powerful artifacts? The old man gently shook his head and replied, "I cannot ascertain whether they are connected to treasures. But many tales have unfolded in those places, and it is possible that some precious items lie buried there." A glimmer of excitement flickered in Lin Yu's eyes, for he knew he had finally uncovered a lead. He continued his dialogue with the elder, hoping to glean further information. After a thorough exchange, Lin Yu learned of a potential location for a secret treasure trove. Guided by the clues provided by the elder, Lin Yu embarked on a quest to locate this enigmatic site. Following a taxing exploration, he ultimately stumbled upon an ancient ruin concealed within the depths of the mountains. This place was steeped in historical significance, with its walls etched with the passage of time's vicissitudes. Lin Yu cautiously stepped into the ancient ruins, meticulously searching for traces of treasure. In a hidden chamber, he stumbled upon a colossal chest filled with golden soul coins and an array of exquisite artifacts. This discovery filled him with unbridled joy, as he realized that his adventurous pursuits had finally borne fruit. Moreover, Lin Yu relentlessly gathered various intelligence resources in the shadows, Utilizing covert channels, he diligently sought to comprehend the distribution of power and the dynamics of individuals within Notting City. Recently, it seemed that a particular family was up to something significant. Rumors suggested the arrival of a prominent figure. Each fragment of intelligence was meticulously collected by the protagonist. As time progressed, Lin Yu's network of information gradually expanded, deepening his understanding of Notting City. Concurrently, he continuously enhanced his own strength to better confront future challenges. One day, a thrilling piece of information arrived through his intelligence network. A grand auction would be held in Notting City in 3 days, featuring a remarkably unique storage soul-guiding device. Lin Yu's acquisition of such crucial information was wholly attributed to the immense effort and dedication he had poured into establishing his formidable intelligence network. This soul-guiding device bore an enchanting name, Heart of the Stars. Its origins were said to be extraordinary. Crafted through the relentless efforts of a legendary master who poured a lifetime of wisdom and skill into its creation, the Heart of the Stars was adorned in an incredibly glamorous design, presenting a mysterious azure hue that seemed to encapsulate the boundless secrets of the universe. Its surface was intricately engraved with delicate patterns of stars, twinkling with a faint glow, as if the dazzling stars of the night sky were encased within. Not only was the Heart of the Stars visually captivating, but it also possessed a vast internal space of 100 cubic meters, capable of accommodating a multitude of items. Even more astonishing were its special functionalities, such as automatically categorizing and organizing belongings, as well as preserving food. For an individual frequently embarking on adventures, such features were undeniably invaluable. Furthermore, the Heart of the Stars possessed a unique ability to transform its shape according to the user's desires. Whether it be a ring, necklace, or earrings, the Heart of the Stars could instantly morph into the desired adornment with merely a thought from the user. This design rendered it both aesthetically pleasing and convenient to carry, making it a coveted treasure among many powerful individuals. However, acquiring such a precious soul-guiding device was no simple task. Due to its rarity and practicality, numerous factions eyed it with keen interest, resulting in fierce competition. Thus, to successfully secure this coveted item, one would need to pay a considerable price. Nevertheless, Lin Yu was well prepared. He had already begun to amass funds and formulate a series of strategies to ensure he could triumphantly claim the Heart of the Stars. On the day of the auction, Lin Yu arrived at the venue early, his heart brimming with anticipation and excitement. The atmosphere was electric, with a throng of buyers from various regions converging to witness this grand auction. As the exhibition and bidding of rare artifacts reached their zenith, the auction gradually crescendoed. At last, the enigmatic soul guide device, the Heart of the Stars, was presented upon the stage. Once the bidding commenced, the price soared skyward like a rocket, swiftly surpassing the significant threshold of 50,000 gold soul coins. 50,000 gold soul coins, one buyer exclaimed. Lin Yu grasped it tightly in his hand, his fingers turning pale from the exertion, while his palms were damp with sweat. His eyes were fixated on the auction platform, revealing a profound sense of determination and resolve. His expression taut and focused. 60,000 gold soul coins, Lin Yu declared through clenched teeth, his voice tinged with a slight tremor. The other buyers, unwilling to be outdone, began to raise their bids in succession. 70,000 gold soul coins. Came another offer. 80,000 gold soul coins. Lin Yu felt a bead of sweat form on his brow, yet he resolutely raised his once more. At that moment, another buyer, seemingly intent on winning, shouted, 90,000 gold soul coins. The entire venue fell into a profound silence, everyone holding their breath in anticipation of the next bidding round. The atmosphere had reached a fever pitch, with each individual on edge, their hearts racing, as if a gripping battle was unfolding before them. Lin Yu took a deep breath, striving to calm the tumult within him, yet the determination in his gaze remained unmistakable. He turned to his assistant, whispering, "It appears we have formidable competition this time." The assistant nodded in silent agreement, responding, "However, this soul guide is indeed exceptionally rare, young master. If possible, it is worth the endeavor." Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of resolve. He clenched his fists and declared, "Indeed, no matter what, I must acquire it." He then raised his once more, exclaiming, 100,000 gold soul coins. This proclamation reverberated through the auction hall like a thunderclap, leaving the audience in stunned silence, gasping in disbelief at the price. After a brief pause, a wave of astonishment erupted, whispers and murmurs circulating as people expressed their awe at Lin Yu's audacity. The competitor, visibly hesitant, appeared intimidated by the exorbitant bid. After a moment's silence, he ultimately chose to withdraw from the bidding. The auctioneer, witnessing this, exclaimed with trembling excitement, 100,000 gold soul coins once, 100,000 gold soul coins twice, 100,000 gold soul coins thrice, sold. Congratulations to this gentleman for successfully acquiring the Heart of the Stars. As the final gavel fell, the auction hall erupted into thunderous applause, cheers and congratulations resounding throughout. When the host announced the sale, the sound of roaring applause and jubilant cries filled the air. A satisfied smile spread across Lin Yu's face as he slowly ascended the stage to personally receive the Heart of the Stars from the host. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment, as if the entire world belonged to him. Returning to his seat, Lin Yu eagerly placed the Heart of the Stars in his palm, admiring its exquisite beauty. The gem was translucent and glimmered as if countless stars danced within, resembling a brilliant pearl from the cosmos. Its exterior was opulent and intricate, emanating an intoxicating aura that captivated all who beheld it. Lin Yu gently caressed the surface of the Heart of the Stars, feeling the immense power contained within. This force flowed into him like a warm current, enveloping him in an unparalleled sense of comfort and joy. He understood that this Heart of the Stars was not merely a precious treasure, but an essential companion for his forthcoming adventures. This Heart of the Stars shall be a vital ally on my journey ahead, Lin Yu murmured, his eyes sparkling with determination. He was acutely aware that with this artifact, his strength would experience a significant enhancement, enabling him to better confront various challenges. He believed that through diligent cultivation and relentless exploration, he would unlock the Heart of the Stars' utmost potential and ascend to the ranks of true power. Chapter 21. The initial layout within the seemingly tranquil city of Notting. Lin Yu quietly embarked on a comprehensive and meticulous planning for the Shrek Academy. On this day, he found himself alone in his exceedingly secretive chamber, where the walls were adorned with meticulously detailed maps of Shrek Academy and its surroundings. In addition, there was an abundance of information intricately linked to Tang San and the Academy itself. These materials had been gathered through various channels, carefully filtered and organized to present a coherent and comprehensive overview. At this moment, Lin Yu sat at the table, his brow furrowed deeply. His gaze was sharp and focused, reminiscent of a keen hawk, as he delved into profound contemplation. His fingers gently tapped on the table, producing a crisp sound, as if each tap echoed the thoughts and decisions brewing within him. In his mind, countless strategies emerged and intertwined, as he sought to uncover the most optimal plan amidst the intricate threads of complexity. This strategy needed to take into account the current state and future trajectory of Shrek Academy while fully leveraging the resources and advantages at his disposal. Simultaneously, he needed to ensure that this plan would not attract undue attention or suspicion, thereby avoiding unnecessary complications. As time passed, Lin Yu maintained a state of heightened focus and composure. He recognized the critical importance of this layout. If successful, it would lay a solid foundation for his future endeavors. Conversely, failure could plunge him into unprecedented challenges and dilemmas. Therefore, he had to proceed with utmost caution to ensure absolute certainty. After prolonged contemplation, Lin Yu formulated a preliminary plan. He began by meticulously analyzing Tang San's character traits, his habitual behaviors, and the possible courses of action he might undertake. He understood that to defeat such a formidable adversary, one must delve deep into his inner world, identifying his vulnerabilities and flaws. Tang San was a wise and resolute individual, whose intelligence and perseverance allowed him to continually transcend his limits and emerge as a top-tier powerhouse. Lin Yu understood that enticing Tang San into the trap he had meticulously crafted was no simple feat. It required an exhaustive consideration of every minute detail. He repeatedly simulated the potential pathways Tang San might take in his mind, from his activities within the academy to the routes he might choose for excursions, leaving no conceivable variable unexamined. He even contemplated the myriad unforeseen circumstances that could arise for Tang San and prepared thoroughly for them. After prolonged contemplation and analysis, Lin Yu devised a flawless plan. This strategy not only took into account Tang San's personal traits, but also integrated the surrounding environment and prevailing circumstances. He was confident that if executed as intended, it would successfully ensnare Tang San within his trap. Yet, Lin Yu did not allow himself to relax his vigilance. He recognized that Tang San was an exceptionally cautious individual, and any oversight could precipitate the collapse of his carefully laid scheme. Subsequently, Lin Yu immersed himself in studying the terrain surrounding Shrek Academy. He meticulously observed every street and corner, his pen incessantly marking the map. Each potential hiding place for traps was annotated, ensuring no detail was overlooked. He contemplated how to leverage these geographical features to realize his plan. Envisioning the establishment of disorienting mazes at crucial locations to ensnare Tang San unwittingly. He imagined setting up trigger-based attack mechanisms and narrow passages to deliver an unexpected blow to Tang San. Additionally, he considered the possibility of Tang San employing hidden weapons in retaliation and thus deliberately avoided positions vulnerable to such attacks in his layout. Simultaneously, he pondered how to counter Tang San's other skills and abilities to ensure the seamless execution of his plan. After thorough contemplation, Lin Yu completed his research on the terrain surrounding Shrek Academy and formulated a detailed layout scheme. He was convinced that adherence to this plan would lead to Tang San's successful capture. In parallel, Lin Yu was also exhaustively contemplating how to influence Tang San's decisions through the manipulation of public opinion. He understood that to effectively alter Tang San's mindset, he must begin with media influence. Thus, he meticulously devised a strategy, fabricating seemingly plausible rumors and false information, which he discreetly disseminated around Shrek Academy. Aiming to entice Tang San into making decisions aligned with his own expectations, Lin Yu conceived a myriad of potential plots and scenarios. Pondering how to instill curiosity in Tang San about certain locations, thus leading him into the meticulously crafted traps he had set, he meticulously examined Tang San's personality traits and psychological state, seeking the most effective means to guide him. Ultimately, Lin Yu resolved to exploit Tang San's concern for Tang Hao as a focal point, fabricating a rumor concerning Tang Hao to capture Tang San's attention. In this rumor, Lin Yu asserted that Tang Hao had been abducted by a mysterious force and imprisoned in a distant and perilous locale. This enigmatic force appeared to possess some connection to Tang San, yet the specifics remained elusive. The rumor was poised not only to pique Tang San's curiosity but also to instill a sense of anxiety within him. For Tang Hao was a pivotal figure in his life. Furthermore, Lin Yu meticulously crafted certain details to enhance the credibility of this rumor. Subsequently, Lin Yu began to strategize the dissemination of this rumor. He identified several reliable channels through which to relay the story to the students of Shrek Academy. These students swiftly spread the rumor throughout the academy, eventually reaching Tang San's ears. As time progressed, Tang San's interest in the rumor intensified. He began to inquire about information, striving to uncover more regarding his father, Tang Hao. Observing Tang San's reaction unfold as he had anticipated, Lin Yu felt a surge of satisfaction. He recognized that, with continued pressure, Tang San was likely to act in accordance with his plan. However, Lin Yu also understood that fundamentally altering Tang San's decisions would not be a trivial endeavor. He needed to persistently refine his strategies and remain vigilant. Throughout this protracted process, Lin Yu found himself ensnared in an endless whirlpool of thoughts, continually overturning his previous notions while generating a stream of innovative ideas and tactics. At times, he would meander slowly within his room, seemingly in search of inspiration. At other moments, he would abruptly pause, intently scrutinizing a vast map as if seeking hidden clues. And at times, he would lapse into prolonged contemplation, utterly still, resembling a statue. As time ticked away, a plethora of ideas surfaced in Lin Yu's mind, each brimming with boundless potential. He engaged in relentless contemplation, analysis, and comparison, striving to identify the most flawless solution. Occasionally, he would be elated by an unexpected inspiration, only to become ensnared in indecision upon encountering an even more favorable option. Thus, after extensive deliberation and meticulous design, Lin Yu finally began to sketch a comprehensive and coherent layout plan for Shrek Academy in his mind. This plan not only accounted for the Academy's safety, functionality, and aesthetic appeal but also integrated numerous innovative elements that dazzled the senses. Nevertheless, Lin Yu was acutely aware that this was merely the inception. Countless details required further refinement and practical implementation. Only then could he truly transform this plan into reality, guiding Tang San step by step into his carefully laid trap. Chapter 22. On-site arrangement. As night fell, the moon shrouded in darkness, the winds howled, and silence enveloped the world. Lin Yu, imbued with unwavering determination and armed with a meticulously crafted layout, stealthily entered the vicinity of Shrek Academy like a phantom. His silhouette flickered in the darkness, seemingly merging with the night, evading the notice of any onlookers. He moved with the grace of a wraith gliding through the shadows, each motion light and exceedingly cautious. Initially, he arrived at a secluded and tranquil alleyway, seldom traversed by others, yet it was a remote path that Tang San might likely take. Lin Yu carefully extracted specially prepared materials from his bosom and began to intricately set up a confusion array at the entrance of the alley. He delicately buried crystals that radiated an unusual luminescence in specific orientations, then meticulously strung nearly invisible threads, weaving them into an exceedingly complex network. Each step was executed with utmost precision, ensuring that the array would function flawlessly, ensnaring Tang San in an endless fog upon his entry. After completing the arrangement of the confusion array, Lin Yu swiftly departed the alley, continuing his search for another suitable ambush site. His gaze was sharp and vigilant, leaving no corner that could conceal danger overlooked. Next, he found himself at the edge of an unremarkable forest. Lin Yu scrutinized the surrounding environment, paying attention to every detail. Once he identified several critical positions, he set to work installing offensive mechanisms. He deftly embedded cleverly modified concealed weapons into the tree trunks, their placements cunningly elusive to the average eye. Additionally, he meticulously established triggering devices, ensuring that a mere careless touch from Tang San would unleash a devastating force in an instant. Beyond the concealed weapons, Lin Yu also set traps on the ground, well hidden beneath a layer of fallen leaves and dust, rendering them nearly undetectable. However, the moment someone stepped upon them, they would activate, releasing tremendous energy to inflict severe harm upon the enemy. At several crucial intersections, Lin Yu cautiously placed herbs that emitted a unique fragrance. These herbs, acquired at great expense from a herbalist, were enchanting and disorienting in nature, their aroma both subtle and elusive, capable of disrupting mental perception and judgment, while also possessing a certain allure for the soul. Lin Yu mused to himself that the fragrance of these herbs must be barely perceptible, allowing them to influence Tang San's awareness and judgment without detection. A sly smile crept upon his lips as he entertained the thought. Subsequently, Lin Yu approached a series of walls, his expression focused and earnest as he inscribed cryptic symbols with great care. As he meticulously engraved, he murmured to himself, "These symbols must remain sufficiently obscure, only revealing themselves under specific lighting conditions, thereby conveying misleading information to Tang San, leading him gradually into the snare I have meticulously crafted." Once all the symbols were etched, Lin Yu meticulously inspected them several times, ensuring that everything was flawless. Lin Yu was wholly engrossed in the task at hand, exhibiting an extraordinary level of patience and meticulousness in every aspect of the arrangement and setup. He meticulously examined each detail, leaving no potential issue unaddressed, and diligently fine-tuned the mechanisms to ensure that each element would function flawlessly. At that moment, he silently resolved, there must not be even the slightest error. He was acutely aware of the task's significance. Any misstep could lead to unimaginable consequences. Thus, he had to guarantee that these traps and mechanisms operated seamlessly, remaining undetectable to Tang San. Otherwise, all prior efforts would be rendered futile, and he might even find himself in peril. With such determination, he immersed himself completely, repeatedly verifying every minuscule detail. He scrutinized whether the triggering devices of the mechanisms were responsive, whether the traps were discreetly arranged, and whether the connections were secure. He spared no room for negligence in any step. As time ticked away, beads of perspiration began to form on Lin Yu's forehead, yet he maintained unwavering focus, undistracted in the slightest. He understood that only through such diligence could he ensure the successful execution of the plan and maximize its impact at a critical moment. Lin Yu tirelessly traversed from one location to another, diligently occupied with his tasks while silently murmuring to himself to meticulously orchestrate this elaborate scheme. Any amount of time and effort expended is undoubtedly worthwhile. He firmly believed that by ensnaring Tang San within this intricately woven trap, he would be able to make him truly comprehend the extent of his prowess. Thus, through his relentless effort and ingenuity, he adeptly integrated every corner surrounding Shrek Academy into his grand design, rendering each an indispensable component. Once the meticulous arrangements were successfully completed, Lin Yu stood elatedly atop a vantage point, fervently surveying his magnificent creation. A profound sense of accomplishment surged within him as he contemplated. "Ah, Tang San. This time I shall see what means you possess to escape from my grasp." A powerful sense of anticipation and confidence surged within Lin Yu, as if he could vividly envision Tang San struggling in agony and humiliation within the trap he had meticulously devised. The corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted, revealing a smirk brimming with satisfaction, as if victory was already within his grasp, merely awaiting Tang San's entrance into the snare. At that moment, he would be able to leisurely savor the sight of Tang San's utter discomposure. Lin Yu was acutely aware that his efforts were by no means in vain. This meticulously crafted trap would undoubtedly become the pivotal means for him to achieve his objectives. He firmly believed that this time he would undoubtedly succeed spectacularly. In his heart, he resolutely declared to himself, "Just wait and see, Tang San. It won't be long before you fully comprehend my prowess." He was convinced that once Tang San fell into this trap, he would possess ample assurance to ensnare him in a predicament from which escape would be impossible. Consequently, he would emerge victorious, realizing his ambitions. With these thoughts, Lin Yu's spirits soared even higher as he eagerly anticipated the moment of reckoning. Envisioning Tang San's struggles and despair within the confines of the trap. Chapter 23. The guidance of public opinion. Lin Yu was acutely aware that relying solely on on-site arrangements was utterly insufficient. For the power of public opinion was immense and must never be underestimated. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, he embarked on a meticulously crafted campaign to guide the narrative. At that very moment, he silently vowed to himself, everything must progress flawlessly according to the meticulously designed plan. Tang San, I am eager to see how you will escape from my grasp. A confident gleam sparkled in his eyes, as if he could already envision Tang San writhing in agony under his control. He pondered each detail with utmost seriousness, orchestrating every step with precision, ensuring that this campaign would yield maximal effect, gradually ensnaring Tang San in the web he had so carefully woven. He was firmly convinced that this endeavor would undoubtedly succeed, allowing Tang San to profoundly experience his strength and cunning. Lin Yu repeatedly reminded himself, "Wait for it, Tang San. Soon you will obediently fall into my trap, and then you will understand my true prowess." This was an exhilarating moment, for Lin Yu was devising a scheme against Tang San. Lin Yu began to actively seek out the villagers surrounding Shrek Academy, who had always been remarkably adept at disseminating information. These villagers were naturally inclined towards various gossip and rumors, displaying an exuberant enthusiasm for such tales, employing subtle tactics and promising substantial benefits. Lin Yu successfully enlisted them as purveyors of my carefully crafted public relations strategy. In a dimly lit corner, Lin Yu clandestinely convened a secret meeting with these villagers. Lowering his voice intentionally, he cautiously recounted the meticulously fabricated falsehoods. Although a sense of unease lingered in Lin Yu's heart, it was overshadowed by a greater anticipation for what the future held. Lin Yu endeavored to keep his voice subdued, yet not so low as to be inaudible. Imbued with an air of mystery as he softly spoke, "If you are to convey this, then speak of a desolate courtyard near the academy, where a particularly enigmatic treasure lies hidden. It is said that this treasure has the potential to significantly enhance the strength of soul masters. Should you succeed in disseminating this information, each of you shall receive 10 gold soul coins as a reward." Lin Yu spoke while also keeping a vigilant eye on his surroundings, ensuring that no one else was eavesdropping on their conversation. Lin Yu spoke with such vividness that the students listened with gleaming eyes, their faces adorned with expressions of excitement and anticipation. Lin Yu observed the excited expressions of his students, and a sense of secret delight surged within him, as if he could already envision the scene that would unfold once Tang San took the bait. Lin Yu contemplated that as long as the villagers disseminated this news, it would undoubtedly cause a tremendous uproar within the academy. At that moment, Tang San would inevitably be drawn into the commotion, bringing Lin Yu's plan a step closer to fruition. With this thought, a subtle smile of satisfaction graced Lin Yu's lips. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became. Filled with confidence in his scheme to manipulate public opinion, firmly believing he could successfully ensnare Tang San within the trap he had meticulously set. The villagers, captivated by his words, exhibited glimmers of excitement in their eyes. They seemed deeply enthralled by the tale, eager to share it far and wide. Observing their expressions, Lin Yu felt a surge of pride within. All that remained was to await the spread of the news, after which Tang San would find himself in dire straits, allowing Lin Yu to reap the benefits from the ensuing chaos. The villagers quickly grasped Lin Yu's intent, each revealing a smile of enthusiasm. They recognized this as an intriguing adventure and promptly set about their mission. They began to propagate the rumor in every corner of the academy, whether during breaks, in the dining hall, or during casual conversations in the dormitories. They would intentionally or unintentionally mention the purportedly mystical treasure, described in almost mythical terms. "I've heard that treasure is truly remarkable. If one could obtain it, they would soar to greatness in an instant," one villager declared with feigned mystery. "Indeed, it is said to be an ancient legacy, endowed with boundless power and wisdom," another villager chimed in. Various versions of the rumor spread like wildfire throughout the academy, Some claimed the treasure was hidden in a secret nook of the library. Others suggested it was locked away in the principal's office safe. Yet others insisted it was buried deep beneath the campus gardens. Each version brimmed with intrigue and allure, enticing imaginations and speculations alike. As the rumors proliferated, students began to exhibit a fervent interest in this enigmatic treasure. They eagerly speculated about its true location and sought clues. Some intrepid students would approach the villagers spreading the rumors, inquiring for more details, yet they were invariably met with ambiguous responses, further shrouding the entire affair in mystery. Linyu observed the unfolding events, and a weighty burden within him finally lifted. He silently rejoiced at the success of his initial plan and eagerly anticipated Tang San's swift encounter with the rumors surrounding the enigmatic treasures. He could almost envision Tang San's exhilaration upon receiving such news, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of secret delight. Linyu was acutely aware of Tang San's fervent desire for power enhancement. He firmly believed that once Tang San learned of a treasure capable of significantly augmenting a soul master's strength, he would be irresistibly drawn to it. Such an artifact held immense allure for any soul master, especially for someone like Tang San, who relentlessly pursued ultimate power. Contemplating this, a subtle smile graced Lin Yu's lips, barely perceptible yet indicative of his cunning. However, he also understood that ensnaring Tang San would not be a simple task. Although he had meticulously set the trap, he needed to await the opportune moment to close in. During this interval, he must remain vigilant, ensuring that no one becomes aware of his stratagem. Otherwise, not only could his efforts be in vain, but he might also invite unforeseen complications upon himself. Lin Yu took a deep breath, striving to calm his racing thoughts. He reminded himself that this was not the moment for relaxation. There remained a multitude of tasks awaiting his attention. He must continue to refine his strategy, ensuring that every detail was meticulously accounted for. Only then would he stand a chance of successfully capturing Tang San. In the days that followed, Lin Yu closely monitored Tang San's movements while persistently adjusting and enhancing his plans. He understood that a thrilling confrontation was on the horizon, and he had to dedicate himself fully to secure victory in this impending battle. Chapter 24. Covert Surveillance. Lin Yu, akin to a phantom concealed within the boundless darkness, stealthily lurked in the pivotal, secretive corners surrounding Shrek Academy. Draped in a cloak that seamlessly melded with the surrounding environment, he rendered himself nearly undetectable. He lay in wait within these shadows, becoming one with the gloom, emitting not a whisper nor leaving a trace, patiently biding his time, ever poised to strike. A glint of sharpness occasionally flickered in his eyes, as if he were plotting something or scrutinizing the subtle movements around him, missing no minute change. In this shroud of darkness, he transformed into an enigmatic and elusive entity, rendering his intentions inscrutable. Perched atop a lofty rooftop, Lin Yu wielded a specially crafted telescope. Resembling a vigilant hawk, his gaze keen and unwavering, fixated on Tang San's every action below in the academy. His eyes, akin to arrows, conveyed an unsettling intensity and focus, ensuring he would not overlook even the slightest alteration in Tang San's expressions or gestures. Whenever Tang San engaged in conversation, Lin Yu immediately perked up, wholly concentrated, straining to capture the dialogue, seeking key information pertinent to his meticulously devised plans. He scrutinized intently, missing no detail, as if executing a mission of utmost importance. His demeanor was grave and taut, fearful of missing any vital clues. He gripped the telescope with utmost care, as if cradling a rare treasure, wary of damaging it with a moment's inattention. His gaze remained fixed on Tang San, sharp and concentrated like a hunter stalking his prey, intent on imprinting every nuance of Tang San's movements deep within his mind. As Tang San conversed with others, Lin Yu's tension heightened, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Yet he remained oblivious to his own distress. In that moment, he was wholly absorbed in eavesdropping on their exchange. Even his breathing became cautious, fearful of producing a sound that could disrupt his auditory focus. He listened intently, leaving no word unexamined, even attempting to decipher their lip movements, striving to uncover advantageous clues. Such insights might better illuminate Tang San's character, enabling him to refine his plans for a more seamless execution. When Tang San stepped out of the academy, gradually approaching the prearranged direction Lin Yu had set, his concentration intensified, his entire being akin to a taut string. He watched Tang San's every step with heightened anxiety, silently calculating the distance between Tang San and various traps he had meticulously laid. Should even the slightest deviation occur in Tang San's trajectory, Lin Yu would swiftly employ a unique means of communication to resolutely issue commands to his nearby subordinates, instructing them to create seemingly insignificant distractions. This would cleverly steer Tang San back onto the predetermined path. His gaze remained fixed upon Tang San, unwavering, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead, betraying the profound tension and concentration within him. As each second passed, Tang San drew nearer to the first trap, and Lin Yu's heartbeat quickened in tandem. He could almost hear the rhythmic thudding of his own heart, and his palms began to sweat. He understood that if this plan succeeded, it would bring considerable trouble to Tang San, yet it could also expose him. Nevertheless, for Lin Yu, the stakes were worth it. He had grown weary of Tang San's indifference and neglect. He needed to validate his strength and worth. Just as Tang San was on the brink of stepping into the trap, a sudden wave of unease washed over Lin Yu. He realized that he had seemingly overlooked a crucial detail: the concealed weapons on Tang San. These weapons could effortlessly dismantle his meticulously crafted trap, rendering the entire scheme futile. Lin Yu's eyes widened in dismay as he silently lamented his blunder. How could he have made such a fundamental mistake? What was he to do now? If Tang San discovered the trap, he would undoubtedly become vigilant, making future encounters even more challenging. Lin Yu's complexion darkened as he clenched his jaw, fervently contemplating a course of action. Lin Yu's hand was tightly clenched, his knuckles turning pale as if he were on the verge of crushing something in the next moment. The tautness of his posture resembled a bow drawn to its fullest, poised to unleash a lethal arrow at any instant. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's, exuding an air of resolve and determination, as though he intended to pierce through the very essence of the person before him. Lin Yu's mind raced with unparalleled speed, functioning like a sophisticated computer, meticulously calculating every conceivable scenario and corresponding countermeasure, refusing to allow even the slightest hint of complacency. He was acutely aware that this was a life-and-death struggle. Any misstep could render his efforts futile. He scrutinized every subtle movement of Tang San, his gaze as sharp as that of a leopard, missing not a single whisper of disturbance in the air. His breathing was steady and profound, as if he were silently attuned to the shifting atmosphere around him, fearful of overlooking any opportunity to guide Tang San. Upon detecting any signs of Tang San straying from the predetermined path, he would unhesitatingly command his subordinates in a low, resolute voice, imbued with an undeniable authority. His followers would spring into action immediately, employing minor disruptions to recalibrate Tang San's trajectory, ensuring everything unfolded according to his meticulously crafted plan. In that dim corner, Lin Yu's gaze remained fixed on Tang San, his eyes glinting with a sharp intensity. He noted Tang San's apparent fascination with a particular rumor, causing him to halt, momentarily hesitant. This subtle gesture ignited a spark of realization within Lin Yu. He recognized this as a potentially serendipitous opportunity. His mind raced, contemplating whether to amplify the rumor's reach or to strategically introduce new clues to maximize Tang San's engagement. Weighing various pros and cons internally, he ultimately resolved to act decisively, transmitting a new directive to his subordinates without hesitation. His expression radiated shrewdness and determination, as if everything lay within his grasp. In that murky corner, he meticulously observed Tang San's every move while continuously strategizing his next steps. He understood that this opportunity was rare and, if missed, would never present itself again. Thus, he was compelled to exert every effort, allowing no margin for error. He deliberated over every detail, pondering how to make his plan flawless, ensuring Tang San progressed exactly as he envisioned. After much contemplation, he finally resolved that this was indeed the wisest course of action. Consequently, he conveyed his thoughts and instructions to his subordinates in a unique manner, commanding them to adhere strictly to his directives. As Tang San gradually ventured deeper into the territory he had meticulously orchestrated, Lin Yu observed with a mix of anxiety and exhilaration, secretly musing, Tang San, you have finally stepped into the trap I have so carefully laid." His heartbeat quickened slightly, a bead of sweat forming in his palm, as he fixated on Tang San's every movement, simultaneously making subtle adjustments based on Tang San's real-time reactions. When Tang San found himself ensnared in the soul-confounding array, Lin Yu could not suppress a chuckle, thinking, allow me to let you truly experience the potency of this illusion. Let us see how easily you can escape." He watched as Tang San stumbled about within the maze, a sense of achievement swelling within him. However, contrary to Lin Yu's expectations, Tang San did not succumb to panic. Instead, he calmly surveyed his surroundings, in search of an escape route. Lin Yu could not help but feel a sense of astonishment. Yet he quickly donned a look of disdain and remarked, "Even if you manage to find a way out, there are far greater traps awaiting you." Subsequently, Tang San discovered a concealed offensive mechanism, prompting Lin Yu to promptly alter the triggering conditions of this device. With a sense of pride, he mused, "I am eager to see how you will cope with this unforeseen change." Indeed, Tang San was caught off guard by the suddenly activated attack mechanism, but he swiftly reacted and evaded the assault. Upon witnessing the situation, Lin Yu could not help but feel a surge of frustration. However, he quickly composed himself and continued to observe Tang San's movements, ready to make any necessary adjustments at a moment's notice. As Tang San entered this area, an inexplicable sense of alertness washed over him. He acutely sensed that the atmosphere around him was somewhat anomalous, as if unseen eyes were lurking in the shadows, watching his every move. His brow furrowed slightly, and his steps became increasingly cautious while he vigilantly scrutinized his surroundings. Just as he noticed the effects of the mesmerizing formation intensifying, a feeling of dread gripped his heart. This illusionary trap appeared to be far more formidable than any he had previously encountered, and he knew he must exercise heightened caution. As time passed, he grew increasingly aware that this illusionary formation was exceedingly tricky and required meticulous attention. Suddenly, he perceived a subtle shift in the aura of a particular area, as if some sort of offensive mechanism was on the verge of being triggered. His gaze sharpened instantly, and his mind raced, contemplating strategies to counter the impending threat. Simultaneously, his body instinctively assumed a defensive posture, bracing itself for the potential danger that loomed ahead. Lin Yu observed Tang San with great amusement, noting the latter's cautious demeanor, as if he were facing a formidable adversary. This spectacle was exceedingly entertaining, almost as though Lin Yu himself had ascended to the status of a master capable of controlling all. Such a sensation filled him with increasing pride, prompting him to devote even more energy and thought to every detail, striving to hone the entire arrangement to an impeccable standard, achieving a flawless state devoid of any vulnerabilities. Lin Yu focused intently on every movement of Tang San, ready to respond and make adjustments at the slightest hint of disturbance. At times, he would enhance the effects of the illusionary maze, rendering Tang San increasingly disoriented. At other moments, he would cleverly alter the triggering conditions of his traps, leading Tang San unwittingly into peril. His meticulousness and caution were astounding, bordering on the obsessive, leaving no potential variable unexamined that might influence the effectiveness of his strategy. He resembled a master craftsman, diligently refining each element to present a flawless masterpiece. His aim was to create an impeccable layout, ensuring that no matter how hard Tang San tried, escape from his grasp would be nearly impossible. Confidence and resolve radiated from his gaze, as he firmly believed that his meticulous planning would ensnare Tang San in a quagmire. Throughout this entire process, Lin Yu maintained an extraordinary level of vigilance and an uncommon calmness. He understood all too well that even the slightest misstep could render his previous efforts futile, leading to total defeat. Thus, he resolutely forbade himself any semblance of complacency or negligence. As Tang San steadily advanced into the heart of the layout, his demeanor remained as tranquil as still water, his eyes sharp and alert, seemingly capable of perceiving all latent dangers. He cautiously stepped forward with his left foot, gingerly placing it on the ground as if testing for anomalies. His movements were light and deliberate, as if the ground beneath concealed numerous traps. Following suit, his right foot moved slowly yet with unwavering determination, exuding a sense of resolve and decisiveness from deep within. His right hand gripped his weapon tightly, holding it horizontally before him, always poised to confront any imminent threats. The weapon glimmered with a cold light, emanating an aura that sent shivers down the spine, as if proclaiming its formidable power to any adversary. His left hand was slightly raised, adopting a defensive posture, ready to counter attacks from all directions. Leaning slightly forward, his head turned gently, his gaze sweeping the surroundings like that of a hawk, capturing every detail and leaving no trace overlooked. With every small advance, he paused momentarily, attentively listening to the sounds around him, assessing for any potential threats. His ears were as keen as a cheetah's, capable of detecting the faintest shifts in sound. Upon sensing anything amiss, he would react instantly, responding to the crisis with remarkable swiftness. In that moment, Tang San epitomized the essence of a top-tier Tang sect assassin, calm, decisive, and resolute, invoking a sense of awe. Meanwhile, Lin Yu remained shrouded in darkness, quietly observing it all. His heart raced, as if it might leap from his chest. A complex amalgamation of tension and anticipation surged within him, akin to a tumultuous tide sweeping through his very core. Lin Yu's palms were drenched with sweat, his teeth clenched tightly, and his gaze fixed intently on Tang San, afraid to miss even the slightest detail. His heart was a tumult of contradictions and turmoil. On one hand, he yearned for Tang San to unwittingly step into the trap he had meticulously laid, yet on the other hand, he feared that Tang San might sense the anomaly and evade capture, a thought that tormented him immensely. Nevertheless, he could not suppress the fantasies and desires that surged within him at the prospect of success. Each vivid imagination sent waves of exhilaration through him, urging him to observe Tang San's every move with even greater concentration. In a highly concealed observation point, Lin Yu leaned slightly forward, his expression grave and tense. His fist clenched so tightly that the veins on the back of his hands stood out prominently. His piercing gaze was akin to two blazing torches, fervent and focused, firmly locked onto Tang San's slowly moving figure. His breathing became rapid, and the sound of his heartbeat resonated sharply in the stillness of the surroundings. At this moment, Tang San, whose brow had previously been relaxed, now wore a slight frown, as if deep in thought, or perhaps sensing an unusual presence. His movements were exceedingly cautious, akin to a snail inching forward, each step taken with utmost care, as if he feared stepping into an unknown peril. His right hand gripped his martial soul, the blue-silver grass, with the tenacity of a vice, as if the grass had fused with his palm, exuding an aura of indomitable strength. His vigilant eyes scanned the surroundings, leaving no corner unchecked, reflecting a demeanor rife with caution and doubt. Tang San's movements were exceptionally slow, each shift imbued with a sense of meticulous care. A glimmer of alertness flickered in his eyes as he maintained a heightened sensitivity to his environment. His ears were slightly perked, attuned to the sounds around him, with even the faintest noise capable of capturing his attention. His steps were light yet steady, as if he were perpetually prepared to confront any potential threat that might arise. Lin Yu silently observed the unfolding scene, a wave of admiration swelling within him. He was astonished by Tang San's caution and alertness, which made him acutely aware of the multitude of lessons he still had to learn in the face of danger. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm his emotions and continued to focus on every movement of Tang San. As Lin Yu had anticipated, Tang San was profoundly influenced by the orchestrated public opinion and the meticulously arranged setting. He resembled a puppet, guided by invisible strings, gradually approaching the hidden traps and mechanisms. Lin Yu felt a mix of excitement at the impending success and a tinge of trepidation, silently repeating to himself, "Soon, very soon, he will fall into the trap." As time ticked by, Lin Yu's heartbeat quickened, his breath became slightly hurried, and his eyes were fixed on Tang San, as if he wanted to imprint every action in his mind. In his imagination, Lin Yu envisioned various scenarios of Tang San falling into the trap, a triumphant smile unconsciously playing at the corners of his mouth. He could almost see Tang San's disheveled state within the trap and hear his startled exclamations. When that moment arrived, he would be the victor in this game. As Tang San stepped into the realm of the illusionary maze, Lin Yu's lips subtly curled upwards, secretly reveling in his triumph. As soon as Tang San entered, his steps faltered slightly, as if he sensed something amiss but remained uncertain. Then, he found himself seemingly enveloped in a surreal world, where the surrounding scenery began to blur and distort. A look of confusion gradually appeared in his gaze. He started to pace aimlessly, his once clear sense of direction dissipating like smoke in an instant. Furrowing his brow, he strained to discern the correct path forward. Occasionally, he tentatively took a small step to the left, hesitating as if an unknown danger awaited him. At other times, he cautiously stepped to the right, as though a trap was lying in wait. Thus, Tang San continued to rotate in place, seconds turning into minutes, his forehead glistening with beads of sweat that trickled down his cheeks, soaking his garments. His lips trembled slightly from anxiety, and his hands were clenched tightly, fingernails digging deep into his palms, leaving behind profound imprints. His heart raced faster, his breath became more rapid, as if enveloped by an aura of fear. Yet, despite this, Tang San did not surrender. He inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure, recalling the knowledge and experiences he had previously acquired regarding formation techniques. He reminded himself to trust his judgment and abilities, resisting the allure of the illusions before him. Thus, he attempted to step forward once more. After taking that initial step, he suddenly seemed to realize something, quickly halting his advance, his eyes brimming with contemplation and doubt. He gently shook his head, as if questioning the decision he had just made. Subsequently, he swung his weapon to the right, the motion imbued with a sense of caution and unease, as if he were earnestly seeking a breakthrough amidst the chaos. Yet, with each attempt, he found himself increasingly bewildered. A profound confusion gradually manifested upon his face, resembling a dark cloud that ominously loomed over him. His eyes darted restlessly, desperately searching for a glimmer of insight within the tumultuous scene. However, despite his relentless efforts, no useful information emerged. His breathing quickened, and beads of sweat began to form on his brow, rendering him somewhat frantic and helpless. An undercurrent of anxiety surged within him, for he recognized that this impasse could not persist. Yet, the predicament before him unfolded like an enormous enigma, leaving him at a loss for how to proceed. He could not help but ponder what steps to take next, yearning to shatter this stalemate. Through that peculiar device, Lin Yu captured every subtle expression on Tang San's face. Even the traces of confusion and doubt were vividly apparent. He understood that this was the opportune moment to ensnare his target, a chance he could not afford to miss. Lin Yu's gaze intensified with fervor, and a tidal wave of joy surged within him, overwhelming his senses with exhilaration. He fixated on Tang San, his hands trembling slightly, as if he could already perceive victory beckoning him. Suddenly, Tang San stepped down, accompanied by a faint cracking sound. The ground yielded slightly beneath him, and an array of mechanical sounds echoed, indicating the activation of a hidden mechanism. At that moment, a series of swift, whistling sounds pierced the air as several concealed projectiles shot towards him with the force of a tempest. The speed of the projectiles was astonishing, reaching Tang San in the blink of an eye. True to his reputation as a master, Tang San's reflexes were remarkably swift. Almost instantaneously upon the projectile's approach, he executed a nimble roll to the side. His movements flowed gracefully, akin to a cheetah in pursuit, as he wielded his blue-silver grass with fervor, forming an impenetrable barrier before him. His eyes remained locked onto the incoming projectiles, his expression grave and focused, fully immersed in this perilous evasion. However, the onslaught of projectiles showed no signs of abating. They traced arcs through the air as they relentlessly pursued Tang San. His body twisted and rolled, the blue-silver grass in his hand continuing to sweep through the air, deflecting each projectile that came his way. Each strike produced a fierce rush of wind, as if the very air were being torn asunder. As time elapsed, Tang San's stamina and soul power gradually waned, yet he persisted, refusing to relent for even a moment. For he understood that a single hit from the projectiles could yield catastrophic consequences. Gritting his teeth, he silently prayed for the mechanism to conclude swiftly, for he feared he might soon be unable to withstand the onslaught. However, despite Tang San's utmost efforts, the sheer density of the projectiles, akin to a torrential storm, left him no refuge. Ultimately, one of the projectiles grazed his sleeve, leaving a shallow cut. His expression shifted slightly, a fleeting glimmer of anger flashing in his eyes. Yet, that anger quickly dissipated, replaced by heightened vigilance and calm. Meanwhile, Lin Yu, concealed in the shadows, felt a surge of excitement flicker in his eyes, brimming with pride and elation. He clenched his jaw and tightened his fists, overwhelmed by joy. For he knew all too well that Tang San had fallen completely into the trap he had meticulously orchestrated, every element unfolding according to his design. At this moment, a profound sense of accomplishment swelled within Lin Yu, as if he could already perceive the dawn of victory beckoning him. He stifled his excitement, focusing intently on every move Tang San made, eagerly anticipating the unfolding of events to come. He believed that as long as he maintained this rhythm, he could gradually lead Tang San into the trap, ultimately achieving his goal. As Tang San struggled painfully within that snare, a smirk of triumph crept onto Lin Yu's face. While he mused inwardly, "You've finally fallen into my trap. Let us see how you escape." The corners of his mouth curled upward, his eyes glinting with cunning. He then commenced the activation of further schemes. A faint rustling sound accompanied the sudden snap of several exceedingly concealed ropes, springing into action with astonishing speed that left one unprepared. These ropes crisscrossed like a finely woven net, attempting to ensnare Tang San's movements. They lurked like hidden serpents, launching their assault without granting Tang San a moment's respite. Simultaneously, cleverly disguised sections of the ground gave way, revealing hidden pits that were difficult to detect. The once firm earth transformed into treacherous softness. Tang San stumbled as he stepped down, nearly losing his balance. This abrupt transformation left Tang San's form swaying precariously, ensnared in a quagmire of predicament. At that moment, he resembled a bird striving for survival amidst a tempest, facing an unprecedented crisis. His figure flickered under the barrage of assaults, moving with astonishing speed, akin to a lightning bolt cleaving the sky. He leaped high like a nimble swallow, attempting to evade the troublesome ropes. At times, he bent low, his movements agile and fluid, showcasing his extraordinary prowess and exceptional reflexes. However, despite exerting all his strength, he could not avoid the unforeseen. Suddenly, a rope, akin to a sly serpent, coiled around his ankle, severely restricting his movements. He tugged desperately at the binding. Anxiety etched across his face, pouring every ounce of his strength into breaking free, yet the rope clung to him as if it possessed a life of its own, plunging him into a perilous situation. At this juncture, Tang San found himself completely ensnared in the mire of chaos and distress, surrounded by hazards and impediments that rendered his progress arduous. His gaze revealed a flicker of panic and confusion, but more prominently, there lay determination and resilience. He tirelessly sought a means to extricate himself from this plight, valiantly battling against the overwhelming odds. Meanwhile, Lin Yu stood at a distance, quietly observing the unfolding scene, a smirk of satisfaction gracing his lips. He was fully aware that the trap he had meticulously laid had successfully ensnared Tang San. All that remained was to bide his time until he could completely subdue him. The protagonist reveled in his silent triumph, believing the outcome of this confrontation was already determined, eagerly anticipating the moment Tang San would be vanquished. Yet, he failed to recognize that it was his own arrogance and underestimation that had complicated the situation so profoundly. Tang San trudged through this chaotic realm, his heart heavy with doubt and unease. Confronted with the challenges ahead, he continually contemplated and explored, seeking a path to liberation. Despite the overwhelming difficulties, he steadfastly clung to hope, firmly believing that perseverance would ultimately unveil a solution to his predicament. At this moment, Tang San exemplifies an unyielding will and an indomitable spirit, which have always been the essence of his beliefs. In this pivotal instant, he suddenly uncovers a subtle clue. He keenly perceives the anomalies in his surroundings and begins to observe meticulously. After a thorough investigation, he ultimately discovers the key to breaking through the predicament. Tang San seizes this opportunity with unwavering determination, endeavoring to unravel the mystery while employing the knowledge and skills he has acquired to confront various challenges. Although the path ahead remains shrouded in uncertainty, he possesses an unwavering confidence in his ability to overcome any adversity. Lin Yu fixated intently on Tang San, his eyes shimmering with exhilaration. He observed Tang San struggling desperately within the intricately devised web he had crafted, his heart swelling with an ineffable delight. Each detail unfolded precisely as he had anticipated, as Tang San gradually succumbed to the trap, unable to extricate himself. The corners of his mouth curled slightly upwards, revealing a subtle smile. This smile was not born of arrogance or mockery, but rather an expression of profound satisfaction. He was acutely aware that victory in this battle was tantalizingly close at hand. Lin Yu inwardly lamented, "I have awaited this moment for far too long." He recalled the countless days and nights of plotting and preparation, the innumerable instances of reflection and refinement. Each step was meticulously planned, and every detail was scrutinized repeatedly. Now, everything unfolded according to his expectations, filling him with immense pride. Tang San's struggles grew increasingly fervent, yet Lin Yu understood that it was to no avail. Tang San was destined to become his prey, to be vanquished by him. Lin Yu was filled with anticipation, yearning to witness the culmination of his efforts. He believed that this battle would elevate him to the center of attention, a testament to his strength and intellect. At this moment, an unprecedented confidence surged within him. He understood that his plans would ultimately succeed, and every endeavor would yield its rewards. This sense of accomplishment resembled that of a victorious climber atop a peak, surveying the world below, akin to a fisherman returning home, reveling in the bounty of his catch. Tang San struggled desperately against the net, yet he could not extricate himself from its confines. His strength gradually waned, while Lin Yu's resolve only strengthened. As time progressed, Lin Yu's excitement grew palpable. The moment he had long awaited was approaching, and his plan was on the verge of perfect execution. However, despite the joy and sense of achievement swelling within him, Lin Yu remained vigilant. He knew that the closer they drew to a critical juncture, the more imperative it was to avoid any semblance of negligence or complacency. Thus, he remained entirely focused, intently observing the developments around him, not allowing a single subtle movement or shift to escape his notice. He constantly reminded himself to exercise utmost caution. He recognized that any misstep could result in catastrophic failure. His nerves were taut, akin to a bowstring drawn to its limit, maintaining a heightened state of alertness to avert any unforeseen disruptions to his plans. In this tense atmosphere, time passed slowly. Each moment brimmed with uncertainty. Yet Lin Yu steadfastly believed in his judgment. He was convinced that with perseverance, victory would inevitably be theirs. Finally, after a prolonged wait, the opportunity presented itself. Tang San began to act according to the plan, and Lin Yu seized the moment, their actions synchronized. In that instant, he felt that every effort had been worthwhile. He silently vowed to himself that he would manifest this perfect conclusion into reality. Taking a deep breath, he committed himself fully, bracing for the final challenge. Chapter 28. Salvation. Amidst the chaotic scene that had descended into disarray, Tang San felt as though his mind were ensnared by a dense fog, his thoughts becoming increasingly murky. He struggled to regain clarity, but each attempt only plunged him deeper into confusion. Just then, a flash of insight pierced through the haze, revealing a startling realization. Had he unwittingly fallen into an immense conspiracy? This thought sent a shiver through him, and he involuntarily gasped. Tang San lifted his gaze, surveying his surroundings, where treacherous traps and mechanisms loomed ominously, creating formidable obstacles that hindered his every move. These barriers were like invisible shackles, binding his actions and stifling his freedom. As time wore on, a profound sense of unease welled up within him. In that moment, he recognized that he was ensnared, unable to escape. Like an insect trapped in a vast spider's web, the harder he struggled, the tighter the strands wound around him. Lin Yu stood to the side, quietly observing Tang San. He noticed the gradually emerging expression of despair in Tang San's eyes, which elicited a derisive chuckle from him. His gaze brimmed with pride and disdain, as if mocking Tang San's foolishness and ineptitude. He was acutely aware that this contest was nearing its conclusion, with himself poised to emerge as the ultimate victor. Everything unfolded precisely as he had envisioned, progressing steadily according to his predetermined plan. Meanwhile, Tang San would become the prey in his elaborate scheme, akin to a powerless lamb, firmly grasped within his hands, subject to his whims. He could almost envision Tang San trembling beneath his oppressive presence, utterly defenseless, which filled him with a sense of exhilaration. He understood that his strength and cunning far surpassed those of his opponent. For him, this battle was merely a one-sided domination. Lin Yu envisioned the scene of triumph, and the joy within him surged ever more intensely. He could picture himself standing atop the pinnacle, gazing down upon the adversaries he had vanquished, relishing the boundless glory and power. This sensation intoxicated him, ensnaring him in its grasp. His focus sharpened on Tang San as he awaited the decisive moment, yearning for the instant when he could utterly subdue Tang San. With each passing second, exhilaration coursed through him, for victory drew nearer, solidifying his resolve and confidence. The sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze caressed the surroundings, casting a tranquil and harmonious aura over Shrek Academy. The teachers were engrossed in their respective tasks, some preparing lessons, others grading assignments, while a few engaged in discussions with students. However, when a teacher named Zhao Wujie concluded his lecture, he habitually scanned the classroom. His brow furrowing slightly, Tang San was missing. Tang San had always been a remarkably disciplined student, rarely absent without cause. Hence, Zhao Wujie could not help but feel a flicker of doubt. Why had this young lad suddenly failed to attend class? He turned to Dai Mubai, his gaze laced with concern, and inquired, "Mubai, have you seen Tang San today?" Dai Mubai shook his head, indicating his ignorance. "Oh?" Zhao Wujie furrowed his brow deeper, a hint of worry creeping in, before directing his question towards Ning Rongrong. "Ning Rongrong, have you seen Tang San today?" Ning Rongrong, equally perplexed, replied, "I haven't seen him today, Brother San." His brow knitted tighter, anxiety swelling within him. At that moment, Ning Rongrong suddenly recalled something, exclaiming, "But, Teacher Zhao, you might ask Xiao Wu. She shares the closest bond with Tang San. She should know." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujie swiftly turned his gaze to Xiao Wu, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Xiao Wu blinked and softly replied, "There have been some rumors in the village lately." Brother San mentioned he would investigate the source of these rumors, assuring me he would return shortly. Zhao Wujie's unease deepened, prompting him to seek out Tang San personally. He scoured the teaching building, the playground, the cafeteria, and the library, leaving no corner of the dormitory unchecked, yet he found nothing. As he walked, he muttered to himself, "Where on earth has that fellow gone? Is something amiss?" The more he pondered, the more he sensed something was wrong. He hastily convened other teachers, informing them of Tang San's disappearance and imploring their assistance in the search. Upon learning of the situation, the teachers immediately set aside their tasks and joined the quest to locate Tang San. They combed through every nook and cranny of the campus, leaving no stone unturned. However, as time slipped away, their efforts yielded no trace of Tang San. The teachers grew increasingly anxious, fearing for his safety. Ultimately, they resolved to broaden their search to encompass the surrounding forests and rivers. As the sun dipped lower, twilight enveloped the land, and the lights of Shrek Academy flickered to life. The teachers, consumed by worry, called out Tang San's name, hoping for a response. Yet, the campus remained silent save for their desperate cries. Their spirits grew increasingly heavy, uncertain of what had transpired with Tang San. Just as the teachers were in a state of anxious turmoil, a perceptive instructor suddenly discerned some anomalies on the ground. He bent down for a closer inspection, noticing faint scratches and peculiar marks. These traces appeared to be remnants of something or someone being dragged across the surface. A spark of realization ignited within him, and he immediately thought of Tang San's disappearance. Could these marks be connected to his vanishing? Without hesitation, he shared his discovery with the other teachers and proposed that they follow these traces in search of clues. Everyone readily agreed, and thus, they cautiously advanced along the path of evidence. Throughout their journey, the teachers remained vigilant, attentive to the sounds around them. After considerable effort in tracking, they finally arrived at a location that seemed ordinary yet unsettling. This was in proximity to where Tang San was ensnared, and they could sense an enigmatic and formidable aura enveloping the area. The teachers exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting tension and concern. They heard sounds emanating from within, alongside Tang San's cries for help, and immediately grasped the gravity of his predicament. Without a moment's hesitation, the teachers unleashed their powerful soul techniques, swiftly dismantling portions of the traps. The once formidable mechanisms fell powerless before their might. Utilizing their strength, the teachers carved a path of escape for Tang San, battling the mechanisms while calling out to him, guiding him towards safety. Upon hearing the teachers' voices, hope surged within Tang San, and with their assistance, he began to extricate himself from the dire situation that had ensnared him. Though he was utterly exhausted from the torment, he persisted, inching closer to the sound of his mentors. At last, he managed to flee from that dreadful place. In that moment, he felt as though he had been reborn. Though his body remained frail, his spirit brimmed with newfound vitality. He inhaled deeply, savoring the crisp air filling his lungs, a sensation that intoxicated him with joy. However, when he glanced down at his body, marred with scrapes and dirt, a wave of embarrassment washed over him. He realized he must appear quite disheveled. Yet he dismissed such concerns. He understood that, in the face of life itself, these were trivial matters. Gratefully, he gazed at his teachers, his eyes brimming with emotion. They had not only saved his life but also imparted the invaluable lesson of teamwork. Without their unwavering support and assistance, he might have perished. Thus, he resolved to cherish this friendship and repay their kindness through tangible actions. This experience profoundly enlightened him on the significance of collaboration and instilled a deep respect for his teachers. He recognized that only through collective effort could they conquer adversity and achieve success. Consequently, he silently vowed to face any challenges ahead with courage and to never surrender. Simultaneously, he must strive to enhance his abilities so as to better safeguard both himself and others. Chapter 29. Reflection. Lin Yu's eyes widened in astonishment, his face a canvas of disbelief as he gazed vacantly at the unfolding scene before him, struggling to accept the reality of what he beheld. In an instant, his countenance darkened, his brows knitted tightly, and his eyes revealed a profound sense of regret and fury. He ground his teeth, fists clenched so tightly that his nails embedded deeply into his palms, drawing forth beads of crimson. Yet, at that moment, he could scarcely pay heed to the pain radiating from his hand, as his heart brimmed with self-loathing and helplessness towards the prevailing circumstances. He could never have fathomed that events would spiral to such an extent. What had once been a flawless scheme now lay in ruins. The sudden appearance of the teacher loomed before him like an insurmountable chasm, rendering all his efforts null and void. His gaze fixated on the direction in which Tang San had departed, his eyes ablaze with seething rage, wishing fervently to rend him asunder. However, the harshness of reality rendered him powerless, forcing him to stand helplessly as he watched Tang San being escorted away by the teacher, his meticulously crafted trap collapsing before his very eyes. Lin Yu was engulfed in profound anguish and despair, his heart heavy with self-reproach and regret. He had believed himself to be infallible in his scheming, yet he was unprepared for such an unforeseen twist of fate. Now, not only had he lost the chance for vengeance, but he also faced the prospect of additional complications. He was acutely aware that this failure would have significant repercussions, potentially altering the trajectory of his destiny. His mood was as heavy as a mountain, as though the weight of the world pressed down upon him. He understood that, regardless of the circumstances, he must confront this harsh reality. Though his heart brimmed with a sense of injustice, he recognized that the situation was beyond remedy. leaving him with no alternative but to silently accept it and seek ways to mitigate his losses and rediscover opportunities. Nevertheless, Lin Yu did not surrender easily. He concealed himself in the shadows, his gaze dark yet resolute, akin to a wounded wolf poised to strike. His eyes fixated on the departing figures of Tang San and the instructors, flickering with embers of resentment and fury. His teeth clenched tightly against his lip, nearly drawing blood. Yet he remained oblivious to the pain. A tempest of indignation surged within him, consuming him like a raging inferno, rendering him incapable of tranquility. "Why?" he murmured softly, his voice laced with boundless sorrow and frustration. He recalled all he had sacrificed to become a soul master, the countless days and nights of arduous training, the sweat and tears that had now evaporated into nothingness. He felt his efforts were overlooked, his worth diminished, plunging him into an abyss of anguish and despair. However, he refused to be overwhelmed by such emotions. He understood that only through his own tenacity could he alter the present circumstances and validate his worth. Thus, he inhaled deeply, gradually rising to his feet, his gaze regaining its steadfastness. He resolved that regardless of the obstacles and setbacks he encountered, he would not yield. He would persevere, proving his value through strength, allowing all to witness his brilliance. For he believed that one day, he would emerge as a formidable soul master, realizing his dreams. Upon returning to his hidden sanctuary, Lin Yu's countenance was ominously dark, as if suffused with impending storm clouds. He gritted his teeth, his eyes alight with fury. Suddenly, he swung his fist, crashing it onto the table before him with a resounding thud. He stood there, breath-quickening and heavy, his chest heaving with intensity. After a moment, he slowly sank into a chair, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. He recognized that this was not a time for rage but for calm reflection, to identify the root of the issue and devise a solution. He began to steady his mind, meticulously retracing the entire sequence of events. He replayed each detail and every aspect in his mind, realizing that he had underestimated the vigilance and responsiveness of the Shrek Academy instructors. He had assumed they would not detect the anomaly so swiftly, yet to his astonishment, they had arrived with remarkable promptness. This left him in awe, realizing that these teachers truly lived up to their titles of Soul Emperor and Soul Sage, as their strength and experience far exceeded his expectations. Lin Yu was consumed by profound regret, lamenting the glaring flaws in his meticulously crafted plan. He chastised himself for not having been more thorough in his considerations, for failing to anticipate that the instructors at Shrek Academy would pose an obstacle. He reproached his own overconfidence and lack of adequate preparation. Yet, regret could not alter the reality of what had transpired. He must learn from this experience to avert future missteps. His heart brimmed with self-reproach and remorse, but concurrently, he vowed to himself that next time, he would excel, ensuring that his plans were flawless, resolutely avoiding the repetition of past errors. He was determined to prove to everyone that he possessed the capability to achieve his ambitions, regardless of the formidable challenges and adversities he might face. Lin Yu sat by the window, his brow slightly furrowed, his gaze profound and piercing, as if capable of penetrating all barriers. After a prolonged period of contemplation, he resolved to devise a more meticulous and foolproof plan. To achieve this objective, Lin Yu embarked on an active course of action. He traversed various places, tirelessly gathering powerful contraptions, whether through purchase or exchange. He spared no effort in acquiring items that would aid in realizing his goals. Each tool was meticulously chosen, for they would serve as crucial components of his new scheme. Simultaneously, Lin Yu did not neglect his own preparations. He continually refined his strategies, meticulously considering every detail. He understood that only by ensuring absolute precision could he secure success. Thus, he repeatedly scrutinized each segment, guaranteeing that not a single oversight would occur. However, Lin Yu's focus did not remain solely on his endeavors. He also kept a vigilant eye on the movements within the academy, leaving no whisper of activity unattended. He silently observed the behaviors of those around him, seeking opportunities that could be exploited. This keen sense of observation allowed him to discern numerous concealed truths beneath the seemingly tranquil surface. As time progressed, Lin Yu increasingly felt that he was thoroughly prepared. He resembled an experienced hunter, quietly awaiting the moment his prey would reveal a weakness. Once the opportunity arose, he would strike without hesitation, delivering a decisive blow to his adversaries. In this silent conflict, Lin Yu exhibited extraordinary wisdom and courage, evoking admiration in those who bore witness. Meanwhile, he discreetly monitored every action within the academy, meticulously searching for the opportune moment to act. He was like a patient predator, silently anticipating the instant his quarry would falter. In the ensuing days, Lin Yu busied himself day and night, pouring every ounce of energy into the preparations for his new plan. He appeared tireless, consumed by the intricate details of his strategy. He silently vowed that next time, he would ensnare Tang San completely, rendering him utterly powerless against the trap he had so carefully laid, ensuring that no unforeseen circumstances would disrupt his meticulously crafted design. He aimed to employ his intellect and strength to turn Tang San into his captive, avenging his previous failures. During this period, Lin Yu seemed to grow increasingly enigmatic. His actions became shrouded in mystery, leaving others bewildered. No one knew precisely what he was up to, as if he were enveloped in a fog. Yet, from his confident demeanor, one could distinctly sense a formidable force brewing within him. This confidence was not born of folly, but rather stemmed from his firm grasp of the future and the plans he had laid. Clearly, he was orchestrating a monumental event, a tempest powerful enough to shake the very foundations of the world. However, all of this will only truly astonish everyone when the storm finally arrives. At long last, a remarkably rare and splendid opportunity silently presented itself before Lin Yu. It turns out that Lin Yu had long since placed his own informants within the Shrek Academy. These informants were the villagers who typically prepared meals for Tang San and the others. These individuals maintained an appearance of nonchalance, behaving as if nothing were amiss. Yet in reality, they were constantly vigilant, keeping a watchful eye on the Academy's various movements and news. The information gathered by these informants was continuously relayed to Lin Yu, providing him with invaluable intelligence support. Naturally, the informants were well compensated by Lin Yu for their services. Lin Yu was acutely aware of the wisdom encapsulated in the adage that knowledge of both oneself and one's adversary leads to victory in every battle. Thus, he meticulously orchestrated everything in advance, enabling him to promptly monitor the movements of his opponents and devise appropriate countermeasures. The spies stationed within Shrek Academy served as Lin Yu's invaluable aides, silently observing and documenting events within the institution, subsequently relaying critical information back to him. This strategic arrangement allowed Lin Yu to gain a deeper understanding of Shrek Academy's dynamics and formulate more effective strategies to exploit its vulnerabilities. Furthermore, these operatives afforded Lin Yu profound insights into the Academy's layout and strength, which would prove crucial for his future endeavors. On this particular day, under the brilliant sunshine, the spies strolled through the campus as usual. Suddenly, one overheard a discussion amongst several teachers regarding the organization of students for a field trial and the acquisition of the third spirit ring for Oscar. Intrigued, he leaned in closer and was astonished to discover that Tang San was included on the list of participating students. His heart raced as he realized this could be an exceptional opportunity. Hastily departing from the scene, he sought out a quiet corner to swiftly convey this vital information to Lin Yu. Upon receiving the news, Lin Yu's face broke into a sly smile. He understood that this was the moment he had been eagerly anticipating. His senses sharpened, and he was filled with a rush of excitement and expectation. Lin Yu secretly rejoiced, feeling that he had finally awaited his opportunity. He was eager to take immediate action, yet reason urged him to remain calm and devise a meticulous plan. He began to contemplate how to leverage this outdoor trial to secure Oscar's third soul ring while placing Tang San in a precarious situation. He envisioned Tang San struggling within the carefully crafted trap he had designed, a surge of exhilaration blossoming within him. Lin Yu was immersed in his thoughts, a resolute light shimmering in his eyes. He firmly believed that with utmost caution, success was within his grasp this time. He had meticulously prepared everything, eagerly awaiting Tang San to fall into the trap he had set. At this moment, Lin Yu's determination was as unyielding as steel. He was convinced that victory was imminent. He rubbed his hands together, ready to embark on a grand endeavor, determined to make this opportunity the pivotal turning point in his complete triumph over Tang San. He aimed to ensure that everyone recognized him as the ultimate victor. Lin Yu was acutely aware of the significance of obtaining the third soul ring at this juncture, as he vividly recalled from his previous life's narrative that Tang San and his companions would pause for rest and dining in a quaint town on the outskirts of the Star-Do Great Forest. However, their escort, the teacher Zhao Wuji, would not partake in the meal with them. Furthermore, when Tang San ventured into the depths of the Star-Do Great Forest, spurred by the need to rescue Xiaowu from the clutches of the Titan giant ape, he would consume a mushroom sausage crafted by Oscar, confronting numerous perils, including a formidable soul beast known as the man-faced demon spider. In the ensuing struggle, he would exhaust his strength and acquire a precious external soul bone. The 8 spider lances from the vanquished foe. These intricate details provided Lin Yu with invaluable insights, leading him to believe that multiple opportunities lay within reach to strike at Tang San. Thus, Lin Yu promptly commanded his subordinates to investigate various towns surrounding the Star-Do Great Forest in search of potential havens for Tang San and his companions. Once he ascertained the specific town where they intended to rest, he could meticulously recalibrate his strategy. He aimed to intercept the esteemed external soul bone that Tang San would obtain from the man-faced demon spider while contemplating the feasibility of preemptively eliminating Tang San within the town or the forest itself, thereby neutralizing the future threat to the Spirit Hall. After all, removing Tang San from the equation would undoubtedly serve the interests of the Spirit Hall, aiding in their ambition to unify the Douluo continent. My lord, what troubles you? Lin Yu's brow furrowed in curiosity. My lord, we have uncovered the hotel where Tang San and his companions are likely to rest, one subordinate replied cautiously. What are your orders, my lord? Upon hearing this news, a sly smile crept upon Lin Yu's lips. He gestured for his subordinate to approach and then retrieved several packets from the heart of the stars, handing them to the man before him. Now that you have discovered the hotel where Tang San is expected to stay, the task becomes simpler. Lin Yu spoke in a low tone. You shall first bribe the hotel staff to discreetly mix this powder into the dishes ordered by Tang San and his companions during their meal. Ensure that this is executed with utmost stealth. Not a soul must be aware of our actions. With that, Lin Yu transferred the packets into the hands of the man, who, upon receiving them, inquired with curiosity, My lord, what exactly are these? Lin Yu's gaze turned frigid, and he replied in an icy tone. Do not ask what you should not. Knowing too much may bring you harm. The man was taken aback, hastily lowering his head in apology. My lord, I beg your pardon, it was my indiscretion. Observing the cringing man before him, Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction and gestured for him to withdraw. Once the man departed, a triumphant smile curled at the corners of Lin Yu's mouth as he muttered to himself, Tang San, oh Tang San, I have once again taken action. I wonder if this time you possess the fortune to evade this calamity. Chapter 31. Taking action again. Having given all necessary instructions to his subordinates, Lin Yu rose to his feet and strode towards the Spirit Hall in the city of Notting. Lin Yu pondered quietly within himself. This time, the Shrek Academy is to assist Oscar in acquiring his third soul ring, and it is led by the formidable Zhao Wujia, the unmoving king himself. Zhao Wujia had previously harbored enmity with the Spirit Hall. They had sought to punish him, yet he managed to escape from the onslaught of 16 bishops with remarkable tenacity. Ultimately, that incident faded into obscurity. The bishops of the Spirit Hall are at least formidable soul emperors, above level 60, while Zhao Wujia was likely only in his 60s back then. Now, he has ascended to the rank of soul sage, his strength vastly transformed compared to the past. In contrast, the strongest among my subordinates barely exceeds the 40th level of soul master. To contend against Tang San and his team, led by the unmoving King Zhao Wujia, would be akin to hurling eggs against rocks. To effectively confront them, one would require at least the prowess of a soul de law. It seems I must enlist assistance from my parents. I initially hoped to resolve matters with my own strength, yet it appears I must rely on my parents after all. With this thought, Lin Yu could not help but let out a sigh. Before long, Lin Yu arrived outside the Spirit Hall in Notting City, where a bustling crowd thronged around. Individuals frequently entered and exited the hall, their faces adorned with expressions of either joy or disappointment. Curiously, Lin Yu inquired of a nearby person, why are there so many people within the Spirit Hall, coming and going? Is it not solely responsible for awakening souls and suppressing malevolent soul masters? The man beside Lin Yu, upon hearing his words, turned to scrutinize him from head to toe and remarked with a smile, given your splendid attire, it is evident that you have not yet visited the Spirit Hall to collect your soul master allowance. Otherwise, you would not be oblivious to such matters. Lin Yu nodded, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he scratched his head, and said, Indeed, that is why I have these questions. I kindly ask this esteemed brother to enlighten me. The man chuckled heartily, patting Lin Yu on the shoulder, and replied, The Spirit Hall is not merely responsible for awakening martial souls and suppressing evil soul masters. It also administers subsidies for soul masters below the rank of soul sect. The individuals entering and exiting the Spirit Hall are here to receive these subsidies. Although the amounts are modest, they are sufficient for these individuals' needs. It is precisely due to the existence of these subsidies that the likelihood of these recipients turning to the path of evil soul masters is diminished. After all, With the financial support provided, these soul masters are less burdened by the struggles of daily life, thereby reducing the temptation to resort to crime for sustenance and cultivation resources. One must understand that even a mere 10th level soul master is not someone an ordinary person can easily contend with. Thus, providing subsidies for lower-tier soul masters is indeed a commendable endeavor. Linyu nodded, indicating his comprehension. He silently marveled at the fact that the Spirit Hall possessed such a facet. Previously, he was only aware that the Spirit Hall was a formidable organization responsible for upholding the order and safety of the Douluo continent. Yet he had little understanding of its specific operations and policies. Now, after hearing the man's explanation, he gained a more profound insight into the workings of the Spirit Hall. Linyu couldn't help but reflect on his own circumstances. Had his parents not held high positions within the Spirit Hall, and had he not been a second-generation member, but rather an ordinary soul master, he might have found himself among those waiting at the gates of the Spirit Hall, relying on subsidies to sustain his livelihood. This thought deepened his gratitude towards the Spirit Hall. Simultaneously, Linyu recognized that becoming a soul master is no simple feat. It requires not only innate talent, but also dedication and time devoted to cultivation. The subsidies provided by the Spirit Hall offer essential support and assistance to novice soul masters, enabling them to better develop their abilities. Linyu resolved that, should opportunities arise in the future, he would diligently exploit the resources and prospects offered by the Spirit Hall to enhance his own strength, thereby laying a solid foundation for his future growth. He firmly believed that through relentless effort, he would one day emerge as a formidable soul master, contributing his strength to safeguard his family and friends. With this thought in mind, Linyu ceased his hesitation and resolutely stepped into the Spirit Hall. Although the branch hall in Nodding City lacked the grandeur of the main hall, it still exuded the requisite dignity and solemnity of the Spirit Hall. As Linyu entered, his gaze swept over the resting attendants of the hall. He calmly addressed them, saying, "Please summon your bishop to meet with me." Upon hearing this, one of the attendants lifted his head, scrutinized Linyu from head to toe, and replied rather brusquely, "Who are you?" "The bishop is not someone you can simply request to see." Linyu was not angered. He merely smiled faintly and retrieved the token his father had bestowed upon him from the Heart of the Stars, presenting it to the steward. "May I now request an audience with the bishop?" The steward, upon glancing at the token in Linyu's hand, displayed an expression of astonishment. He immediately recognized it as the Elder's Token of the Spirit Hall, a symbol typically reserved for those of title Douluo rank and the leaders of the upper 3 sects and lower 4 sects. With great reverence, the steward bowed to Linyu and replied, "My lord, I shall fetch the bishop at once." With that, he hurriedly made his way towards the bishop's quarters. Upon reaching the bishop's resting area, the steward gently knocked on the door. After a brief moment, a voice from within called, "Enter." The steward cautiously opened the door and stepped inside with purpose. Approaching Bishop Skach, who was resting on the bed, the steward respectfully announced, "My lord Skach, a young man bearing the Elder's Token has arrived to see you." Upon hearing this news, Bishop Skach was taken aback. Hastily rising from his bed to adjust his attire and hair before striding toward the door, his mind brimming with curiosity and uncertainty. Meanwhile, Linyu was leisurely wandering within the Spirit Hall, admiring the architecture and decor surrounding him. Before long, he noticed the steward approaching him, accompanied by another figure. Linyu came to a halt, quietly awaiting their arrival. As Bishop Skach approached, Linyu smiled and inquired, "I presume you are the Bishop of Nottingham, are you not?" Bishop Skach promptly responded, "Indeed, my lord, I am the Bishop of Nottingham. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit to our Soul Hall branch?" As he spoke, he discreetly scrutinized the enigmatic young man before him, who held the Elder's Token, pondering his identity and intentions in silence. Chapter 32, Arrival. Linyu, without further ado, I have come to seek your assistance in utilizing the information transmission channel of the Nodding City Spirit Hall branch to convey some messages to my parents. Bishop Skaiche, may I inquire about the identities of your esteemed parents? Would you be so kind as to enlighten me? Linyu, it appears that Bishop Skach harbors some doubts about me, and rightfully so. Were I in his position, I too would be skeptical. With this thought in mind, Linyu addressed Bishop Skach, stating, "My father, Linshin, known by the title of Time and Space, is a distinguished figure within the Elder Hall of the Spirit Hall. Here lies my father's inherited spirit, the Sword of Time and Space." As he spoke, Linyu summoned his spirit, revealing the resplendent sword that emanated an overwhelming aura of power. Surely, Bishop Skach's doubts have now dissipated. Bishop Skach widened his eyes. Fixated on the spirit in Linyu's grasp, and exclaimed with excitement. "So, you are the son of Lord Lin Chun. How disrespectful of me." He finally comprehended why Lin Yu possessed the Elder's token with such ease. It turned out he was indeed a descendant of the legendary title Douluo. Presumably, the token he held was entrusted to him by Lord Lin Chun. With deep respect, Bishop Scatch bowed his head and earnestly inquired, "Lord Lin Yu, may I ask what message you wish to convey? Is there a need for expedited delivery?" Lin Yu retracted his martial spirit and replied with a smile, "There is no need for haste. I merely wish to inform them of my current situation and assure them not to worry about me. Additionally, please deliver this letter to my parents." Bishop Sketch promptly nodded in agreement. "Understood, Lord Lin Yu. Rest assured, I shall convey your message to your parents at the earliest opportunity." He inwardly rejoiced at having avoided offending this significant figure, as the consequences would have been dire. Simultaneously, he resolved to cultivate a favorable relationship with this future powerhouse, for one may never know when he might require protection. After addressing these matters, Lin Yu turned to Bishop Sketch and instructed, "Should anyone seek me, direct them to room XX at the XX Hotel in Notting City. I shall be residing there for the next few days." Upon finishing his statement, Lin Yu turned to leave, leaving Bishop Sketch with a knowing smile, as if he had grasped something profound. Upon returning to his residence, Lin Yu meticulously contemplated the contents of the letter. The primary request within was for his father to dispatch a powerful soul Douluo, one exceeding level 80, to assist him and aid in obtaining a second spirit ring. While this request posed no difficulty for his father, identifying a suitable candidate would require some time. Meanwhile, upon receiving the letter, Lin Yu's father cautiously opened it and began to read. After finishing, he fell into deep contemplation. Subsequently, he summoned a formidable soul Douluo named Luo Mei, who was an esteemed member of the Lin family and possessed a martial spirit known as the Meteor Bow, holding a rank of level 85. Father Lin addressed Luo Mei, saying, "Luo Mei, I must entrust you with a matter of utmost importance. Are you willing to undertake this task?" With utmost respect, Luo Mei replied, "Please, noble sir, instruct me. I shall exert every effort to fulfill the mission." Father Lin continued, "I wish for you to journey to Notting City, to safeguard Lin Yu and assist him in acquiring the second soul ring. This matter is critical and must not be mishandled." Upon hearing this request, a cascade of cherished memories flooded Luo Mei's mind, recalling the joyful moments spent with Lin Yu during their childhood. Back then, Lin Yu was merely a child, yet he radiated an irresistible charm and innocence. He would always cling to Luo Mei, trailing behind her like a devoted shadow. Each time she beheld his youthful visage, a smile would inevitably grace her lips. Now, that once adorable boy had matured into an exceptional soul master. Though time had passed, those delightful reminiscences remained indelibly etched in Luo Mei's heart. Resolute in her decision, Luo Mei promptly affirmed, "I am willing to accept this task. I shall set forth for Notting City immediately." She recognized that this was not merely a significant assignment, but also an expression of support and trust in Lin Yu. She aspired to aid him in realizing his dreams and to help him become a more formidable soul master. Thus, Luo Mei swiftly gathered her belongings, preparing the necessary items and equipment. Clad in lightweight attire and armed with a sharp sword, she embarked on her journey to Notting City, filled with confidence and anticipation. Convinced she would successfully complete her mission and reunite with Lin Yu. With profound affection for Lin Yu in her heart, she strode purposefully into the Soul Master Branch Hall of Notting City. Her exquisite features bore a hint of urgency and anticipation, her gaze fixed intently upon Bishop Sketch. "Lin Yu, has he mentioned where he might be found?" she inquired softly, her voice imbued with concern and longing. Bishop Sketch, sensing the formidable aura emanating from Luo Mei, felt a tightening in his chest. This woman radiated an impressive configuration of 8 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black, an astonishing display of power that filled him with reverence. Lord Lin Yu stated that if anyone were to seek him, they could find him at room XXX in the XXX Hotel in Notting City. Bishop Sketch responded with utmost respect. Upon hearing this, a satisfied smile graced Luo Mei's face. She gradually retracted her released soul power, alleviating the pressure on Bishop Sketch. Then, she turned and departed from the Soul Master Branch Hall, making her way toward the address given by Bishop Sketch. After Luo Mei's departure, Bishop Sketch finally exhaled in relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. He silently marveled. What immense strength! Her soul power must be around level 85. Truly, Lord Lin Yu is the most cherished child of the time and space Douluo. To have such a formidable protector dispatched by Lord Lin Chun. Upon returning to his room after dining at the hotel, Lin Yu abruptly found himself engulfed in darkness as if something had been draped over him the moment he closed the door. Just as he was about to retrieve an object from the heart of the stars to defend himself, a familiar voice whispered in his ear, "Guess who I am?" Recognizing the voice, Lin Yu hastily withdrew his hand from the heart of the stars and instead removed the covering from his eyes. As he pulled it away, he exclaimed, "Is that you, Sister Luomei?" The instant I heard your familiar voice and those well-known words, I knew it was you. Indeed. As he unveiled the delicate hands concealing his vision, he turned to behold a flawless, enchanting face adorned with the distinctive attire of the Lin family, accentuating Lemei's alluring figure. At that moment, Luomei gazed at him with a playful smile, her eyes sparkling with mischief and curiosity. She tilted her head slightly and inquired softly, "Is that so? How did you guess it was me so quickly?" Lin Yu smiled gently, gazing upon Luomei's exquisite visage, and replied tenderly, "It is because your voice is so distinctive. And only you would make such a jest." His eyes lingered on Luomei, captivated by the enchanting allure she exuded. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, a contented smile graced Luomei's face. She nodded lightly and said, "I suppose you were clever. However, my visit this time is not merely for jesting." Chapter 33, The Herbal Compendium. With a heart full of bewilderment, Lin Yu inquired, "By the way, Sister Luomei, how is it that my father has entrusted you with the task of assisting me? I distinctly recall requesting that he send a soul master of at least the rank of Soul Douluo to aid me. Yet I believe your strength was merely that of a soul sage, was it not?" Luomei replied with a gentle smile, "Indeed, that was the case. However, I am no longer a soul sage. After more than a year of diligent training and perseverance, I have successfully transcended to become an 85th level assault-type Soul Douluo. Thus, I am now entirely qualified to assist you." Lin Yu gazed at her in astonishment and inquired, "Sister Luomei, how is it that your prowess has escalated so swiftly? In merely a little over a year, you have transcended from Soul Sage to Soul Douluo and remarkably elevated your soul power by 6 levels. Could this rapid advancement not adversely affect your foundation?" Luomei smiled gently and elucidated, "In truth, all of this is intricately connected to you." Lin Yu blinked in confusion, asking, "Because of me? Sister Luomei, I haven't done anything particularly special." Luomei reminisced about the past, slowly replying, "Do you remember when you first decided to venture out for training? Seeing your unwavering determination to pursue growth deeply inspired me. I thought, if you could bravely explore the outside world, why couldn't I? At that time, my soul power had already reached level 80, allowing me to acquire my 8th soul ring. Thus, I requested Lord Lin Shun for permission to train, and he readily agreed, granting me the opportunity to embark on my journey. I made my way towards the Douluo forest, gradually honing my skills along the way. During my training, I elevated my state of mind. Once, deep within the Douluo forest, I stumbled upon a ghostly magic wolf with an impressive cultivation of 80,000 years and a soul-eating bird nearing 90,000 years. Locked in a fierce battle over a rare plant, both sustaining grievous injuries. I cautiously approached, concealing myself behind some bushes to observe their struggle. They were battered and breathless. Yet their mutual animosity remained unwavering. A wave of excitement surged within me. This was an exceptional opportunity. I gripped my weapon tightly, awaiting the opportune moment. When they finally collapsed from their wounds, I surged forth with incredible speed, targeting the ghostly magic wolf's vital points with a decisive strike, extinguishing its life. As the soul-eating bird attempted to rise and resist, I swiftly unleashed several precise strikes, ultimately bringing it down as well. In this manner, I successfully claimed the souls of both the soul-eating bird and the ghostly magic wolf, absorbing the crimson-tinted black soul ring that emerged from the bird. To my astonishment, this absorption granted my 8th soul skill the ability to attack souls. Following this event, my soul power smoothly ascended to level 81. Lin Yu expressed his confusion, saying, "That cannot be right, Sister Luomei. Even if the soul ring from the soul-devouring bird you absorbed is nearly 90,000 years old, it should not have enabled you to ascend to the 85th level of soul power in less than 6 months. Luomei's lips curled into a charming smile as she softly replied, "Have you forgotten the mysterious plant I once mentioned to you, which was fiercely contested by the 80,000-year-old phantom magic wolf and the nearly 90,000-year-old soul-devouring bird?" Her voice was as gentle as a spring breeze, yet laced with a hint of subtle amusement. Lin Yu suddenly slapped his forehead, his eyes widening in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Ah, could it be, Sister Luomei, that you actually consumed that plant?" His gaze was filled with disbelief and curiosity. Luomei smiled gently, nodding slightly, a mischievous glint flickering in her eyes. Linyu, filled with excitement, eagerly inquired, "So, what exactly is that plant? Does it possess any extraordinary effects? Sister Luome, could you possibly enlighten me?" His tone brimmed with anticipation and yearning. Observing the eager expression on Linyu's face, Luome couldn't help but chuckle. She patiently explained, "You see, since you haven't had the opportunity to peruse the herbal compendium borrowed from Lord Linshin from the chrysanthemum Douluo, you naturally lack the ability to analyze a plant's capabilities based on its appearance. This time, in addition to having me assist you in hunting for your second soul ring, Lord Linshin specifically instructed me to present this herbal compendium to you, intending for you to study it diligently, lest you encounter precious medicinal herbs in the future and remain entirely uninformed. You must understand, the rarity of these herbs can sometimes far exceed our imagination. Now, Linyu, this herbal compendium is entrusted to you, so take good care of it. Do not damage it. For I will need to return it to Lord Linshin for him to return it to the chrysanthemum Douluo." With that, Luome carefully retrieved the herbal compendium from the storage soul guide at her waist and gently handed it to Linyu. Linyu solemnly received the herbal compendium, his heart brimming with gratitude and curiosity. As he opened the tome, he was greeted by a myriad of meticulously recorded information and illustrations of various herbs, dazzling his senses. He leafed through the pages with great care, each herb igniting his intrigue. He discovered that some herbs appeared quite ordinary, but possessed remarkable properties, while others were oddly shaped yet exceedingly rare treasures. The more he explored, the more captivated he became, as if he had stepped into a wholly new realm. Before long, Linyu had finished perusing the herbal compendium, after which he closed the book and handed it back to Luome, stating, "Sister Luome, I have read it thoroughly and committed it to memory." Luome smiled and replied, "Then I shall have to test your knowledge." Linyu responded with confidence, "Bring it on, Sister Luome." After a moment of contemplation, Luome posed her question, "Please describe the appearance and properties of Yoxiangqi Luo Xianpin." Linyu swiftly recalled the details in his mind and confidently stated, "Its appearance resembles a large flower of delicate pink, devoid of leaves, with a stem measuring 3 feet in length. The flower itself is remarkably large, with a diameter exceeding a foot. Each petal appears as if it were crafted from crystal, glistening with a translucent brilliance. The stamen of the pale pink bloom is a soft lavender, resembling a collection of purple diamonds intricately embedded within, creating a particularly enchanting sight. Its fragrance, though capable of wafting over great distances, is not overpowering. Rather, it exudes a subtle, refreshing aroma akin to the delicate scent of a maiden. The fragrant enchantment serves as a formidable antidote to poisons, possessing the ability to neutralize all toxins. While it does not possess the capacity to detoxify on its own, it can restrain the effects of toxins. The ethereal and elegant scent of fragrant enchantment renders any poison ineffective within its vicinity, effectively counteracting a myriad of toxins. However, if one were to succumb to poison prior to entering the realm of its fragrance, the fragrant enchantment would be of no avail. It can be said that it is an exceptional antidote herb, albeit regrettably lacking in the ability to detoxify completely. Linyu mused, Such a trivial matter poses no challenge for me. I have retained it well." Chapter 34. The Millennium Zhu Fruit Luome, smiling Linyu. "I truly did not anticipate that your memory would be so remarkable. You have memorized this substantial volume of the herbal compendium with such speed." Linyu, smiling with pride, My memory has always been exceptional." "Luome, you must have known that already." Luome, reminiscing about the time she studied soul beast knowledge with Linyu, she couldn't help but sigh. "Indeed, I recall that when we were learning about soul beasts together, it took me 2 weeks to finish a soul beast compendium, while you only needed 2 days to grasp it. It seems that the herbal compendium is merely a trivial matter for you now. However, I would still like to test you further to see if you have truly mastered this knowledge completely." Linyu, with unwavering confidence, proclaimed, "No problem, Sister Luome. Feel free to pose any questions. Regardless of how you test me, I shall answer correctly." Luome, with a sly smile, replied, "Very well. Can you guess what plant I just consumed?" Linyu, momentarily taken aback and scratching his head, said, Sister Luome, could you at least provide a hint? At the very least, tell me about the plant's appearance or its function. That way, I might have a chance to guess correctly." Luome smiled and replied, "Allow me to describe the plant's appearance and effects. It stands approximately 10 feet tall, with a trunk that is straight and erect. its vibrant red hue reminiscent of the most exquisite coral, radiating brilliance and allure. The delicate green leaves are small and refined, resembling meticulously carved jade, with clearly visible veins that seem to emit a faint glow under the sunlight. What captivates the eye most is a single fruit that adorns the tree, displaying an intensely rich purplish-red color, akin to a dazzling amethyst. Its round, plump shape is charmingly reminiscent of an apple. The fruit's skin is smooth and exquisite, shimmering with a mysterious luster, as if it embodies boundless vitality. Furthermore, this fruit exudes a peculiar fragrance, elegant yet penetrating, intoxicating all who catch a whiff. Once the fruit is plucked, the entire plant disintegrates into ashes. After consuming the fruit, I noticed a dark, sooty stain on my body, and my soul power elevated from level 81 to 85. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu swiftly contemplated in his mind before articulating, "It resembles an apple, with a purplish-red hue. Once plucked, the plant transforms into ash. Consuming it seems to cleanse the marrow and enhance one's soul power. Could it be that Sister Luomei has ingested the Zhu fruit? Moreover, it is not the ordinary variety that flowers once every 100 years and bears fruit thereafter, but rather the rare 1,000-year Zhu fruit that blooms and bears fruit only once in a millennium. Sister Luomei, am I correct in my assumption?" Lin Yu pondered, convinced that such a unique plant could indeed be the Zhu fruit, grateful for his clear recollection of the compendium of herbs. Luomei, filled with delight, nodded in affirmation and replied, "It appears you have truly committed the compendium of herbs to memory, as you have remarkably deduced the name of the plant I consumed from my description. Well done." Lin Yu spoke enviously, "Sister Luomei, you are truly fortunate." Upon hearing this, Luomei displayed a hint of perplexity on her face and retorted, "In what way am I lucky?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly exclaimed, "How unfortunate you are! Just look at this. Your journey of experience is truly remarkable. Not only has it greatly enhanced your state of mind, but during your acquisition of the 8th spirit ring, you encountered an 8,000-year-old spectral demon wolf and a nearly 90,000-year-old soul-devouring bird, both of whom were gravely injured in their battle over the Zhu fruit. What an extraordinary stroke of luck! This has allowed you to effortlessly obtain your 8th spirit ring. Moreover, you have also secured the Zhu fruit that those two spirit beasts were vying for." Lin Yu spoke with increasing excitement, as if he could already envision Luomei's good fortune within reach. Just think about it. After consuming that Zhi fruit, your soul power surged by 4 levels. This is indeed the caliber of a soul Douluo. Typically, a soul Douluo can only enhance their soul power by 1 level per year. Yet you, merely by eating a single Zhi fruit, you ascended by 4 levels. And the residual potency will further assist you in your cultivation until you achieve the rank of a title Douluo. Is this not the epitome of good fortune? Had luck been against you, perhaps during the clash between the ghost wolf and the soul-eating bird over the Zhi fruit, they would have detected your presence long before. In such a case, obtaining the soul-eating bird's spirit ring and the Millennium Zhi fruit would have been impossible. Worse still, you might have met your demise in the Star Dough forest, leaving you with nothing at all." As Lin Yu spoke, he marveled at Luomei's extraordinary luck and genuinely felt happy for her. Meanwhile, Luomei listened quietly, yet she did not entirely agree with Lin Yu's perspective. To her, this so-called good fortune was merely a confluence of hard work and opportunity. Had she not diligently trained, how could she possess such formidable strength to face various challenges? Moreover, those opportunities were only unveiled through her relentless pursuit of exploration and progress. Thus, true luck is not a mere coincidence, but rather something one must strive for through personal effort. With a smile, Luomei inquired, "So, Lin Yu, when do you plan to obtain your 2nd spirit ring? What type of spirit beast do you intend to hunt, and what age range are you considering?" Lin Yu felt a surge of excitement in his heart, thinking that he could finally share his plans with Sister Luomei. He immediately responded, "Sister Luomei, I have long decided which type of soul beast to hunt, and for how many years. I was merely waiting for your arrival. This time, I have resolved to hunt the nightmarish mantis, a life-devouring entity, the object of hatred for all soul beasts, a terrifying and malevolent killer, the human-faced demon spider, with a lifespan exceeding 2,000 years. However, Lin Yu felt a twinge of anxiety. He was uncertain how Sister Luomei would perceive his audacious decision. Upon hearing this, Luomei could not help but furrow her brow, her heart brimming with concern. She inquired, "Why do you wish to hunt the human-faced demon spider as your 2nd soul ring? Are you certain you can absorb a soul ring of over 2,000 years? It is known that, according to the records of the Wuhuan Temple, No one has ever surpassed a 1,000-year lifespan for their second soul ring. Are you truly certain? Luo Mei pondered. How can this child be so reckless? This is no trivial matter. Though a hint of doubt lingered in Lin Yu's heart, it was overshadowed by a profound sense of determination and confidence. He resolutely declared, Sister Luo Mei, there is no need for further persuasion. My decision is steadfast and unalterable. I firmly believe that my physical form, having undergone rigorous training, can endure the strain of a soul ring that spans 2 millennia. He contemplated the immense effort he had invested for this moment, convinced that success was within his grasp. Luo Mei sighed, feeling a mix of helplessness and admiration for Lin Yu's bravery. She replied, Lin Yu, since you have made your decision, I shall refrain from further urging you. Rest well tonight. Tomorrow we shall embark on the journey to assist you in hunting for your second soul ring. In her heart, she silently prayed for a smooth venture, hoping that no unforeseen mishaps would arise. Chapter 35, Departure. Lin Yu. Very well, Sister Luo Mei. We shall embark on our journey tomorrow. It is time to rest now. Luo Mei. Good night, Lin Yu. Lin Yu. Good night, Sister Luo Mei. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the bed as Lin Yu and Luo Mei opened their eyes to embrace a new day. They swiftly arose, completed their morning routines, and tidied themselves before checking out of their room. Descending the stairs, they proceeded to enjoy breakfast. After their meal, Lin Yu and Luo Mei exited the hotel. The streets were already bustling, with people beginning their daily endeavors. The two made their way to a car rental shop, where they rented a modest carriage and set off towards the Douluo forest. As the carriage advanced, the road became increasingly rugged, yet their spirits soared with excitement. At last, they beheld a dense expanse of trees ahead. It was the Douluo forest, renowned as one of the 3 most famous habitats for soul beasts on the Douluo continent. This vast forest stretched endlessly, nearly rivaling the territory of the Barak kingdom. It constituted a colossal primeval forest, characterized by its intricate and varied terrain, which included wetlands, swamps, and diverse ecosystems. Countless powerful and enigmatic soul beasts inhabited this realm, each claiming its own territory. The deeper one ventured into the forest, the stronger the soul beasts became. It was even rumored that among them lurked soul beasts aged over 100,000 years. However, for Lin Yu, these were not mere legends. He was acutely aware that within the annals of Douluo continent's history, the core region of the Douluo forest housed the sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape, 2 soul beasts of 100,000 years that had yet to be hunted, not to mention the tragic fate of Xiao Wu's mother and Xiao Wu herself, who had transformed into a 100,000-year soul beast, slain by Bibi Dong. It was whispered that Tang San's mother, the 100,000-year blue-silver emperor, had also emerged from the Douluo forest, but the truth of that remains uncertain. As they drew ever closer to the Douluo forest, Lin Yu expertly guided the carriage to a small town on the forest's outskirts. Upon arriving at the car rental shop, he returned the carriage, for the path ahead led directly into the Douluo forest, where the terrain was too treacherous and convoluted for a carriage to traverse. Entering the town, Lin Yu was astounded by the lively scene that far exceeded his expectations. This town was approximately 3 times the size of the village housing Shrek Academy. Although it lacked imposing walls, it thrived like a miniature city. The streets were lined with shops, each one vying for attention, offering a dazzling array of goods and services. Lin Yu observed intently for a while and discovered that the majority of the shops here were surprisingly related to soul masters. Some were dedicated to selling a plethora of weapons, all neatly arranged and brimming with variety. Others offered armor that appeared both sturdy and stylish. Furthermore, there were shops peddling antidotes and potions that replenished stamina. Even the clothing stores exclusively featured garments adorned with multiple pockets, ideal for soul masters embarking on adventurous quests. As Lin Yu strolled through the streets, his curiosity about this quaint little town grew ever more profound. Lin Yu remarked, "This is likely what it means to thrive by the mountains, to draw sustenance from the sea, and to rely on the vast starry forest for one's livelihood. I can only imagine how many lives this starry forest has sustained. Do you not agree, Sister Luo Mei?" At that moment, Luo Mei gestured towards a nearby 2-story hotel and said, "Let us rest here today. You shall be responsible for the expenses." Lin Yu glanced at the hotel indicated by Sister Luo Mei, and a smile spread across his face upon realizing that it was the very establishment acquired by his own faction. He promptly turned to Sister Luo Mei and said, "No problem, order whatever you desire." With that, he and Luo Mei made their way to the entrance of the hotel. Upon entering, Lin Yu addressed the hotel staff, saying, "Please have your manager come here." The attendant responded politely, "Certainly, "Sir," and proceeded towards the manager's office. In a short while, the hotel manager approached and inquired, "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" Lin Yu wore a gentle smile, his gaze fixed upon the hotel manager as he spoke in a calm manner. "I would like to inquire whether this hotel is part of the Starry Pavilion's portfolio." The hotel manager was momentarily taken aback, followed by a look of astonishment on his face. "How did you know?" "Indeed, this hotel is one of the properties under the Starry Pavilion." Lin Yu's smile grew even more radiant as he continued, "I am a member of the Starry Pavilion and happen to be passing through this area, wishing to stay here. Therefore, I hope to receive some special attention." Upon hearing this, the hotel manager immediately adopted an air of utmost respect, exclaiming, "Ah, it is indeed an esteemed member of the Starry Pavilion. Please rest assured, we shall do everything in our power to ensure that you receive the finest service possible." Lin Yu nodded, a look of satisfaction gracing his features as he remarked, "That is splendid. Furthermore, this lady by my side is my friend, and she too requires a comfortable room." The hotel manager promptly acquiesced, subsequently escorting Lin Yu and Luo Mei to select their accommodations. Throughout the journey, he exuberantly expounded on the various amenities and services the hotel had to offer. Upon arriving at the room, Lin Yu surveyed the space and noted its exceptional spaciousness. The abundant natural light flooding in, and the exquisite, tasteful decor, all complemented by a comprehensive array of facilities. He felt an immense sense of contentment. Beside him, Luo Mei laughed joyfully and remarked, "It seems your influence is quite considerable. To have the hotel manager attend to us with such warmth and thoughtfulness is truly remarkable." Lin Yu responded with a modest smile, "This is merely because we are members of the Star Pavilion. It is only natural for us to assist one another. However, I must admit that receiving such treatment truly brings joy to my heart." In the moments that followed, Lin Yu and Luo Mei indulged in an extraordinarily sumptuous dinner at the hotel before preparing to explore the quaint little town. Lin Yu arrived at a hotel named Douluo, preparing to depart, when he suddenly heard a commotion from within. Upon closer inspection, he realized that individuals were engaged in a discussion regarding Tang San and the Shrek Academy. Lin Yu felt a stir in his heart. Promptly halting his steps as he entered the hotel, he approached the two individuals engaged in conversation and eagerly inquired, "Could you kindly elaborate on the matter concerning Tang San?" The two individuals turned to him, appraising him from head to toe, yet they offered no response and resumed their discussion. Lin Yu, noticing their indifference, hastily exclaimed, "Waiter, please bring several exquisite dishes to this table, along with a fine bottle of wine, and charge it to my account." As he spoke, he placed a gold soul coin upon the table. The waiter, upon hearing this, promptly complied. Before long, an array of delicacies and wine was presented. Lin Yu smiled at the two individuals and said, "Gentlemen, please enjoy." He then inquired once more about Tang San. Chapter 36, News of Tang San. The two individuals, recognizing Lin Yu's eagerness to engage, invited him to sit beside them, and they began to recount their tale. "Last night, a group of students from the so-called Shrek Academy dined at our hotel. Initially, everything seemed perfectly normal, but what transpired next was almost beyond belief." "Oh, what happened?" Lin Yu queried with curiosity. While dining, the hotel staff shockingly served a jug of poison wine to those students. Fortunately, one of the students, named Tang San, detected the anomaly and swiftly overturned the jug. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. "What? Poison wine?" Lin Yu exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. Indeed, and this was no ordinary poison. When Tang San spilled the wine on the floor, it hissed as it made contact, causing smoke to rise and releasing a foul odor. Had anyone ingested even a sip, they would surely have perished instantly, with no chance of survival. Lin Yu felt a chill run down his spine and couldn't help but exclaim, "How terrifying is this? Who are these people? Why would they resort to such nefarious actions?" The two continued. After spilling the wine, the waiter still thought about escaping, but he should realize that as an ordinary person, how could he possibly outrun a soul master? Before he could take more than a few steps, the student named Tang San swiftly employed a technique he referred to as the Ghost Shadow Misty Steps, capturing the waiter effortlessly. He then summoned the hotel manager to discuss how to handle the situation. The hotel manager approached furiously, demanding, "Long Tiao Jia, what on earth is going on? How could you serve a customer a poisoned drink?" At that moment, the waiter, Long Tiao Jia, vigorously shook his head. A look of confusion etched on his face as he asked Tang San, "Who are you? Why are you holding me?" It appeared he had completely forgotten the preceding events. As if he had lost his memory entirely, Tang San furrowed his brow, a sense of caution brewing within him. The waiter's reaction was peculiar. Could there be an issue with the poison wine? Or was he perhaps under the influence of some drug or a control-type soul skill? The hotel manager, witnessing the scene, grew even more somber, glaring at the waiter and admonishing, "How dare you question who we are? Are you not aware of the gravity of your actions? You actually dared to poison a customer." Long Tiao Jia stared blankly at the hotel manager and Tang San, his eyes filled with bewilderment and confusion. He struggled to recall anything, but his mind was a blank slate, devoid of any memories. Suddenly, Tang San realized that the situation was amiss. He released his grip, allowing Long Tiao Jia to regain his footing. The waiter swayed slightly, his gaze still vacant. Tang San, filled with indignation, glared at the individual before him, fury flickering in his eyes as he shouted, "Do you not understand what you have done? Just moments ago, you served me a poison drink. Had I not been vigilant due to a recent attack, I might have perished from your treachery today. And yet, you dare question why I apprehended you? It is utterly absurd." Long Tiao Jia struggled to stand upright, his eyes gradually regaining clarity as he slowly began to speak. "I seem to remember some details. You all intended to rest here tonight, and shortly after you entered, someone followed closely behind. That person called me aside, handed me 10 gold soul coins, and instructed me to mix this package into your food, compelling you to consume it. Instinctively, I sensed something was amiss. If it were harmless, why the secrecy? Thus, I resolutely declined. However, to my astonishment, he menaced, 'If you refuse the toast, you shall drink the penalty.' Suddenly, 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings emerged around him. He proclaimed, 'Third soul skill, Hypnotic Ray.' After that, my consciousness slipped into oblivion, and I have no recollection of what transpired until now when you apprehended me." Tang San's brow furrowed deeply, a grave expression clouding his features as he muttered to himself, "Could it be that mysterious figure once again? During his time at Shrek Academy, he once attempted to take my life. Fortunately, Teacher Zhao arrived just in time to rescue me. In recent days, he had not made another move, leading me to believe he had abandoned his pursuit. However, I was taken aback to discover he lay in ambush here, waiting for me. It appears that I must exercise utmost caution in the upcoming journey to avoid falling into his trap." Tang San cursed inwardly. That detestable, mysterious figure. How dare you strike at me repeatedly? It is utterly infuriating. If I catch you, you shall experience the might of the Tang sect. Yet, Tang San was acutely aware that his situation remained perilous, with the enemy lurking in the shadows, poised to strike. A moment's carelessness could lead to irrevocable disaster. Thus, he needed to maintain a heightened sense of vigilance, leaving no room for complacency. Only then could he ensure his safety and successfully assist Oscar in acquiring the 3rd spirit ring. Having contemplated this, Tang San turned to the hotel manager and inquired, "Since this incident occurred within your establishment, how do you propose to resolve it?" At that moment, Tang San was keenly observing how the hotel manager would handle the situation. Should it be deemed unfair, he would not let it go easily. The hotel manager, with a beaming smile, promptly responded, "Certainly, esteemed spirit masters. How about this? I shall compensate you with 1,000 gold soul coins and dismiss this server. What do you think?" Upon saying this, the hotel manager fixed his gaze on Tang San, his eyes filled with a pleading expression. Anxiety gnawed at him, fearing dissatisfaction from the spirit masters. For offending them was no trivial matter. Tang San waved his hand and replied calmly, "Very well, we shall accept the compensation, but let the server keep his job." He thought to himself, this server was coerced, which is understandable. One must show mercy when possible, for everyone has moments when they are not in control of their circumstances. Upon hearing this, the hotel manager sighed in relief and eagerly said, "Please do thank the esteemed spirit masters." The server, who had been in a dire predicament, felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, his eyes brimming with tears as he fervently expressed, "Thank you, esteemed spirit masters. Thank you." His heart swelled with gratitude, relieved to have encountered such magnanimous spirit masters. Otherwise, losing his job would have been catastrophic for his family of 6. In that moment, he felt a deep respect for Tang San and his companions, vowing to work even harder in the future to repay their kindness. Chapter 37. Conflict. After Tang San and his companions accepted the hotel's compensation and finished their dinner, they had just stepped out of the hotel when Ma Hongjuan's old habit resurfaced. His eyes seemed fixed as he stared intently at the ample figure of a female student from a neighboring academy, commenting audibly. This drew the ire of a male student from that academy, who shouted angrily, "Damn it, you fatso! What are you staring at? Keep that up, and I'll have your eyes gouged out." Ma Hongjun thought to himself, "Humph, you dare to threaten me? I want to be intimidated." Upon hearing the remark, he immediately retorted, "My eyes are on my face. I can look wherever I please. Besides, isn't that what they're for? Wouldn't you agree, big brother Dai? After speaking, he deliberately cast a glance towards Daimubai. Daimubai shook his head in exasperation, thinking to himself that this fellow was truly beyond redemption. Meanwhile, the other boys were incensed by Ma Hongjuan's words, their eyes wide with fury, itching to confront him. However, Ma Hongjuan remained unfazed, puffing with pride as he continued to gaze at the girl. Daimubai pondered that Ma Hongjuan was his steadfast comrade, and it was only natural for him to come to his defense. Without a second thought, he quickly chimed in, exactly. What's the point of growing up if no one can see it? After uttering this, Daimubai chuckled smugly, completely oblivious to the impending danger. At that moment, a chilling sensation suddenly washed over him from the side. Instinctively, he turned his head to find Zhu Xuqing regarding him with a frosty glare. Zhu Xuqing was seething internally, huffing at Daimubai's persistent frivolity. She shot him a fierce glare before turning away, dismissing him entirely. It was only then that Daimubai realized he had misspoken, and he hurriedly sought to explain himself, but it was too late. Zhu Xuqing had already distanced herself, ignoring him completely. Daimubai inwardly lamented his folly, regretting his own foolishness. How could he have been so naive as to drive Zhu Xuqing away with a careless remark? Now, he would have to exert considerable effort to reconcile with her. Yet, he also recognized that this predicament was solely his fault. He had no one to blame but his own loose tongue. He resolved to tread more carefully in the future, vowing never to repeat the same error. With that thought, he quickened his pace to catch up with Zhu Xuqing, his expression anxious as he implored, Xuqing, I truly only intended to support Fatty this time. Rest assured, I have reformed and will never make the same mistake again. Please, do not remain angry with me. As he spoke, he scrutinized Zhu Xuqing's expression, hoping to discern any signs of forgiveness. However, Zhu Xuqing did not respond immediately, continuing on her path with an unwavering expression. Daimubai felt an overwhelming sense of regret, wishing he could slap himself for his impulsive defense of Ma Hongjuan. He muttered to himself, why did I let a moment of impulse lead me to speak up for him? Now, not only have I been of no help, but I have also thoroughly enraged Zhu Xuqing. What am I to do? I must not allow her to truly ignore me. As he berated himself, he racked his brain for ways to mend the situation and regain Zhu Xuqing's trust and affection. Zhu Xuqing was engulfed in feelings of grievance, her thoughts a tangled mess. She recalled the perilous journey she had undertaken for Daimubai, fleeing from the Star Luo Empire, enduring countless hardships and dangers along the way, suffering under the elements, living in fear, and teetering on the brink of death more times than she could count. Yet, what of Daimubai? He continued to let her down. The encounter with the twin sisters at the Rose Hotel had already left a bitter taste in her mouth, and now, he was once again siding with Ma Hongjuan, teasing others. Zhu Xuqing pondered sorrowfully, how can this man be so unprogressive? Does he not comprehend the value of everything I have sacrificed for him? How can he repeatedly inflict wounds upon my heart? The more she contemplated, the heavier her mood became, as feelings of grievance surged like tumultuous waves, relentlessly battering her emotional defenses. Crystal tears cascaded uncontrollably from her eyes, akin to pearls severed from their thread, each drop bearing the weight of her anguish and helplessness. She felt as though her heart was gradually sinking into an abyss of darkness and despair, unable to extricate itself. Memories of her past flooded her mind, those moments of ridicule and humiliation, the days spent in the shadows of disdain and neglect. Now, having finally obtained a glimmer of opportunity, she felt it slip away due to her own frailty. A profound sense of guilt and regret enveloped her. Why could she not be stronger? Why was she perpetually so powerless? Her fists clenched tightly, nails digging into her palms, causing a sharp sting that paled in comparison to the torment within. She loathed her own ineptitude, detested her weakness, and despised the world's inherent injustices. Yet, regardless of her resentment, reality remained unforgiving, leaving her to silently endure it all. Once again, Zhu Xuqing found herself ensnared in a web of turmoil, her thoughts spiraling. Where could I go after leaving Daimubai? The vast world seemed devoid of a sanctuary for her. Despair and helplessness filled her heart, as if the entire universe conspired against her. Was she destined to await a fate of death at the hands of the Dai and Zhu clans after reaching adulthood? She murmured to herself, her voice tinged with trepidation. Such a grim conclusion was unbearable. She refused to become a pawn in a power struggle between families. Yet, she remained at a loss as to how to alter her circumstances, resigned to silently suffer her inner torment. She recalled the hardships and dangers she faced while fleeing the Douluo Empire, encountering countless trials and tribulations in her quest for a new life. Now, she found herself still ensnared by the shackles of fate. Had she not endured such tribulations to escape that dreadful destiny? Journeying to the Barak kingdom in search of the very Dai Mubai who had once abandoned her? Tears shimmered in her eyes as she reminisced about the past. Initially, she had resolutely departed her homeland, yearning for a safe haven far removed from familial strife. Yet, the harshness of reality left her feeling profoundly disheartened and despondent. I refuse to accept this. I have invested so much, traversing through thorns and hardships. How can I so easily relinquish my resolve over such a trivial matter? I have endured too much suffering, borne too many trials. These are the testaments of my perseverance. Yet, he continues to wound me time and again, shattering my heart. I am uncertain if I should still believe that he will genuinely change, that he will cease to inflict pain upon me, that he will no longer bring tears to my eyes. Each time, I convince myself to grant him another chance, but the outcome invariably leaves me utterly disillusioned. Perhaps this time is no exception, yet I cannot help but cling to the hope that he will recognize his mistakes and genuinely strive for change. After all, we have shared beautiful memories and deep emotions. To relinquish everything so easily would render our past efforts futile. Yet, I am profoundly afraid of enduring further heartache. Chapter 38. Choice 1. Zhu Zhuqing's heart felt as though it were torn asunder, one half brimming with anticipation and hope for Dai Mubai, while the other was shrouded by past wounds and disappointments. These conflicting emotions clashed violently within her, plunging her into a profound agony. Should she choose to grant Dai Mubai another chance, she would once more immerse herself in this relationship, yet she remained uncertain whether he could truly transform. If he were to remain unchanged, she would be subjected to even greater suffering and torment. This choice resembled a gamble, wagering her heart and future. Conversely, should she decide to depart, she would forfeit all her previous efforts and sacrifices, reducing everything to mere illusions. Simultaneously, she would confront an uncertain future, unaware of what awaited her ahead. This decision demanded immense courage to sever ties with the past and embrace the unknown. Zhu Zhuqing felt an overwhelming sense of confusion, uncertain of the correct path to take. Should she trust Dai Mubai once more, granting him another opportunity, or resolutely turn away, severing all ties? Each choice loomed like a heavy mountain, nearly suffocating her. She found herself ensnared in endless struggle and turmoil, unable to discern a way out. In her torment, Zhu Zhuqing trembled, her heart rife with conflict and struggle. Just then, Dai Mubai, driven by urgency, rushed up behind her. He grasped one of her hands tightly, while with the other, he struck his own face with force. The sharp sound echoed as his cheek instantly swelled, yet he seemed oblivious to the pain. With a countenance filled with guilt and regret, Dai Mubai looked at Zhu Zhuqing and said, "Zhuqing, it is all my fault. My words were too hurtful. Please forgive me." This was a moment of impulse, without consideration for the consequences. If you would grant me another chance, I promise never to repeat the same mistakes. Please do not leave me. His voice resonated with sincerity and self-reproach, his gaze revealing profound remorse. He understood that his actions had wounded Zhu Zhuqing, and all he wished for was to salvage their relationship. However, Zhu Zhuqing offered no response, merely gazing silently into the distance, a hint of resoluteness in her eyes. Seeing this, Dai Mubai's anxiety intensified. He recognized that without immediate action, he might forever lose Zhu Zhuqing. Thus, he resolved to cast aside his pride and apologize once more. "Zhuqing, please listen to me. I truly regret my words, having failed to consider your feelings. However, my love for you is genuine, and I hope we can start anew." Dai Mubai's tone softened as he endeavored to touch Zhu Zhuqing's heart with his earnest words. He understood that to earn Zhu Zhuqing's trust, he must first set aside his pride and self-esteem. At that moment, Dai Mubai was overwhelmed with regret and guilt, incessantly berating himself. "I am truly a scoundrel, so foolish." Memories of all that Zhu Qing had done for him flooded his mind, intensifying his feelings of remorse. Each time, it was his own impulsiveness and stubbornness that had caused her distress. He felt akin to an irredeemable fool, should Zhu Qing choose not to forgive him this time. He would be at a complete loss on how to confront the situation. There was no doubt he could not afford to lose Zhu Qing. Thus, Dai Mubai resolved in silence that if Zhu Qing was willing to grant him another chance, he would cherish it immensely, dedicating himself to protecting her and ensuring she would never again suffer any indignities or harm. He closed his eyes, envisioning a future devoid of Zhu Qing's presence. a realm of interminable loneliness and anguish. This sensation was akin to an unbearable nightmare, sending chills down his spine. With this thought, he clenched his fists tightly, feeling the sweat accumulate in his palms as his heart raced. How he wished Zhu Qing would reconsider and return to his embrace. With renewed determination, Dai Mubai proclaimed, "I shall amend my flaws. Let us confront our fate together and shatter it. I vow by my ancestors that I will treat you well henceforth, ensuring you never feel sorrow again, nor regret having fled from the Star Luo Empire to seek me in the Barak Kingdom. Therefore, Zhu Qing, could you grant me one final opportunity?" Upon uttering these words, his gaze became resolute, locking onto Zhu Qing, his eyes shimmering with sincerity. At that moment, his heart raced as if it might leap from his chest. He was genuinely fearful that Zhu Qing might resolutely depart, leading to the collapse of his world. Yet, he still hoped for her forgiveness, for it was the only path to a fresh beginning. He silently vowed that if Zhu Qing could absolve him this time, he would wholeheartedly strive to rectify his mistakes, offering her a future filled with happiness. Listening to Dai Mubai's words, Zhu Qing felt an internal stir. She could distinctly sense the sincerity and urgency in his voice, a sound imbued with an invisible force attempting to breach her emotional defenses. However, the past wounds felt like sharp thorns, deeply embedded in her heart, making it impossible for her to let go. She wrestled within herself. He seems genuinely remorseful this time. Should I trust him once more? Perhaps he has truly turned over a new leaf. Yet, he has made similar promises before, only to leave me disappointed. Can I endure such pain again? But if I deny him this chance, will I truly be able to relinquish these feelings and face the future alone? Zhu Qing felt her heart being tugged in two opposing directions, one side drawn by her profound affection for Dai Mubai and a glimmer of hope, the other weighed down by past anguish and disillusionment. She found herself at an impasse, uncertain of how to choose. For each decision bore the weight of immense risk and consequence. The wounds of the past were like sharp thorns, deeply embedded in her heart. Whenever she recalled those painful memories, a wave of indescribable sorrow surged within her. Regarding the future, she was enveloped in fear, unsure if she could endure such pain once more. These intricate emotions intertwined, plunging her inner world into chaos. Her mind echoed with myriad voices, her thoughts scattering like leaves in the wind, tangled and disordered. She incessantly questioned herself, what should I do? This dilemma loomed over her like a heavy stone, suffocating her. She recognized that only two choices lay before her, either to bravely trust him once more, granting them both a chance, or to decisively turn away, ending their relationship. Yet, either choice felt overwhelmingly arduous, as if she stood at a crossroads, lost in direction. She endeavored to calm herself, contemplating the potential repercussions of these two options. If she chose to continue trusting him, she would need to relinquish the shadows of the past and rebuild her faith in him. However, should she suffer harm again, it would be a devastating blow. Conversely, if she chose to leave, while she might avert further pain, it would also signify relinquishing the possibility of breaking free from fate alongside him, rendering her past suffering seemingly self-inflicted. This inner turmoil tormented her, leaving her paralyzed in her decision-making. Chapter 39. Choice 2. Zhu Qing was engulfed in a torrent of thoughts, recalling countless moments of disappointment with Dai Mubai. Those heart-wrenching instances flashing through her mind like scenes from a film. Her heart wrestled with anguish. Should she grant him another chance? Was he truly worthy of her trust? Simultaneously, she reminisced about the hardships endured while fleeing, the days spent in fear and discomfort, each moment nearly unbearable. Had she endured so much suffering for him only to abandon it all? Furthermore, she felt a deep-seated resentment and rebellion against her fate, controlled by her family. Was she truly to bow to destiny and allow her family to dictate her life? All these emotions intertwined, ultimately solidifying Zhu Qing's resolve. Enough, she thought. Let this be the final chance for Dai Mubai, and also for herself to break free from fate. After all, she had sacrificed so much. How could she easily yield? Taking a deep breath, it seemed she had made up her mind. She would trust him one last time. If it failed again, she would have no one to blame but her own misfortune. Zhu Qing gazed quietly at Dai Mubai, her mind a whirlwind of thoughts. She understood that this moment might signify a pivotal turning point in their relationship. Drawing a deep breath, she resolutely declared, Dai Mubai, I will give you one last chance. And it is indeed the final opportunity. Should you disappoint me again, we shall await the consequences of our destinies. In truth, Zhu Qing was profoundly conflicted and distressed. On one hand, her feelings for Dai Mubai remained profound. On the other, she feared the prospect of further heartbreak. However, She understood that this was her final boundary. If Dai Mubai remained unrepentant, she would have to resign herself to fate. Alas, Dai Mubai, I find myself in a profound quandary. I am deeply afraid of being hurt once more, yet I cannot relinquish the bond we share. I sincerely hope that this time he can truly change, sparing me further heartache. I am utterly exhausted and fervently wish this is the last time I fear for him, the last time my heart shatters for him. If he persists in his old ways, I genuinely do not know if I possess the courage to endure any longer. This time, it all hinges on his actions. Zhu Zhiqing silently reflected. She was acutely aware that love is seldom a smooth journey, yet she still wished to believe in Dai Mubai's capacity for transformation. How the future will unfold remains a mystery. Only time can unveil the answer. Dai Mubai grasped Zhu Zhiqing's hand tightly, tears glistening in his eyes as he fervently declared, Zhu Qing, thank you for granting me this opportunity. I am truly grateful. Rest assured, I shall strive to change and never again let you down. His heart brimmed with gratitude and resolve, fully cognizant of the preciousness of the chance Zhu Qing had bestowed upon him and the weight of his past mistakes. In this moment, he was resolute in his determination to transform completely, intent on demonstrating his sincerity through tangible actions. I am exceedingly fortunate that Zhu Qing can grant me another chance. Her feelings for me run so deep, and I have not cherished them as I ought to have in the past. This time, I absolutely cannot disappoint her expectations. I must change profoundly and ensure she lives a life of happiness. I will devote all my efforts to cherish her, never allowing her to endure any more suffering or indignity. Dai Mubai privately vowed, his gaze resolute and filled with affection. Having spoken, Dai Mubai raised his right hand towards the heavens, swearing, I, Dai Mubai, vow before the heavens that from this day forth, I shall wholeheartedly cherish Zhu Qing, and I will never again let her down. Should I violate this oath, may I be struck by divine retribution and meet a dire fate. His voice was firm and powerful, as if he sought to engrave his oath upon the very fabric of existence. Dai Mubai silently promised himself to cherish this opportunity, vowing never to cause Zhu Zhiqing sorrow again. He knew that only through genuine actions could he earn Zhu Zhiqing's trust and affection. I must prove my vow through my actions, allowing Zhu Qing to believe in me, he murmured, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Zhu Zhiqing, filled with profound emotion. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's oath, although her expression remained as frosty as ever, a flicker of flame, named hope, ignited deep within her eyes. May he truly fulfill his words this time. Zhu Zhiqing silently pondered, a hint of anticipation and apprehension lacing her tone. She was acutely aware that she had granted Dai Mubai numerous chances before, each fraught with disappointment and pain. Yet, she was still willing to choose belief. Despite the lingering unease within her heart, Zhu Zhiqing halted in her tracks, standing still as she gazed into the distance, as if contemplating some profound thought. Upon witnessing the scene, Dai Mubai was overwhelmed with joy. He hurriedly stepped forward to grasp Zhu Zhiqing's delicate hand, his eyes brimming with excitement. Zhu Zhiqing was momentarily taken aback, the words Dai Mubai had just spoken echoing in her mind, stirring a complex array of emotions within her. Initially, she contemplated breaking free from his grasp, yet ultimately relinquished that thought, allowing him to hold her hand tightly. I shall trust him this once, Zhu Zhiqing resolved silently. If Dai Mubai were to let her down again, she would completely abandon any hopes for this relationship, for she could no longer endure further heartache. Dai Mubai clung to Zhu Zhiqing's hand, as if fearing that releasing her would make her vanish. Slowly, he led her back to Tang San and the others. At that moment, his heart was filled with an indescribable joy as he pondered, I must give my all to present my best self, ensuring that Zhu Qing feels genuine happiness and contentment. I must allow her to witness my transformation and experience boundless joy. I can no longer indulge in past recklessness and absurdity. Instead, I should embrace responsibility and provide her with ample security. I must prove to the world that I, Dai Mubai, am a man worthy of Zhu Zhiqing's trust and lifelong commitment. With a silent oath, his gaze sparkled with determination and a yearning for a brighter future. Meanwhile, the argument among Ma Hongjun and his companions grew increasingly intense. Ma Hongjun shouted hoarsely, his face flushed with indignation, What if I just stole a few glances? Is that not allowed? He widened his eyes, adopting an air of righteousness, as if he had committed no wrongdoing. The students from Songhui Academy, unwilling to back down, retorted angrily, What you call looking is nothing short of desecration. They clenched their fists, poised for confrontation. Humph, stop slandering me. I, Ma Hongjun, stand tall and upright. Ma Hongjun countered, hands on his hips, bristling with indignation. He puffed out his chest, attempting to showcase his integrity and innocence. You still dare to argue? Just look at your lecherous expression. It's clear you are no good. The opposing voices rose in volume, filled with fury and accusation. Chapter 40. The bet. The two sides exchanged heated words, neither willing to concede, embroiled in a fierce dispute. At that moment, the team leader from Songhui Academy, Yu Jiqiu, stepped forward, declaring, I shall not engage in your quarrel. In the realm of soul masters, strength dictates the rules. If you can defeat me, this matter shall be settled. However, should you lose, that chubby fellow must bow and apologize to my female student. What say you? Will you accept this wager? If you refuse the bet, then let that chubby fellow simply apologize. But should you lose the wager, he must bow an apology. Yi Jiqiu harbored a cunning plan in his heart, brimming with confidence in his own abilities. He mused to himself, what formidable prowess could these young brats possibly possess? I shall seize this opportunity to teach them a lesson, to make them aware that Songhui Academy is not to be trifled with, and to instill in them a lasting memory to refrain from provoking our kind. A slight smirk danced on his lips, revealing a hint of disdain, while his eyes sparkled with self-assurance. He believed that victory in this wager was all but assured, for his opponents were merely a group of youthful novices, incapable of challenging a seasoned and powerful five-ring soul king such as himself. In contrast, Tang San and his companions appeared somewhat hesitant and anxious, fully aware of the formidable strength their adversaries possessed, yet unwilling to concede easily. Upon hearing Yi Jiqiu's taunts, Ma Hongjun was instantly infuriated, his rage erupting like a volcano. He silently seethed, considering the audacity of these individuals. How could they dare to humiliate him for merely casting a few glances? Nevertheless, he understood that this battle transcended personal honor. It was intrinsically linked to the reputation of the entire Shrek Academy, and retreat was not an option. Thus, he resolutely decided to demonstrate his true strength and ensure that they would not underestimate him. Meanwhile, Tang San swiftly contemplated countermeasures in his mind. He recognized the need to exercise caution in accepting the challenge, for doing so might lead them into a passive predicament. Yet, he also understood the importance of preserving Shrek Academy's dignity. Observing their opponent closely, he reflected, this Yi Jiqiu seems formidable, his strength cannot be underestimated. We must approach this with prudence. However, we cannot allow ourselves to be subdued. We must devise a foolproof strategy that maintains our pride while successfully passing the assessment. As Daimubai returned with Zhu Xing, they chanced upon the tense standoff before them. A frown creased Daimubai's brow, and his eyes radiated an aura of authority and dominance. He inquired loudly about the unfolding events and soon learned of Songhui Academy's provocation. With a cold snort, Daimubai disdainfully declared, what is there to fear? Let us engage in a skirmish. Do not forget the rules of Shrek Academy, he thought to himself. These individuals dare to act arrogantly before Shrek Academy. They truly lack awareness of their own limitations. As a member of Shrek Academy, I cannot falter. Tang San appeared somewhat perplexed and hesitantly asked, rules? What rules does Shrek Academy have? He felt a pang of uncertainty, recognizing that they were facing the opposing team's lead instructor, whose strength was undoubtedly formidable. Yet, he also understood Daimubai's temperament. If a confrontation were to occur, it would be inevitable. He mused internally, if it truly comes to blows, can we prevail? Daimubai crossed his arms and raised his chin, wearing an expression of supreme confidence as he stated, of course, aside from the recruitment rules, we have another rule. To avoid trouble is the mark of mediocrity. Therefore, do not fear engaging in a conflict. Besides, we have teacher Zhao Wujia with us. He is a soul sage. Even if we were to lose, we have teacher Zhao to back us up, so what do we have to fear? Daimubai silently encouraged himself, believing that with Master Zhao Wujin present, even if complications arose, they could be resolved. He doubted anyone would dare to impose upon him. With this thought, his confidence surged, and he glimpsed the dawn of victory. Tang San's eyes brightened as he suddenly realized, indeed, we have Master Zhao. Even if we were to lose, what could he possibly do to us? Instantly, Tang San's worries diminished significantly, and the tension within him relaxed. He contemplated that, at worst, they could confront their opponents head-on. Reassured by Master Zhao's support, what was there to fear? Seeing Tang San's epiphany, a flicker of excitement flashed in Daimubai's eyes. He straightened his posture and strode forward without hesitation. His steps were resolute and powerful, each imbued with strength and determination, as if the very earth trembled beneath him. He approached Yi Jiqiu with his head held high, exuding the majesty of a regal lion. His eyes sparkled with the intensity of blazing flames, radiating unparalleled confidence and authority. With a slight smirk, he declared, "We accept this wager." His voice resonated like thunder, echoing throughout the arena and drawing the attention of all present. At that moment, a fierce fire ignited within Daimubai as he indignantly thought, no matter what, we cannot falter in our momentum. We must make it known that the Shrek Academy students are not to be trifled with. Who am I, Daimubai? I shall not be intimidated. I am eager to see the extent of your abilities. With this resolve, he clenched his fists, his knuckles whitening from the pressure, as if gathering strength for the impending battle. Yushichio observed Daimubai and his companions accept the wager without hesitation, a slight frown creasing his brow, his previously serene demeanor momentarily betraying a hint of surprise. However, this surprise quickly dissipated, replaced by a cold and sharp gaze. Let us compete outside the town. To avoid damaging the surroundings, he stated with indifference, disdainfully flicking his sleeves before leading the members of Tsanghui Academy away with purposeful strides. Yijichio internally mused, These naive youngsters dare to accept the wager, utterly lacking in self-awareness. I shall ensure they witness my prowess, teaching them the folly of their arrogance. With this thought, his pace quickened, a palpable eagerness to commence the duel and impart a profound lesson to Daimubai and his companions. Daimubai and his group, undeterred and resolute, followed closely behind Yujichio, their expressions unwavering and their steps swift and powerful as they swiftly made their way to the outskirts of the town. Their figures darted forth like arrows, each stride imbued with determination and strength. Upon reaching the designated spot, Yujichio clasped his hands together, slightly bowing his head, his expression grave as he formally announced, I am Yujichio, a level 56 defense system soul master, with the martial spirit of the Xiangui. His voice resonated deeply, rich with a penetrating quality that seemed capable of piercing the very soul. Upon finishing his words, he let out a thunderous roar, the sound reverberating like a clap of thunder, causing the air around him to ripple. Following this, a radiant glow enveloped him as a formidable soul power surged forth from within, summoning his martial spirit. A colossal black tortoise materialized behind him, its shell as unyielding as iron, adorned with intricate, mysterious runes that exuded an aura of ancient solemnity. 5 soul rings, 1 white, 2 yellow, and 2 purple, radiated dazzling brilliance, orbiting him in an orderly fashion, emanating an overwhelming pressure. This formidable presence inspired an instinctive reverence, as if confronting an insurmountable mountain. Chapter 41. Battle. Daimubai and his companions clasped their fists with solemn expressions, addressing Yujichio with gravity. Daimubai declared, I am a level 34 assault-type beast soul master, with a martial spirit evil eye white tiger. His gaze was resolute and confident, akin to a tiger poised to pounce. Exuding a powerful aura, he clenched his fists tightly, silently vowing, in this battle, I shall ensure my opponent recognizes my prowess. Next, Oscar cheerfully interjected, I am a level 30 food-type soul master, with a martial spirit sausage. Though he appeared nonchalant, a fierce determination simmered within him as he thought, I must not bring shame to the team. I too can play a significant role. Finally, Tang-san remarked, his expression devoid of emotion. I am a level 29 control-type soul master, with a martial spirit blue silvergrass. His demeanor was composed and calm, his eyes reflecting wisdom and resolve. Internally, he remained as tranquil as a still lake, contemplating, no matter how formidable the opponent, I can command the situation. Ma Hongjun, a level 27 assault-type soul master with the martial spirit evil fire phoenix, stood with arms crossed, radiating pride as if victory were already assured. His confidence surged as he mused, this evil fire phoenix is not to be trifled with. His stance exuded a potent aura, as though he could already glimpse the dawn of triumph. Ning Rongrong, a level 24 support-type soul master with the martial spirit 7 treasure glazed tile, tilted her head slightly, a hint of pride gracing her delicate features. She silently affirmed, with my support, our strength will undoubtedly increase. Her petite form exuded a unique charm, captivating those around her. Zhu Qing, a level 26 agility-type soul master with the martial spirit nethercat, bore a stern expression, akin to a feline lurking in the shadows, ever ready to strike. She resolved, I shall achieve a swift resolution, denying the opponent any chance to breathe. Standing still, her eyes conveyed unwavering determination, as if she were fully prepared for battle. Upon hearing Daimubai and the others declare their martial spirits and soul master ranks, Yujichio felt a sudden heaviness in his heart, and his countenance turned grim. He silently lamented, Realizing the formidable strength of his adversaries was truly vexing. Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing hailed from the royal family and the ducal house of the Star Luo Empire, their esteemed identities and profound backgrounds making them formidable foes. While Ning Rongrong, a member of the esteemed Seven Treasure Glaze Tile School, was equally not to be trifled with. As for the other four, despite their current soul master levels being merely in the 20s or 30s, their youthful accomplishments promised limitless potential for the future. Faced with such a formidable assembly of opponents, Yujiqiu felt an unprecedented weight of pressure. The more he pondered, the more anxious he became, beads of fine sweat forming upon his brow. Yet, he endeavored to maintain his composure, silently encouraging himself. No matter the circumstances, I, Yujiqiu, am not to be underestimated. The outcome remains uncertain. As Yujiqiu motivated himself, Dai Mu Bai and the others surged forward with the ferocity of a tiger descending from the mountain. The first to strike was Ning Rongrong, her voice ringing out like a clear bell, seemingly piercing through the heavens. Her hands danced with the grace of butterflies, her delicate face now a mask of concentration. An earnest expression that could not be overlooked. With a slight tilt of her head, she proclaimed loudly, "Seven treasures glazed tile. First, power. Second, speed." As her words fell, two dazzling beams of light erupted from the resplendent seven treasure glazed tile pagoda, streaking through the air like meteors tracing their luminous tails, hurtling towards Dai Mu Bai with astonishing speed. Ning Rongrong's gaze was fixated on the two beams, her heart silently praying for the strength they would bestow upon her comrades. Upon receiving Ning Rongrong's assistance, Dai Mu Bai felt as though he had transformed into a powder keg ignited with fury, a tempestuous force surging within him. This energy coursed through his veins, igniting his blood, quickening his heartbeat, each muscle brimming with explosive potential. He could distinctly sense his speed surpassing previous limits, instantly elevating to a new level, with a 20% enhancement in power. In that moment, his eyes sharpened to an icy glare, muscles taut and veins pronounced. He resembled a ferocious tiger poised to pounce upon its prey. His overwhelming aura instilled an instinctive fear in those around him. Suddenly, he opened his mouth wide and unleashed a deep, thunderous roar, invoking his second soul skill, the white tiger's fierce light wave. A brilliant white light rapidly coalesced, forming a spherical orb of light, infused with unparalleled energy, erupting from his mouth with the velocity of a cannonball. The radiance was blinding, dazzling to the point of being unwatchable, as if it sought to mercilessly engulf everything in its path. Dai Mu Bai fixed his gaze upon the orb, his eyes brimming with resolve and determination. He silently vowed to deliver a crushing blow to his adversaries, making them acutely aware of his might. Meanwhile, Tang San, employing the ghost shadow perplexing steps, moved with the fluidity of the wind, his figure elusive and ghost-like, rendering him nearly impossible to apprehend. His hands gripped tightly. The blue-silver grass in his grasp seemed to be imbued with vibrant life, moving with effortless grace. Tang San appeared as a streak of blue lightning, racing across the arena with a speed that dazzled the eyes. His movements were fluid and natural, devoid of any hesitation, as if he were one with the surrounding environment. Everything unfolded with an inherent ease. The blue-silver grass, like a sinuous serpent, darted forth, tracing elegant yet ominous arcs through the air, accompanied by a sharp, whistling sound that bore down on Yujiqiu. They shot forth like arrows, imbued with formidable force and an intimidating presence that sent chills down the spine. Tang San's gaze was resolute and piercing. He mused silently, "What if you're a Soul King? We, the members of Shrek Academy, shall not cower before any formidable foe. In this battle, you shall come to know our strength." His heartbeat was steady and powerful, each thump infusing him with greater courage and resolve. In that moment, Tang San was transformed into a valiant warrior, his figure towering magnificently under the sun. Zhu Zhiqing moved like a phantom, her form flickering in and out of sight with such speed that it was nearly impossible to capture her presence. She was akin to a bolt of lightning cleaving through the night sky, vanishing and reappearing in an instant. Her swiftness was astonishing, resembling a shadow that glided through the air, leaving behind trails of afterimages. Each of her movements was light, yet decisive, brimming with strength and determination. The claws in her hands glimmered with a frigid sheen, as if they could slice through the very air. Her eyes radiated resolve and tenacity, devoid of any hesitation or retreat. She fixed her gaze upon her adversary ahead, the flames of battle igniting within her. One thought consumed her mind: she must defeat him. This conviction echoed within her, like the rhythmic beating of war drums urging her onward. She understood the gravity of this confrontation. It was not merely a matter of personal honor, but also a testament to her team's triumph. Deep within, she silently vowed, regardless of the cost, she would conquer the enemy before her, never yielding, never abandoning hope. She sought to prove her worth through her own strength, responding to the expectations of all with victory. Just then, Ma Hongjun unleashed a thunderous roar that resonated like a clap of thunder, causing the surrounding air to tremble. With a surge of power, he stomped heavily on the ground, the sheer force reverberating through the earth as he propelled himself upward like a cannonball. In an instant, flames enveloped his body, scorching and fierce, as if intending to reduce everything around him to ashes. Without hesitation, he unleashed his first soul skill, Phoenix Fireline. A searing stream of fire erupted from his mouth, resembling a ferocious, roaring fire dragon, its gaping maw revealing sharp fangs and radiating immense power as it surged toward Yi Zhiqiu. Although Yi Zhiqiu was a soul king at over level 50, presenting a significant disparity in power, Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjun stood undaunted, unafraid of the challenge that lay before them. In their eyes, there resided not a trace of fear, but rather an unwavering determination and fearless valor. Deep within their hearts, they firmly believed that as long as they worked together, no adversary was insurmountable. Confronted with the fierce onslaught of Tang San and his companions, Yi Zhiqiu's countenance darkened, and a wave of panic surged within him. These youngsters are surprisingly formidable, their relentless assault catches me off guard. Yet, he quickly inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure. Clenching his jaw tightly, his muscles bulged like hardened rocks. His first and second spirit rings simultaneously radiated a dazzling brilliance, illuminating the surroundings. Subsequently, an unrelenting chill emanated from him, as if it could freeze one's very blood. At the onset of the battle, Yi Zhiqiu decisively unleashed two potent soul techniques. The first, Xianshui Bingfeng, and the second, Xiangui Huti. The chilling aura that continuously surged forth was a result of his first technique, Xianshui Bingfeng. Its icy breath swiftly spreading in all directions, attempting to thwart the ferocious assault of Tang San and his trio. Yi Zhiqiu sneered inwardly, contemplating. Humph. These youngsters possess some skill, yet they are ultimately too young. Merely in their teens, how much soul power could they possibly have? No matter how formidable their martial souls or how high their innate talents, they could not bridge the vast chasm between us. I refuse to believe that with my strength and experience, I could be outmatched by a few fledgling novices. With this thought, a hint of arrogance flickered across his face, his heart brimming with confidence. He felt as though victory was within his grasp, as if it were just around the corner. Having navigated the Soul Master realm for many years and endured countless battles, what scene had he not witnessed? To be stymied by a few youngsters today was nothing short of a grand jest. A scornful gleam shone in his eyes, filled with contempt for Tang San and his companions. Just as Tang San had surmised, Yi Zhiqiu's Xiangui martial soul boasted formidable defensive capabilities. Dai Mubai's eyes flashed with anger and indignation as he once again concentrated his soul power, preparing to unleash a more potent attack. His muscles tensed to the utmost, bones cracking audibly, each muscle as hard as steel. He summoned all his strength, channeling his soul power into his hands. The powerful Baihu Lai Guang bow surged forth with the ferocity of a tempest, akin to a raging lightning bolt, crashing toward Yi Zhiqiu with tremendous force. He internally roared, "I refuse to believe I cannot harm you." However, this astonishing blow struck Yi Zhiqiu, yet it seemed to vanish into the abyss, causing little damage. Yi Zhiqiu remained unmoved, steadfast in his position, a smirk of disdain upon his face, as if mocking Dai Mubai's overreaching ambition. Witnessing this, Dai Mubai felt a mixture of fury and astonishment, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening from the strain. He had not anticipated that his all-out strike would have no effect on Yi Zhiqiu whatsoever. A profound sense of unprecedented frustration surged within him, simultaneously igniting a fiercer spirit of determination. He resolved to no longer hold back his strength, intent on demonstrating to this arrogant individual the extent of his prowess. At that moment, Tang San's gaze resembled an unyielding boulder, exuding an air of resoluteness and composure that left onlookers astounded. His form moved like a gentle breeze, dancing gracefully, with footsteps that shifted unpredictably, akin to a sprite weaving through the wind. He executed the enigmatic ghost shadow perplexing steps, his feet crossing and intertwining with remarkable precision and filled with mystery, advancing at a dizzying pace until he stood before Yi Zhiqiu. At that instant, a chilling aura emanated from Yi Zhiqiu, akin to a surging tidal wave of ice, bringing forth an overwhelming sense of coldness and pressure that surged aggressively toward Tang San. This frigid energy seemed to possess a life of its own, clawing and grasping as if intent on swallowing Tang San whole. His hair was whipped about wildly by the forceful chill, and his cheeks instantly felt the piercing cold, yet his gaze remained unwavering, devoid of any hint of retreat or fear. Tang San sensed a bone-chilling cold enveloping him, akin to countless sharp ice needles piercing deep into his marrow. He felt as if his blood was beginning to congeal in the face of such extreme cold, and his pores involuntarily tightened, as though striving to resist the terrifying chill. Tang San's heart raced in alarm. This icy force was extraordinarily formidable, possessing an overwhelming dominance. However, in an instant, he quickly steadied his mind. Reflecting resolutely, I cannot allow this cold to hinder me. I must find a way to break through. I, Tang San, have traversed countless trials and tribulations. How could I be easily daunted by this mere chill? I must conquer it. He gritted his teeth tightly, the sound echoing like a distant drum, veins bulging on his forehead. His hands swiftly came together in a prayer-like gesture, his movements as swift as lightning. And he immediately began to channel his Xiantian skill with all his might. At that moment, the soul power within him surged like a torrential river, a force both robust and unstoppable. As the soul power traversed his meridians at great speed, a wave of warmth gradually spread throughout his body, akin to the gentle sun of spring dissipating the harshness of winter. Tang San could distinctly feel the warmth enveloping him, gradually diminishing the cold sensation, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief and instilling him with newfound confidence. However, the once agile and flexible blue silvergrass now appeared to be ensnared by an enigmatic and powerful force, unable to extend freely. The icy air clung closely, enveloping each strand of blue silvergrass, with the frigid essence permeating every fiber. These previously supple and resilient strands of blue silvergrass had become remarkably rigid, as if encased in a thick layer of frost. They had lost their former resilience and flexibility, each swing appearing exceptionally laborious. Tang San was in a state of acute anxiety, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead, his brows furrowed into a tight shape. Overwhelmed with urgency, he pondered strategies. The frigid air was so intense. What should he do? How could he extricate himself from this predicament? Surely there must be a way. He inhaled deeply, attempting to compose himself. His gaze remained fixed on the adversary ahead, while he attuned himself to the subtle changes in his surroundings. He understood that only by maintaining his composure could he discover a method to unravel the crisis. At that moment, Ma Hongjuan's eyes widened in fury, his voice erupting in a thunderous shout. Ah! The sound reverberated like a clap of thunder, deafening and fearsome, instilling a sense of dread. Immediately, he clenched his fists tightly, the muscles in his arms tensing instantaneously, veins protruding like steel cables. Then, he summoned all his strength and unleashed a torrent of flames. In an instant, an intensely blazing phoenix fire erupted from his mouth, surging forth with the ferocity of a raging flood, threatening to devastate everything in its path as it roared towards Yijiqiu. The air around it seemed to warp under the searing heat, producing visible ripples of heat waves, as if the very fabric of space was contorting under the oppressive temperature. Though Ma Hongjuan's tumultuous phoenix fire was considerably diminished upon encountering the ice of Yijiqiu's mysterious water, which had significantly lowered its temperature, the once searing flames, akin to a force capable of incinerating all, felt as though they had been doused with cold water, their momentum visibly waning. Nevertheless, despite the diminished intensity of the phoenix fire, it continued to burn tenaciously, striving to break free from the icy restraint. The clash between the phoenix fire and the ice of the mysterious water ignited a fierce conflict and resistance. Meanwhile, the chill emanating from Yijiqiu experienced a slight elevation in temperature after being struck by the phoenix flames. The previously unbearable cold, reminiscent of a polar wind that plunged one into an icy abyss, was now somewhat alleviated, no longer rendering one's bones on the verge of freezing. However, although the intensity of the cold had abated, it still permeated the air, imparting an excruciatingly frigid sensation. Yijiqiu silently marveled. He had not anticipated that Ma Hongjuan's phoenix fire would be so formidable as to weaken his icy aura. He couldn't help but exclaim, "This fellow's flames are so fierce they can even diminish my cold." Meanwhile, Ma Hongjuan gritted his teeth, resolutely thinking, "No matter how powerful your mysterious water is, I shall not be easily subdued." His eyes shone with steadfast determination, vowing not to be outdone by anyone. Ma Hongjuan's evil fire phoenix was a rare mutated martial soul, its flames imbued with extraordinary power. The purplish-red flames resembled a furious beast breaking free from its cage, clawing and roaring with an imposing presence. The flames exhibited a bizarre purplish-red hue, akin to the eyes of a demon, flickering with a menacing glow. It leapt through the air, roaring as if to proclaim its power and invincibility to the world. Wherever the flames spread, the air seemed ignited, crackling with a lively sound. They twisted and contorted as if possessing a will of their own, relentlessly seeking new targets to consume. Despite the formidable hardness of Yi Zhiqiu's tortoiseshell defense, it appeared somewhat fragile in the face of the crimson flames. The fire swiftly enveloped the shell, burning fiercely. Each flicker of flame seemed to harbor its own consciousness, desperately striving to devour all in its path. The ferocity showed no signs of abating. This sudden turn of events startled Yi Zhiqiu. His heart contracted with alarm as he realized the formidable nature of the flames, which were proving to be quite tenacious. He quickly summoned his soul power, attempting to resist the encroaching blaze. However, the flames seemed to possess boundless strength, continuously battering against his defenses. Yi Zhiqiu dared not let his guard down. He furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed intently on the burning fire as he contemplated a countermeasure. He understood that if he could not swiftly devise a solution, he risked being overwhelmed by the flames. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing seized the fleeting opportunity. Her lithe form shuddered, akin to a bolt of black lightning slicing through the air. Her steps were as swift as a phantom, each stride infused with unparalleled speed and power, transforming her into a blurred shadow that reached the blind spot behind Yi Zhiqiu in an astonishing instant. Her figure darted with ghostly rapidity, eluding capture. In that instant, her beautiful visage was devoid of gentleness, replaced by a steely resolve. Her gaze was piercing, as if it could penetrate all barriers, fixating intently on Yi Zhiqiu's head. Zhu Zhuqing inhaled deeply, channeling all her strength into her hands, which tensed with muscle, the joints slightly whitening from exertion, a testament to her unwavering determination. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhu Zhuqing unleashed her first soul skill, the ethereal thrust. In her heart, she called out, "Yi Zhiqiu, brace yourself." She aimed to demonstrate to all that she would not be easily defeated. The ethereal thrust was Zhu Zhuqing's signature technique, capable of instantly amplifying her attack power and speed. As she initiated the move, a powerful surge of energy erupted from her hands, forming a sharp wave of darkness that surged toward Yi Zhiqiu's back. This strike encompassed all of Zhu Zhuqing's strength and skill, and she believed it would indeed pose a significant threat to him. Simultaneously, Tang San's brow furrowed deeply, his knitted expression seemingly capable of crushing a fly. His eyes were locked onto Yi Zhiqiu, filled with focus and determination, as he concentrated on controlling the blue-silver grass. The blue-silver grass moved with the grace of a living serpent, propelled by Tang San's mental energy, swiftly advancing toward Yi Zhiqiu. They traced elegant yet threatening arcs through the air, accompanied by the piercing sound of wind. In the blink of an eye, the blue-silver grass flew to Yi Zhiqiu's side and, as if imbued with a will of its own, wrapped tightly around him without hesitation. Each strand of blue-silver grass constricted with force, as if intent on binding him completely, leaving no chance for escape. Tang San silently mused, "Yi Zhiqiu, let us see how you evade this time." In an instant, Yi Zhiqiu reacted with remarkable swiftness. As Zhu Zhuqing's attack was about to land, a sense of alarm flashed in his mind. Almost instinctively, his head retracted as if drawn into the shell of a turtle, executing the movement with astonishing speed. His actions were both practiced and rapid, perfectly timed, allowing him to narrowly evade Zhu Zhuqing's fierce assault. Inside his protective shell, Yi Zhiqiu breathed a sigh of relief, acknowledging how close he had come to being struck, grateful for his quick reflexes. He couldn't help but marvel at his own fortune and adaptability, acutely aware that had he not made that decision in time, the consequences could have been dire. At that moment, he felt a profound pride in his own cleverness and decisiveness. After successfully dodging Zhu Zhuqing's onslaught, Yi Zhiqiu's expression darkened, as if a tempest were brewing in the sky. His eyes glinted with a feral intensity, resembling a famished wolf, brimming with murderous intent and resolve. Then, the third spirit ring around him glimmered, casting a brilliant light that illuminated the surrounding area, signaling his readiness to unleash a formidable counterattack. Slowly, he emerged from his shell, opening his mouth wide, cheeks puffed. With a powerful exhale, he unleashed a jet of mist from his mouth, akin to the force of a high-pressure water gun. "Let us see how I strike back this time," he thought fiercely, his gaze filled with confidence and determination, as if he possessed absolute certainty in his impending assault. Despite Ma Hongjuan's phoenix flames being exceptionally fierce, capable of incinerating all in their path, Yu Zhiqiu's spirit power far surpassed his, revealing a vast disparity between them. Moreover, Yi Zhiqiu's profound water was immensely potent, containing boundless energy. Suddenly, with a soft puff, the raging phoenix flames that danced upon his shell were extinguished by Yi Zhiqiu's unexpected mist. The once brilliant purplish-red fire vanished without a trace, leaving only a wisp of faint smoke. Ma Hongjun, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of anxiety. As if countless ants were crawling restlessly in his heart. He thought, this fellow is truly formidable. He must not gain the upper hand. I must find a way to suppress him once more. At that moment, Zhu Zhiqing moved like a specter, her speed so swift that her actions were nearly imperceptible. Transforming into a fleeting shadow. A flicker of resolve flashed in her beautiful eyes, akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky, unwavering and radiant. Her feline paw was raised high, its sharp claws glinting with a chilling light under the moon, exuding an unyielding force as it struck down with thunderous might upon Yi Zhiqiu's shell-like back. In that fleeting moment, her figure dissipated like a wisp of smoke. Light and swift, effortlessly departing without a moment's hesitation. However, in that singular strike, Zhu Zhiqing felt as if her claw had grazed an ancient block of ice. An intensely piercing chill surged through her arm, akin to countless icy needles plunging into her flesh. Alarmed, Zhu Zhiqing realized this was perilous. She recognized that she might have underestimated her opponent's strength, but there was no time for further contemplation, for the chill was rapidly enveloping her entire being. Gritting her teeth, she channeled her soul power with all her might to resist this icy aura, hastening her escape from the scene. In that instant, her claw felt as though it were ensnared by a frigid force, becoming painfully rigid, as if it had lost all sensation. Zhu Zhiqing was secretly astonished. The potency of this chill was formidable, sending a wave of coldness surging from her core. She understood the peril of this frost. If she did not respond with utmost caution, she might find herself ensnared, unable to unleash her true strength. Thus, she had to remain ever vigilant, deftly wielding her abilities to counter this formidable chill. Meanwhile, Tang Sen's gaze suddenly transformed into one of unwavering determination, as if he had made a significant decision in an instant. His handsome brow furrowed deeply, etching two profound lines of seriousness across his forehead. Without the slightest hesitation, he resolved to retract the blue-silver grass entwined around Yu Zhiqiu. This blue-silver grass seemed to sense Tang Sen's resolve, swiftly retracting as though a well-drilled army obeying the command of its captain. With agility, they returned to Tang Sen's side, each strand of blue-silver grass appearing vibrant, as if imbued with its own will. Tang Sen watched the retracting blue-silver grass with apprehension, silently reflecting, the blue-silver grass must not be harmed, for it would impact the ensuing battle. He understood the critical role the blue-silver grass played in the forthcoming conflict, thus its protection was paramount. As the blue-silver grass returned, Tang Sen's complexion gradually normalized, yet his gaze remained sharp, vigilantly surveying his surroundings. At this moment, Daimu Bai's eyes widened like copper bells, his irises seemingly on the verge of bursting from their sockets, as he unleashed a low, powerful roar, White Tiger Barrier. This roar resonated like a ferocious beast from the depths of the mountains, shaking the very souls of those who heard it. In an instant, every muscle in his body bulged, resembling hardened rock, brimming with explosive power. A faint white radiance rippled around his body, casting him in the likeness of a war deity descending upon the earthly realm. In an instant, he resembled a ferocious white tiger, launching himself with tremendous force from the ground, akin to a cannonball being fired, hurtling towards Yi Zhiqiu at an astonishing speed. His robust arms lifted high above his head. Accompanied by the roaring wind, they descended upon Yi Zhiqiu with the weight of a colossal mountain. A thunderous crash resonated, akin to the sound of a thunderclap. Deafening in its intensity, Yi Zhiqiu was propelled forward by this overwhelming force, stumbling 2 steps ahead, each footfall echoing as if upon the very heartstrings of those who witnessed it, instilling a deep sense of trepidation. The ground bore 2 deep impressions from his steps, dust swirling as if the earth itself trembled. Yet, seasoned by experience, he quickly regained his composure, his countenance darkening with palpable intensity, as if it could weep. Through gritted teeth, he bellowed, "Third soul skill, mysterious water surge." His voice brimmed with fury and defiance, as though he sought to unleash all his pent-up wrath. With frenzied gestures, he commanded an onslaught of tumultuous waters, every movement infused with inexorable might. A torrent erupted from his hands, surging forth like a fierce dragon. roaring as it charged menacingly at Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai scoffed internally. "Come at me. I fear you not." His gaze unwavering. He stood resolute in the face of this formidable assault, maintaining his composure. At that moment, Ma Hongjun shouted, "Behold my might." His chubby visage was now etched with determination. Eyes wide and focus sharpened. He inhaled deeply, summoning the soul power within him once more. A potent force surged through his body, more intense than before. As he exerted himself, his skin flushed crimson, as if ablaze. With a swift exhalation, a second wave of phoenix flames erupted from his mouth. This inferno blazed hotter and more brilliantly than the last, capable of incinerating all in its path. Where the flames traveled, the air crackled, as if on the verge of ignition. Although this fire did not entirely evaporate the tumultuous, mysterious water, it effectively diminished its assault, granting Dai Mubai precious moments to react. A flicker of joy ignited within him as he thought, "What an opportunity." He deftly sidestepped, his movements fluid and unencumbered, showcasing his exceptional agility and combat prowess. Breathing heavily, Ma Hongjun pondered, "Humph, do not underestimate my phoenix flames." However, a series of actions from Yi Zhiqiu left Tang San in a state of profound perplexity. His brow furrowed deeply, the furrow almost capable of pinching a fly, as his gaze revealed a wellspring of doubt and confusion. Deep within, he ruminated. Could it be he is not a defensive soul master? But the Xian Gui martial spirit should indeed follow a defensive path. Have I misremembered? No, I must be correct. Tang San shook his head vigorously, sensing that something was amiss. What could possibly be wrong? Why did his method of attack starkly contrast with that of ordinary Xian Gui martial soul wielders? The deeper he delved into contemplation, the more he felt that a monumental secret lay hidden beneath the surface, yet he could not untangle the threads of his thoughts. It was not only Tang San who was perplexed. Yi Zhiqiu was equally astonished, his eyes wide with disbelief. A tempest raged within him, tumultuous and unceasing. Despite the vast disparity in soul power levels, Tang San and his companions managed to create such considerable trouble for him, which was utterly beyond his expectations. Particularly, that chubby lad named Ma Hongjun left Yi Zhiqiu secretly alarmed. Had it not been for the boy's inferior soul power, he might indeed have found it impossible to extinguish the flames he conjured, as if the boy were born to counter him. Moreover, the synergy among the four was remarkably seamless, each move executed with an unspoken understanding that far surpassed the abilities of his own students. Clenching his teeth, Yi Zhiqiu resolved fiercely within. He could not afford to lose face before his students. He must turn the tide of this encounter. With this thought, his gaze sharpened, and he formed hand seals, unleashing a powerful surge of soul power once more. He resolved to no longer underestimate these four youngsters and prepared to confront the battle with all his might. Just as Dai Mubai was about to employ his third soul skill, Tang San placed his hand upon the 24-bridge moonlit night, his fingers brushing against the concealed weapon, ready to extract it at a critical moment. Suddenly, Zhao Wuji's booming voice erupted like thunder in their ears. "What are you all doing out here at this late hour? Hurry back to rest. Tomorrow we must enter the Star Doe forest to assist Oscar in obtaining a soul ring." The unexpected admonition startled both Dai Mubai and Tang San, freezing their movements in an instant. Dai Mubai stood awkwardly in place, while Tang San swiftly withdrew his hand from the 24-bridge moonlit night, silently relieved that he had not actually drawn the weapon. Upon hearing Zhao Wuji's words, the others emerged from the shadows, expressions of astonishment on their faces. They realized that being discovered would undoubtedly lead to significant trouble, for gathering clandestinely at such an hour could hardly bode well. A wave of unease surged through the crowd, leaving them uncertain of the impending consequences, particularly for Dai Mubai and Tang San, who had initially intended to support their chubby companion. It now appeared that their plan was doomed. However, having been caught, they could only brace themselves to face the situation. Taking a deep breath, Dai Mubai endeavored to regain his composure and approached Zhao Wuji. Tang San followed suit, his expression impassive, pondering how to navigate the unfolding predicament. As they drew closer, Zhao Wuji's imposing figure gradually came into view. He regarded the group with a stern demeanor, his eyes glinting with a sharp intensity that made it difficult to meet his gaze. With Zhao Wuji's intervention, Yi Zhiqiu ignited like a powder keg, his fury blazing fiercely. He surged forth like a spring that had been triggered, bursting out with such velocity that it stirred a tempestuous wind. His complexion instantly flushed crimson. His face contorted in fury, resembling the ominous clouds that herald a tempest, dark and foreboding. He bellowed at the top of his lungs. "Are you the captain of the Shrek Academy? That plump boy from your academy just harassed a female student from Tsanghue Academy. And that fellow named Daimubai insulted our institution. What do you propose we do about it? His voice quivered violently with unrestrained rage, as if each word were being forced through clenched teeth, laden with seething fury. His eyes bulged, seemingly on the verge of bursting from their sockets, the wrath within them threatening to ignite into tangible flames. Yujichio's chest heaved like a volcano on the brink of eruption, each breath as if he were attempting to inhale every particle of air around him. His visage was a tapestry of anger and indignation, his gaze revealing an uncontrollable hatred. Clenching his fists until his nails dug deeply into his palms, he sought to unleash his pent-up discontent through sheer physicality. Today, Shrek Academy must provide me with a satisfactory resolution, or I shall not relent. Yujichio seethed within, his thoughts reverberating like thunder in his mind. He felt his dignity had been grievously wounded. As a Soul King, to be so belittled and insulted was an affront that stoked the flames of his ire, compelling him to confront the offender directly. Zhao Wujie emanated a slow, flickering brilliance, 7 soul rings appearing in succession: yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black. The resplendent radiance was particularly striking against the backdrop of night. He strode forward with an imposing presence, each step seemingly imbued with immense weight that caused the ground to tremble beneath him. Upon reaching Yujichio, Zhao Wujie looked down upon him with disdain, coldly inquiring, "What kind of explanation do you seek?" No sooner had the words escaped his lips than he unleashed a torrent of his formidable soul power, a surging wave that crashed down upon Yujichio like a relentless tide. Zhao Wujie scoffed inwardly, thinking, "Daring to act recklessly in my presence without weighing your own worth." Yujichio felt an invisible force bearing down upon him, nearly suffocating him, causing his legs to quiver involuntarily. Chapter 46. The battle concludes. Yujichio was overwhelmed by an immense pressure, akin to a colossal mountain pressing down upon him, halting his breath in an instant. It felt as though an unseen hand had gripped his throat tightly, rendering him nearly breathless. His complexion rapidly drained of color, leaving him as pale as a sheet of paper. Yet, despite this, Yujichio gritted his teeth, enduring the physical discomfort and inner trepidation as he fought to maintain his composure. With great difficulty, he raised his hands, preparing to summon his mysterious tortoise martial spirit. As he moved, a mystical light surged forth from within him, gradually coalescing into the form of a gigantic tortoise. Instantly, 5 resplendent soul rings gradually materialized around him, radiating a blinding brilliance. Witnessing this scene, Yujichio's heart sank. An ominous premonition surged within him. He silently lamented, thinking, "This is it. I have encountered a grave predicament. The opponent is a soul sage, far more powerful than I am. Yet, he was truly unwilling to capitulate. How could he retreat in such a disgraceful manner?" Gritting his teeth, he resolved to reason with Zhao Wujie. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to steady his voice. "Esteemed soul sage, do you not adhere to reason? This is the fault of your Shrek Academy." However, despite his efforts to maintain composure, a subtle tremor betrayed his underlying fear and anxiety. Yujichio continually encouraged himself, fear not, I must not be intimidated. I must persevere and argue my case." Upon hearing Yujichio's words, Zhao Wujie's lips curled into a slight smirk, a scornful smile gracing his face. He opened his mouth, revealing a row of pristine, even teeth that gleamed brilliantly under the moonlight. Then he emitted a deep, derisive laugh, filled with disdain and mockery. In a condescending tone, he declared, "Reason? Huh? Do you not comprehend that in the realm of soul masters, strength is everything? Only the formidable are entitled to discourse on reason. Thus, if you can withstand my 3 strikes, I shall gladly engage in a discussion about this so-called reason." Before his words had fully settled, Zhao Wujie hesitated not for a moment, swiftly raising his robust arm, reminiscent of a thick tree trunk. Veins bulged and muscles tensed, as if harboring boundless strength. A glimmer of ferocity flickered in his gaze, a fierce wind accompanying the forceful slap he unleashed upon Yujichio. The blow was powerful enough to turn Yujichio into mere pulp. Zhao Wujie inwardly scoffed. "Humph, do you presume to reason with me? Truly, you overestimate your capabilities. Today, I shall demonstrate the true chasm of strength between us." Yujichio, thoroughly incensed by Zhao Wujie's unreasonable demeanor, felt as though a volcano within him was on the verge of eruption, the seething anger threatening to engulf him. He thought defiantly, "What of your status as a soul sage? I shall stand my ground and make you understand that I, Yujichio, am not easily trifled with." He clenched his jaw tightly, his muscles bulging, eyes wide as if they might burst forth, tiny veins appearing at the corners from the strain of his fury. His gaze was filled with wrath and defiance, as if he intended to devour Zhao Wuji whole. Xian Shui Bing Feng. Yi Zhiqiu bellowed, unleashing his third soul skill. Xian Shui Bing Feng, with all his might. A chilling aura erupted from him, instantly freezing the air around into solid ice. Countless sharp ice blades descended upon Zhao Wuji like a torrential downpour, each gleaming with a frosty radiance and imbued with a bone-chilling coldness. In that moment, Yi Zhiqiu's mind was consumed by a singular thought. He must ensure that Zhao Wuji, the soul sage, suffers a significant setback, even if but a little, to demonstrate that he is not a soft persimmon to be easily squeezed. He owned to prove to all that he, Yi Zhiqiu, is a man of dignity and resolve, who would not allow anyone to trample upon his honor. Unfortunately, reality often diverges from one's desires. It was not Zhao Wuji who was at a disadvantage, but rather Yi Zhiqiu himself. Zhao Wuji's hand descended with an unmatched momentum, resembling a colossal wave crashing down, its force seemingly capable of obliterating all in its path. Yi Zhiqiu's eyes widened in terror and disbelief. He had never anticipated the sheer terror of Zhao Wuji's power, the might of that strike far exceeding his expectations. Effortlessly, it shattered the defensive shell upon which Yi Zhiqiu relied, reducing it to countless fragments that scattered in every direction. As the shell crumbled, a powerful recoil surged into Yi Zhiqiu's body, compelling him to expel a mouthful of blood. In the next instant, Zhao Wuji swatted Yi Zhiqiu away as one would a fly, sending him flying several meters with ease. Yi Zhiqiu found himself suspended in the air, utterly defenseless, akin to a kite severed from its string, completely devoid of control. With a resounding crash, he landed heavily on the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Following that impact, he felt a sweet sensation deep within his throat, and with a sudden burst, he coughed up a stream of blood that arced through the air, splattering onto the earth in a shocking display. His complexion turned as pale as a sheet of paper, drained of all color and vitality. At that moment, his body felt as if it had disassembled, racked with excruciating pain. Every joint and muscle felt as though they had been mercilessly struck with a heavy hammer, leaving him both sore and numb. Particularly, a sharp pain radiated from his chest, making it nearly impossible to breathe. His mind was a chaotic whirl, buzzing as if swarmed by 1,000 bees. His vision blurred, the surroundings enveloped in a mist that obscured his sense of direction. He struggled to rise, yet his body betrayed him. Each movement brought forth new waves of pain and discomfort. All he could do was lie there, gasping for air, striving to quell the fear and anxiety within him. It felt as if his very organs had been displaced, the intense agony akin to countless daggers swirling within him, rendering him nearly unconscious. Eventually, the members of Tsanghui Academy awoke from their stupor, rushing to his side to assist him. Their faces were etched with panic and concern as they repeatedly called out his name. "Teacher Yi, are you all right? Have you been hurt? Teacher Yi, hold on. We will get you medical attention right away." Yet, Yi Zhiqiu merely lay quietly on the ground, his eyes tightly shut, his complexion as pale as a ghost, seemingly devoid of consciousness. The hearts of the crowd sank to the depths of despair, uncertain of how to confront the unfolding situation. Zhao Wuji, observing the scene, strode forward with an air of arrogance, his head held high, casting a condescending glance at Yi Zhiqiu, a smirk of derision playing at the corners of his mouth. He mockingly inquired, "Do you still wish to reason with me?" With great difficulty, Yi Zhiqiu lifted his head, supported by those around him, his heart brimming with indignation and resentment as he beheld Zhao Wuji's haughty demeanor. His lips trembled slightly, yearning to articulate his thoughts, yet no sound emerged. Despair and helplessness flickered in his eyes, as if all hope had shattered in that moment. Stripped of the strength to resist, he could only gasp for breath, his body trembling uncontrollably. He felt his life ebbing away, and yet he was powerless to halt its flow. He recognized that this battle was a devastating defeat, but he felt no regret, for he understood that such sacrifice was necessary to safeguard his students. Chapter 47, Reflections Post-Battle. Upon hearing the words, Yi Zhiqiu shook his head vigorously, repeating, "I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare." His voice was frail, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, tinged with an unmistakable fear, each word seemingly forced through clenched teeth. However, his heart seethed with resentment as he silently vowed, "I, Yi Zhiqiu, shall remember this debt. One day, I will ensure that Shrek Academy pays for this humiliation, and the affront endured today shall be repaid tenfold." Then, amidst the throng of Tsanghui Academy supporters, Yi Zhiqiu turned away, his retreat marked by a sense of defeat. His steps were unsteady, his form wavering, a picture of disarray. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujie remained oblivious to the vengeful glare Yujichio cast toward Shrek Academy as he departed, an expression so fierce it seemed capable of inflicting harm. His eyes blazed with a fierce hatred, as if intent on consuming Shrek Academy whole. In his heart, he vowed to seize any opportunity for retribution, to allow them a taste of the humiliation he had suffered. Zhao Wujie's countenance darkened, his brow furrowed deeply, resembling a chasm etched into his very being. With fury propelling him forward, he led his entourage toward the hotel, his broad chest heaving as if it were a volcano on the verge of eruption. Each stride was imbued with strength, as though the ground beneath him trembled in response to his wrath. His pace was so vigorous that others had to jog to keep up. Simultaneously, his voice boomed like thunder, reverberating through the air, as if the tranquility of the streets had been shattered by a boulder plummeting into a serene lake, sending ripples cascading outward. Mu Bai and the rest of you have truly shamed me. Upon our return, I shall drill you mercilessly. His voice dripped with anger and disappointment, sending a chill through those who heard it. His gaze was fierce and piercing, reminiscent of a beast driven into a frenzy, radiating a profound dissatisfaction with Dai Mubai and the others, as though he wished to consume them whole. He bellowed furiously, his burly arms flailing as if this were the only means to release his pent-up emotions. At that moment, Zhao Wujie contemplated inwardly. These youngsters exhibit considerable prowess, yet remain oblivious to their limitations. If they do not diligently hone their skills, who knows what calamities they may unleash in the future. His gaze swept over Tang San and the others, and the flames of his ire subsided slightly. Tang San, Xiao Wu, Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and Ma Hongjun exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a shared sense of helplessness. They communicated silently, exchanging a look that conveyed their inner thoughts. Dai Mubai curled his lip, murmuring to himself, can we really be blamed? After all, the opponent is a soul king, while we are merely soul masters and soul sages of the second or third rank. Yet, despite his inner thoughts, he dared not voice his dissent, suppressing his discontent deep within. Zhu Zhuqing furrowed her brow slightly, pondering. Teacher Zhao is indeed stern, but it is for our own good. She bit her lip gently, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes. Xiao Wu mischievously stuck out her tongue, seizing a moment when Zhao Wujie was distracted to make a silly face at Tang San, as if to say, look at Teacher Zhao's fearsome visage. Oscar scratched his head. A bittersweet smile plastered on his face, secretly lamenting, what a stroke of bad luck. Returning to the academy means facing punishment again. Ning Rongrong pressed her lips together tightly, remaining silent, yet her mind was occupied with thoughts. Although Teacher Zhao is strict, he genuinely wishes for us to become stronger. However, Tang San felt somewhat dismissive. He mused inwardly, as long as I retrieve the hidden crossbow from the moonlit night at the 24 bridges and meticulously coat the arrows with poison, the ensuing power will surely catch the enemy off guard. Alternatively, deploying the dragon whisker needle that previously wounded Zhao Wujie, that slender yet exceedingly sharp needle, would undoubtedly deliver a fatal blow, not to mention opponents of Yi Zhiqiu's caliber, even against more formidable foes. With my exquisite control over hidden weapons and my unexpected methods of attack, I am confident in my ability to defeat or even slay them. Tang San understood that the potency of hidden weapons lies in their surprise. They must be employed at pivotal moments to maximize their effectiveness. Thus, he refrained from hastily showcasing his strength, opting instead for a more discreet approach. Simultaneously, he contemplated how to better utilize hidden weapons to prepare for any eventualities that may arise. Though he brimmed with confidence internally, Tang San's expression remained as tranquil as water, revealing none of his thoughts. He recognized that now was not the time to flaunt his abilities. He must conceal his trump cards and wait for the most crucial moment to unleash their full potential. After all, in this world, true strength often lies shrouded in humility. However, they all understood that this was Zhao Wujie's unique way of protecting them. On the surface, it appeared as though he was reprimanding them, yet in reality, it was a profound expression of his care and higher expectations for them. They are acutely aware that Zhao Wujie hopes to cultivate them through such trials, enabling them to gradually evolve into truly formidable soul masters. Zhao Wujie, seemingly still unsettled, experienced a tumultuous rise and fall in his chest, with the flames of anger igniting in his eyes, as if ready to consume everything before him. He then bellowed, you must remember, you seven are a unified whole. Each word seemed to be forced through his clenched teeth, imbued with sternness and urgency. As his voice reverberated, The air around them seemed to solidify, enveloped by an intangible pressure that rendered breathing difficult. His gaze, fierce and unwavering, fixed upon the 7 individuals as if he sought to pierce through their very beings to uncover their innermost thoughts. With your talents, each of you is a rare gem. If you can coordinate effectively, aligning your hearts and directing your strength towards a common goal, overcoming greater challenges will be no insurmountable feat. As he spoke, he animatedly gestured with his robust arms, intensifying the weight of his words. His eyes brimmed with anticipation and encouragement, hoping these 7 students would grasp the essence of teamwork. All of you, heed my words. Cease your frivolous antics and waste not your gifts. His voice echoed through the silent street, startling a few birds perched on nearby branches. Though a flicker of helplessness and disappointment crossed his face, it was overshadowed by his expectations for the students. He aspired that this lesson would illuminate their shortcomings, enabling them to better harness their potential. At that moment, Zhao Wujin mused silently. These children possess commendable talents, yet they remain so young. He shook his head slightly, a hint of concern glimmering in his eyes. In his view, while these young individuals were endowed with great potential, they lacked a profound understanding of teamwork and practical experience. He understood that only through collaboration could one unlock the fullest potential of each member, achieving greater accomplishments. Yet, these children appeared oblivious to this truth, overly reliant on individual prowess. Chapter 48. Interception 1. Upon hearing Zhao Wujin's admonition, Tang San and the others dared not be negligent, promptly responding in unison. Understood, Teacher Zhao. Tang San reflected inwardly. Although Teacher Zhao is stern, his intentions are undoubtedly aimed at the betterment of the entire team. Through this battle, I have come to deeply appreciate the significance of teamwork. Henceforth, we must place greater emphasis on collaboration, fully leveraging each member's strengths to secure more substantial victories in combat. With this realization, Tang San nodded, acknowledging Teacher Zhao's guidance. Dai Mubai felt similarly moved. He silently vowed to intensify his training upon returning to the academy, enhancing his strength and ensuring that Teacher Zhao would not be so exasperated again. Simultaneously, he aimed to learn how to better cooperate with his teammates to face various challenges collectively. Meanwhile, Xiaowu appeared somewhat indifferent, muttering, "Oh, I know. I'll pay attention from now on." However, deep within her heart, she clearly comprehended the well-intentioned efforts of Teacher Zhao, though she was reluctant to admit it aloud. Oscar, Zhu Zhiqing, and Ning Rongrong also engaged in silent introspection regarding their own shortcomings. They were acutely aware that to excel as soul masters, they must not only enhance their own abilities but also learn the art of collaboration and collective advancement. Meanwhile, the onlookers cast envious glances in their direction, their eyes brimming with admiration and longing as they regarded Tang San and his companions. Whispers floated through the air. "Look at them, so accomplished at such a young age." Another chimed in, "Indeed, to be mentored by the esteemed soul sage Zhao Wujia, their future is undoubtedly bright." Others marveled, "Is this what students of Shrek Academy are like? Truly remarkable." These words reached the ears of Tang San and his friends, filling them with immense pride. Under the gaze of the crowd, they quickened their pace and returned to the hotel. Tang San, leading the way, felt a complex mix of excitement from the day's experiences and a hint of pressure regarding future challenges. The others followed, each absorbed in their own thoughts. The next day, as dawn broke, the sky still bore a few scattered remnants of stars, and the world seemed enveloped in slumber. At that moment, Zhao Wujia's gruff voice erupted like thunder. "Get up. No dawdling." He pounded on the door with fervor, the resounding knocks shaking the door, while bellowing at the top of his lungs, the veins in his neck visibly straining. "Hurry up. Is everyone dead asleep?" Zhao Wujia shouted, thinking to himself that these youngsters would not awaken unless he was a bit more forceful. His knocking and shouting pierced the morning silence like a jarring thunderclap, each knock challenging the limits of human hearing, impossible to ignore. His voice surged like a torrent, crashing against the eardrums of those still lost in slumber, as if to rouse them from their dreams. Standing in the corridor, Zhao Wujia continued his relentless assault on the door while calling out loudly, his face etched with urgency. He understood the time was of the essence, and every second counted. He hoped this method would swiftly awaken all the trainees in preparation for a new day of training. Thanks to Zhao Wujia's efforts, the occupants of the rooms gradually stirred awake. Some rubbed their sleepy eyes, others grumbled in irritation. Yet everyone hastily donned their clothes and gathered their belongings in readiness to depart. "Get up. You have 1 minute to get dressed and assemble downstairs." Anyone who is late will face the consequences. Zhao's thunderous voice reverberated through the corridor, startling the birds resting on nearby branches into flight. The suddenness of his call roused everyone from their dreams, their eyes still bleary and heads somewhat foggy. Daimubai rubbed his eyes and muttered, "This teacher Zhao is quite fearsome." As little Dan stretched her arms and yawned widely, she reluctantly rose from her bed, inwardly lamenting her insufficient rest. Oscar, still in a daze, sat up and ruffled his tousled hair, muttering about the early morning troubles. Zhu Zhuqing furrowed her brow, battling drowsiness as she swiftly arranged her garments. Ning Rongrong, wearing an expression of resignation, sluggishly slipped into her shoes. Meanwhile, Tang Sen quickly shook off his slumber and tidied his bedding with alacrity. After finishing breakfast, the sun gradually ascended from the eastern horizon, its warm rays slowly dispelling the morning chill. The golden light bathed the earth, adorning all with a shimmering gilded sheen. Following the settlement of their accounts, Tang San and his companions embarked on their journey towards the Douluo forest, accompanied by Zhao Wujing. A blend of anticipation and anxiety stirred within Tang San as he pondered the challenges and opportunities that lay ahead. He clutched the blue-silver grass tightly in his hand, drawing strength from its essence, silently encouraging himself. Daimubai strode confidently ahead, chest out and steps firm, his gaze radiating a resolute assurance, as if declaring war on the unknown perils. Little Dance hopped with enthusiasm, her face aglow with excitement and curiosity for the impending adventure. Oscar silently prayed for a smooth journey, chewing on sausage to alleviate his inner tension. Zhu Zhuqing's expression remained stoic, her eyes fixed ahead, seemingly prepared to confront any adversity. Ning Rongrong took a deep breath, striving to steady her nerves. Aware that this mission posed a significant test for them all, she believed that united, they could surmount any obstacle. Following Zhao Wujing, they advanced step by step towards the Douluo forest, their figures gradually receding into the distance. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows upon them. The sound of their footsteps echoed through the tranquil forest, imbued with a steadfast resolve. In that moment, they transcended the identity of mere soul masters. They became a cohesive unit, resolutely pressing forward. They were poised to face the unknown challenges, ready to embrace the glory and growth that awaited them. Upon hearing the news from the two, Lin Yu's expression shifted to one of acute anxiety, akin to an ant on a hot skillet. He could hardly contain himself as he urgently inquired, "How many days have they been gone?" His voice trembled, reminiscent of leaves fluttering in the wind, the subtle quiver revealing his inner turmoil. His gaze burned with an intense urgency, a fire raging within him, while his yearning for answers resembled an insatiable whirlpool, threatening to engulf him entirely. Lin Yu's heart raced like a small rabbit, thumping wildly as he silently pondered, "I must not be away for too long, or I shall miss them." His hands unconsciously clenched into tight fists, palms slick with sweat, as if he awaited a life-altering answer. In Chapter 49, amidst the urgency, one individual, noticing Lin Yu's anxiety, was taken aback and quickly responded, "Do not fret. Do not fret. They have not been gone long. They left only this morning." As he spoke, he gestured vigorously, attempting to soothe Lin Yu's distress. "If you pursue them now, you might still catch up." His words were rapid, his gaze earnest and filled with concern, as if fearing Lin Yu might succumb to panic over this news. At that moment, the man mused, "Why is this young fellow in such a rush? Clearly, those who departed hold great significance for him. Yet, judging by his demeanor, it seemed unlikely he harbored any ill intentions. Otherwise, he would not appear so anxious. It would be prudent to share what he knew, lest Lin Yu continue to press for information." With that thought, he continued, "They headed north. I cannot say for certain where they are going." After speaking, he carefully observed Lin Yu's reaction, wondering if he had perhaps divulged too much. What if this young man held some grievance against those individuals? Would he not be inviting trouble upon himself? However, seeing Lin Yu's sincere and anxious expression, he felt he might be overthinking the situation. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's mind functioned like a high-speed machine, whirring with intense activity. He swiftly recalled the information from the book regarding Tang San and his companions' endeavor to assist Oscar in acquiring his third soul ring. It was on the second day of their entry into the Douluo forest that Tang San and the others seized the Millennium Phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake from the Snake Lady. Shortly after Oscar absorbed the soul ring, Xiao was captured by the Titan Great Ape. The following day, Tang San, alone, consumed the mushroom sausage created from Oscar's third soul skill in an attempt to rescue Xiao Wu. Along the way, he broke through the 30th level of soul power. vanquishing a man-faced demon spider over 2,000 years old and acquiring an external soul bone from its remains. Lin Yu repeatedly pondered these pivotal events in his mind. His brows furrowed tightly, as his thoughts fluttered like drifting willow catkins, swiftly untangling the underlying threads. He silently mused. According to this timeline, they undoubtedly have not made any gains today. Tomorrow will be the crucial moment. I must seize this opportunity and not let it slip away. Lin Yu furrowed his brows tightly, as if his two eyebrows were about to twist into a strand of dough. He contemplated inwardly. This meant that today they had achieved nothing. Only tomorrow could Oscar successfully acquire the third spirit ring, and the day after, Tang Sen would break through to Soul Master to save Xiao Wu and defeat the spider demon, thus obtaining an external soul bone. Consequently, he had ample time to prepare. Realizing this, he resolved to proceed with caution and refrain from taking unnecessary risks. His thoughts were tangled like a heap of threads as he endeavored to untangle them. With this in mind, he took a deep breath, as if striving to draw in all the air around him. He made a concerted effort to calm himself. His hands involuntarily clenched into fists, and his eyes narrowed slightly as he contemplated his next course of action. With this thought, a subtle smile of confidence crept onto Lin Yu's lips. He gently brushed off the dust from his clothes and respectfully clasped his hands in salute to his two elder brothers, bidding them farewell with courtesy. Thank you, brothers. For the invaluable insights today, let us converse again on another day. With that, he turned and departed. His steps light as he made his way toward the hotel where he was staying. Upon returning to the hotel, Lin Yu found Luo Mei and smiled as he said, Sister Luo Mei, we shall set off for the Douluo forest early tomorrow morning, so let us retire early tonight. Luo Mei nodded in agreement. Her voice gentle as she replied, All right, Xiao Yu, I understand. Subsequently, Lin Yu ascended to the second floor, entered his room, and prepared to rest. As night descended, moonlight seeped through the gaps in the curtains, casting an ethereal glow upon the floor and adding an air of mystery to the tranquil night. Lin Yu lay on his bed, closing his eyes to allow his body and mind to fully relax. However, his thoughts were persistently occupied with the challenges and uncertainties that awaited him the next day. He envisioned himself stepping into the Douluo forest, enveloped by thick mist. With the cries of various spirit beasts echoing around him, he clenched his fists, silently reminding himself to face all difficulties with courage. At the same time, he looked forward to encountering formidable spirit beasts within this enigmatic forest, eager to engage in fierce battles. As the night deepened, Lin Yu's thoughts gradually settled, and he sank into slumber. In his dreams, he seemed to have already entered that mysterious forest, embroiled in fierce combat with spirit beasts. His body soared through the air, his weapon shimmering with dazzling light, each strike infused with unparalleled power. The spirit beasts clawed and lunged, attempting to obstruct his path, yet he pressed on fearlessly. In the midst of this dreamlike battle, Lin Yu experienced an unprecedented thrill and sense of achievement. He firmly believed that as long as he maintained his courage and determination, he could overcome any obstacles that lay ahead. The following day, as the eastern sky began to lighten with the first hints of dawn, Luo Mei gently approached Lin Yu's door. She lightly knocked and called softly, Lin Yu, it is time to rise. Her voice flowed like a gentle stream, soft yet resolute, carrying an irresistible force. It was as if the sound were the first ray of morning sunlight, delicately brushing against Lin Yu's ears, awakening him from his sweet dreams. Lin Yu, still half asleep, rubbed his eyes and, upon hearing Luo Mei's call, mumbled in response, Got it, Sister Luo Mei, I'll get up right away. After speaking, he turned over, nestling deeper into his blankets, relishing the remnants of warmth within. Outside the door, Luo Mei stood quietly, listening to the sounds from within, a subtle smile gracing her lips. She understood that this little fellow needed more time to adjust to rising early, yet she firmly believed he would eventually rise on schedule. With a gentle nod, she turned and descended the stairs to arrange for the breakfast preparations. Lin Yu lay in bed, eyes closed, lingering for a few more minutes before reluctantly rising. He stretched lazily, stifling a yawn, his heart filled with an affectionate longing for the warmth of his cozy nest. He ambled into the bathroom, completed his morning rituals, and then leisurely donned his clothes, preparing to embrace the new day. When Lin Yu finally made his way downstairs, the sun had just begun to rise. Golden rays streamed through the window, casting dappled patterns upon the floor, enveloping the entire room in a warm ambience. He noticed that Luo Mei had already prepared a sumptuous breakfast for him, and he walked straight to the dining table, taking a seat opposite her. They sat facing each other, Indulging in the delightful meal while engaging in light-hearted conversation, the atmosphere relaxed and cheerful. After breakfast, Lin Yu reclined in his chair, contentedly patting his belly. The sunlight gradually grew brighter, golden beams spilling onto the window panes, reflecting off the walls and creating beautiful patches of light. All of this signified that a new day had officially begun. Chapter 50. Interception 3. Lin Yu sat upright at the dining table, his eyes brimming with anticipation and trepidation. He fixated on the breakfast before him, as if attempting to penetrate its very essence. Deep within, he silently vowed that today he must successfully hunt for the second soul ring. Luo Mei stood nearby, her gentle yet resolute gaze fixed on Lin Yu, conveying a silent encouragement. You can undoubtedly achieve this. Lin Yu slightly nodded, seemingly acknowledging Luo Mei's expectations. He grasped the chopsticks tightly and slowly reached for the plate, delicately lifting a morsel to his lips. Each bite was imbued with strength and courage, mirroring the challenges he was about to face. Though modest, this breakfast radiated the warmth of home. Every dish had been meticulously prepared by the waiter at Luo Mei's behest, tailored to Lin Yu's palate. And each plate contained her care and blessings for him. He savored each bite, absorbing the warmth and fortitude it offered. After finishing his meal, Lin Yu rose, taking a deep breath. With his eyes closed, he could almost hear the call of nature, feeling the gentle caress of the breeze against his cheeks. Upon opening his eyes, he gazed out the window, where the sunlight bathed the earth in a golden glow. In that moment, his heart swelled with power and resolve, ready to embrace the new challenges ahead. After breakfast, Lin Yu packed his belongings, embarking on the journey to the Douluo forest alongside Luo Mei. He stood by the window, watching the sun's rays, his heart filled with both anticipation and anxiety. The brilliant sunlight enveloped him, as if infusing him with boundless energy. He inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air, imagining the scent of the forest and the melodies of birdsong. Each item in his carefully curated pack reflected a yearning for the unknown and a readiness for adventure. He glanced at Luo Mei, his eyes shimmering with determination, sensing her unwavering support and encouragement. Together, they would confront the uncertainties ahead, exploring this enigmatic and perilous world. He slung his backpack over his shoulder, feeling its weight, a symbol of his drive forward and his pursuit of dreams. His steps were resolute and vigorous, each stride brimming with strength and speed. As he moved toward the sunlight, embracing the challenges that lay ahead. As he exited the room, he cast one last glance back, leaving behind a smile. This smile was infused with confidence and courage, laced with hope for the future. He understood that regardless of what awaited him, he was thoroughly prepared. Approaching the window once more, he inhaled deeply, attuning himself to the whispers of nature. His gaze drifted toward the horizon, the direction of the Douluo forest. He envisioned himself amidst the dense foliage, encountering wondrous creatures and experiencing the allure of the natural world. With his belongings in order, each item resonating with a thirst for adventure, he was ready to confront difficulties and challenges, welcoming new growth and breakthroughs. He believed this journey would become a pivotal experience in his life, one that would render him stronger and more mature. He departed the room, closing the door behind him. His steps were light, yet resolute, as he ventured toward the path of the unknown. His heart brimmed with hope and fervor, ready to explore that mysterious and enchanting world. Sister Luo Mei, how far are we from the starry forest? Lin Yu inquired weakly, his voice tinged with fatigue and unease. His body trembled slightly, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, dampening his collar. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, his palms slick with perspiration, and his heartbeat quickened, as though he could hear the depths of his own trepidation. Luo Mei gazed at him, her eyes filled with encouragement and resolve, seemingly attuned to his anxiety. She replied softly, "We shall arrive shortly. At our current pace, we will reach it in about 15 minutes. Her voice resonated with confidence and strength, instilling a sense of reassurance. Gently, she patted Lin Yu's shoulder and offered him a warm smile, endeavoring to ease his tension. Lin Yu took a deep breath, striving to compose himself. He reminded himself to trust Luo Mei's judgment and experience, as they had already traversed numerous adventures together. He lifted his gaze, his eyes resolutely fixed on the horizon, silently vowing to confront the forthcoming challenges with courage. As time passed, they drew ever closer to the starry forest. The air was imbued with a rich fragrance of greenery, while birds joyfully serenaded from the branches above, and sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. However, this seemingly tranquil and beautiful forest concealed endless perils. Before long, Lin Yu and his companions arrived at the entrance of the starry forest. The scenery before them was breathtaking. They beheld a verdant sea, with trees towering at least 20 meters high. It was worth noting that this was merely the periphery of the starry forest. The trees were so majestic and abundant that not even a proper path could be discerned. Lin Yu and his companions were utterly astonished. Such a sight was truly breathtaking. They began to advance cautiously, mindful of avoiding entanglement with branches or sustaining scratches. The forest was enveloped in an aura of mystery and tranquility, evoking feelings of reverence and curiosity. Shortly after entering the woods, they sensed a refreshing and pleasant change in the air, as if the temperature was several degrees cooler than outside the forest. Lin Yu took a deep breath, savoring the gifts of nature. He felt as though his body had become lighter, as if he were merging with this enchanting woodland. Luo Mei remarked, "Xiao Yu, we have now entered the starry forest, a realm fraught with dangers far surpassing those of the Soul Hunter forest. Therefore, you must remain closely behind me and never fall behind." She turned to face Lin Yu, her gaze serious, as if she wished to impart her understanding of the starry forest to him. Upon hearing the grave tone in Sister Luo Mei's voice, Lin Yu felt a tightening in his chest, a chill creeping up his spine. He immediately recognized the perilous nature of the starry forest. This was no laughing matter. He promptly nodded at Luo Mei, responding, "Understood, Sister Luo Mei." His voice carried a hint of tension, yet was imbued with a greater sense of resolve and determination. With that, Lin Yu heightened his vigilance to the utmost, resembling a startled rabbit. His eyes darted around the surroundings, meticulously scanning for any detail that might escape his notice. His ears perked up like radar, attuned to any potential sound. He adhered closely to Luo Mei's footsteps, daring not to lag behind, fearful that a moment's inattention might lead him astray in this vast and treacherous forest. Lin Yu's heartbeat quickened, and his breath became rapid. He could feel the sweat trickling down his forehead, dropping onto the ground. His hands were tightly clenched into fists, ready to confront any impending danger. In that moment, a singular thought occupied his mind: to protect himself and not to disappoint Sister Luo Mei. As time passed, Lin Yu gradually acclimated to the tense atmosphere. He began to observe his surroundings with heightened acuity, learning to discern genuine threats from mere ordinary sounds. His footsteps became light, striving to avoid any noise that might incite unnecessary trouble. Yet, despite his best efforts to remain vigilant, danger loomed ever present. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound reached Lin Yu's ears, prompting him to halt, his gaze alertly directed toward the source of the noise. Chapter 51. The Interception. Luo Mei, "Xiao Yu, what is it?" She slightly furrowed her crescent-like brows, her eyes filled with concern. Her voice was akin to a gentle breeze whispering through the forest, soft yet tinged with urgency. As if fearing that Lin Yu might be in peril, she suddenly turned her body, her gaze firmly fixed on Lin Yu's face, her expression brimming with worry and inquiry. "Lin Yu, Sister Luo Mei, there seems to be something there." His voice trembled slightly as he nervously pointed towards the thicket ahead, his finger quivering ever so slightly. At this moment, on the outskirts of the starry forest, sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting dappled patches of light, resembling countless golden sprites dancing in delight. The air was thick with a humid ambience, mingled with the earthy aroma of soil and the refreshing scent of vegetation. The leaves swayed gently in the breeze, producing a soft rustling sound, as if nature were humming a gentle lullaby. The ground was carpeted with fallen leaves and withered branches, while a few small insects busily scurried about. Following Lin Yu's pointing finger, Luo Mei glanced towards the thicket, where she caught a fleeting glimpse of a shadow darting by. A wave of tension gripped her heart, and she immediately became alert. Gradually, her martial spirit, the meteor bow, materialized in her hand, glinting with a chilling light. She whispered to Lin Yu, "Don't be afraid, stay close behind me." With that, she cautiously advanced, her steps as light and graceful as a leopard in pursuit. Lin Yu closely followed Luo Mei, his heart racing and breath quickening. He clutched the sword of time and space tightly, ready to confront any imminent danger. As they drew nearer, the shadows in the thicket became increasingly distinct, revealing a soft-boned rabbit. This rabbit, over 20 years old, was as pure white as freshly fallen snow, resembling a cloud that had just unfurled. Its delicate fur shimmered with a subtle silver sheen under the sunlight. Perched atop its petite head were long ears, standing upright, their tips tinged with a faint blush, akin to two petals brushed by the evening glow. The ears quivered gently from time to time, seemingly attuned to every sound in its surroundings. Its eyes sparkled like two radiant rubies, exuding a vigilant light. This luminescence betrayed a wariness and unease towards the unfamiliar environment, reminiscent of the twinkling stars in the night sky, brilliant yet enigmatic. Surrounding its eyes was a soft ring of black fur, accentuating the gem-like brilliance of its gaze. Its tiny mouth was slightly puckered, revealing two pristine and diminutive incisors, resembling two glistening pearls. The rabbit's limbs were slender and graceful, akin to exquisitely crafted columns of white jade. The tips of its legs bore petite claws, cushioned with a layer of soft pads, rendering its movements utterly silent. As it alighted on the ground, it did so as lightly as a feather, without a sound. Its tail was round and fluffy, resembling a little pom-pom, swaying gently with its movements, exuding an irresistible charm. Every detail of the soft-boned rabbit radiated a lively and adorable aura, drawing one in. Yet its wary gaze held a certain intimidation. Just as Lin Yu was marveling at the rabbit's appearance, it suddenly appeared to be greatly startled. Its eyes widened in alarm. Mouth slightly agape, revealing sharp teeth, and it charged toward Lin Yu with astonishing speed. Lin Yu's previously taut nerves were abruptly startled, causing his heart to race as if it might leap from his throat. His breathing became rapid and erratic, his expression a mixture of astonishment and dread. A gasp escaped his lips, betraying an unmistakable sense of panic. Instinctively, he took a step back, attempting to distance himself from the soft-boned rabbit. Yet his legs felt as though they had lost all strength. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, trickling down his cheeks. At that moment, Lin Yu's mind was a blank slate, utterly at a loss. He had never encountered such a situation before, and a singular thought consumed him: to flee this place at once. Yet his body betrayed him, seemingly ensnared by fear, rendering him immobile. Lomei glanced at him, and, with a casual tone, reassured, "Xiao Yu, there's no need to be so anxious. It's merely a soft-boned rabbit. We are merely at the periphery of the starry forest, where soul beasts over 5,000 years old are rarely found. Even if a 10,000-year soul beast were to appear, I would have no trouble handling it. So you needn't worry so much." She slightly raised her chin, her gaze brimming with confidence, and a faint smile graced her lips, as if everything were under her command. However, at that moment, another shadow suddenly burst forth from the thicket, moving with astonishing speed and swiftly arriving before them. Lin Yu focused his gaze and beheld that the shadow before him was none other than the husband of the delicate-boned rabbit he had seen moments ago. At this moment, it was glaring at them with fierce intensity, emitting a low, menacing growl, seemingly poised to launch an attack at any given moment. Lin Yu felt a sudden tightening in his heart and hastily reminded Luo Mei to exercise caution. However, Luo Mei merely smiled faintly, seemingly unfazed by the threat posed by the soft-boned rabbit. "Xiao Yu, do not worry. This soft-boned rabbit is merely a millennium soul beast. I can easily handle it," she declared, as a bow materialized in her hand. This bow was none other than Luo Mei's martial soul, the flowing star bow, which shimmered with a chilling glimmer. Upon witnessing this, the soft-boned rabbit exhibited a fleeting moment of fear in its eyes, quickly supplanted by a surge of anger. It lunged fiercely at Luo Mei, its speed astonishing Lin Yu. With a cold snort, Luo Mei drew back the flowing star bow, releasing an arrow that shot forth like lightning, striking the soft-boned rabbit directly. The creature let out a wretched cry as it was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground, motionless. In a short while, purple light dots began to emanate from its body, coalescing above it into a violet millennium soul ring. Lin Yu gazed at the scene before him, a wave of admiration surging within his heart. He recognized the considerable gap between himself and Luo Mei, understanding that relentless effort was required to keep pace with her. Thus, Lin Yu promptly replied, "Sister Luo Mei, I understand." His voice trembled slightly, as if the lingering effects of being startled by the gentle rabbit had yet to dissipate. He took a deep breath, striving to calm himself, as if inhaling the fresh air around him to steady his inner turmoil. His hands were tightly clenched into fists, the pressure causing his knuckles to pale, as though he sought to summon strength and courage through this gesture. After a moment, he gradually relaxed his fists, and with that release, the tension in his heart began to fade. Once he spoke, the taut nerves he had maintained since entering the starry forest also eased. He felt his shoulders loosen, his body becoming increasingly at ease. He gently moved his neck, casting his gaze once more upon the surrounding woods. At this moment, tranquility and composure illuminated his eyes. Chapter 52. A sudden interruption. Luo Mei furrowed her brows slightly, her gaze fixated on the branches ahead. "Xiao Yu, observe the broken branches here," she remarked. Her voice resonated distinctly in the serene atmosphere of the starry forest's outskirts. At that moment, a mysterious aura enveloped the woods, with sunlight filtering through the layers of leaves, casting dappled spots of light upon the ground, creating a dreamlike tableau. A gentle breeze whispered through, rustling the leaves as if narrating ancient tales. Luo Mei crouched down, meticulously examining the fracture of the branch. Her eyes, sharp and focused, seemed capable of piercing through any veil of obscurity. She delicately swept aside the fallen leaves, her fingers softly tracing the break, her movements tender and intricate, as if seeking to uncover a hidden secret. Her hair danced lightly in the breeze, merging harmoniously with the natural surroundings. Her expression was serious and earnest, as if engaged in a significant archaeological discovery. Wisdom and curiosity sparkled in Luo Mei's eyes as she endeavored to piece together the answer to her riddle. Her breathing became steady and profound, resonating with the rhythm of nature. In this tranquil forest, time appeared to stand still. Only Luo Mei's focused figure moved, immersed in the exploration of the unknown. From the wound of the break, it seemed to have occurred within the last couple of days. Luo Mei's brows furrowed slightly as she squinted, leaning closer to scrutinize the fractured branch. Her gaze was piercing, as if she could penetrate the wood and witness the events that had transpired there. You mentioned that the individuals from Shrek Academy entered the starry forest yesterday, thus. This mark is likely left by them. She straightened, surveying her surroundings, the forest suffused with an air of mystery and tranquility. Sunlight streamed through the dense foliage, casting mottled shadows upon the ground, like golden threads interwoven across the earth. The gentle breeze caressed the leaves, whispering the secrets of the forest. Luo Mei raised her chin slightly, her eyes revealing determination and wisdom as she continued to analyze the situation. If we follow this trace, we are likely to catch up with them. Her voice resonated with a steady and resolute tone, echoing through the tranquil forest, imparting an inexplicable sense of security. Linyu, I understand, Sister Luo Mei. Let us hasten to follow them. My intuition suggests that by trailing behind, there exists a significant possibility of discovering the soul beast I seek. With that said, a glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Lin Yu's eyes, as if he could already envision his desired soul beast patiently awaiting him ahead. Impatiently, he stepped forward, the fallen leaves beneath his feet emitting a soft crunch. As if cheering him on, he gripped his weapon tightly, prepared to confront any impending danger. His heart raced, blood surged with fervor, and his entire being brimmed with strength and courage. Luo Mei, observing Lin Yu's excitement, couldn't help but smile faintly. She too sensed the profound yearning within him for the soul beast. With a nod, she joined Lin Yu in following the trail left behind, venturing into the unknown. As midday approached, the sun hung high in the sky, casting its scorching rays upon the earth. Lin Yu and Luo Mei continued to pursue the remnants of others, ultimately arriving beneath a colossal tree. This magnificent tree towered into the clouds, standing tall and straight, its lush foliage resembling a vast green parasol, casting shade over the expansive ground. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, creating beams of golden light that fell like ethereal pillars, enchanting all who beheld the scene. The trunk of the giant tree was incredibly robust, requiring several adults to encircle it with their arms. Its bark was rough and thick, adorned with the marks of time, bearing witness to the passage and transformation of the ages. Surrounding the giant tree, a vibrant array of wildflowers bloomed amidst the dense grass, each vying for attention and exuding captivating fragrances. Butterflies danced gracefully among the blossoms, their wings sparkling with a kaleidoscope of colors. Meanwhile, bees busily flitted about, gathering nectar. In the distance, the gentle sound of flowing water could be heard, crisp and melodious, reminiscent of a serene symphony. The water trickled over stones, splashing crystalline droplets, infusing this tranquil forest with a refreshing vitality. Luo Mei squinted slightly, scrutinizing the marks upon the tree, her fingers lightly brushing against the somewhat coarse bark. She tilted her head back, sunlight cascading like golden threads upon her face, accentuating her delicate features, as if she were a breathtaking work of art. A flicker of hesitation crossed her gaze, embodying a moment of indecision. Xiaoyu, examining the marks on the tree, it appears they departed only about half an hour ago. Luo Mei's voice was soft, akin to a gentle breeze whispering past one's ear. Do you think we should pursue them immediately? Or would it be prudent to rest here for a while, have lunch, and then continue our chase? Her eyes shifted from the tree to Lin Yu, filled with inquiry. Sunlight danced within her gaze, seemingly concealing a multitude of thoughts. She lightly bit her lower lip, and her slightly furrowed brow revealed her inner turmoil. The forest around them was serene yet enigmatic, and the uncertain path ahead compelled her to deliberate carefully. The leaves rustled gently in the breeze, producing a soft whisper, as if they too were concerned about their decision. Lin Yu lifted his gaze to the sky, the scorching sunlight piercing his eyes with a painful intensity. He squinted slightly, Recalling the moment when Oscar absorbed the soul ring and the appearance of the Titan great ape, murmuring, Sister Luo Mei, perhaps we should take a moment to rest here and restore our strength. After all, we have chased all the way from the hotel to this place, and our physical stamina has been severely depleted, not to mention our soul power is nearly exhausted. If we rashly pursue now and encounter an adversary, the consequences could be dire. As he spoke, his complexion grew increasingly pale, and his expression betrayed an exceptional weariness. Lin Yu gradually sank to the ground, his hands trembling as he extracted provisions and water from the heart of the stars to distribute to Sister Luo Mei. When he extended the food to her, his movements became exceedingly slow and laborious, as if each subtle gesture drained him of immeasurable energy. Without hesitation, Luo Mei accepted the rations and water from Lin Yu, devouring them voraciously and swallowing them within moments. Leaning against the tree trunk, she closed her eyes, focusing intently to restore her physical and spiritual strength. Her actions were swift and decisive, exhibiting no signs of hesitation, while her gaze reflected a profound resolve and determination. Lin Yu gazed at Luo Mei, a sense of admiration swelling within him. He swiftly finished the food in his hand and settled onto the ground, commencing the circulation of his soul power to grant his body a thorough respite. His heart brimmed with anticipation, yearning to discover a soul beast that suited him, thereby enhancing his strength. A gentle breeze whispered through the trees, rustling the leaves as if cheering them on. Sunlight filtered through the foliage, casting dappled shadows that evoked a serene and beautiful ambience. In this tranquil forest, the only sounds were those of the wind and the leaves, instilling a profound sense of relaxation. As time passed steadily, both Luo Mei and Lin Yu immersed themselves in their respective cultivation. They understood that only by restoring their physical and soul energy could they continue their pursuit, equipped with sufficient strength to confront any unforeseen circumstances. Chapter 53. Interception. Luo Mei slightly tilted her head, her exquisite face reflecting genuine concern. Her ruby lips parted to softly inquire, Xiao Yu, have you rested well? If you are ready, let us continue our pursuit. Her voice was like a gentle spring breeze, tender and warm. Lin Yu blinked his bright eyes, reminiscent of twinkling stars, his face radiating enthusiasm as he cheerfully replied, I'm well rested, Sister Luo Mei. Let us continue our pursuit. Barely had his words faded when he leapt forth like a bird eager to escape its cage, swift as the wind, closely trailing behind Luo Mei. His gaze was sharp as that of a hawk, fixated on the elusive traces ahead, as if fearing their imminent disappearance. With rapid strides, he surged forward, seemingly fueled by boundless energy and fervor. Before long, a faint sound emanated from ahead, signaling the activation of Oscar's third soul skill. As the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake soared through the air with remarkable speed for 1 minute. Upon hearing this sound, Luo Mei's demeanor shifted instantly. Her ears perked up as if facing a formidable adversary, her expression tensing with concern, her lovely brows knitting together like two crescent moons. Without a moment's hesitation, she turned to Lin Yu, her anxious tone revealing her urgency. Little Yu, the person speaking ahead must surely be someone from the Shrek Academy that you mentioned, correct? Lin Yu's gaze revealed a hint of caution. Instinctively, he narrowed his eyes and lowered his voice, saying, If I am not mistaken, it must be someone from Shrek Academy. Sister Luo Mei, be careful not to be discovered. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Luo Mei was taken aback, a ripple of unease disturbing her previously calm demeanor. She instinctively retorted, Xiao Yu, I believe you have it reversed. It is you who should be cautious and avoid being detected. As she spoke, concern was etched across Luo Mei's face, her eyes brimming with worry for Lin Yu. Lin Yu smiled gently and replied softly, I will be fine, Sister Luo Mei, do not worry. It seems we have caught up with Shrek Academy. Lin Yu's expression was grave, his eyes radiating a steadfast resolve as he earnestly explained, Sister Luo Mei, what I say is entirely true. You must exercise caution, for my martial soul, the time-space sword, possesses an extraordinarily potent domain known as the time-space domain. This domain exhibits astonishing capabilities, significantly diminishing my presence, rendering it exceedingly difficult for adversaries to perceive my existence. Furthermore, it serves to weaken the strength of my foes. Their speed is notably curtailed, their power diminished, and their reactions rendered sluggish. In contrast, my own prowess experiences a remarkable enhancement, with speed, strength, and reflexes all receiving substantial augmentation. More impressively, I can teleport freely within this domain, instantaneously arriving at any location I desire. Hence, I felt compelled to caution you to be vigilant. As Luo Mei listened to Lin Yu's explanation, her eyes brimmed with astonishment and admiration. Her heart silently marveling at the wonders of this domain. She widened her eyes, seemingly intent on etching every detail into her memory. Just as Luo Mei was still immersed in her reverie regarding the time-space domain, an unusual sound echoed ahead, reminiscent of some colossal creature approaching. Her heart raced, an ominous premonition flooding her mind. Alarmed, she quickly turned her gaze forward, only to witness a massive silhouette forcefully parting two towering trees, emerging with an imposing presence before the crowd of Shrek Academy. The figure was grand and formidable, akin to a moving mountain. Its body was cloaked in a thick layer of fur, gleaming with a metallic sheen. Sharp claws extended from its fingertips, exuding a chilling luminescence. A pair of crimson eyes revealed a cruel and malevolent nature, instilling a sense of dread. As this gigantic figure appeared, the surrounding air grew tense, oppressive to the point of making it difficult to breathe. Suddenly, a mountain-like silhouette slowly emerged from the haze, intruding upon the collective gaze of the onlookers. This figure bore a striking resemblance to a gorilla, yet its size was so immense that it left spectators astounded. Rough estimates placed its height at approximately 15 meters, resembling a towering miniature mountain. Lin Yu observed that Luo Mei was staring intently in a particular direction, her lips pressed tightly together, uttering not a sound. An overwhelming sense of foreboding surged within him, a fear that was indescribable enveloped his being. With a heart full of trepidation, he nervously followed her gaze. In an instant, a chill coursed from his feet to the crown of his head, as he gasped in shock at the sight before him. The figure, resembling a colossal gorilla, was none other than the ruler of the Douluo forest, the king of the forest, the Titan Great Ape, a creature boasting 100,000 years of cultivation. This behemoth stood there, emanating an aura of power and majesty, as if the very world trembled before it. It is worth noting that the Titan Great Ape is a transcendent being among soul beasts, reigning supreme. Its size was immense, akin to a moving mountain, with each step capable of shaking the earth beneath it. Its strength was astonishing, able to effortlessly tear apart mountains and obliterate any obstacles in its path. In the realm of soul beasts, the Titan Great Ape is akin to a lofty monarch, leaving other soul beasts in awe. It is an existence that defies the heavens, capable of contending with ordinary soul beasts that have existed for 10,000 years, despite its mere century of life. The sheer disparity in strength is truly astounding, and the thought of it leaves many in admiration of its innate talent and formidable power. Moreover, it possessed the extraordinary ability to wield soul skills at will, exhibiting brilliant and potent techniques that countless soul masters aspired to attain, yet found perpetually out of reach. Most terrifyingly, it held unparalleled power, as if it could cleave mountains and shatter stones, annihilating everything that obstructed its path. Its speed was astonishing, akin to a tempest sweeping through, rendering it nearly impossible to catch a glimpse of its shadow. Its ferocious attacks instilled dread, each strike infused with a cataclysmic force. Its formidable defenses left one in awe, as if clad in invulnerable armor, rendering any assault ineffective. It was nearly devoid of discernible flaws, and it would not be an exaggeration to describe it as a perfect hexagonal warrior. It is precisely due to its awe-inspiring strength that countless soul masters coveted, yearning to hunt it down and absorb the precious soul rings it produces. After all, possessing a soul ring from the Titan Great Ape is undoubtedly the pinnacle of honor and power within the realm of soul masters. Regrettably, no individual has thus far succeeded in realizing this ambition. However, there is one exception. It is said that only one person has ever successfully hunted the Titan Great Ape. Who is this enigmatic figure? What strength and courage did they possess to accomplish such a formidable task? Chapter 54. The Interception. At this moment, Luo Mei was engulfed in confusion, her brow furrowed tightly, her mind tangled in a web of uncertainty. She cautiously observed the Titan Great Ape before her while pondering, how could this Titan Great Ape be here? Logically, they should inhabit the core region of the Douluo forest, not be found on the outskirts. What could possibly be the explanation for this? Her gaze was filled with confusion and unease as the enigmas within her heart multiplied. Was the ecological balance of the Douluo forest disrupted? Or had some unforeseen calamity driven these formidable soul beasts from their habitats? This question reverberated in her mind, causing her great distress. Meanwhile, Lin Yu, standing nearby, was fully aware of the situation. He understood that the Titan giant ape had ventured from the core of the Douluo forest to the outskirts because it had caught the scent of Xiao Wu, who had transformed into a human. Originally a 10,000-year soul beast known as the soft-bone rabbit, Xiao Wu still emanated a unique aura even in her human form. The Titan giant ape had tracked her trail, propelled by its keen sense of smell, journeying from the heart of the forest to the periphery. However, Lin Yu could not divulge this truth to Luo Mei, as he wished to shield her from this impending crisis. He was acutely aware that the matter was far too intricate, entangled with numerous secrets and dangers. Should Luo Mei uncover Xiao Wu's true identity, both Xiao Wu and Luo Mei would face dire threats. Thus, Lin Yu opted to keep this secret, ensuring that no one learned of Xiao Wu's existence. But I cannot reveal this to Sister Luo Mei. It is far too complicated, and I cannot allow her to fall into peril, he silently contemplated, a flicker of determination and concern manifesting in his eyes. He knew he must safeguard himself while also ensuring Luo Mei's safety. In the face of such formidable adversaries, he needed to remain composed and devise a strategy. Seeing Luo Mei still astonished by the appearance of the Titan giant ape, seemingly frozen in place as if under a spell, Lin Yu's brow furrowed deeply with anxiety. This is far too dangerous for Sister Luo Mei, he thought, instinctively quickening his pace, rushing towards her like the wind, enveloping her within his protective domain. At that moment, Luo Mei's mind was a whirlwind, her body entirely unresponsive. It was not until she sensed a strange yet gentle force, akin to a delicate veil, lightly draping over her that she felt an indescribable sensation, causing her to shiver involuntarily. She instinctively turned her head to look back, only to find Lin Yu approaching with a grave expression, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, hastily enveloping her within his protective sphere. The emergence of this force instilled an inexplicable sense of safety within Luo Mei's heart. She gazed at Lin Yu, her eyes brimming with gratitude and reliance. Lin Yu observed that Luo Mei had finally reacted, and he quickly lowered his voice, speaking urgently, yet soothingly. Sister Luo Mei, rest assured, as long as we do not create too much commotion, we shall remain undetected under the cover of my domain. Upon hearing this, Luo Mei felt the anxiety that had been lodged in her throat finally ease, yet she soon became concerned about the safety of both herself and Lin Yu. After all, they were facing the formidable Titan Great Ape, and even the slightest disturbance could draw its attention, though she was aware that Lin Yu's domain could mask their presence. The sheer strength of their adversary left her feeling exceedingly tense. She silently rejoiced, thank goodness for Xiao Yu's domain. However, the thought of the Titan Great Ape loomed ominously in her mind, igniting her worries. After all, it is the king of the forest, reigning for 100,000 years. If it were an ordinary 10,000-year-old beast, I would be confident in my ability to secure a safe escape for both Lin Yu and myself, even if I couldn't defeat it. Yet, the Titan Great Ape is no ordinary soul beast. It is the sovereign among them. In its presence, I lack complete assurance of evading its formidable claws, and a moment's carelessness could plunge us into irretrievable peril. Luo Mei's heart was filled with contradictions and turmoil. On one hand, she yearned to protect Lin Yu. On the other, she was acutely aware of her limited strength, which rendered her unable to contend with the Titan Great Ape. In such circumstances, she could only hope that Lin Yu's domain would prove effective in keeping them hidden. Simultaneously, she pondered strategies for confrontation, thinking, if we are discovered, I shall have no choice but to fight desperately, striving to secure an opportunity for Xiao Yu to escape. Lin Yu was unaware of the thoughts swirling in Sister Luo Mei's mind. At this moment, he was intensely focused on the direction where Tang San and the others stood. Zhao Wuji appeared anxious, akin to an ant on a hot pan, his arms flailing in a frantic manner, seemingly attempting to communicate with the Titan Great Ape. However, after a brief moment, his expression darkened, as if a storm cloud had enveloped the sky, heavy and ominous. Suddenly, 7 resplendent soul rings emerged around him, radiating brilliance. He inhaled deeply, gritted his teeth, and then his first, second, third, and 5th soul rings simultaneously ignited with dazzling light. Under the immense pressure of the Titan Great Ape, he unleashed 4 soul abilities without hesitation, charging fiercely towards the beast while calling out, Tang San, you all must flee. I will hold them off. Yet, Tang San and the others did not heed his warning to retreat. Instead, they stood resolute, preparing to face the Titan Great Ape alongside Zhao Wuji. Dai Bai clenched his jaw, determination evident in his gaze, as he activated his most potent 3rd soul ability, the White Tiger's transformation. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. All eyes were fixated on Dai Bai, who was expected to deliver an unexpected turn of events with his formidable strength. At that moment, Dai Bai felt an unprecedented weight of pressure. Confronting the powerful Titan Great Ape, He knew he had to give his all, otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Before them, Dai Mubai's already formidable physique, enhanced by his martial spirit, expanded dramatically once more. His muscles were sharply defined, each one brimming with strength. With every breath, they pulsated, exuding an exhilarating aura. Simultaneously, a golden sheen enveloped his skin, rendering him as if sculpted from gold. His eyes transformed to a striking golden hue, glimmering with fierce intensity. In that moment, Dai Mubai seemed to embody a ferocious white tiger, ready to engage in a life-and-death struggle with his adversary. As his transformation reached completion, his garments were swiftly torn apart, disintegrating into tatters that fell away. His body was laid bare to the air, showcasing his robust and powerful muscles, as unyielding as steel, harboring boundless strength. With an earth-shattering roar of a tiger, Dai Mubai surged forward like a cannonball, launching himself towards the titan great ape's forelimbs. At this juncture, Ning Rongrong's petite form trembled slightly, yet her gaze remained steadfast, betraying no hint of retreat. She bit down on her silver teeth, letting out a determined cry as the seven-treasure glazed tower in her hand erupted with brilliant light, rapidly expanding. Her melodious voice rang out. The seven treasures are renowned. The first, strength. The second, speed. Following her words, four vibrant beams of light shot forth from the seven-treasure glazed tower, accurately striking both Dai Mubai and Zhao Wuji. Their bodies were instantly enveloped in radiant light, feeling an overwhelming force continuously surging into them. Zhao Wuji, originally a soul sage of level 76, felt as if he had undergone a profound transformation, his entire being brimming with boundless power. Clenching his fists tightly, he savored this sudden influx of strength, his eyes sparkling with exhilaration, while a wave of unprecedented confidence surged within him. At that moment, he felt as though he possessed the offensive capabilities of an 80th level soul power. Tang San and his companions showed no intention of retreating. Tang San's gaze was resolute as he swiftly moved his hands, exclaiming, "Come forth, blue-silver grass martial soul." In an instant, the blue-silver grass erupted from his palm. With wide eyes, he bellowed, "First soul skill, bind." He unleashed his first soul skill towards the titan great ape. Silently praying, even if it could merely hinder its movement slightly, it would suffice. Countless strands of blue-silver grass, akin to agile and frenzied serpents, swiftly wrapped around the titan great ape's remarkably robust form. The toxins within the blue-silver grass eagerly surged towards the titan great ape, and Tang San, filled with anticipation, hoped to inflict even the slightest damage, his brow furrowed in utmost tension. At that very moment, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu darted towards either side like lightning. Zhu Zhuqing clenched her teeth, determined to find an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to the colossal creature, resolutely refusing to retreat. Her figure moved like a specter, so swift that only an afterimage remained. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu's gaze was sharp as that of a hawk, fully focused on seeking out a flaw. Contemplating, as long as there is even a hint of opportunity, I can make it suffer. Yet among them, the most cunning was Ma Hongjun, whose face bore a sly grin as he placed his hands on his hips, exclaiming proudly, "Behold my prowess." Standing firmly in place, a glimmer of mischief danced in his eyes as he took a deep breath, preparing to showcase his strength. With a low, rumbling roar, his body began to transform. Flames erupted from his skin, coalescing into a magnificent evil fire phoenix. As the phoenix's wings unfurled, the blazing flames danced in the air. Once the phoenix manifested, the two soul rings on Ma Hongjun's body shone with blinding brilliance. His aura grew even more formidable, as though he were merging with the phoenix. Locking his gaze onto the titan great ape, a cold smile played at the corners of his mouth. He opened his mouth, unleashing a torrent of phoenix flame, as thick as an arm, aimed directly at the vulnerable area beneath the titan great ape's navel. The flames surged forth like a fiery dragon, imbued with searing heat and immense energy, racing towards its target. Ma Hongjun reveled inwardly, thinking, regardless of the titan great ape's gender, that spot is undoubtedly a vital weakness. Watch as I bring you to your knees. In response, the titan great ape let out a deafening roar that echoed through the heavens. The sound wave crashing forth like a tangible, surging tidal wave, sweeping outward in all directions. Zhao Wuqi was abruptly hurled away like a fragile leaf caught in a tempest, crashing heavily to the ground with a resounding thud, wincing in pain. The blue-silver grass entwined around the titan giant ape was violently severed, scattering in a chaotic flurry. However, the most unfortunate was Ma Hongjun, whose phoenix flames were forcefully swept back by the shockwave of the Titan giant ape's roar. Resulting in a pained cry as he was singed, his face darkened and a few strands of hair scorched, leaving him in disarray, muttering, "This is just too unlucky." A thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens and earth, deafening enough to threaten to rupture eardrums. It seemed the Titan giant ape was utterly enraged, its enormous eyes suddenly glowing crimson, as if capable of igniting flames. With an almost imperceptible speed, its colossal form lunged towards the crowd, stirring up a tempest that sent everyone reeling. Each thunderous step it took triggered tremors, raising clouds of dust that obscured its figure. An overwhelming pressure bore down upon the onlookers, their hearts racing in their throats. In this critical moment of dire peril, the disparities in reaction times among the group became starkly evident. The first to respond was Tang San, whose gaze sharpened with the precision of a hawk. A sense of urgency surged within him, compelling him to devise a swift plan. His years of training in concealed weaponry had honed his reflexes, now proving crucial. He darted forward with electrifying speed, swiftly embracing Xiao Wu, his muscular arms tensed as if infused with boundless strength, before propelling her upwards with all his might, fervently praying for her safety, ensuring she was distanced from the Titan giant ape's menacing reach. Without hesitation, he unleashed a swift kick, as quick as lightning, accompanied by a gust of wind, striking Ma Hongjun squarely in the rear. The force of the kick was tremendous, as if it could shatter boulders, sending Ma Hongjun soaring like a featherweight ball. Utilizing the powerful recoil, Tang San gracefully escaped the Titan giant ape's lethal proximity. Despite his rapid response, he could only save the two closest to him. In the blink of an eye, Dai Bai also reacted, his expression grave as if touched by frost. His eyes filled with unwavering resolve, fixated on a singular thought, to safeguard Zhu Qing. He swiftly enveloped her in his embrace with the strength of iron, while his other hand struck the ground with ferocity, bellowing, "Open up." A tremendous explosion echoed as the earth buckled beneath the force of his blow, creating an abyssal pit. Clutching Zhu Qing tightly, Dai Bai leaped into the chasm without a moment's hesitation, shielding her with his sturdy back upon landing, as if to reassure her, "Do not fear. I am here. I will not allow you to come to harm." Chapter 56. A sudden turn. A deafening crash reverberated through the air as the Titan ape crashed to the ground, resembling a mountain falling heavily upon the earth, causing the ground to tremble violently. This unexpected tremor rendered everyone momentarily unbalanced, their bodies swaying involuntarily. However, as Dai Bai had anticipated, those within the pit suffered no significant harm. Just as he felt a sense of relief, thinking to himself, "Phew, thankfully this behemoth has not detected us." His tense disposition began to ease. Yet, his gaze was soon captivated by Tang San, who wore an expression of despair and rage. Tears glistened in his eyes as he let out a heart-wrenching, anguished roar. "No, Xiao Wu." The sound seemed capable of shattering the very fabric of the world. Laden with boundless sorrow and unwillingness, Dai Bai's heart tightened, an ominous premonition engulfing him. He turned his gaze towards the direction from which the Titan ape had departed, an indescribable fear swelling within him. Could it be that the Titan ape had taken Xiao Wu? This thought sent chills down his spine, while Tang San's anguished cry struck each listener like a hammer upon their hearts. It turned out that the Titan ape, with astonishing swiftness, extended its enormous and fearsome hand, effortlessly capturing Xiao Wu, who had been flung into the air by Tang San, as if she were a mere chick. Its colossal form stood imposingly, exuding an aura of invincibility. Upon witnessing Xiao Wu's capture, Tang San's eyes instantly filled with blood, and he appeared utterly deranged, losing all semblance of rationality. He charged recklessly towards the Titan ape, shouting frantically, "Let her go, you wretched beast." His voice was saturated with fury and despair, evoking an instinctive sympathy from all who heard it. Simultaneously, in a frenzy, Tang San hastily retrieved concealed weapons from the moonlit night of the 24 bridges at his waist, launching a desperate assault aimed at the Titan ape's eyes, resembling a frenzied lion bereaved of its cub, willing to sacrifice everything to exact vengeance upon its foe. His movements were swift and fierce, each strike imbued with a lethal determination. At that moment, Zhao Wujia, having clumsily landed on the ground, felt a tightness in his chest upon witnessing this scene, exclaiming inwardly, "Oh no, this is bad." Frowning deeply, he gritted his teeth and swiftly unleashed his seventh spirit skill, the true body of martial soul. With eyes wide open, he glared fiercely, bellowing, "True body of martial soul." The sound seemed capable of piercing the heavens. Immediately, A powerful surge of soul energy erupted from within him, causing his form to swell dramatically, transforming him into an imposing giant in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, a dense, iron-like brown fur sprouted rapidly across his body, presenting an imposing figure reminiscent of a ferocious and indomitable giant bear. In that moment, Zhao Wujie exuded an overwhelming aura, each movement imbued with a formidable pressure that instilled reverence in those who beheld him. Upon completing his transformation, Zhao Wujie did not hesitate to propel his robust legs forward, charging toward the Titan great ape with the velocity of a cannonball. Each step reverberating through the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. His speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself before the Titan great ape. Clenching his fists tightly, he struck fiercely at the Titan great ape. As he unleashed his martial soul's true form, Zhao Wujie's powers surged dramatically. He felt imbued with strength, as if he could contend with the Titan great ape. However, he was acutely aware of the burden that wielding his martial soul's true form imposed on him. Each time he invoked this form, a soul master's power would diminish by at least 50%, and this state of weakness would endure for 7 days. Thus, it was rare for soul masters of rank soul sage and above to employ their 7th soul skill. Yet, faced with such a formidable adversary, Zhao Wujie had no choice but to give his all to safeguard Tang, San, and the others. In the face of Tang San's relentless flurry of attacks, the Titan great ape merely closed its eyes in derision. Its eyelids resembled heavy city gates, effortlessly deflecting Tang San's projectiles. A series of sharp clangs echoed as the projectiles, striking the Titan great ape's eyelids, fell to the ground like mere toys, utterly devoid of threat. The Titan great ape could no longer contain itself and spoke. "Human, you are too weak. Do you truly believe you can harm me with such feeble skills?" With that, it opened its eyes, a cruel glimmer flashing within, seemingly mocking Tang San's audacity. Gazing at the strewn projectiles, Tang San's heart sank. He recognized he was confronting an unprecedented foe. Yet he did not waver. Instead, his resolve ignited. At that moment, the Titan great ape raised its enormous palm, akin to a giant fan, and with a howling gust, it swatted Zhao Wujie away as one might swat a fly. Zhao Wujie soared through the air like a cannonball, crashing into the ground with a resounding thud, creating a large crater and stirring up a cloud of dust, feeling as though every bone in his body might shatter. Just as the Titan great ape prepared to deliver a fatal blow to Zhao Wujie, a desperate cry pierced the air. No, it was Xiao Wu, her voice strained and laced with anguish. Upon hearing her plea, the Titan great ape froze mid-action, turning its gaze toward Xiao Wu, a flicker of confusion and uncertainty crossing its eyes. It looked down at Xiao Wu, whose tears streamed down her cheeks, her expression filled with pain and despair. The Titan giant ape appeared to be influenced by Xiao Wu's emotions, its gaze softening as the murderous intent gradually dissipated. It let out a deep, authoritative roar directed at Xiao Wu, as if to assure her that everything would eventually be well. In the blink of an eye, it leaped away, vanishing into the depths of the forest, leaving behind a scene of chaos and the stunned onlookers. The crowd stood in a daze, gazing in the direction from which the Titan giant ape had departed, their hearts heavy with shock and fear. Xiao Wu, Zhao Wujie, witnessing his student being taken by the Titan giant ape, was filled with a sense of helplessness and fury, unable to suppress a roar of anger. Yet, at that moment, he found himself powerless to pursue the formidable creature. After all, the force of the Titan's earlier blow had shattered his martial spirit, leaving him in a weakened state, incapable of chasing after an adversary of such might. As Daimobai and the others remained engulfed in the aftermath of their harrowing encounter with the Titan giant ape, secretly relieved to have narrowly escaped the clutches of the terrifying beast, they noticed Tang San slowly approaching Oscar. His steps were heavy and mechanical, devoid of any expression, his eyes vacant and lifeless, as if he had lost his very soul. Oscar felt a surge of indescribable emotions as he watched Tang San draw nearer. He had intended to offer comforting words in his usual light-hearted manner, but for reasons unknown, those words lodged in his throat, ensnared by an invisible hand that rendered him voiceless. Observing Tang San's lifeless countenance filled Oscar with a profound sense of helplessness. He understood that no words could truly alleviate the anguish that burdened Tang San's heart. In silence, he extended a recovery sausage, carefully placing it in Tang San's hand, hoping it would aid in restoring his strength, while also providing warmth and solace. However, in response to Oscar's kindness, Tang San seemed unresponsive. He merely accepted the sausage quietly, continuing to remain silent. Oscar sighed, his heart heavy with concern and frustration for Tang San. He recognized that this experience was undoubtedly a severe blow to him. requiring time to heal the wounds. Tang San's expression was grim, as if he were on the verge of tears, his eyes void of life, resembling a soulless puppet. Mechanically, he took the fragrant recovery sausage from Oscar's hand without a hint of hesitation or pause, his movements appearing stiff, as though he had lost his agency, driven solely by an unseen force. Without delay, Tang San shoved the recovery sausage into his mouth, chewing with a rough urgency, seemingly desperate to ingest it as swiftly as possible. As he swallowed, the fragments of the sausage slid down his throat, producing a gurgling sound. Suddenly, he collapsed onto the ground, kneeling before swiftly settling into a cross-legged position. His eyes were tightly shut, as if he were unwilling to confront the world before him. His brow furrowed deeply, revealing the turmoil and anguish that resided within his heart. His eyelashes trembled ever so slightly, as if narrating the tumultuous waves of his emotions. At this moment, Tang San was enduring a tempest within. His feelings surged like tumultuous ocean waves, relentlessly battering against the defenses of his soul. He endeavored to suppress these emotions, striving to maintain his composure, yet his body involuntarily betrayed him, manifesting his inner anxiety and struggle. At that instant, Zhao Wujin approached with a weary, leaden physique. His pallor was ghostly, his eyes bloodshot, lips cracked, and an overwhelming aura of exhaustion enveloped him. As he drew near, Zhao Wujin gazed at Tang San with a visage full of remorse, his voice laden with profound guilt and regret. Tang San, grieve not. It is all my fault for being powerless, unable to halt that accursed Titan Great Ape from seizing Xiao Wu. Had it not been for my incompetence, matters would not have escalated to this extent. I am truly sorry for my inability to rectify this situation. Upon hearing these words, Tang San's body trembled slightly as he slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was frigid and devoid of warmth, as if all vitality had been stripped away. He regarded Oscar with an expressionless countenance, his voice chillingly devoid of emotion, uttering with stark finality, "Xiao Ao, if you still consider me a brother, then grant me a few mushroom sausages." This proclamation resonated like a chilling wind from the most frigid of realms, infusing the surrounding air with an almost palpable sense of desolation and resolve. His tone was unwavering, leaving no room for negotiation, emanating an aura of undeniable authority. Oscar immediately grasped Tang San's intent, his eyes widening in alarm, as he fervently exclaimed, "Third brother, have you lost your mind? Do you truly intend to pursue that terrifying Titan Great Ape alone? Are you aware of the peril involved? It is the king of the forest. Even if you were to catch up, what could you possibly achieve? With your strength, how could you rescue Xiao Wu from the Titan Great Ape's grasp? It is a being of tidal Douluo caliber. Its power and speed far exceed our imagination. Your actions would only lead to your demise." Oscar's voice trembled, as though he could already envision the grim fate of Tang San being crushed into pulp by the Titan Great Ape. He could not fathom why Tang San would make such a reckless decision, perceiving it as a path to certain death. Tang San clenched his fists tightly, the veins on the back of his hands standing out, as if he could hear the blood rushing through his veins. His teeth ground together, the sharp sound echoing in the stillness. Though his voice quivered slightly, the conviction it contained was undeniable. He fixed his gaze upon Oscar, his eyes ablaze with resolute determination, and spoke each word with gravity. "Xiao Ao, I am fully aware of what you say, but you must understand, Xiao Wu is not merely my companion. She is my sister. I once vowed to the heavens that regardless of the cost, I would do everything in my power to protect her. Thus, as long as there remains a glimmer of possibility, even if it is but a mere 1 in 10,000 hope, I shall never relent. Therefore, dear Ao, I implore you to assist me, to bestow upon me a few mushroom sausages, enabling me to hasten to Xiao Wu's side and rescue her." His tone grew increasingly fervent, with madness and determination blazing in his eyes like an inferno. In that moment, his resolve transcended the boundaries of life and death, casting aside all fears and hesitations into the abyss. His mind was singularly focused on one thought: to save Xiao Wu, regardless of the cost. Oscar's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Tang San before him, witnessing his eyes wide open, bloodshot and filled with an intense crimson, as if they might bleed at any moment. The resolve and madness reflected in his gaze sent tremors through Oscar's heart, as if it were struck forcefully, prompting an inward lament. "Oh dear, what shall I do?" With a resigned shake of his head and a deep sigh, Oscar lifted his gaze to Tang San, his expression resolute. Very well, for we are brothers. In that case, I shall assist you." As he spoke, Oscar recited his rather amusing and lecherous soul incantation. I possess a mushroom sausage. Though his voice was not loud, the reluctance was palpable. As the incantation flowed forth, a peculiar mushroom sausage materialized in his hand, exuding an enchanting aroma, which he then extended to Tang San. Without hesitation, Tang San accepted the mushroom sausage and swallowed it whole, becoming the first to partake of it. Upon consuming the sausage, his body exhibited no immediate change. However, 6 ethereal wings suddenly manifested behind him. These wings were not corporeal, but rather formed from condensed energy, appearing almost like phantoms. Tang San vigorously flapped these 6 wings, and a powerful buoyancy surged within him, lifting him into the air. He soared gracefully, spiraling once before descending toward the crowd below. As he approached a height of several dozen meters above the ground, he spotted Teacher Zhao, Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, Ma Hongjun, and Ning Rongrong approaching him, their faces etched with anxiety and concern, clearly intent on dissuading him from acting impulsively. Gazing at them, a flicker of determination flashed in Tang San's eyes as he proclaimed loudly, Teacher Zhao, Mubai, Shiqing, Fatty, Rongrong, do not attempt to dissuade me any longer. My mind is made up. I must find Xiao Wu. Even if she has met with misfortune, even if she is but a lifeless shell, I shall bring her back. His voice resonated with unwavering resolve, as if he had committed to a course of action, regardless of the myriad challenges that lay ahead. The others, witnessing the fiery intensity in Tang San's bloodshot eyes, were seized by a chill. The fervor and determination burning within him seemed capable of reducing everything to ashes, instilling a sense of dread within their hearts. They initially intended to persuade him further, but at that moment, their words seemed to be lodged in their throats like a heavy boulder, unable to escape, and they could only silently swallow their thoughts. Just then, Ning Rongrong was the first to react. A glimmer of determination flashed in her eyes as she spoke with a clear and resolute voice. Third brother, since you have made your decision, I shall lend you my support. With that, she swiftly summoned the 7 treasures glazed tower and unhesitatingly activated her second spirit skill. In an instant, a dazzling light erupted from the tower, soaring through the air like a shooting star, directly towards Tang San. This radiant beam pierced through the darkness like a sharp sword, illuminating the entire battlefield. Tang San sensed a powerful force surging from behind him, causing his heart to flutter with surprise. He turned to see Ning Rongrong fully unleashing her spirit skill to assist him. Grateful, he cast a thankful glance her way before accelerating forward. With Ning Rongrong's aid, Tang San's speed escalated to an entirely new level. At that moment, Zhao Wujin was seething with rage, his already dark face flushed crimson, resembling a liver, with veins bulging on his forehead, exuding an aura that seemed ready to devour. He glared fiercely at Ning Rongrong and Oscar, bellowing at the top of his lungs, Little Oscar, Rongrong, what are you doing? Do you wish for third brother to throw his life away for nothing? His voice thundered like a tempest, causing leaves to tremble and fall around them, as if even nature quaked in fear of his wrath. The entire scene fell into an eerie silence, with everyone wide-eyed, fearfully watching Zhao Wujing, anxious that he might take drastic action. Oscar wore a bitter expression, his heart racing tumultuously as he struggled to find a response. His voice trembled, tinged with a sob. Teacher Zhao, it's not that I want third brother to perish, but you have seen his bloodshot eyes and heard the icy tone devoid of emotion in his words. Even if I do not assist him, he will likely disregard everything and pursue recklessly. Teacher Zhao, I simply cannot refuse him. As Oscar spoke, tears welled in his eyes, brimming with helplessness and anxiety. His hands unconsciously fidgeted with the hem of his clothing, as if seeking solace from his inner turmoil. Upon hearing Zhao Wujin's words, Ning Rongrong quickly chimed in. Indeed, Teacher Zhao, I share the same sentiment, which is why I am aiding third brother. My heart shattered upon seeing him like that, and I truly cannot bear to refuse him. Her voice brimmed with urgency and helplessness, her complexion pale to the point of alarming. It evoked a deep sense of pity. Her eyes reflected profound worry and self-reproach, seemingly blaming herself for not being able to do more. Zhao Wujin observed this scene, his brow furrowing even deeper, resembling 2 entwined caterpillars, stirring annoyance within him. He sighed deeply, filled with resignation, and inquired, Very well, little Oscar, how much spirit power do you have left? Is it still possible to create a few more mushroom sausages? His gaze reflected a hint of anticipation and urgency, akin to a drowning man grasping desperately at a final lifeline. Oscar's face bore an expression of guilt as he lowered his head deeply. His voice sank to a whisper. reminiscent of a mosquito's faint hum. I apologize, Teacher Zhao. I have exerted all my soul power. When crafting the sausage for Brother San, I drained every ounce of my energy. At this moment, I am unable to produce another mushroom sausage until I replenish my soul power. His tone was imbued with regret and helplessness. Zhao Wujing shook his head in resignation, releasing a long, drawn-out sigh that resonated with profound despair and powerlessness. Well, perhaps this is the design of fate. Since Tang San has chosen to seek Xiao Wu alone, and we cannot match his speed, we must return to the hotel and await his return. I hope he can successfully rescue Xiao Wu. Yet, deep down, he understood that once Xiao Wu fell into the clutches of the Titan giant ape, her chances of survival were exceedingly slim. The most likely outcome would be Tang San returning with Xiao Wu's lifeless body. This thought weighed heavily on his heart, as if pressed by a 1,000-pound boulder, making it difficult to breathe. Having spoken, Zhao Wujing, his face clouded with sorrow, akin to a frostbitten eggplant, led the remaining few forward. Their steps burdened as if laden with lead, as they began their journey away from the Stardow forest. Watching Zhao Wujing and the others gradually fade from sight, Luo Mei turned to Lin Yu, her expression grave as she solemnly remarked, "The 100,000-year Titan giant ape is indeed terrifyingly powerful. With just a single slap, it not only shattered the true form of the unmoved King Zhao Wujing's martial soul, but also inflicted severe injuries upon him. Had I faced that blow, I surely would not have fared any better. Thankfully, with your domain's strength, otherwise, I would have had no choice but to fight the Titan giant ape to the death for a chance at survival. By the way, Lin Yu, should we pursue Zhao Wujing and his group, or chase after Tang San?" As she spoke, a flicker of trepidation crossed Luo Mei's eyes, her voice trembling slightly. The recent spectacle had profoundly shaken her. She had once believed herself sufficiently powerful, but facing a genuine 100,000-year soul beast made her realize that her strength had considerable room for enhancement. The appearance of the Titan giant ape had truly exposed the essence of what it meant to be a true powerhouse. At that moment, her heart brimmed with a yearning for strength, while simultaneously feeling grateful for Lin Yu's protective domain. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unfathomable. Lin Yu's gaze was as steadfast as a rock, and without a moment's hesitation, he declared, "Sister Luo Mei, let us pursue Tang San. My intuition tells me that by following him, I shall find the soul beast I seek." His tone was resolute, devoid of any doubt, as if he had long since made up his mind. The brilliance in his bright eyes shimmered with confidence and determination, akin to the most radiant stars in the night sky. It seemed he could already glimpse his goal within reach, exuding an indomitable spirit that stirred the hearts of those around him. Luo Mei's eyes narrowed slightly before she revealed a gentle smile. She nodded softly, responding in a soothing voice, "Little Yu, since you have made your decision, let us set off." Her words were tender yet firm, warm as a spring breeze. Her gaze brimmed with trust and support for Lin Yu, devoid of any skepticism. She believed in his instincts and was willing to accompany him in the pursuit of their dreams. At the moment, the mushroom intestines became ineffective. Tang San had already soared forward for over 3,000 meters. Now, his steps were as light as a shadow, each stride taken with ghostly grace, unwaveringly moving towards the direction indicated by his intuition. He was wholly absorbed in the search for Xiao Wu, entirely oblivious to Lin Yu and another soul master trailing behind him. Sweat glistened on his forehead, but he paid no mind. His mind singularly focused on the imperative to find Xiao Wu. As he progressed through this arduous journey, Tang San gradually sensed that both his soul power and physical strength were waning. If he continued in this manner, he would be unable to muster the strength necessary to protect himself when danger arose. With this thought, he narrowed his eyes, swiftly scanning for a place to rest. Before long, he spotted a towering tree. Without hesitation, he sprinted towards it, leaning against the trunk, breathing heavily. His chest heaved violently, betraying his extreme fatigue. Yet, he did not pause for long, deftly retrieving food and water from his supplies, consuming them voraciously. Simultaneously, he silently urged himself to recover his strength as quickly as possible, mindful not to linger too long. As Tang San regained his energy, a faint rustling sound reached his ears from ahead, as if something were crawling, accompanied by a subtle hissing. Frowning slightly, he became alert and directed his gaze towards the source of the sound, speculating that it might be a soul beast, uncertain of its potential for aggression. Before long, the grass ahead began to tremble, and a dark shadow emerged, revealing a massive, grotesque creature before Tang San. It was a human-faced demon spider, a behemoth with a diameter of at least 1.5 meters. Its 8 elongated legs exceeded 3 meters in length, each resembling a sharp spear, glinting ominously. Its black exoskeleton was as hard as iron, adorned with bizarre patterns that resembled demonic totems. On its head, a twisted human face flickered into view, its expression a chilling blend of agony and ferocity, evoking a sense of dread. 2 enormous eyes glimmered with a cruel red light, as if they could perceive the vulnerabilities of every prey. Tang San's eyes widened in an instant, and a sense of dread gripped his heart. This was not good. He quickly recognized the creature before him, a nightmarish entity known as the Faceless Demon Spider, a being that consumed life itself, loathed by all soul beasts. A terrifying harbinger of death. Judging by its size, it appeared to be a faceless demon spider that had existed for over 2,000 years. At that moment, Lin Yu, who was following closely behind Tang San, also caught sight of the monstrous spider. Luo Mei raised her elegantly arched eyebrows, her tone laced with excitement and urgency as she spoke. Xiao Yu, shall I lend you my strength to seize this faceless demon spider? Her voice carried a hint of eagerness, seemingly brimming with anticipation for the impending battle. Lin Yu's gaze flickered as he pondered the current situation in his mind. He understood that Tang San's strength was formidable, yet he was equally aware of his own and Luo Mei's capabilities. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke in a deep voice. Sister Luo Mei, do you have the confidence to intercept Tang San the moment he attempts to slay the man-faced demon spider? If so, we shall wait for them to exhaust each other in battle before we strike, reaping the benefits of their conflict. If not, we must act now to avoid any prolonged uncertainty. His expression was grave, his voice low, and his brow slightly furrowed as he calculated various possibilities. A subtle smile graced Luo Mei's lips, her face revealing a hint of pride as she replied to Xiao Yu in a light-hearted tone. Oh, Xiao Yu, you underestimate me far too much. You must understand, I am at the soul Douluo level, while that fellow is merely an insignificant great soul master. No, perhaps I should no longer refer to him as a great soul master, for he has broken through to level 30 and become a quasi-soul Zun. Nevertheless, even so, he remains incapable of stirring any waves before me. Her words exuded a strong sense of confidence and disdain, as if she regarded Tang San as a mere insignificant insect, believing he could not shake her in the slightest. This air of contempt rendered her particularly haughty. Meanwhile, as the two conversed, Tang San had already engaged in a fierce battle with the man-faced demon spider. With his eyes wide open, he shouted, "Blue Silvergrass, arise." His voice resonated like thunder, deafening in its intensity. In an instant, countless strands of blue-silver grass shot forth from his palms, coiling around the man-faced demon spider with the swiftness of a galloping serpent. These vines constricted tightly around the creature, as if seeking to snap its very bones, attempting to firmly restrict its capacity to attack and move. At the same time, Tang San's expression turned grave as he swiftly retrieved a black box from his waist, his movements akin to lightning. The box, entirely black and approximately half a foot long, was adorned with intricate engravings, and its front featured a row of closely spaced small holes, emanating a mysterious and lethal aura. Indeed, it was the Zhuge crossbow, ranked fourth among the hidden weapons of the Tang sect. Taking a deep breath, Tang San gripped the Zhuge crossbow tightly, aiming it at the eyes of the man-faced demon spider. He calculated the distance and angle in his mind, preparing to deliver a decisive blow. He understood that only by striking the creature's vital points could he inflict the maximum damage. The man-faced demon spider seemed to sense the impending danger, struggling desperately to break free from the grasp of the blue silvergrass. Yet, Tang San's vines were remarkably resilient, binding it tightly and rendering it immobile. In that moment, Tang San let out a fierce roar, "Die," and pulled the trigger. A flurry of whistling sounds erupted as a rain of arrows from the Zhuge crossbow surged toward the eyes of the man-faced demon spider like a tempest. The creature let out a heart-wrenching scream, writhing in agony as the arrows struck its eyes, thrashing its 8 long legs in a frantic attempt to escape its bonds. Chapter 60. A sudden interception immediately after. A small black hammer inscribed with mysterious patterns appeared in Tang San's hand. The hammer appeared heavy and substantial, seemingly imbued with boundless strength. Upon seeing this hammer, Lin Yu's eyes glimmered with a hint of surprise as he pondered inwardly, "I wonder if Sister Luo Mei can recognize this hammer." He turned his head, a smile gracing his lips, and with a tone laced with subtle challenge, he addressed Luo Mei. "Sister Luo Mei, does this hammer seem familiar to you?" Luo Mei narrowed her eyes slightly, scrutinizing it carefully while her mind raced with thoughts. Finally, She confidently replied, "Xiao Yu, are you testing me? By its patterns and colors, I can deduce that this hammer must be the renowned Haotian hammer, the foremost weapon spirit of the continent." Her voice exuded confidence and certainty, and her eyes sparkled with a glint of intelligence. Lin Yu gently nodded, a hint of an appreciative smile gracing his lips. Sister Luo Mei truly possesses extensive knowledge and experience. Lin Yu's gaze was fervent, fixated intently on Luo Mei. His voice tinged with urgency, seemingly brimming with anticipation. He pondered inwardly, I wonder if Sister Luo Mei can unravel the crux of the issue following this lead. Luo Mei furrowed her brows, a glimmer of contemplation flickering in her eyes as she incessantly recalled every detail of Lin Yu's words. She spoke softly, "Xiao Yu, you once mentioned that his surname is Tang, and his martial soul is the Haotian hammer, which aligns with his age. Could it be that he is the son of the youngest titled Douluo, the Haotian Douluo, renowned across the continent?" Her voice quivered slightly, akin to a candle flame swaying precariously in the wind, frail and unstable, as if touched by a chilling breeze. "Lin Yu, Sister Luo Mei, you are correct. He is indeed the son of the Haotian Douluo, Tang San." Lin Yu's expression remained largely unchanged, his tone as serene as a windless lake. Yet the slight flicker in his eyes betrayed a hint of inner turmoil. "Luo Mei, Xiao Yu, since you are aware that he is the son of the Haotian Douluo, who killed our former pope, why not report this to the pope? The bounty issued by the Spirit Hall is exceedingly generous." Luo Mei's voice brimmed with confusion and urgency, her eyes wide as she fixed her gaze upon Lin Yu, seemingly searching for answers in his expression. Unconsciously, she clenched her fists, revealing her profound anxiety regarding the matter. After a moment of silence, Lin Yu slowly spoke, "I am indeed aware of the substantial rewards announced by the Spirit Hall for the wanted notice. Yet I have my own considerations." His voice carried a blend of helplessness and determination, evoking a sense of empathy. Luo Mei furrowed her brow and urgently inquired, "What considerations could you possibly have? Are you not aware of the rarity of this opportunity? If you capture Tang San, you would be handsomely rewarded, and might even be elevated to a higher position." Her tone was tinged with reproach and disappointment, clearly struggling to comprehend Lin Yu's decision. "Lin Yu, Sister Luo Mei, even if I report this, who would believe a mere child like me? After all, I possess no evidence to substantiate my claims. Even if the Pope were to learn of it, what difference would it make? One must remember that Tang San is the disciple of the Pope, Bibi Dong, who was once enamored with Yu Xiaojing. Thus, should the truth come to light, it would likely be suppressed by the Pope. Furthermore, there are rumors that the former Pope, Qian Xuanji, met his demise due to severe injuries inflicted by the Haotian Douluo, Tang Hao. However, Lin Yu is aware that the former Pope did not perish as the rumors suggest, due to Tang Hao, but rather at the hands of the current Pope, Bibi Dong, who took advantage of his grievous state to kill and devour him. In light of this, it seems Bibi Dong still owes Tang Hao a debt of gratitude. Therefore, from these two perspectives, even if Lin Yu were to report that Tang San is Tang Hao's son, it is likely that the current Pope, Bibi Dong, would suppress the information. As Lin Yu spoke slowly, he became ensnared in profound reminiscence, his gaze transforming into a complex and profound abyss, elusive and unfathomable. Memories of past events began to resurface in his mind, those deeply buried recollections gradually coming into focus. He recalled the entangled grievances between Bibi Dong and Tang Hao from his previous life, as well as Bibi Dong's resolute measures against Qiang Sunji. These reflections illuminated the intricate connections binding Bibi Dong and Tang Hao, their fates intertwined inextricably, impossible to unravel easily. Lin Yu took a deep breath, anchoring his thoughts back to reality. He gazed at Luo Mei, his eyes shimmering with unwavering determination, and stated, "Thus, we cannot rely on the Pope to resolve our issues. We must devise our own methods to confront the threat posed by Tang San. If you have doubts, Sister Luo Mei, you may report to the Pope and see for yourself." As Lin Yu pondered, Tang San's eyes widened in fury, his jaw clenched, veins bulging on his forehead as he roared, "Die!" He swung the Haotian hammer with all his might at the humanoid spider demon, the hammer carrying an overwhelming force, as if it intended to obliterate all malevolence in the world. Should the hammer connect, the creature would likely be reduced to mere pulp. Luo Mei was the first to react, exclaiming, "Watch me." Her gaze transformed into an unyielding glare, akin to two icy beams of light. In an instant, she summoned the meteor bow, its frame radiating a dazzling brilliance, reminiscent of stars descending to the earth. Her movements flowed seamlessly, with a swift motion. She drew an arrow from her quiver, knocking it onto the string, her arms taut with strength as she pulled the bowstring back to a perfect crescent. Aiming at Tang San's Haotian hammer, she released the arrow with a sharp whoosh, sending it soaring like a shooting star, accompanied by a piercing whistle. The arrow struck with the swiftness of lightning, successfully knocking the hammer from Tang San's grip. Before Tang San could react, Luo Mei's actions showed no signs of hesitation. With hands as swift as a phantom, she drew 8 arrows from her quiver. Her gaze was focused and keen, as if she could discern the enemy's vulnerabilities through the air. The bowstring sang in harmony 8 times, its crystalline notes echoing like celestial music. Yet for the humanoid spider demon, it was a requiem of death. With a series of swift whooshes, the 8 arrows, imbued with Luo Mei's formidable strength and remarkable skill, flew unerringly toward the spider demon's 8 legs. Each arrow was a testament to her prowess, rendering the creature incapable of evasion. The sound of shattering echoed as the spider's legs were brutally severed. It emitted a chilling wail, its body losing balance and collapsing to the ground. Its eyes filled with terror and despair, bewildered by its catastrophic defeat. The humanoid spider demon lost all semblance of mobility, writhing in agony on the ground. Its vitality waned, and the glow of its body gradually dimmed. Upon hearing the commotion, Lin Yu snapped back to reality. Witnessing the spider demon's legs shattered and its ability to move utterly extinguished. At this juncture, if someone could deliver a finishing blow, it would be an effortless task to slay the creature and claim its soul ring. Tang San, observing the dire state of the spider demon, felt a sudden chill in his heart, an ominous premonition washing over him. He inwardly lamented, "This is bad. Someone lurks in the shadows." Akin to a mantis stalking a cicada while the yellow bird lies in wait. He felt his pupils constrict, his muscles tensing as he heightened his vigilance to the utmost. With hands as swift as the wind, he deftly reloaded the Zhuge crossbow with remarkable speed. Meanwhile, his gaze anxiously and frantically searched from the moonlit scene of the 24 bridges at his waist, his fingers trembling as he retrieved the dragon whisker needle, a weapon specifically designed to break through defenses. In his heart, a tempest of thoughts swirled. It was this very needle that had once caused Zhao Wujie's significant defeat. A soul saint. He believed that as long as the strength of the shadowy figure did not surpass that of a soul saint, he could rely on these concealed weapons to fight desperately for his escape. Tang San gripped the dragon whisker needle tightly, bracing himself for any imminent danger. At that moment, Luo Mei emerged slowly from her hiding place with Lin Yu. Her eyes were cold and merciless, as if she were gazing upon a trivial ant. Initially, Tang San harbored a flicker of rebellious thought, contemplating that even if he could not vanquish his adversary, he would fight to the bitter end, striving for a glimmer of hope. However, when his gaze fell upon the soul ring configuration at Luo Mei's feet, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black, his complexion turned as pale as paper in an instant. Particularly alarming was the 8th soul ring, which bore a hue of red tinged with black, emanating a terrifying aura. Tang San's heart felt as if it had been struck by a 1,000-pound hammer, leaving him utterly dazed. He was acutely aware of the immense power represented by such a soul ring configuration. The disparity in strength between them was like a chasm that could not be crossed, ready to consume him entirely. His heart was filled with despair and helplessness, as if he were ensnared in an unending darkness, devoid of any glimmer of hope. Tang San understood well that someone of Zhao Wujie's caliber could effortlessly crush him like an eagle seizing a chick. What then of this formidable soul Douluo before him? Surely, a mere fingertip could extinguish his life. Thus, unless this individual's martial spirit were a purely supportive type devoid of offensive capabilities, he had no chance of retaliation. Yet, upon noticing the bow in the hand of the person before him, radiating a chilling aura, he realized that this individual was undoubtedly a powerful offensive soul master. With this revelation, Tang San's face turned ashen, his body beginning to tremble. He hastily concealed the Zhuge crossbow, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than a frown. His voice quivering as he stammered, "My lord, may I inquire what business you have?" Though his heart seethed with unbridled fury, silently vowing that should he one day grow stronger, he would ensure they paid dearly for their actions. Yet, confronted with such a stark disparity in power, he had no choice but to feign submission and humility. His heart brimmed with anger and resentment, but reason dictated that now was not the time for confrontation. He inhaled deeply, striving to suppress his emotions, burying the flames of rage deep within. Luo Mei, with an air of arrogance, raised her chin slightly, her gaze exuding an aura of superiority. She looked down upon the youth before her and coldly declared, "Boy, we have set our sights on this human-faced demon spider. Do you have any objections?" Her voice emanated an air of dominance and invincibility, as if declaring her authority and power to the youth before her. Each word was imbued with an undeniable ferocity, rendering her presence impossible to overlook. Tang Xin gazed at the man-faced spider he had painstakingly injured, his heart brimming with reluctance and fury, akin to a cherished treasure being forcibly snatched away. He clenched his fists tightly, the veins on the back of his hands bulging. Fixating his gaze upon the man-faced spider, his eyes filled with resentment and rage. However, when he turned to glance at the formidable figure beside him, an overwhelming sense of helplessness surged within him. The opponent's strength was overwhelmingly superior, making his own capabilities seem utterly trivial in comparison. Tang Xin understood that if he persisted, not only would he fail to obtain the man-faced spider, but he might also enrage this powerful individual, leading to even greater troubles. Reluctantly, he suppressed the fury within, forcing a stiff smile that cracked at the corners of his mouth, his teeth gritting audibly as he uttered, "My lord, I have no objections. This man-faced spider shall be left for you." After uttering these words, Tang Xin turned to leave, intent on seeking out the Titan Great Ape and his companion Xiao Wu once more. His steps appeared hurried, as if he wished to escape this humiliating place as swiftly as possible, each stride laden with the weight of a heavy burden. Just as Tang Xin was about to turn away, Lin Yu, standing behind Luo Mei, suddenly contorted his face into a grotesque expression, gritting his teeth as he shouted, "Sister Luo Mei, kill him. We absolutely cannot let him escape." Upon hearing Lin Yu's command, Luo Mei exhibited no hesitation. A glimmer of icy killing intent flashed in her eyes. She swiftly tightened her grip on the bow, her right hand exerting force, causing the bowstring to emit a taut sound. With a resounding twang, a sharp arrow sliced through the air like lightning, hurtling towards Tang Xin with deadly intent, as if seeking to extinguish his life entirely. Upon hearing Lin Yu's voice, Tang Xin felt an unsettling familiarity, as though he had encountered it somewhere before. He strained to recollect, yet the thoughts in his mind were a chaotic tangle. Nonetheless, his body instinctively reacted, honed by years of training. He executed the ghost shadow perplexing step, his figure becoming elusive and ethereal, evading the oncoming arrow with astonishing speed and agility. Luo Mei, witnessing Tang Xin's miraculous evasion of her first arrow, was momentarily taken aback. She had anticipated an easy hit, confident in her own prowess. Yet, the unfolding situation surprised her, prompting an inner astonishment. This boy possesses some skill. Although that arrow was casually shot without employing any soul techniques, its speed and power were formidable, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary soul master to evade. To her astonishment, this seemingly unremarkable youth had managed to dodge with such agility. Chapter 62, Interception 15. Yet, while you may have evaded my first arrow, how will you contend with the second? In her heart, Luo Mei was calculating, her gaze revealing a hint of harshness and resolution. She coldly scoffed, "Humph, this young man. Let us see how you evade this time." Her delicate visage was now shrouded in frost, and with a swift, clean motion, she drew her bow and released the second arrow. The projectile shot forth like a meteor, exuding an unparalleled ferocity, the air around it crackling as if a ferocious dragon, with claws bared, sought to pierce through Tang Xin mercilessly. Upon seeing the second arrow hurtling toward him, Tang Xin's pupils dilated sharply, and his heart clenched tightly, beads of sweat instantly dotting his forehead. Instinctively, he attempted to evade using his ghostly steps, his feet moving like the wind, darting left and right in a desperate attempt to escape the arrow's relentless pursuit. Yet, no matter how desperately Tang Xin shifted his form, the arrow seemed to possess a will of its own, unwaveringly locking onto his figure. Tang Xin's heartbeat quickened, breaths turning shallow, his gaze filled with despair and reluctance. As he watched the arrow approach with alarming speed, a sense of hopelessness washed over him. Was this how his life would come to an end? His eyes brimmed with unwillingness and despair, as if 1,000 ants were gnawing at his insides. "No, I cannot perish like this. I have yet to expand the Tang sect on the Douluo continent. Have not found Xiao Wu, have not fulfilled my master's wishes. This is so unjust." In that moment, countless images flashed through Tang Xin's mind, Xiao Wu's radiant smile, his master's expectations, his vows to the Tang sect, all igniting a fervent desire for life within him. Just as despair threatened to consume him, a resonant and powerful voice echoed from afar, akin to the tolling of a great bell. "Hold your fire." A brilliant blade of light surged forth like lightning, colliding with the arrow in a thunderous crash. the force creating ripples in the surrounding air, successfully deflecting it and saving Tang San. Witnessing this, hope ignited within Tang San's heart, yet he pondered who had rescued him. Teacher Zhao? No, it couldn't be him. I am well aware of Teacher Zhao's soul skills. He lacks this particular ability. To deflect the arrow before me, one must possess at least the strength of a soul sage, yet aside from Teacher Zhao and Principal Flander, I am unfamiliar with any other soul sages or stronger individuals. Tang San's mind was a whirlpool of questions, his brow furrowing tightly, akin to an insolvable knot. His eyes filled with curiosity and intrigue about the identity of his unknown savior. As he continued to ponder, 3 figures gradually approached from the distance. At the forefront stood a tall, vigorous elder, his eyes radiating authority, flanked by a man and a woman, the latter possessing a striking beauty and an expression of urgency. Luo Mei let out a cold snort, her tone dripping with provocation and disdain as she mockingly declared, it is the renowned couple. The dragon and snake of the world. What? Do you wish to rescue this young man from my grasp? Her voice was sharp and piercing, as if attempting to shatter the tranquil air. The dragon of the illustrious couple smiled faintly, clasping his fists together, his tone neither humble nor arrogant. Laced with a degree of politeness as he inquired, "May I ask how this esteemed friend is addressed?" His gaze was filled with confusion as he scrutinized Luo Mei from head to toe, secretly assessing her strength. Luo Mei tilted her chin and proudly declared, "I am known as the Meteor Bao Luo Mei in the Spirit Master realm." Her tone brimmed with arrogance, as if her name alone could instill reverence in all who heard it. Long Gong suddenly realized, so you are the illustrious Meteor Bao Luo Mei. Might I inquire why you are making things difficult for this young man? Do you two share some sort of enmity? His eyes glimmered with curiosity, while he discreetly calculated the situation, pondering how to defuse the impending crisis. Luo Mei's expression darkened abruptly, akin to an ominous cloud cover, her icy voice slicing through the air. "Oh, enmity? Humph. His surname is Tang, and his martial soul is the renowned Houghton Hammer. What sort of enmity could possibly exist between us?" Her gaze was sharp as a blade, evoking the chilling winds of winter, instilling an involuntary fear that seemed capable of freezing one's very soul with a mere glance. Meanwhile, she gripped her meteor bow tightly, ready to unleash a deadly strike at any moment. Long Gong felt a jolt of realization. A Tang possessing the formidable Houghton Hammer and appearing to be of the right age. Could this young man be the offspring of the legendary Houghton Do Tang Hao? With this thought, his demeanor shifted to one of grave solemnity. Luo Mei's lips curled into a cold smile, tinged with mockery, as she said, It seems you possess some insight. Indeed, as you surmised. So, do you intend to intervene in the long-standing feud between my spirit hall and the Houghton Douluo?" As she spoke, a fierce glint flickered in her eyes, and an immense, boundless soul power surged into her meteor bow like a relentless tidal wave, causing the already glimmering bow to emanate a chilling aura that seemed to solidify the very air around them into ice. Long Gong had initially resolved to let the matter rest, wishing for peace. However, at that moment, Meng Yiran suddenly cried out urgently, Grandpa, please save Tang San." Her voice was laden with profound anxiety and plea, her once fair face now flushed like a ripened apple, her small hands clutching Long Gong's sleeve tightly, as if fearful that releasing her grip would sever her last hope. Long Gong, who had intended to dismiss the situation, found himself deeply moved by his granddaughter's heartfelt cries. He gazed at her anxious face, contemplating, this child, usually so well-behaved and understanding, is now so distraught. It must mean that this boy named Tang San holds great significance for her. With this thought, a subtle smile began to form at the corners of Long Gong's mouth. At that moment, observing his granddaughter's frantic demeanor, a mischievous impulse to tease her suddenly surged within him. He deliberately adopted a stern expression and asked with feigned seriousness, "Iran, why are you so eager to save this lad? Could it be that you have taken a liking to him?" As he spoke, Long Gong's gaze was filled with affection and playful teasing. Even the lines etched on his face by the passage of time seemed to deepen with the hint of a smile. Chapter 63. The interception. Meng Yiran glared at the snake granny in a huff, stamping her petite foot and exclaiming, "Grandma, look at how Grandpa is teasing me. You must give him a good scolding when we get home." Her rosy cheeks puffed up in indignation, resembling an adorable pufferfish. Her arms crossed over her chest in a petulant manner, her eyes sparkling with a mix of annoyance and childlike charm. The snake granny, Tianxiang, wore a radiant smile that resembled the vibrant blossoms of spring. Leaning slightly forward, she gently touched Meng Yiran's smooth forehead, as if caressing a priceless treasure. In a soft voice, she replied, "All right, My dear granddaughter, whatever you say goes. Once we return home, I will certainly teach your grandfather a lesson, ensuring he doesn't get to lounge comfortably in bed anymore. Let him sleep on the cold, hard floor instead. Ha ha. Her laughter rang out joyfully. However, after the laughter subsided, her tone shifted as she fixed her gaze on Meng Iran, a flicker of concern and curiosity in her eyes. But, Iran, I must ask you, why do you feel compelled to save this little fellow? You must know he helped that fellow named Oscar snatch the rare Millennium Phoenix tail coxcomb snake from you. Logically, you should despise him. Could it be that, as your grandfather suggested, you have truly fallen for that young man named Tang San? As she spoke, the tone of the snake Granny softened further, flowing like a gentle stream. Meanwhile, she tenderly brushed Meng Iran's lustrous hair, each motion imbued with boundless affection. Meng Iran shyly lowered her head, a delicate blush tinting her fair neck. Her hands clutched the hem of her garment tightly, her knuckles whitening from the pressure. As she bashfully replied to her grandmother, "Grandma, why are you teasing me just like Grandpa?" Her voice was as soft as a whisper, laced with playful reproach and tenderness. With a playful stomp of her foot, dust rose in the air. Then, like a startled fawn, she turned away, her back radiating shyness and unease. Resembling a bashful blossom, delicate and enchanting, her heart raced like a frightened rabbit, as if it might leap from her throat at any moment. Her cheeks were as crimson as the sunset, so vividly red it seemed they might bleed, her ears aflame with embarrassment, wishing desperately to vanish into the ground. Long Gong Meng Shu regarded Meng Iran with a solemn expression, his voice deep and resolute as he said, "Iran, if you truly do not like him, I see no reason to antagonize the spirit hall for his sake. It is worth noting that rescuing Tang San would entail a considerable price for our family. However, if you hold affection for him, I could arrange for you to marry him, using that as a pretext to shield him from this life-threatening predicament. What do you think?" Long Gong's expression was grave, his brow furrowed, and his eyes brimmed with concern for his granddaughter and the delicate balance of the situation. His gaze was deep and solemn, as if contemplating the myriad consequences that this decision might entail. Meng Iran recalled the scene of her battle with Tang San, where her soul power had surpassed his by several levels, yet she still succumbed to defeat. From that moment on, his resolute eyes, handsome visage, and exceptional combat skills had left an indelible mark upon her heart. Reflecting on Tang San's striking appearance, formidable talent, and their somewhat compatible backgrounds, she did not harbor any aversion towards him. Slowly, she turned around, her cheeks flushed like the dawn, and in a voice as delicate as a whisper, she bashfully addressed her grandfather. "Grandfather, I like him. Please save Tang San." Her eyes flickered with a mix of anticipation and trepidation, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her garment, betraying her inner turmoil. Upon hearing this, Long Gong tenderly stroked his granddaughter Meng Iran's head, his eyes filled with affection, and said, I shall inquire whether that Tang San is willing to marry you." After speaking to Meng Iran, he turned his gaze, sharp and penetrating, to Tang San, his tone grave and earnest. "Tang San, you have overheard our conversation. Now, I ask you to respond. Do you wish to marry my granddaughter Meng Iran? If you agree, I shall assist you in overcoming this perilous trial. Should you decline, I will refrain from intervening, and you must find a way to navigate this challenge on your own." Long Gong's voice resonated like a thunderclap in the air, imbued with an undeniable authority. He straightened his posture, arms crossed over his chest, emanating a formidable aura. Upon hearing Long Gong Meng Shu's words, Tang San's mind was instantaneously engulfed in chaos. Akin to a tempest raging within, two figures appeared in his thoughts. The figure on the left, clad in white, wore an anxious expression, frantically gesturing. "You cannot marry Meng Iran. You love your sister Xiaowu. You must not betray her." The figure on the right, draped in black, had a menacing visage, shouting vehemently, "You must establish the Tang sect and ensure its greatness in the Douluo continent. Fulfill your master's tenets, but above all, you cannot perish before finding Xiaowu." As their arguments escalated, the two figures engaged in a fierce struggle, exchanging blows without mercy. The black figure, in a fit of rage, mounted the white figure, mercilessly pummeling it until it disintegrated into nothingness. Victorious, the black figure signaled Tang San to make his choice, and he silently uttered a heartfelt apology. "I'm sorry, Xiaowu, I have forsaken our vows. Yet I truly wish to live. For there remain countless aspirations unfulfilled and myriad thoughts unrealized. Thus, I must apologize, Xiaowu. From henceforth, We shall indeed only be brother and sister. Tang San's eyes brimmed with anguish and helplessness, yet more prominently shone a fervent desire to survive. He clenched his jaw, veins protruding on his forehead. His hands instinctively forming fists, knuckles whitening from the strain. Taking a deep breath, he seemed to draw in the very air around him, hoping to quell the turmoil within. Gradually, he lifted his gaze, resolute yet tinged with an unmistakable guilt. His lips quivered slightly as he uttered, "Senior Long, I am willing to take Miss Ming Yuan as my wife." His voice trembled, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, betraying his emotional instability. At that moment, his heart was a tumultuous sea of complex feelings, intertwined like a tangle of threads. Guilt surged like a relentless tide, crashing against his inner being. As memories of his deep affection and vows to Xiaowu resurfaced, engulfing him in profound remorse. Yet, the yearning for survival and unfulfilled desires weighed upon him like an immovable boulder, compelling him to make this agonizing choice. His heart raced violently, each beat accompanied by a painful struggle, yet he wore a mask of resolve. Nonetheless, the quivering of his voice revealed the turmoil and anxiety within. Chapter 64. A failure once more. Upon witnessing Tang San's decision, Long Gong's brow furrowed deeply, his expression grave as though shrouded in heavy clouds. And he spoke with a weighty tone, "Then come forth. Today, I, Long Gong, shall safeguard your life." His voice resonated like a booming thunder, reverberating through the desolate expanse. Each word seemed imbued with immense power, akin to invisible shackles radiating an undeniable authority, leaving those present gasping for breath. Hearing Long Gong's declaration, Tang San initially shuddered, then inhaled deeply, as if to suppress all unease and tension. Slowly, he lifted his foot, each step heavy as if laden with lead, laborious and slow. The ground seemed to groan beneath his feet, his entire being quaking slightly. Gradually, he moved toward Long Gong with great difficulty, each step fraught with hesitation and inner conflict. His eyes reflected a tumult of emotions, helplessness akin to the chilling frost of late autumn, cold and profound. Guilt felt like a burdensome chain, nearly preventing him from lifting his head, while trepidation regarding the unknown stirred within him, like countless insects scuttling across his heart, leaving him in disarray. Silently, he pondered, "I wonder if Long Gong can truly protect me. I hope not to bring him trouble." With each step, this thought grew stronger in his mind. Before long, Tang San found himself at Long Gong's side. In that moment, Luo Mei silently observed Tang San approaching Long Gong Meng Shu, her gaze flickering like stars in the night sky, alternating between illumination and darkness. In those beautiful eyes lay profound contemplation, yet no immediate action was taken. As if waiting for an opportune moment, she silently calculated, this legendary couple, the dragon and serpent, are renowned figures in the spirit master realm. Today's situation will reveal how they choose to respond. Should they err even slightly, it would present me with an opportunity. The corners of her lips curved upwards faintly, sketching an almost imperceptible arc, as if she had already foreseen the forthcoming spectacular confrontation. The Dragon Lord's eyes blazed like burning torches, sharp and fervent as they appraised Tang San. He continuously praised, indeed, remarkable, remarkable. A handsome visage and robust physique. His voice boomed resonantly through the air. He then slowly extended his right hand, large and rough, resembling the weathered bark of an ancient tree. With powerful fingers, he firmly grasped Tang San's wrist, the action resolute and decisive. Subsequently, he channeled his soul power, which flowed like a lively stream through Tang San's body. He remarked, "Sturdy meridians, resilient bones." No sooner had he spoken than he turned to Meng Yuan, calling out, "Iran, why not take your fiancé away?" The shout rang out like a heavy bell, imbued with undeniable authority and urgency. Upon hearing this, Meng Yuan's face instantly flushed a brilliant crimson, resembling a resplendent sunset. Her shyness rippling across her visage like gentle waves, as if it could drip with water. Her eyes sparkled like brilliant stars, revealing a mix of eagerness and bashfulness. Her steps were light and hurried, akin to a dancing butterfly or a gentle breeze, swiftly approaching Tang San. She extended her delicate hand, smooth and exquisite as jade, gently grasping the sleeve of Tang San's garment. This pull, seemingly gentle, was imbued with a subtle firmness. Then, with a soft tug, her movements were tender yet possessed an irresistible strength, drawing Tang San behind the Dragon Lord Ming Shu. In that moment, Meng Yuan's heart raced like a drum, her breaths quickening, feeling as though a little rabbit was bounding within her chest, never ceasing. Upon observing that the Dragon Lord had made his decision, Luo Mei's previously serene countenance darkened instantly, as if a clear sky had been abruptly overshadowed by ominous clouds. Her exquisite features now bore a veneer of frost. Her slender brows furrowed sharply like two gleaming swords aimed at the Dragon Lord. Her eyes widened in fury, ablaze with intense rage. She shouted, "Dragon Lord, do you truly intend to stand against me, against our spirit hall?" Her voice was piercing and incisive, akin to a shrill whistle slicing through the tense atmosphere. Each word was laden with profound inquiry and indignation, as if squeezed from between clenched teeth, sending shivers down one's spine. The Dragon Lord's expression grew grave. As steadfast as an immovable mountain, his gaze radiating unwavering determination, solid as stone. He slowly began to speak, his voice deep and resonant. As though every word emerged from the depths of his soul. "Miss Luo, your words carry an excessive weight." His voice resonated like the profound tones of the earth, deep and steady, evoking an irresistible air of authority. With a gentle shake of his head, a trace of helplessness appeared upon his weathered visage. "To be frank, I have never harbored any intention of opposing you or the esteemed Spirit Hall. Yet, fate is invariably rife with drama and uncertainty." Subsequently, a wave of profound affection quietly flowed through Long Gong's gaze, and his tone softened. "You must have noticed that my beloved granddaughter, Meng Aran, holds a special affection for the youth named Tang San, even resolutely choosing to marry him to save his life." When speaking of his granddaughter, Long Gong's eyes sparkled with infinite tenderness and concern. "Thus, to spare my cherished granddaughter from sorrow and disappointment, I have no choice but to intervene on behalf of Tang San." At this moment, a fierce determination flashed in his eyes, as if he had resolved to protect this bond of kinship and love, regardless of the treacherous path that lay ahead. Finally, Long Gong stood tall, unwaveringly meeting Luo Mei's gaze. His eyes were as clear as water, revealing a sincere and earnest emotion, as if hoping to impart his heartfelt intentions. "Moreover, why should the grievances of one generation ensnare the innocent of the next? Do you find my reasoning sound, Miss Luo?" At this moment, the entire space was enveloped by Long Gong's formidable aura, instilling a sense of reverence. Luo Mei's lips curled into a slight smirk, followed by a disdainful snort. Her eyes briefly flashing with a chilling ferocity akin to a ferocious wolf eyeing its prey. With gritted teeth, her facial muscles contorted in rage. She forced out her words. "Ah, Long Gong, I never imagined that to this day you remain so resolutely protective of this boy." Humph. Her tone was icy and resolute, the fury and resentment within her surging like a torrent, threatening to engulf everything around her. Without further ado, Luo Mei cut to the chase, stating her position. "Since matters have reached this point, further discussion is futile. In our realm of spirit masters, we have always upheld the supremacy of strength, where power reigns supreme. Today, I shall witness the prowess of the renowned supreme dragon and snake. Should you truly prevail over me, then I will leave this boy in your care. Conversely, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." Having spoken, she abruptly raised her voice, her once melodious and charming tone now transformed into a sharp and piercing sound, akin to a sword plunging into the heavens, reminiscent of a thunderclap that rent the sky asunder, laden with an unmistakable provocation. With these words, the meteor bow tightly clasped in Luo Mei's hands suddenly erupted in a resplendent blaze, its brilliance akin to the brightest star in the night sky, or a blazing sun, dazzling to the point of rendering one nearly blind. Simultaneously, the sixth soul ring adorning her form flickered slightly, releasing an eerily enigmatic light. This glow was chillingly profound, exuding an unsettling aura that sent shivers down one's spine, invoking an instinctive sense of dread. In that moment, Luo Mei's feet stood firm, like colossal pillars rooted deeply in the earth, as steady as Mount Tai, unyielding and resolute. Her delicate hands gripped the bowstring with unwavering strength, exerting every ounce of her might to draw it back. As she did, the muscles in her arms surged, the veins coiling like dragons upon her skin, showcasing an unparalleled strength that suggested that with just a modicum more effort, she could effortlessly snap that seemingly indestructible bowstring. Yet, her once ethereal visage was now shrouded in an icy veneer, her gaze cold and unwavering, fixed on the formidable couple before her, devoid of any hint of hesitation or pity. Then, with her eyes narrowing, she concentrated all her strength into her arm and suddenly released the bowstring. In an instant, an arrow shot forth like a wild stallion unleashed, its speed astonishing, akin to a brilliant streak of light slicing through the sky. At the very moment the arrow was loosed, it appeared to be enchanted, swiftly splitting apart and transforming in the blink of an eye into thousands of slender, sharp arrowheads. These arrowheads arranged themselves closely together, forming an impenetrable rain of projectiles. They surged forward like a ravenous swarm of locusts, overwhelming the formidable couple in a relentless tide. Accompanied by a cacophony of piercing shrieks, this deluge of arrows advanced with the force of a tempest. The sound was deafening, as if countless fearsome specters were howling in unison, emanating an aura of unending malice and terror. Each arrow glinted with a chilling light, seemingly imbued with boundless power, intent on annihilating all before it. The entire sky appeared to be consumed by this dense torrent of arrows, the once brilliant sunlight completely obscured, plunging the world into a shroud of darkness. This overwhelming pressure bore down like a mountain, suffocating and oppressive, as if the apocalypse were nigh. Upon witnessing this scene, the expressions of the formidable couple shifted abruptly, their faces growing grave, as though enveloped by a thick layer of frost. The two individuals exchanged a swift glance, their eyes meeting in the air, filled with unwavering determination and resolve, akin to a blazing inferno, intensely hot and steadfast. The powerful hands of the Dragon Lord, as unyielding as iron pincers, gripped the dragon-headed staff tightly, his knuckles turning pale from the exertion, while the muscles in his arms bulged, resembling coiling dragons, intricately intertwined with prominent veins. Simultaneously, the serpent matron clutched her serpent staff with equal fervor, which seemed to possess a soul of its own, trembling gently in her grasp while emanating a chilling aura of danger. The atmosphere was charged with tension, as if a breathtaking battle were on the verge of erupting. In unison, they unleashed a furious roar that shattered the silence like a thunderclap, reverberating through the realm as if to rend the very fabric of existence, leaving their ears ringing and nearly deafened. At that moment, a magnificent surge of soul power erupted from their beings, rolling forth like a tumultuous tide, fierce and unstoppable. As they simultaneously activated their sixth soul skill, two colossal forces of soul energy interwove, spiraling in the air like two great dragons entwined, ultimately coalescing into a resplendent, kaleidoscopic barrier. This barrier radiated a dazzling brilliance, akin to the ethereal auroras illuminating the dark night sky, a spectacle so vibrant it captivated the senses. In an instant, a rain of arrows descended like a locust swarm, accompanied by an unmatched ferocity, crashing down upon the indomitable barrier of soul power. The air was filled with a symphony of sharp, ringing sounds, echoing continuously, dense as a tempest battering against solid metal. Countless sparks erupted, reminiscent of magnificent fireworks illuminating the night, momentarily casting the surroundings into brilliant clarity, distinctly revealing the expressions of tension and focus on the faces of the onlookers. Witnessing this, Luo Mei's countenance grew increasingly grave, resembling an insurmountable iceberg. Her once vibrant, exquisitely sculpted visage appeared to be encased in a thick layer of ice, exuding an extreme chill. Devoid of warmth, her crimson lips parted, chillingly uttering, "Truly the renowned dragon and serpent, effortlessly withstanding my sixth soul skill. Now, it is my turn to unleash my full power." Her voice resonated as if emerging from the depths of the underworld, eerie and chilling, instilling a sense of dread that made one shudder involuntarily. Upon concluding her words, the eighth soul ring, a vivid red interlaced with black, blazed to life above her form, its dazzling light as striking as fresh blood, piercing the eyes with its brilliance. Simultaneously, a long arrow, dark as ink, began to materialize on the meteor bow she held tightly in her grasp. The long arrow, entirely enveloped in a glossy black hue, exuded a chilling and terrifying aura, reminiscent of the wails of countless malevolent spirits or the mournful cries of vengeful souls, instilling a profound sense of dread. The veins on Luo Mei's hands bulged prominently, resembling twisted earthworms, as her arms trembled slightly, as if expending all her strength for this singular shot. The intensity of her shuddering grew, revealing the immense pressure she bore. The bowstring of the meteor bow was gradually drawn into a perfect arc, taut to the point of potential rupture. With a sharp whoosh, crisp and piercing, she released her grip, and the arrow shot forth like a bolt of black lightning. In an instant, a streak of darkness flashed by, the arrow vanishing as if shattering the confines of space and entering an unknown dimension. The air around was reverberated by the arrow's formidable power, buzzing like a swarm of bees dancing frantically in one's ears. A tempest suddenly arose, howling as it swept through, stirring dust and debris, enveloping the world in chaos, rendering it nearly impossible to keep one's eyes open. Chapter 66. The Dragon and the Serpent strike as one. The legendary dragon and serpent couple felt the arrow's potency, their hearts gripped by an invisible giant hand, constricting sharply and sending a chill racing from their feet to their heads. Beads of sweat instantly appeared on their foreheads, glistening nervously under the sunlight. They did not dare to be complacent, exchanging frantic glances filled with tension and gravity as if the apocalypse were imminent. The expression on the Dragon Lord's face was one of extreme seriousness, each wrinkle seemingly frozen in place, rigid and unyielding. His voice trembled, resembling a flickering candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishment, as he murmured, "My dear wife, it appears we have no choice but to resort to that tactic." Truly, Luomila's meteor bow possesses an astonishing might with its eighth soul technique. His tone was laced with deep apprehension and resignation, the quivering cadence revealing his inner turmoil and dread. Upon hearing this, the serpent matriarch's complexion turned as pale as parchment, devoid of color, her lips quivering uncontrollably like leaves caught in an autumn breeze. With great difficulty, she responded, "It seems we have no alternative." Her voice was frail yet resolute, carrying the weight of a do-or-die determination. After speaking, the Dragon Lord clenched his teeth tightly, as if they might shatter, the veins on his forehead standing out prominently, akin to serpentine forms. He grasped his dragon-headed staff firmly, raising it high, the staff glinting with a cold, piercing light under the sun's rays. He then struck it forcefully against the ground, the motion imbued with boundless fury and resolve. At the moment of impact, a thunderous sound erupted, deafening as if the heavens and earth were splitting apart. The ground fissured dramatically, resembling a monstrous, gaping maw intent on devouring all. Countless stones and earth erupted skyward, cascading like a torrential downpour, creating a scene both breathtaking and terrifying. Meanwhile, the serpent matriarch closed her eyes tightly, her expression tense as if enduring immense agony. She raised her serpent staff high, as though it bore the weight of 1,000 burdens, muttering incantations under her breath. Her words flowed with a velocity akin to a tempest, leaving bystanders unable to discern her utterances, yet enveloped in an aura of mystique and tension. As she chanted fervently, torrents of formidable spiritual energy surged into the weapon, akin to a raging torrent, overwhelming in its might. Her arm quivered slightly from the intense impact of this energy, muscles taut as if engaged in a strenuous struggle against the formidable force. Beads of sweat as large as mung beans cascaded from her forehead, splattering onto the ground, evaporating instantaneously. Then, as if sharing an unspoken connection, the two individuals crossed their staffs in unison. Their gazes were resolute and unwavering, voices hoarse yet harmonious as they proclaimed, "Spirit fusion, dominant dragon and serpent." Their voices pierced the heavens, resonating with boundless determination and power. In an instant, a radiant flash illuminated the air, dazzling and brilliant like a firework display, nearly blinding in its intensity. Within the luminous glow, the Dragon Lord and Serpent Matron vanished, replaced by an elder whose appearance suggested he was in his 60s or 70s, his snow-white hair meticulously arranged. He stood there serenely, exuding an undeniable aura of authority, his hair shimmering with a mysterious luster under the light, despite his face being etched with deep, intersecting wrinkles, like ravines carved by time. It bore a flush reminiscent of a newborn, radiating a vibrant health and vitality. With eyes wide open, ablaze with an inner fire, he thundered with a voice akin to a mighty bell, dragon and serpent assault. His voice seemed capable of piercing the heavens and shattering the firmament. In that fleeting moment, spectral forms of dragons and serpents surged forth, entwining with one another, propelled by an overwhelming force towards the arrows aimed at them. The dragon and serpent phantoms writhed and twisted, as if striving to escape all earthly constraints, their immense power surging around them, distorting the air with a hissing sound, threatening to rend the very fabric of the world, instilling fear in all who beheld it. The phantoms charged like wild stallions, colliding with the black arrows with a force that echoed like the cataclysmic roar of the earth splitting apart. In that instant, a deafening sound erupted, reminiscent of mountains collapsing and the earth cracking, a noise potent enough to jolt one's very soul from its confines. The overwhelming impact unleashed waves of force akin to a nuclear explosion, sending forth torrents of chaos that expanded in a tsunami of destruction. Surrounding trees crumbled before this power, uprooted and sent flying through the air. Earth and stone splintered, launching like cannonballs, leaving devastation in their wake. In the midst of this cataclysmic clash, time seemed to stand still. After a brief standoff, the dragon and serpent phantoms successfully intercepted the arrows, dispersing into specks of light that vanished into the atmosphere. Observing this, Luo Mei's delicate features darkened instantly, her narrowed eyes glinting with a dangerous light. A smirk curled at the corners of her lips, exuding a chilling disdain that sent shivers down the spine of those who witnessed it. She coldly remarked, "Indeed, you are the unparalleled dragon and serpent. I, as an ordinary title Douluo, could not withstand your first strike. Yet, I am astounded that you managed to endure it. But can you withstand this next arrow?" Her voice was as frigid as ice, each word seemingly forced through clenched teeth, imbued with provocation and skepticism. As she spoke, she unleashed her eighth spirit ability once more, gripping the bow tightly with both hands, drawing back the string with great force, which emitted a creaking sound, akin to a painful groan. The muscles in her arms were taut and well-defined, resembling forged steel. A flicker of ruthlessness flashed in her eyes, her gaze akin to that of a starving wolf spotting its prey, filled with an unwavering resolve and a cruel intent to kill. Observing this, the dragon and serpent couple clenched their jaws tightly, the sound of grinding teeth echoing as if they might shatter them. Their expressions were dark, heavy with a foreboding weight, reminiscent of the ominous clouds that gather before a tempest. They executed their dragon and serpent combined strike once more. The elder, gripping his crossed staff tightly like an iron claw, had his arm muscles bulging, veins protruding. He swung with great effort, resembling a burning torch, and shouted, "Stop it!" His voice carried a resolute determination, a momentum akin to a desperate final stand. A powerful force erupted from the staff, successfully intercepting Luo Mei's eighth spirit ability. However, following the execution of the dragon and serpent combined strike, the forms of the two transformed beings became increasingly translucent, resembling ethereal bubbles swaying precariously in the wind, on the verge of shattering and dissipating into nothingness. Chapter 67. Dragon and Serpent Combined Strike. 2. Luo Mei, noticing this, furrowed her brows deeply, her previously elegant brow now appearing particularly sharp. A hint of impatience flickered in her eyes, as if observing two oblivious ants. She warned again, "Dragon and serpent couple, do you truly wish to stand against the spirit hall?" Her voice rose slightly, laden with an unmistakable threat. "If you surrender Tang San now, I can overlook your past transgressions." She paused, her gaze cutting like a knife through the air. "Otherwise, you shall all perish here." Each word dripped with icy sharpness, as if chiseled from glacial shards. With that, she lifted her hand once more, her slender fingers tightly grasping the bowstring, drawing it back with force. A cruel smile curled at the corners of her mouth, reminiscent of a devilish grin, sending chills down the spine. Then, with a flick of her fingers, a deadly arrow whistled forth, imbued with the essence of death, aimed directly at the dragon and serpent couple. After they managed to intercept the lethal arrow once more, their forms grew even more ethereal, like a flickering candle in the wind, its feeble light swaying precariously, on the brink of extinguishment, as dissolution seemed inevitable. Their breaths became ragged and disorderly, akin to a worn-out bellows, gasping for air with great difficulty. Their chests heaved violently, each breath appearing exceedingly laborious. Beads of sweat, as large as peas, cascaded down their cheeks, falling to the ground only to be instantly evaporated by the scorching earth. Their bodies trembled slightly, their legs feeling as if weighted down by lead, evidently burdened by immense pressure, having reached the limits of their endurance. Within Long Gong, an intense internal struggle ensued, akin to being ensnared in a dark, bottomless abyss from which escape seemed impossible. He silently lamented. It appeared he would disappoint his granddaughter this time. Each thought pierced his soul like a sharp blade, inflicting profound anguish. He blamed his own inadequacy. Had he possessed greater strength, he would not have found himself in such a dire predicament. Regret consumed him, a tide of self-reproach drowning his spirit. Was he truly to sacrifice the lives of his family for Tang San? This question spiraled endlessly in his mind, akin to an inescapable nightmare. His countenance darkened further, shrouded in a thick veil of despair that rendered him almost unrecognizable. His eyes reflected deep pain and turmoil, the agony akin to 1,000 arrows piercing his heart, while the entanglement of his thoughts resembled a chaotic mass, impossible to unravel. Every nuance of his expression conveyed the torment and helplessness within. Just as Long Gong was about to utter words of surrender regarding Tang San to preserve his family's lives, a clear and urgent shout echoed from behind. "Teacher Zhao, we found Tang San. He is just ahead." It seemed that someone had engaged in combat, yet the formidable dragon and serpent couple had intervened, now locked in battle. This voice struck like a beacon of hope, piercing the darkness that enveloped Long Gong's heart. Upon hearing it, the image of his granddaughter's earlier words surged forth in his mind. Her team leader was the formidable soul saint, Zhao Wujing. A wave of joy washed over him, akin to a long-awaited rain after a drought. Perhaps there was still a glimmer of chance. If he could endure just a little longer, he might save Tang San and his family. This thought ignited a spark of hope within him, rekindling the nearly extinguished flame of his spirit. Thus, the words of surrender that had been poised on his lips were forcefully swallowed back, and he immediately dismissed the notion of relinquishing Tang San in exchange for his own safety. His gaze regained its steadfastness, as if he had resolved to confront the challenges that lay ahead. Luo Mei also heard the commotion from the front, her elegant brows furrowing tightly, resembling intertwined ropes of distress. Internally, she cursed, "Damn it! Zhao Wujing and his team have arrived." The prospect of eliminating Tang San before their arrival seemed utterly impossible. A sinister glint flickered in her once enchanting eyes, reminiscent of a ravenous wolf prowling in the dark, her gaze cold and fierce as it bore down on Tang San, seemingly capable of piercing him in an instant. Her pearly teeth clenched her lower lip with such force that it drained her lips of color, leaving them nearly translucent and pale, trembling slightly, betraying her intense fury and resentment. She had only the span of a single arrow to act, to kill Tang San. She would need to simultaneously pierce through the dragon and serpent couple, else there would be no other recourse. Yet, it appeared that Long Gong and she still possessed the strength for another strike, making it clear that fulfilling Xiao Yu's directive was an unattainable goal. As Luo Mei contemplated these thoughts, her expression grew increasingly somber. The more she pondered, the more infuriated she became, her delicate visage flushed crimson. Akin to a perfectly ripened apple, her breathing transformed into a rapid and labored rhythm, gasping heavily. Her elevated bosom rose and fell violently, seemingly harboring an unquenchable fury. Resembling a volcano on the verge of eruption, poised to unleash scalding lava that could obliterate everything in its vicinity. Alas, if it were solely her. She could effortlessly hunt down Tang San and the formidable couple of the dragon and serpent, but with Xiao Yu present, should the couple ensnare her. The immovable Ming Wang Zhao Wuji could easily slay Xiao Yu. What a pity, truly a pity. At this thought, Luo Mei's heart felt as if it were being gnawed by a multitude of ants, a tumultuous blend of resentment and rage weaving an intricate web that ensnared her tightly. Clenching her fists, her fair fingers turned pale from the strain, nails deeply embedded in her palms as blood began to seep, yet she remained oblivious to the pain. As if the torment of her body paled in comparison to the anguish within. Reluctantly relinquishing her meteor bell, Luo Mei let out a furious huff directed at the dragon and serpent couple, her voice piercing like a sharp icicle scraping across ice, inducing a shiver. With venom in her words, she declared, "Consider yourselves fortunate. Had Zhao Wuji arrived 2 minutes later, this arrow would have surely claimed your lives. You are truly lucky." Her tone was laden with ire, resentment, and profound dissatisfaction, each word seemingly forced through clenched teeth, imbued with an icy intent to kill. Her exquisite features contorted in fury, her eyes ablaze with an inferno, as if she intended to reduce all before her to ashes. At that moment, Long Gong straightened his back with sudden resolve. Akin to a proud and towering pine, his demeanor exuding arrogance, chin slightly raised, revealing an unmistakable pride as he proclaimed, "Miss Luo, it appears I have triumphed in this contest. I shall take Tang San with me." His voice resonated like a great bell, loud and unwavering, each word falling like a heavy hammer, resounding with authority, as if solemnly announcing his victory, his presence undeniable, brimming with confidence and gravitas. Chapter 68. Zhao Wuji's rescue. While the two conversed, Zhao Wuji and his companions hastily approached, breathless, joining Meng Iran. Oscar appeared tense, resembling a taut bowstring, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He swiftly recited a soul incantation, his hands dancing like phantoms, the speed dazzling to behold, as he chanted, "I possess a grand sausage." As he moved with urgency, he swiftly crafted several sausages, exuding a subtle fragrance intended for restoration. Oscar dared not linger for a moment, promptly extending the sausages toward Tang San, his eyes brimming with concern and eagerness, as if fearing the loss of even a second. Tang San seized the sausages with alacrity. A flicker of urgency flashed in his eyes akin to a bolt of lightning, and without hesitation, he opened his mouth, consuming the sausages in a few decisive bites. His actions swift and unencumbered. Subsequently, he settled cross-legged upon the ground, resembling a meditative Buddha statue, with his eyes firmly closed. He instantaneously severed ties with the clamor of the external world, his hands forming intricate mudras, fingers interlaced in a deft and precise manner. His expression remained as tranquil as still water, yet exuded an undeniable focus. As if the entirety of existence had dwindled to just himself and the soul power circulating within him. In this moment, Tang San commenced his full restoration. The surrounding air seemingly pulsating in harmony with his breathing, an invisible force gradually coalescing around him. As Tang San immersed himself in recovery, Zhao Wujie appeared anxious. His feet swift as the wind, taking 3 steps in 2, hastening to the side of the human form of Long Gong and Shipa. His face instantly adorned with a grateful smile, radiant like a blooming flower. He spoke with utmost sincerity, even carrying a hint of deference. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for safeguarding Tang San." He inclined his body slightly, his gaze filled with genuine respect, his voice quivering with urgency. "Your noble assistance shall not be forgotten, and I, Zhao, will certainly repay this kindness in the future." Long Gong slightly lifted his head, his weathered visage bearing an extreme solemnity, akin to an ancient glacier. A glimmer of pride flickered in his gaze, as if surveying the world from a great height. With a disdainful snort, a heavy sound escaped his nostrils, and he remarked, "There is no need for gratitude, Wuming Wang. The reason I shield Tang San is solely because he has pledged to marry my granddaughter. Otherwise, I would not have lifted a finger even if he perished before my eyes." As he spoke, his chin was slightly elevated, his tone unyielding and resolute. Each word seemingly extricated from between clenched teeth, imbued with an unmistakable determination. "I, Long, have always acted based on personal interest. Had it not been for this marriage arrangement, Tang San's fate would bear no significance to me." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujie couldn't help but ponder internally. This is indeed human nature. Were he in Long Gong's position, he might very well make a similar choice. After all, as a soul master in this brutal realm where the weak are devoured by the strong, few would undertake actions devoid of benefit. His thoughts raced, eyebrows knitting slightly, a flicker of understanding and agreement shining in his eyes. While musing thus, he maintained a respectful smile, a facade firmly affixed to his countenance, betraying no hint of dissatisfaction. Still beaming with sincerity, his eyes nearly squinting to slits, he humbly expressed his gratitude to Long Gong. "Esteemed Elder Long Gong, your timely assistance has left me profoundly grateful. Regardless of the circumstances, you have indeed protected Tang San, and this kindness shall be etched in my memory." Because the couple of the gallant dragon and the serpent are indeed embroiled in this fierce and terrifying confrontation due to Tang San, Zhao Wujie, after expressing his gratitude to them, turned his head abruptly like an enraged lion. His eyes instantly transformed into fiery orbs, seemingly capable of spitting flames. As they fixated intently on Luo Mei, his expression darkened in an instant, resembling a storm-laden sky, and his tone became as unyielding as steel, laced with a hint of suppressed fury as he said, "Miss Luo, I implore you to spare my student." Upon finishing, he narrowed his eyes slightly, a flicker of menace flashing through the elongated slit, akin to a viper's tongue, and he intensified his tone as he threatened, "Otherwise, that young man behind you may not live to leave the Douluo forest." His voice was low and hoarse, each word seemingly squeezed out from between gritted teeth, laden with a palpable intent to kill that sent chills down the spine. His body was taut, muscles coiled, as if poised to unleash violence at any moment. Upon hearing this, Luo Mei's originally fair face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple. Her brows furrowed sharply, like 2 gleaming swords, and her eyes sparkled with a fierce fire as she erupted, "Zhao Wujie, do you seek death? How dare you threaten me?" Her voice was shrill and piercing, echoing like a thunderclap in the air. Simultaneously, she clenched her fists tightly, her slender fingers turning pale at the joints from exertion, with faint veins visibly bulging. Her body trembled slightly, clearly incensed by Zhao Wujie's words, as her furious emotions surged within her like a tempest. Yet Zhao Wujie remained impervious, composed as a majestic mountain, unyielding amidst the howling winds. A slight smirk danced at the corners of his mouth, revealing a hint of derision and fearlessness. He spoke leisurely, "Miss Luo, you must understand that this is not a threat. You are surely aware of Tang San's identity. And you must also comprehend that if he perishes in the Douluo forest, my fate as his supervising teacher will be equally dire." He paused momentarily, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Luo Mei, then continued, "It won't be long before the Haotian Douluo eliminates me. Therefore, not only because Tang San is my student, but also due to the threats from his father, I beseech you to spare Tang San's life." His voice was steady and compelling, each word articulated with clarity and resolve, exuding an undeniable aura that demanded compliance. Upon hearing Zhao Wujie's blend of softness and firmness, Luo Mei's fury ignited within her, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, the seething magma threatening to incinerate her sanity. She cursed inwardly, "Damn Zhao Wujie. How dare you threaten me? Just wait until I find the opportunity. I shall not hesitate to end you." She bit down hard on her lip, the pristine white of her teeth leaving deep imprints, with blood subtly seeping through. She assessed the current situation. It appeared that Zhao Wujia was determined to protect Tang San at all costs. How infuriating. It appears that this time, Tang San cannot be killed. One must understand that I lack the assurance to protect Lin Yu while simultaneously eliminating Tang San in the presence of a soul sage and the formidable duo of Dragon Lord and Snake Lady. Only by attaining the rank of title Douluo would I possess such strength. Contemplating this, her countenance grew increasingly dark, as if shrouded by a heavy veil of gloom, rendering her once beautiful visage somewhat menacing. Yet, she recognized that the current situation was unfavorable to her. Thus, she could only suppress the fury within her, taking several deep breaths in an effort to calm her tumultuous emotions. Nonetheless, her slightly trembling form betrayed her inner discontent and wrath. Chapter 69. The acquisition of the second soul ring. Though the anger within Luo Mei surged like a relentless tide, threatening to engulf the last remnants of her rationality. A formidable willpower, astonishingly resilient, emerged from the depths of her spirit at this critical juncture. It forcefully subdued the nearly uncontrollable impulse to resort to violence. She clenched her jaw tightly, her pearly white teeth seeming to threaten to pierce her lips, as the muscles of her face twitched violently in response to her intense rage. Each quiver appeared to signify the tumult of fury crashing within her. Her eyes widened, flames of wrath emanating from them as if they could incinerate everything before her. Words escaped her lips one by one, each syllable a low, hoarse sound reminiscent of a chilling curse from the deepest abyss of hell. Leave. Take Tang San and disappear from my sight immediately, or I may act in ways unknown to me. Her voice bore the weight of ancient ice, each word piercing with a chilling intensity that sent shivers down the spine, as if an invisible dread had gripped her heart. Upon hearing Luo Mei's words, Zhao Wuji remained as composed as still waters, akin to an unfathomable abyss, undisturbed by any waves of humiliation. In stark contrast, Ning Rongrong, standing beside him, was a picture of indignation. As the cherished daughter of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, she had been viewed as a precious gem by the Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo since childhood. Raised in an atmosphere of unending affection and care, she had developed a fearless disposition. Witnessing Luo Mei's audacity to insult Zhao Wuji ignited a fierce blush on her delicate face, akin to a ripened apple. So red it seemed it could bleed. Her expressive eyes blazed with an inferno of anger, ready to reduce everything before her to ashes. Her cherry lips parted and closed rapidly as she gasped for breath, poised to vehemently rebut Luo Mei, her demeanor resembling an enraged lioness, prepared to leap into battle against her adversary. In this moment of peril, Zhu Zhuqing acted decisively. She moved with an ethereal grace, so swift that she seemed almost insubstantial, a mere shadow that darted behind Ning Rongrong in the blink of an eye. Just as Ning Rongrong was about to speak, Zhu Zhuqing unleashed a hand strike with the swiftness of a lightning bolt, its fierce wind cutting through the air as it struck Ning Rongrong's neck. Suddenly, darkness enveloped Ning Rongrong's vision, followed by an overwhelming wave of dizziness that swept over her. Her body weakened, as though all her strength had been siphoned away in an instant, causing her to lose consciousness and collapse limply. Oscar, witnessing this, displayed no sign of panic, his demeanor instead exuding an unusual calmness. His gaze was resolute and steady as he sprang forward with the precision of an arrow, his movements both agile and gentle, perfectly positioning himself to catch Ning Rongrong from Zhu Zhuqing's grasp. With his arms slightly bent, he cradled her with utmost care, akin to holding the most precious and fragile treasure in the world, fearful that even the slightest negligence might cause her harm. Zhao Wujuan observed with a slight furrow in his brow, his expression momentarily twisting into a frown, yet he uttered no further words. His footsteps were swift and powerful as he advanced towards Tang San with determined strides. Upon reaching Tang San, he bent slightly, his towering figure appearing somewhat stooped. He extended his hand to gently pat Tang San, who was in the midst of recovering, his expression grave as a storm-laden sky, his tone heavy with resignation and urgency. Speaking in a low, hoarse voice, Tang San, we must leave the Star Doe forest for now. As for Xiao Wu, I regret that I am powerless to assist. Each word seemed to carry a profound sigh and the weight of heavy burdens, tightening the heart of anyone who heard it. In response, Tang San pressed his lips into a straight line, as if forged from steel, his brow furrowed deeply, the lines of his eyebrows twisted like tightly wound braids. A flicker of unwillingness and fury flashed in his eyes, the flames of anger burning fiercely within him. He opened his mouth, throat constricting, wanting to voice his thoughts to Zhao Wujuan in a bid for some form of reprieve. However, as his gaze fell upon Luo Mei, whose expression was dark and menacing, her countenance as grim as a soot-blackened pot, Tang Sen felt a jolt in his heart, akin to a heavy hammer striking him, bringing him back to a harsh reality. He inwardly pondered, Zhao Laoshi is right. The current situation is exceedingly unfavorable for me. I must prioritize my survival, and once I grow stronger, I can seek justice. Otherwise, this time next year may very well mark my demise. Moreover, I cannot be so selfish as to drag Zhao Laoshi and the others into a perilous fate for my own obsessions. With this thought, Tang San took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling violently, as though trying to inhale all his resentment and fury. He fought to suppress the tumultuous emotions within him, which surged like a raging tide, yet he held them back with the dam of his unwavering will. Zhao Wuji received a solemn nod in response. The gesture bore the weight of profound resignation and compromise, each movement akin to the heft of 1,000 burdens. It was an acknowledgement of Zhao Wuji's proposal. Just as the group prepared to depart, a shadow emerged from the nearby woods, moving languidly and unsteadily, resembling a ghost gliding towards them. Instantly, their nerves tightened like a bowstring drawn to its utmost tension, their bodies involuntarily entering a state of readiness for battle. Every gaze was rife with vigilance and wariness, their eyes sharp as blades, intent on dissecting the encroaching shadow. Pupils constricted sharply, unblinking and fixated on the dark figure drawing closer, muscles coiled like steel, poised to unleash formidable strength against any impending danger. The group dared not relax, their faces taut and expressions grave, each conjuring forth their martial spirits. In an instant, brilliance erupted, dazzling and resplendent, a kaleidoscope of martial spirits manifesting around them like a dream. They fixated on the shadow within the woods, their stares fierce and consuming, as if they could burn through the darkness to uncover its essence. Breaths quickened and deepened, hearts pounding like the thunderous drums of war. At the slightest hint of peril, their formidable soul power would converge like a surging tide, unhesitatingly striking out at the shadow with lethal force. As the shadow drew nearer, their hearts leapt into their throats, as though they might escape their confines. Breathing became rapid and erratic, akin to a struggling bellows wheezing in exertion. Beads of sweat, akin to pearls, rolled down foreheads, cascading like a string of broken beads, swiftly tracing wet paths down cheeks, sparkling in the sunlight. Tension and anxiety were etched upon each face. Yet their unwavering focus remained locked on the advancing shadow, refusing to allow even a moment of distraction. Before long, the shadow became clearer. As they peered intently, they realized it was the previously captured Xiao Wu, taken by the formidable Titan Great Ape. A collective gasp rippled through the group, akin to a stone cast into a still lake, sending out waves of surprise. None could fathom how she had escaped the clutches of such a terrifying foe. It was a mystery beyond belief. However, upon seeing her safe and sound before them, radiant smiles erupted on Tang San and his companions, their joy as bright as blossoms blooming in the spring. Even Tang San, whose complexion was originally as pale as parchment, devoid of any color, suddenly appeared much more vibrant. As if infused with a surge of formidable vitality, he radiated an extraordinary brilliance, just as Tang San and his companions parted their lips, eager to inquire how Xiao Wu had escaped the clutches of the Titan Great Ape. Zhao Wujin, like a tempestuous gale, preemptively interjected with a voice as urgent as a war drum. Now is not the time for questions. Once we leave the Douluo forest, you may inquire at your leisure. Our primary objective is to vacate this perilous forest, for none can ascertain whether the meteor Luo Mei will strike at us without hesitation. His tone was grave, imbued with an undeniable authority, each word heavy with the weight of life and death, instilling a profound sense of dread that left no room for dissent. The momentary curiosity and deep perplexity that gnawed at Tang San and his friends, akin to a swarm of frenzied ants, was masked by furrowed brows, reflecting their urgent yet reluctant feelings. They understood the gravity of their situation, knowing that even a fleeting delay could spell disaster. Thus, they pressed their lips together, forming a thin line, suppressing their questions regarding Xiao Wu's escape. Instead, they hastened their pace, each step generating a subtle ripple in the air. Together with Xiao Wu, they moved with the swiftness of the wind, closely following Zhao Wujin's tall and resolute figure. Their forms darted like arrows released from a bow, racing toward the unknown and perilous exit of the Douluo forest, their urgency palpable as if a horde of ferocious beasts pursued them. Luo Mei watched as Zhao Wujin and the others gradually receded into the distance, becoming mere indistinct specks, and finally exhaled a sigh of relief. her taut nerves relaxing all at once. She felt as though her very sinews had been drained, leaving her utterly weakened. With her legs giving way, she collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud, trembling slightly, gasping for breath, each inhalation seemingly exhausting her entire being. It turned out that Luo Mei had been forcing herself to converse with Zhao Wujin. Her soul power had been severely depleted in the previous battle, nearly extinguished. Had a conflict erupted then, the outcome would have been unpredictable, a fate shrouded in uncertainty. After a brief moment of meditative recovery, Luo Mei slowly opened her eyes and gazed at Lin Yu, her once vibrant countenance now marred by an expression of regret. With trembling lips, she uttered, "I'm sorry, Xiao Yu. I could not fulfill your wish to eliminate Tang San." Her voice was heavy with fatigue, as if she had just endured a long and arduous journey, each syllable laced with a palpable weakness. Simultaneously, there existed an undercurrent of helplessness, a profound sense of powerlessness akin to being ensnared in an inescapable mire. Her tone was imbued with deep-seated self-reproach, as if all these failures were solely her responsibility. Lin Yu see that inwardly, reflecting on the undeniable truth that Tang San was indeed the fated child of Douluo continent, proving to be extraordinarily difficult to eliminate. In the village where Shrek Academy was situated, he had meticulously laid traps, believing his plans to be foolproof. Yet he was thwarted not only by Tang San's survival, but also by the timely intervention of a teacher from Shrek Academy. Within the Douluo forest, given Sister Luo Mei's formidable strength, one would think that, aside from the terrifying 10,000-year soul beasts and the peerless title Douluo, none could impede his quest to vanquish Tang San. Yet, at that critical moment when Luo Mei aimed to strike, the extraordinary couple, the dragon and serpent, wielding the power of a title Douluo through their martial soul fusion technique, unexpectedly appeared to rescue him. Their pretext for intervening was astonishingly tied to Meng Yiran's affection for Tang San, as he had consented to marry her, thus fulfilling the Dragon King's conditions. How absurd! Meng Yiran had only encountered Tang San once. It was utterly nonsensical for her to risk her grandfather's enmity with the martial soul hall for someone she barely knew. If this was not a result of being bewitched by Tang San's strange fortune, how could anyone be so foolish as to challenge the mightiest and most fearsome soul master organization on the continent for a mere acquaintance? It was utterly ludicrous. However, if he could gradually siphon away Tang San's fortune, step by step dismantling his good luck, it would not be long before he could shatter that irksome aura of destiny and eliminate him once and for all. This moment served as a powerful validation. Originally, during this expedition into the Douluo forest, Tang San had not only surpassed the 30th level of soul power, but had also absorbed the soul ring of the 2,000-year-old man-faced demon spider, acquiring the enviable external spirit bone, the 8 spider lances. But now, Tang San was reduced to a mere 28th level and had lost the 8 spider lances. This was irrefutable evidence that fate was not immutable, nor was it unchangeable. With sufficient effort, determination, and cunning, he could undoubtedly break the shackles of Tang San's destiny and cast him into an abyss from which there was no return. Chapter 71. The acquisition of the second soul ring. Though tumultuous thoughts surged through his mind like wild stallions, one after another, relentlessly battering his consciousness, he maintained a facade of nonchalance, saying, "It's all right, Sister Luo Mei. We can seize the opportunity next time to eliminate Tang San." Lin Yu's voice was deceptively light, as if this failure were a trivial matter, merely a minor setback. Yet, the tightly clenched fists, pale knuckles, and the visible veins betrayed the fury and resentment he struggled to contain. His eyes glimmered with a fierce and ruthless resolve, resembling 2 razor-sharp blades, poised to strike and rend Tang San into countless pieces. Luo Mei, visibly anxious, urged him, "All right, Xiao Yu. Let us dispatch the man-faced demon spider first, otherwise, if it perishes later, we would waste this soul ring." Her tone was hurried, laced with an unmistakable urgency. Her voice trembled slightly, intertwined with profound concern. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's expression instantly transformed into one of profound gravity, as though enveloped by a thick layer of frost. He slowly raised his hands, murmuring incantations under his breath. In an instant, a radiant light burst forth, and the sword of time and space materialized before him. The blade shimmered with an enigmatic glow, reminiscent of the resplendent stars scattered across the night sky. He advanced with a heavy yet resolute gait, each step imbued with immense power, gradually approaching the humanoid-faced demon spider. The sword of time and space emanated a chilling aura, akin to frost and mist, instilling an involuntary shiver in those who beheld it. His gaze, piercing and unwavering, remained fixed upon the demon spider, and without hesitation, he unleashed the sword's inherent sharpness. With a swift motion of his arm, as rapid as thunder, a sharp sound pierced the air, akin to fabric tearing. In an instant, the demon spider's head was severed, rolling upon the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Before long, twinkling purple lights began to emerge from the demon spider's body, resembling ethereal fireflies that danced gracefully. They floated about, like mischievous sprites, gradually gathering upon its form, coalescing together. Gradually, a resplendent purple millennium spirit ring manifested, its brilliant radiance seemingly harboring boundless mysterious power, captivating the heart and mind. Lin Yu took a deep breath, as if to draw in all the surrounding air into his lungs, then tightly closed his eyes, beginning to circulate the soul power within him, preparing to absorb the soul ring. As soon as the soul ring made contact with his body, the purplish-black light surged forth like a torrential flood that had found its outlet, recklessly rushing into Lin Yu's body with an almost frenzied intensity. The light resembled a wild stallion that had broken free, or a flood that had breached its dam, overwhelming and unimpeded in its force. Witnessing the purplish-black light envelop Lin Yu entirely, Luo Mei's expression deepened with worry, akin to ominous clouds gathering overhead. Her delicate brows furrowed tightly, her eyes widened, reflecting the mysterious and perilous glow. Her hands unconsciously clenched, knuckles whitening from the strain, while beads of sweat formed in her palms. Her heart raced, feeling as if it might leap from her throat, for the formidable presence of the faceless demon spider was undeniably terrifying, its powerful aura sending chills down her spine. For Lin Yu, the impact was even more profound and intense. Under the immense soul power of the faceless demon spider, he felt as though every cell in his body was subjected to extreme heat and pressure, on the verge of exploding. The agony was akin to countless razor-sharp blades recklessly stirring within him, as if they were intent on shredding his very organs into fragments. With a sudden burst, Lin Yu spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, which erupted from his lips like a crimson fountain. The blood traced a striking arc through the air before falling like rain, staining the ground a vivid scarlet. In a brief moment, he found himself enveloped in a pale red mist, dense and heavy, akin to a thick curtain that obscured his figure from view. It was essential to note that this mist was not conjured from soul power, but rather coalesced from the blood seeping from Lin Yu's body. This alone testified to the excruciating torment he was enduring, a pain akin to 1,000 arrows piercing his heart and 10,000 insects gnawing at his bones. Upon witnessing this, Luo Mei felt her heart race, akin to ants on a hot pan, consumed by anxiety. She yearned to rush forward and share in Lin Yu's suffering, yet could only silently pray. Even with her considerable strength, she could not interrupt Lin Yu's absorption of the soul ring. All she could do was watch helplessly, pacing back and forth in desperation, feeling utterly powerless. At this moment, Lin Yu felt as though he were ensnared in an infernal abyss, with every inch of his skin and every nerve enduring a torment akin to being sliced 1,000 times. This agony transcended mere surface pain, penetrating deep into his very marrow, unfurling like a shadow that clung to him. It felt as if his internal organs were gripped by an invisible hand, pulling and tearing with relentless force, attempting to wrench them from his body. This heart-wrenching pain nearly sent him into unconsciousness, just when Lin Yu believed he had overestimated his strength and succumbed to despair. Contemplating that his endeavor to absorb the soul ring of the human-faced demon spider would be his demise, memories of his parents' unwavering love flooded his mind. Their warm, sunlit smiles and soothing words flowed through his thoughts like a gentle stream, each scene flashing vividly before him. He recalled the promises made with Luo Mei, the beautiful dreams they had painted together, and the solemn vows exchanged, unfurling like vibrant scrolls in his heart. These recollections reignited a fervent desire for life in Lin Yu's once dull eyes, a yearning that blazed like an unquenchable flame within his chest, fierce and intense. Bolstered by this indomitable conviction, he clenched his teeth tightly, the sound echoing ominously as his bloodshot eyes widened, veins pulsing with fervor. He steadfastly endured wave after wave of pain crashing over him like a relentless tide, despite being drenched in blood, as if freshly extracted from a pool of crimson. He still valiantly resisted the overwhelming energy of the human-faced demon spider's soul ring, vowing never to bow or yield. As time slipped away silently like fine grains of sand in an hourglass, Lin Yu's bones emitted a disturbing series of cracking sounds, sharp and piercing in the deathly silence, reminiscent of a demon's low groan from the depths of darkness, chilling and terrifying. Beside him, Luo Mei felt her heart gripped tightly by an invisible, immense hand, squeezing so hard that she could scarcely breathe. Her complexion turned ghostly pale, devoid of color. Her lips trembling uncontrollably as she murmured, "What can be done? Lin Yu, you must not come to harm." Her voice was but a whisper of her inner dread. Her eyes wide as saucers, filled with profound worry and boundless fear, as if she were on the brink of being utterly consumed by terror. "What can be done? Lin Yu, you must not come to harm." Luo Mei repeated frantically, her voice trembling and sharp, laden with palpable panic and unease. Her brow furrowed deeply, and beads of sweat formed on her forehead, a testament to her overwhelming anxiety. Her eyes were wide open, as if the very orbs might leap from their sockets, filled with profound anxiety that resembled a thick ink, impossible to dissolve. There was also an endless dread, akin to a monstrous beast with claws bared, ravenously gnawing at her innermost being. Her hands were tightly entwined, the knuckles paling from the strain, and her body trembled slightly, reminiscent of a leaf on the verge of being swept away by a tempest. Meanwhile, Lin Yu's skin appeared as though it had been mercilessly pierced by countless sharp, fine needles, oozing droplets of blood. As these droplets emerged, they eagerly converged into slender rivulets, flowing down his body like serpents writhing in their descent. A sight both harrowing and unbearable to behold, accompanied by the overwhelming and unstoppable energy of the soul ring of the human-faced demon spider. Lin Yu was being mercilessly toyed with by this terrifying force, which seemed intent on reshaping every sinew and reordering every vein within him. Lin Yu gritted his teeth, his facial muscles contorted in extreme agony. His body trembled incessantly, yet he valiantly persisted amidst the tumultuous energy, striving to withstand the immense pressure that threatened to crush him. "I must endure. I cannot fall now." Lin Yu screamed frantically within, each word seemingly erupting from the depths of his soul. He clenched his jaw with remarkable force, so intense that his gums could scarcely bear the strain, oozing thin streams of blood that mingled with the beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, cascading down his cheeks. His hands were tightly balled into fists, nails digging deeply into his palms, yet he remained oblivious to the pain. His eyes widened, blood vessels suffusing the whites, reflecting a resolute defiance, as if proclaiming to this cruel fate, "Do not think you can easily defeat me." At last, before Lin Yu's unyielding and indomitable conviction, the frenzied energy of the soul ring of the faceless demon spider began to subside, gradually becoming tamed like a wild beast. It was being transformed and subdued, no longer as rampant and unrestrained. At this moment, the blood that had seeped from Lin Yu's skin ceased, and his once bloodied form gradually regained a semblance of tranquility. Witnessing this, Luo Mei felt as though a heavy stone that had hung perilously in her heart was finally being gently set down. "Wonderful. Lin Yu should be able to pull through," she murmured softly, exhaling with relief as her tense body began to relax. She silently thanked the heavens, hoping that all would go smoothly from here on, allowing Lin Yu to safely complete the soul ring absorption. A glimmer of joy, akin to a survivor of calamity, flickered in her eyes, yet it was still laced with lingering anxiety, her gaze never straying from Lin Yu for a moment. However, just as Luo Mei was filled with joy, convinced that the outcome was secured and that Lin Yu would successfully absorb the soul ring, a sudden, heart-wrenching scream erupted from him, akin to a dying beast. That sound pierced through layers of darkness, sharp enough to resonate within one's very soul. It seemed to originate from the depths of the netherworld, imbued with boundless pain and despair, sending chills down the spine, as if plunged into an icy abyss, rendering one's scalp numb and hair standing on end. His upper body jerked upright violently, contorted in an unrecognizable manner, as if ensnared by an invisible demon wielding cold, unyielding chains, mercilessly tugging at him. Lin Yu's body quaked uncontrollably, every muscle spasming in excruciating torment, resembling one subjected to the most brutal of tortures. Upon witnessing this, Luo Mei, who had just begun to ease her anxiety, felt as though a powerful hand had abruptly grasped her throat, threatening to choke her. Her breathing turned rapid and erratic, each inhalation laden with profound fear and concern. "Lin Yu, you must endure," she fervently prayed within her heart, her voice tinged with a weeping tone and an endless plea. Her hands clutched tightly at her chest, as if that alone could contain the heart that threatened to leap from her throat. Panic filled her gaze, and her body instinctively leaned forward, as if yearning to rush forth and share Lin Yu's boundless suffering. Just as Luo Mei was engulfed in worry, fidgeting restlessly like an ant on a hot pan, She suddenly witnessed a powerful and terrifying force shatter the fabric of Lin Yu's clothing from behind. With a sharp rip, the sound echoed, bright and piercing, as the material disintegrated and scattered like clouds torn asunder by a fierce gale. The tattered remnants danced chaotically in the air, seemingly narrating the breathtaking tension of the moment. It felt as though something immensely ferocious and grotesquely fierce was impatiently striving to break free from its final restraints, a palpable pressure suffocating the surrounding air. Luo Mei's eyes widened, her pupils constricting sharply, her heart seized by an invisible hand, leaving her breathless in that instant. Chapter 73, External Soul Bone. Luo Mei's eyes bulged, nearly popping from their sockets, her heart racing violently, the sound echoing in her ears like a frantic drumbeat. Tension enveloped her, every muscle taut as a bowstring pulled to its limit. She quickly realized this was no mere figment of her imagination. She saw 4 fist-sized bulges erupting along either side of Lin Yu's spine, quaking violently like a volcano on the brink of eruption, or a furious beast ready to pounce. They throbbed and swelled, seemingly amassing a terrifying power, a force so tumultuous it threatened to explode and obliterate everything in its path. Luo Mei stifled a gasp, desperate to suppress the scream that threatened to escape her lips in her sheer terror. Her legs weakened, nearly collapsing beneath her, yet she summoned the strength to remain upright. Her eyes fixated on the eerie and fearsome bulges on Lin Yu's back. Meanwhile, Lin Yu appeared to endure the most brutal and merciless punishment the world could inflict. Pain coursed through him like a multitude of searing blades, mercilessly slicing through every inch of his skin, every bone, every cell. The agony contorted his features into a grotesque visage, his once handsome countenance now a mask of horror. Blood, which had just ceased to flow, began to seep anew, cascading like a torrent unleashed from a broken dam, flowing freely and unchecked. He trembled like a leaf caught in a tempest, on the verge of being torn to shreds by the raging winds. His teeth ground together with a chilling sound, echoing hauntingly in the silence, as if he sought to shatter his own teeth in a desperate bid to withstand the torment that threatened to rend his very soul. A deep, guttural roar escaped his throat, a sound reminiscent of a lament from the depths of hell, filled with despair and defiance. His hands clutched the ground with desperate intensity, fingertips worn and bloodied, staining the earth beneath him. Suddenly, a protrusion on Lin Yu's back burst open with a muffled yet piercing sound, releasing a spray of crimson mist that filled the air with a pungent and terrifying aura. This thick blood mist, akin to indelible ink, enveloped everything around in a shroud of horror and gore. 8 purplish-black entities erupted from the ruptured protrusion like lightning, exuding an unstoppable force. Their speed was so bewildering that their precise forms eluded the eye. As these dark entities emerged, Lin Yu's countenance softened slightly, though this was merely a reprieve from his previous excruciating agony. His upper body continued to tremble, akin to a withered branch besieged by a relentless cold wind, each quiver evoking a sense of helplessness and distress. His body swayed with the tremors, resembling a solitary tree in a tempest, poised to collapse at any moment. Luo Mei watched in horror, instinctively covering her mouth with her hands, her eyes wide with terror, tears welling yet stifled, fearful of disturbing Lin Yu's process of absorbing the soul ring. Under Luo Mei's terrified yet rapt gaze, the purplish-black entities grew at an astonishing pace, rapidly reaching a length of 1.5 meters. At this juncture, they paused momentarily, as if gathering strength or undergoing some enigmatic transformation. Then, a joint-like structure gradually emerged, twisted and eerie, exuding a chilling aura. Without a hint of respite, the entity resumed its frenetic growth, akin to a rampant vine, showing no signs of slowing. Luo Mei held her breath, her eyes unblinking, her heart racing in her throat. It was only when the entire structure reached over 3 meters that it finally ceased its wild expansion. By then, Luo Mei was drenched in cold sweat, her legs feeling as heavy as lead, immobilized in sheer shock. Upon witnessing the fully formed entity, she was jolted as if struck by lightning, her body trembling violently, nearly collapsing beneath her. This isn't the leg of a demon spider, is it? She stammered, her voice dripping with disbelief and terror. Her eyes widened to the point of bursting from their sockets, as if her very essence was about to escape in a frenzied flight. Her face was a canvas of incredulity, every wrinkle etched with astonishment. Her mouth gaped wide, as if capable of swallowing an egg, remaining stubbornly open, as though she had witnessed the most astonishing and absurd spectacle in existence. Luo Mei stood there, dazed, her mind a blank slate. As if her thoughts had come to a standstill in that very moment, leaving only a heart full of shock and confusion. Just as Luo Mei remained in a state of utter disbelief, her mind vacant as if turned to stone, 8 spider legs plunged resolutely into the hardened earth. The sound echoing ominously, sending chills down her spine. The ground was swiftly pierced, the spider legs penetrating deeply, sending a cloud of dust into the air. With alarming ease, they lifted Lin Yu's entire body into the air, their movement swift and decisive. At that moment, Lin Yu appeared as if endowed with 8 robust and fearsome arms. A sight so bizarre it sent shivers through onlookers. His contorted form swayed in midair, the spider legs moving slightly with his motions, seemingly possessing a will of their own. The horrifying scene evoked images of a malevolent spirit emerging from the depths of hell, exuding an aura of chilling dread. Luo Mei trembled at the sudden turn of events. Cold sweat instantly soaking her back. Her lips quivered, yearning to utter something, yet she found her throat constricted by an invisible hand, rendering her voiceless. An hour passed, then another, as time appeared to freeze, each moment stretching into an agonizing eternity. The once bright sky gradually succumbed to an inky darkness, as if it had been mercilessly smeared with thick paint, enveloping the entire world in shadow. Luo Mei stood rooted to the spot, unable to fathom the prolonged duration of Lin Yu's soul ring absorption. Her gaze remained fixated on him, unwavering. The weight of her anxiety intensified, accumulating like dense storm clouds, pressing down on her chest, nearly suffocating her. Her heart raced within her ribcage, as if striving to break free from its confines. Why was it not over yet? Lin Yu, you must endure, she silently implored, her thoughts trembling with desperation. The shadow of worry clung to her, knitting her brow tighter, deepening the creases on her forehead as if time itself had etched profound marks upon her. Chapter 74. External Soulbone 2. As the energy from the human-faced demon spider soul ring surged forth like an unstoppable tide, Lin Yu, once engulfed in a haze of confusion, began to struggle free from the abyss of darkness that had ensnared his consciousness. Gradually, he awakened. The process akin to a long-dormant behemoth slowly opening its majestic eyes. A myriad of sharp sensations flowed back into him, like thawing streams racing eagerly to return. Every sensation felt as though it were a lively sprite, exuberantly rejoicing and leaping, eagerly yearning to embrace his body once more. Each cell within him seemed to be exulting in unrestrained jubilation, as if partaking in an unprecedented and tumultuous celebration. They danced and laughed with abandon, immersing Lin Yu in an extraordinary euphoria. Yet, a weighty burden, heavy as a mountain, appeared to rest upon his back, constricting his breath and rendering him uneasy. At that moment, 2 ethereal, resplendent purple soul rings encircled Lin Yu, tirelessly spinning like enigmatic spirits. The radiance emanating from the rings was dazzlingly brilliant, capable of mesmerizing one's very soul. To his astonishment, there protruded from his back 8 elongated, spear-like spider legs. These limbs were slender yet formidable, their lines smooth yet imbued with an aura of peril. The sharp tips glimmered with a chilling light, proclaiming their inviolability to the world. Merely gazing upon them sent an icy shiver coursing from his feet to the crown of his head. As his mind grew increasingly lucid, Lin Yu, filled with suspicion, furrowed his brows and began to scrutinize his surroundings with diligence. His eyes reflected confusion and uncertainty, as if his thoughts were entangled in a chaotic web, resisting clarity. However, in an instant of shifting gaze, he was struck with astonishment upon perceiving a colossal alteration in his perspective. The disparity was glaringly evident, as if the very fabric of reality had undergone a cataclysmic transformation, causing his heart to plummet. It seemed his line of sight had ascended dramatically, a revelation that was strikingly confirmed when his gaze fell upon Luo Mei. Indeed, Lin Yu was unequivocally certain that his viewpoint had risen significantly. Previously, in the presence of Sister Luo Mei, he had always looked up with reverence and admiration, craning his neck to capture her visage. Yet now, when he regarded her, it felt as though he was looking down from a position of superiority. What could possibly account for this? Lin Yu's mind was a tempest of doubt, his brow knitted in a deep furrow as he silently pondered the enigma before him. His eyes brimmed with perplexity, ensnared in an unsolvable riddle. He then took a deep breath, unleashing the realm of time and space. With focused intent, he closed his eyes and concentrated intensely, meticulously sensing every subtle shift within his body. Every inch of skin, every muscle, every bone. He devoted himself to feeling, leaving no minute anomaly unexamined. At last, a moment of clarity surged through him like a brilliant flash of lightning. He was astounded to discover that, astonishingly, spider legs had inexplicably sprouted from his back. These limbs were as hard as iron, imbued with a sense of formidable strength. It is precisely these powerful arachnid limbs that elevate themselves, resulting in such a profound shift in perspective. Could it be that he has successfully seized the external soul bone that originally belonged to Tang San? Lin Yu's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, filled with a tumultuous blend of excitement and astonishment, akin to a flood breaching its dam, instantly engulfing his heart. Lin Yu's heart stirred with determination as he silently encouraged himself. I must seize this power. He focused intently, attempting to harness this unfamiliar yet formidable force. Just as his thoughts began to manifest, the spider legs on his back seemingly comprehended his command and obediently retracted. However, in that very instant, Lin Yu felt his body plummet, losing balance as if an invisible hand had tightly grasped his heart. At that moment, he resembled a fragile leaf caught in a tempest, utterly defenseless and unable to react, plummeting from the sky. His mind was a blank slate, filled only with the howling wind that seemed to mock his helplessness. He flailed his arms in vain, striving to grasp something to halt his descent, yet all was futile as he succumbed to the earthward rush like a shooting star. Luo Mei's countenance paled in an instant, her beautiful face etched with panic and fear. Her eyes widened in alarm as she cried out, "Xiao Yu, be careful." The sharpness of her voice pierced the air, desperate enough to break through the clouds, imbued with boundless worry that seemed capable of penetrating the very heart. Before her words had fully dissipated, Luo Mei dashed towards Lin Yu like a bolt of lightning. Her movement was so swift that it was nearly imperceptible, and without hesitation. She spread her arms wide, her actions both rapid and resolute, devoid of any doubt or retreat. Her gaze radiated determination, as if she intended to forge an unassailable barrier for Lin Yu with her delicate form. Just as Lin Yu was about to meet the ground, she expertly caught him in her embrace. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to freeze. Everything around them faded into insignificance, leaving only her figure tightly holding him. Gazing down at Lin Yu, Luo Mei noticed that he remained in a daze, his expression vacant and unresponsive. Observing this, a melodious laugh escaped her lips, ringing like the cheerful sound of a brook thawing in spring, delightful to the ears. Her laughter was filled with affectionate indulgence, akin to that of a caregiver watching over an innocent child, brimming with warmth and protection, yet it also carried a teasing undertone, as though playfully provoking him. "Xiao Yu, don't you sense something amiss?" Her voice rose slightly, the final note elongated, imbued with a hint of playful mischief. At this moment, Lin Yu's mind was enveloped in a haze, his thoughts tangled like a mass of yarn, leaving him in a state of disorientation. His gaze was vacant, and he remained immersed in the tumult of recent events. Yet, subconsciously, he mumbled, "Sister Luo Mei, I haven't noticed anything amiss." His voice was indistinct, as if resonating from a distant realm. Just as Lin Yu was absent-mindedly responding, a sudden gust of biting cold wind howled toward him, fierce and relentless, akin to a ferocious beast pouncing without mercy. The wind lashed against him, bearing icy barbs that stung his skin. Goosebumps erupted all over Lin Yu's body, a frenzy of chills compelling an involuntary shiver. In that instant, he felt as though he had awoken from a dream, as if struck by a bolt of lightning. His entire being jolted into awareness. He abruptly realized that he was utterly unclad, exposed to the elements. In that fleeting moment, his face flushed crimson, a tide of panic and embarrassment swelling within him. "Oh dear," Lin Yu exclaimed, his complexion transforming to the hue of a ripe apple, as if blood were about to spill forth. In a flurry of motion, akin to a startled rabbit, he hastily leapt from Sister Lemai's warm embrace. His hands flitted about in a frantic dance, desperately attempting to shield his modesty, his movements hurried and clumsy. At that moment, his face was aflame, even his neck tinged with a deep scarlet hue. Stammering towards Luo Mei, "Mei, please turn around. If you watch me, how can I change my clothes?" His voice trembled, laden with embarrassment and urgency, his eyes pleading for her to avert her gaze, yearning to escape this excruciatingly awkward predicament. Oh. Little Yu has grown up and learned to be shy." Luo Mei giggled, her melodious laughter ringing like a chime, her bright eyes sparkling with playful teasing. Yet beneath her jest, a genuine warmth of pride lingered. She narrowed her eyes slightly, the corners curving into a charming crescent, and continued in a light-hearted tone. "I remember when you were just a tiny tot. Now you've come to understand shyness." Lin Yu's face instantly flushed a deep crimson, resembling a ripened tomato, the hue so vivid it seemed it could bleed. In a fluster, he stamped his feet anxiously against the ground, causing the floor to tremble slightly beneath him. Embarrassed and irritated, he exclaimed, "Sister Luo Mei, you're still laughing at me. Please turn around quickly. I need to change my clothes." as he shouted. His hands instinctively covered his crucial parts, his eyes brimming with urgency and bashfulness. His heart raced within him like a trapped rabbit, pounding so loudly it was nearly deafening. Oh, how he wished Sister Luo would just turn around. He was on the verge of despair. In his mind, he repeated his anxious thoughts. Feeling both awkward and frantic, desperately hoping for her to comply and relieve him from this unbearable predicament, Luo-Mei's lips curved into a playful smile. The elegance of her expression marred only by a hint of suppressed laughter. All right, I won't look anymore. But tell me, is there any part of you I haven't seen? I practically raised you. I was the one who bathed you when you were little. I know every inch of you better than you do, she said, her tone light and casual, her eyes sparkling with affection. Though her words were carefree. She obediently turned her back to Linyu, her movements gentle and swift. Yet, in her heart, she mused, this boy has truly grown up. He's learned to feel shy. How time flies, it feels like just yesterday he was a little child. Once Luo-Mei turned away, Linyu became flustered, akin to an ant on a hot skillet. Desperately whirling about, he hastily reached into his heart of stars, his movements frantic and urgent, swiftly retrieving a set of clothes. His fingers quivered slightly, like leaves stirred by a chilly breeze, as he hurriedly donned the garments while repeatedly muttering, Sister Luo-Mei, you mustn't suddenly turn around and peek. His voice betrayed a tinge of anxiety, as if fearing she might break her promise. After a rustle of fabric, Linyu finally exhaled a sigh of relief. His tone now relaxed. Sister Luo-Mei, you can turn around. I've changed my clothes. Upon hearing this, Luo-Mei's curiosity surged like a child eager to unwrap a long-anticipated gift, and she slowly turned back. When her gaze met Linyu, now dressed, her eyes widened in astonishment, as if witnessing the most incredible spectacle in the world. A flicker of delight flashed across her face, akin to a shooting star illuminating the night sky. Unable to contain her excitement any longer, she hurriedly approached him, her steps light and urgent, as if afraid to miss this splendid moment. Gently stroking his head with a tenderness reminiscent of a spring breeze caressing willow branches, her face radiated joy. With a warm smile that uplifted her lips, she sang in a voice as melodious as a nightingale, Little you look so handsome. I wonder how many hearts you'll capture in the future. Linyu bashfully scratched his head, his hand appearing somewhat awkward, and a faint blush crept to his ears. His heart brimmed with joy, akin to cradling a jar of honey, sweet and delightful, yet he felt a twinge of embarrassment. As if his heart oscillated between elation and shyness. He lowered his gaze slightly, avoiding Luo-Mei's penetrating stare, and said, I'm not that handsome, Luo-Mei, you're exaggerating. His tone carried a hint of self-consciousness, yet it could not conceal the subtle delight lurking behind his words. Luo-Mei, with her arms crossed over her chest, assumed a stance of solemnity. Her expression was as earnest as if she were elucidating a matter of utmost importance, her gaze unwavering and focused on Linyu. With a tone as steadfast as granite, she declared, I am not exaggerating. You are genuinely handsome now. Otherwise, you may look at yourself. She arched an eyebrow slightly, her eyes radiating an undeniable conviction, as if her resolute demeanor sought to instill belief in every word she uttered. Upon hearing this, Linyu furrowed his brow in skepticism and slowly retrieved a mirror from the heart of the stars, directing it towards himself. The instant he gazed into it, he couldn't help but be momentarily taken aback. Before him stood a man of imposing stature, measuring an impressive height of nearly 6 feet 3 inches. His form upright and resolute like a proud pine tree. Every contour of his physique radiated strength and resilience. His features were strikingly handsome, with a chiseled face that bore sharp angles, a straight nose, and subtly pursed lips. He exuded an air of majestic confidence, as if he were inherently endowed with a commanding presence. His deep-set eyes sparkled with clarity, resembling an unfathomable abyss, yet reflecting the vastness of the cosmos, encompassing all while remaining shrouded in mystery. An aura of gallant elegance enveloped him, with each movement exuding a sense of boldness, coupled with an ethereal quality that rendered him akin to an immortal, untouched by the mundane world, standing apart from society. No wonder Sister Luo-Mei remarked upon my striking handsomeness. It seems that during the absorption of the human-faced demon spider's soul ring, I underwent a profound transformation. Linyu mused inwardly, his thoughts swirling like drifting willow catkins. He recalled that his previous appearance could only be described as mildly attractive, a stark contrast to his current visage. Those unfamiliar with him might scarcely recognize him now. As this realization dawned upon him, a wave of secret delight washed over his heart, akin to a gently flowing hot spring, warming his very soul. The corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted, revealing a radiant smile akin to the sun breaking through the morning clouds, bright and dazzling, brimming with confidence and joy. His eyes sparkled with an inner brilliance, as if harboring countless stars, radiating an irresistible charm and luminosity from within. Chapter 76. The effect of the second soul skill. Luo Mei playfully seized Lin Yu's hand, shaking it vigorously while her voice took on a sweet, coaxing tone. "Oh, come on, Xiaoyu. What is your second soul skill? Hurry and tell me." Her large, expressive eyes widened in anticipation, filled with eagerness and curiosity, as if her fervent gaze could pierce through to the depths of his thoughts. She resembled an impatient little girl yearning to uncover a secret, her rosy lips pouting slightly, brows furrowed in anticipation, her face a canvas of impatience. Lin Yu helplessly tugged at the corner of his mouth, revealing a faint, bittersweet smile. He then cautiously and gently extricated his arm from the soft yet firmly grasping hands of Sister Luo Mei. His face was etched with an expression of resignation, his brows slightly furrowed as he said with a hint of exasperation, "All right, Sister Luo Mei, please refrain from such childish antics. I will now explain the effects of the soul skill." Meanwhile, he inwardly mused, why does Sister Luo Mei still behave like a child? This thought scurried through his mind like a mischievous little mouse, eliciting both amusement and irritation within him. Lin Yu took a deep breath, gently closed his eyes to organize his thoughts, and then opened them again, his gaze resolute and earnest as he spoke. "The name of my second soul skill is quite simple. It is called Pierce. However, its effect is remarkably powerful, enhancing the piercing ability of the Sword of Time and Space by 50%. It is not only useful now, but will also remain effective in the future as my strength grows. After all, this enhancement is percentage-based rather than fixed damage." He paused, his expression serious, and continued, "Just like soul masters above the soul sage rank, they seldom employ their first or second soul skills unless they possess particularly unique abilities. After all, even a casual strike from a soul master of that caliber would likely surpass the effectiveness of their initial skills. For instance, Sister Luo Mei, when facing a soul master of equal rank, would you resort to using your century-old soul skill?" As he spoke, he gestured with his hands, moving them gracefully through the air as if illustrating intricate patterns, endeavoring to make his explanation clearer for Luo Mei. His expression was focused and eager, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he intently observed Luo Mei, hoping she would fully comprehend his explanation. After listening, Luo Mei's beautiful brows slightly furrowed, creating a delicate crease. Her gaze turned distant as she fell into a moment of contemplation, time seeming to stand still in that instant. After a brief pause, she gently nodded and remarked with a sense of admiration, "You are indeed correct, Xiaoyu. When I confront soul masters above the soul sage rank, I must at least utilize a millennium-old soul skill. Aside from trivial encounters, I rarely employ those of a century. It appears that you have acquired an exceptional soul skill." She patted Lin Yu's shoulder as she spoke, her tone embodying both affirmation and a hint of weariness. "All right, Xiaoyu, I shan't keep you any longer. The day has grown late. You should rest early. Tomorrow, we shall return to the Spirit Hall. I still need to report to the Pope regarding the clues I found about Tang Hao." Her voice was slightly hoarse, and a trace of fatigue flickered in her eyes, suggesting that the day's endeavors had taken a toll on her. Upon hearing Sister Luo Mei's words, Lin Yu was immediately struck by a wave of speechlessness. "Alas, it seems that Sister Luo Mei still does not believe what I have said." He sighed inwardly, resigning himself to the notion that Sister Luo Mei would not give up until she reached the Yellow River, nor would she turn back until she collided with the southern wall. Let her be. I am also curious to see how the Pope will handle this matter. Enough of such thoughts. I shall retire early, for tomorrow I must return to the Spirit Hall. As Lin Yu silently pondered in his heart, he helplessly shook his head, his movements resembling a rattling drum, his face etched with resignation and acquiescence. Subsequently, he trudged towards his bed with a slightly heavy gait, each step seemingly laden with profound weariness. "Xiao Wu, how did you escape from the clutches of the Titan giant ape? Were you hurt?" Upon returning to the hotel where they had stayed before entering the Star-Do forest, Tang San, like an arrow released from a bow, rushed to Xiao Wu's side with uncontainable urgency. His face, flushed with intense anxiety, bore a frown tightly knotted, as if it were a puzzle unsolvable, beneath the furrowed brow. His eyes bulged with concern, almost popping from their sockets, fixated on Xiao Wu with a gaze brimming with profound worry. His voice trembled like leaves caught in the wind as he implored her. His hands, seemingly devoid of control, gripped Xiao Wu's shoulders fiercely, the knuckles paling from the force. akin to iron clamps, as if he sought to assertively grasp her physical well-being through this somewhat rough, yet caring gesture, to assure himself that she was indeed safe and sound. Upon witnessing the anxious and fearful expression on her older brother's face, Xiao Wu felt a rush of warmth and gratitude within her heart, as if a gentle stream of warmth flowed through her. She silently reflected. Although she knew that the Titan giant ape would not harm her, her brother and the others were unaware, and she must not let them worry excessively. With this thought, her gaze softened and hardened with determination, and she responded in a voice as gentle as a spring breeze, explaining that after being captured by the Titan giant ape, a sudden bellow resonated through the air, causing the once fearsome countenance of the giant ape to morph into one of panic, akin to a heavy cloud suddenly descending. It cast her aside as if she were a scalding hot potato, its movements frantic and urgent, as it bolted away in the opposite direction of the bellow, its demeanor resembling that of a frightened soul beast, terrified of the sound. As she spoke, she animatedly gestured, mimicking the Titan giant ape's fierce expression with her hands and depicting its hasty retreat, striving to convey the vividness of that moment. Her lively form and expressive features transporting everyone back to that tense instant. Upon hearing this, Tang San's brow furrowed deeply, resembling a profound chasm capable of crushing a fly. His mind functioned like a high-speed machine, rapidly sifting through a vast ocean of memories. He meticulously recalled the knowledge imparted by his master. His lips pressed into a straight line, as if glued in place, the expression stern and serious. After a considerable pause, he slowly articulated. A bellowing sound that could frighten the king of the forest, the Titan giant ape, must have originated from the sky blue bull python. His tone bore an unmistakable hint of uncertainty and gravity, his voice low and deliberate, as if each word had been weighed with careful consideration. His gaze revealed profound contemplation, as if his eyes traversed the fabric of time and space, conjuring the breathtaking scenes within his mind. He was enveloped in an atmosphere of tension and focus. Chapter 77. Communication. Third brother, you are truly amazing. You can determine the type of soul beast just from a sound and the reaction of the Titan giant ape. Xiao Wu exclaimed, leaping joyfully in front of Tang San, her face radiating admiration. Her bright, star-like eyes sparkled with delight and reverence, reminiscent of the most radiant stars in the night sky. Unconsciously, her hands tightened around Tang San's arm, the grip infused with an uncontrollable excitement as she cheerfully exclaimed, Third brother, you are simply incredible. I was so frightened that my heart raced, yet you managed to arrive at the answer so swiftly. Her voice was crisp and melodious, akin to a cheerful brook flowing through the mountains, each word infused with respect for Tang San. It's not that impressive. It's all thanks to our teacher's excellent instruction. Tang San replied modestly, running his hand over the back of his head, a blush swiftly creeping across his face, akin to a delicate twilight glow. His gaze darted away, unable to meet Xiao Wu's adoring eyes, feeling somewhat bashful as he spoke. He thought to himself, Xiao Wu's praise makes me feel a bit embarrassed. Her sincere and fervent gaze leaves me at a loss for words. His fingers curled slightly, and his feet unconsciously shifted position, his demeanor betraying a hint of unease. By the way, Xiao Wu, third brother, I have some good, bad news to share with you. As Xiao Wu opened her mouth, Tang San's voice simultaneously rang out, their words intertwining like overlapping musical notes. As soon as they finished speaking, they exchanged a glance before simultaneously saying, You go first, Xiao Wu, third brother. Xiao Wu blinked her lively eyes and tilted her head slightly, saying, Then I'll go first. A playful smile danced at the corners of her lips. At that moment, Dai Mubai could no longer contain himself and interjected, Xiao Wu, you and little San are quite in sync. Even your speech is in unison. Dai Mubai grinned, his face adorned with a signature teasing smile, imbued with a hint of mockery and jest. His deep-set eyes flitted between Xiao Wu and Tang San, glimmering with a mischievous light, as if he had unearthed an amusing secret. He continued, The level of understanding between you two is truly enviable. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, both Xiao Wu and Tang San felt as though their innermost thoughts had been exposed, and they lowered their heads in embarrassment. Their faces flushed crimson, akin to ripe apples, the color creeping down to their ears. Both were at a loss, resulting in a peculiar atmosphere. It was Tang San who broke the brief silence first. He slowly lifted his head, gazing at Xiao Wu with gentle warmth, and spoke in a soft, soothing voice, Xiao Wu, you should go first. Tang San's voice carried a hint of encouragement, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze gliding over a serene lake. instilling a profound sense of comfort and tranquility. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's face instantly blossomed with a triumphant expression, bounding towards Tang Sen like a joyful fawn. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she proudly proclaimed, "Brother San, not only did I escape from the Titan Great Ape, but I also discovered a millennium-old soft-bone rabbit in the forest and acquired a millennium spirit ring." Xiao Wu animatedly gestured as she recounted her tale, mimicking her frantic escape and then portraying her astonishment upon discovering the soft-bone rabbit. As if she were recreating the thrilling, intense moments of her adventure, radiating vitality and pride. Hearing this, Tang San's expression shifted to one of intense concern. His brow furrowed deeply, and his muscles tensed. He suddenly grasped Xiao Wu's hand with such fervor, as if fearing she might vanish at any moment, and urgently inquired, "Xiao Wu, are you hurt?" As he spoke, his hands moved like a swift wind, meticulously inspecting her body, his gaze earnest and focused, akin to two piercing beams of light, missing no potential injury. His fingers gently traced over her arms, shoulders, back, and even the edges of her clothing, repeatedly murmuring, "Is this all right? Is there anything here?" Only after confirming that Xiao Wu bore no injuries did the tension ease from his heart, allowing him to exhale a sigh of relief, as if the weight of the world had been lifted from his shoulders, his body trembling slightly in the aftermath. Seeing her brother's palpable anxiety, Xiao Wu felt an overwhelming sweetness in her heart, her eyes curving into crescent moons, a smile stretching across her face. "Brother San, you need not worry so much. I wasn't hurt while hunting the soft-bone rabbit. It was stunned by the Titan Great Ape's aura. So I effortlessly claimed my third spirit ring," she elaborated, her hands animatedly waving as if to reenact the ease of her accomplishment. "Oh, and Brother San, let me share a secret." She leaned closer to Tang San, lowering her voice conspiratorially. "My third spirit ability is teleportation. It allows me to be more agile in both offense and defense." Her tone was brimming with excitement and pride, the melody of her words as lively as dancing notes, radiating an aura of confidence. "Teleportation?" Tang Sen exclaimed, astonished, his mouth slightly agape and his eyes wide with wonder, resembling two bright pearls. "That is an exceedingly rare spatial spirit ability." He quickly followed up with a question, his tone urgent and filled with curiosity. "Xiao Wu, what is the range of your spirit ability?" His eyes sparkled with intrigue and anticipation, fixated on her as though he wished to extract the answer from the depths of her heart. Xiao Wu replied with a melodic laugh, her voice as clear as silver bells. "Brother San, I can use it freely within 100 meters." Xiao Wu playfully blinked her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering like delicate fans, exuding an irresistible charm. At that moment, Ma Hongjun, who had been standing idly by, aimlessly shifting his gaze, felt a stir of curiosity when he noticed Xiao Wu animatedly conversing with Tang San. With a sudden burst of energy, he approached swiftly, his somewhat plump figure surprisingly agile. Upon arrival, Ma Hongjun overheard Xiao Wu recounting the origins of her third spirit ring and the effects of her spirit skill. A look of intense interest blossomed on his round face, his eyes widening in eager anticipation as he fixated on Xiao Wu, yearning to learn more. When he heard her explain how she acquired her third spirit ring and its skill, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Sister, your luck is truly remarkable." His booming voice resonated through the air, causing a buzz among those nearby. His expression was one of envy and astonishment, his eyes round and mouth agape, as if he could fit an egg inside. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing and the others, who had been engaged in lively conversation, abruptly halted as if struck by a spell upon hearing Ma Hongjun's loud proclamation. Curiosity surged within them like a tidal wave, their eyes igniting with a fervent desire to uncover the mystery. Zhu Zhuqing pursed her lips, her step swift and graceful as she hurried towards Xiao Wu. Ning Rongrong slightly lifted her skirt, her delicate face alight with impatience, quickening her pace. The others, too, hurriedly followed suit, their expressions a mix of urgency and excitement, as if fearing they might miss a significant revelation. In no time, they arrived before Xiao Wu, their demeanor charged with anticipation. Zhu Zhuqing, wide-eyed with disbelief, displayed an expression of astonishment. Her usually composed features were now marked by incredulity, her brows furrowed tightly as if two intertwined crescent moons, with eyes resembling autumn waters. She spoke, her voice trembling with excitement. "Xiao Wu, your fortune is simply extraordinary. Not only did you escape from the terrifying Titan giant ape, but you also encountered a 1,000-year-old soft-bone rabbit on your way, gaining a rare spatial spirit skill of instantaneous movement upon absorbing its spirit ring. This is nothing short of miraculous. I can hardly believe it's true. Responding with a hint of relief, Xiao Wu gently touched her ear, her expression revealing a trace of luck. She murmured softly, I was fortunate this time. Otherwise, not only would I have failed to obtain my third spirit ring, but anyone else in my place might not have survived. She reflected silently on the perilous encounter. The Titan giant ape's massive form and overwhelming aura sending chills down her spine even in recollection. If not for fortune's favor, she mused, she might have long since become a lost soul beneath its grasp. Recalling that scene, she involuntarily shuddered, still haunted by the memory. Ning Rongrong and the others hurriedly echoed. Indeed, we are relieved that you returned safely. Otherwise, who knows how frantic Sangu would have been for you. He might have acted like a lion deprived of reason, rampaging and committing acts that would leave us utterly astonished. As Ning Rongrong spoke, her hands instinctively clasped over her chest, her face reflecting a mixture of worry and relief. The others nodded in agreement, chiming in, yes, yes. We've all witnessed Sanji's feelings for you. If anything had happened to you, he would have surely gone mad. Xiao Wu wore a puzzled expression, her delicate face creasing into a frown, resembling two crescent moons drawn together, her eyes filled with confusion as she eagerly inquired. By the way, Rongrong, how did you all end up there? Didn't we steal the Millennium Phoenix tail coxcomb snake from that snake woman? Why did she and the man beside her aid Sangu? This is truly bizarre. I can't make sense of it. As she spoke, she absent-mindedly tapped her fingers against her temple, attempting to untangle the threads of this enigma. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong paused, a flicker of hesitation crossing her exquisite features. She bit her rosy lip, her gaze evasive, and with a hint of uncertainty, she replied, Xiao Wu, I'm not entirely sure either. I'm quite muddled about this matter as well. You should ask Sangu. He is the one who experienced it all firsthand and must understand the reasons behind it best. With a gentle sigh, Ning Rongrong unconsciously tugged at the hem of her garment. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Tang San's expression turned gravely somber. As if an invisible weight had settled upon his heart, he slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes filled with anguish and turmoil, and spoke softly, Xiao Wu. The unfortunate news I must share with you is related to this matter. In my desperation to find you, I recklessly pursued the Titan giant ape with Xiao Ao's mushroom sausage. On that eerie stretch of road, I was suddenly intercepted by the ferocious faceless spider. My mind was solely fixated on locating you, and without hesitation, I engaged in a fierce battle, exhausting all my strength to severely wound the faceless spider. But just then, Luo Mei appeared, armed with the meteor bow, and blocked my path. Behind her stood a youth, his face contorted in a grotesque snarl, as if a demon had crawled from the depths of hell, insisting that she kill me. At the brink of death, feeling the shadow of mortality about to engulf me, I was saved by the formidable dragon and snake couple, who appeared as if descended from the heavens. To possess the ability to rescue you and to survive in order to continue my search, I reluctantly agreed to their demand to marry Meng Yiran. You should be aware of what transpired afterward. As Tang San spoke, his face was etched with helplessness and guilt, the weight of self-reproach causing his brow to furrow deeply, his lips trembling slightly. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Xiao Wu's once rosy cheeks turned ashen, devoid of any color. Her delicate form trembled slightly, akin to a flower shivering in the biting cold wind. The rims of her eyes rapidly turned crimson, with tears swirling within. It felt as though a tangled mass of chaos was ensnared in her heart, impossible to sever, and she exclaimed in a mix of anger and urgency, Brother, have you truly forgotten our promise? Her voice quivered, laden with disappointment and indignation. No sooner had the words left her lips than she abruptly turned and strode toward her room, her footsteps frantic and hurried, the hem of her skirt billowing in the air as if fleeing from this heart-wrenching reality. Her hands clenched into tight fists, her body slightly hunched in agitation, and her slender silhouette appeared profoundly lonely and helpless. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's mention of their agreement, Tang San was momentarily taken aback, his mind blank as if struck by a bolt of lightning. Once he regained his composure, Xiao Wu had already vanished into her room like a gust of wind. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang San, consumed by anxiety, felt as if his heart would leap from his throat. He pursued her with the swiftness of the wind, stirring up a cloud of dust in his wake. In no time, he stood at the threshold of Xiao Wu's room. He first knocked urgently yet gently on the door, the sound echoing his inner turmoil. Then, with an urgent voice tinged with a plea, he called out, Xiao Wu, let me in. I wish to explain. His voice trembled, betraying a profound sense of anxiety and unease as beads of sweat dotted his forehead. His eyes brimming with an eager desire to rush in and clarify everything to Xiaowu. Chapter 79. Explanation. Xiaowu pressed her entire body against the door. Her heart a tumultuous sea, waves crashing and swirling in turmoil. It felt as though her heart was being tugged by countless invisible hands, her thoughts a chaotic mess. She could hear her brother's frantic knocking outside, each thud heavy and urgent, resonating like a hammer striking her fragile heart. His anxious and sincere voice broke through the fog like sunlight, pleading, "Xiaowu, open the door. Allow me to explain. I beg you." Each word was imbued with a desperate urgency, reminiscent of a drowning person grasping for a final lifeline, or a lost lamb fervently seeking the way home. Each syllable seemed to carry a searing warmth, yearning to penetrate the closed door and reach the depths of Xiaowu's heart. Xiaowu bit her lip, leaving faint imprints from her pearly teeth on her tender flesh. Her hands instinctively clutched the hem of her garment, her joints paling from the pressure. Her eyes were tightly shut, long lashes fluttering as if resisting the alluring and pleading voice from beyond the door. This caused her once resolute heart to waver, as if a massive stone had been cast into her tranquil pond, sending ripples across its surface. Her mind was a whirlwind of confusion, akin to a swarm of bees buzzing chaotically. Should I listen to his explanation? What if he is merely making excuses? How can I trust so easily? Yet another voice echoed within her heart. But Sangu had always treated me so kindly. As Xiaowu heard Tang San's voice, filled with urgency and nearly pleading, it seemed to tug at the strings of her heart like a hook. Her thoughts involuntarily drifted away, reminiscing about the meticulous care and affection Sangu had shown her in the past. The warm scenes unfolded in her mind like a film, each moment flickering vividly. She recalled the time she fell ill, when Sangu kept vigil by her bedside, sleepless throughout the night, constantly changing her damp cloth and administering her medicine. His eyes brimming with concern and tenderness. She remembered how, in times of danger, Sangu would unhesitatingly shield her with his own body, willing to suffer injury himself. She thought of the everyday attentiveness he offered, preparing her favorite meals and engaging her in cheerful conversation. These myriad moments of warmth illuminated her currently bewildered heart like beams of bright light. Finally, Xiaowu bit her lip, her delicate teeth sinking gently into her soft flesh, as if she were wrestling with herself. Then, she resolved quietly, and in that instant, a glimmer of determination and anticipation sparkled in her eyes. No longer stubbornly pressing against the door, the tension that had gripped her seemed to dissipate in an instant. Her hand trembled as she reached out. Her slender fingers quivered slightly, hesitating in the air. Yet ultimately, they slowly brushed against the doorknob. She turned it gently, the soft click resonating distinctly in the stillness of the atmosphere. As the door creaked open, her heart raced, uncertain of the explanations and outcomes that awaited her. But she had resolved to grant Sangu another chance to clarify. Upon seeing the door ajar, Tang San caught sight of Xiaowu standing there, and a flash of surprise ignited in his eyes, akin to fireworks suddenly blooming in the night sky, brilliant and radiant. The weight that had long been suspended in his heart eased slightly, like a heavy stone shifting just a bit. He thought, with a hint of trepidation, "Thank goodness. Xiaowu is willing to hear me out. If she had continued to keep the door shut, I truly would not have known what to do." This thought darted through his mind like a bolt of lightning, too swift to grasp. Almost instinctively, his body surged forward into the room, his movements as swift as the wind, fearing this hard-won opportunity might slip away. Once inside, he promptly shut the door tightly behind him, the resounding thud echoing his anxious and urgent emotions. He could hardly contain himself as he grasped Xiaowu's delicate hands, as soft and warm as the finest silk, as if he were holding the most precious treasure in the world. With a sense of urgency and resolve, he strode quickly to the bedside. His breaths were rapid and disordered until he finally came to a halt. Tang San's gaze was focused and affectionate as he earnestly began to explain to Xiaowu. His voice was deep and resonant, as if each word bore the weight of 1,000 truths. "Xiaowu, rest assured, my heart has always belonged solely to you. And in this lifetime, I shall only take you as my wife, with no second thoughts." As he uttered these words, his gaze was intensely fixed upon Xiaowu, his fervent eyes brimming with an undeniable determination, as if he were making an eternal vow. Upon hearing Tang San's heartfelt and resolute declaration, Xiaowu felt an overwhelming sweetness envelop her heart, akin to being drenched in honey, the delightful sensation radiating from her core and immersing her entire being in bliss. Yet, before that sweetness could fully unfurl, a flicker of concern descended upon her like a dark cloud. With her eyes cast down and her delicate teeth gently biting her lower lip, she hesitated for a moment before, unable to restrain herself, she spoke. Brother, what about your engagement with Mangyran? Do you truly intend to break it? Her voice carried a hint of trepidation, her clear eyes filled with worry and unease. Fixed intently on Tang San, as if awaiting a response that would grant her complete reassurance. Upon hearing her words, Tang San's brow furrowed instantly, resembling two deep furrows. His gaze flashing with a resolute glimmer, as if he had made a momentous decision. The formidable couple of the Dragon and Serpent clan threatened my life, compelling me to marry Mangyran, a betrothal I shall never acknowledge. Their brazen arrogance is utterly intolerable. However, I shall find a way to repay their life-saving grace. I have recently received news from my father through that meteor bow, Luo. Xiaowu. You are unaware that my father is the youngest titled Douluo in the Douluo continent, the Haoyan Douluo. I believe that if I invite my father to negotiate and offer some benefits to the Dragon and Serpent couple, they would likely agree to dissolve my engagement with Mangyran. Should they remain obstinate and refuse to relent, then, at this juncture, he let out a cold snort, a vicious expression crossing his face, transforming his previously handsome and gentle demeanor into one of chilling severity. As if cloaked in a thick frost, he clenched his fists tightly, the knuckles paling from the exertion, veins bulging on his arms like serpentine worms. His body trembled slightly, as if striving to suppress the surging anger within him, ready to burst forth and confront his adversaries. I shall implore my father to annihilate them. When they perish, their debts will vanish. Once they are gone, this absurd engagement will cease to exist. He gritted through clenched teeth, his fierce countenance starkly contrasting with his usual gentleness. Chapter 80, Contemplation. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Xiaowu's heart felt as though it had been struck by a bomb of contrasting extremes, erupting into turmoil. Half of her was enveloped in sweetness, akin to a jar of honey spilled over, its viscous nectar flowing abundantly, saturating her heart with a sweetness that made her pulse quiver, each beat seemingly echoing a joyous melody of happiness. The other half, however, was steeped in profound concern, like a heavy leaden weight mercilessly pressing down on her chest, nearly suffocating her. Her brows involuntarily knitted together, the exquisite arches seemingly burdened with a thousandfold weight. Deep within her, two opposing emotions clashed violently, plunging her thoughts into disarray. The sweetness resided in her brother's unwavering and resounding declaration, "In my heart, there is only myself. I shall marry no one but myself." A heartfelt declaration, each word seemed imbued with the essence of life, dancing and laughing like a gentle spring breeze, softly caressing her heart. Where this spring breeze touched, blossoms flourished and verdant grass spread, filling her spirit with boundless joy and contentment. Yet, a shadow of worry loomed over her. She feared that even a trace of blemish might tarnish the pure and noble qualities of her beloved brother. This concern enveloped her heart like a gathering storm, tightening her brow as if it could crush a fly, her eyes shut tight, her mind plagued with dreadful possibilities. She dreaded that this unexpected engagement could become a stain upon her brother, rendering him unable to hold his head high before others. Her heart trembled, as if gripped by an invisible hand, tightening its hold until breathing nearly became impossible. With her hands clasped before her, she curled slightly, as though shielding her brother from potential harm and slander. She lifted her chin slightly, her swan-like neck forming a graceful arc biting her lip. The soft petals of her mouth were gently pressed, revealing an alluring pallor. After a moment of hesitation, as if engaged in an internal struggle, she finally steadied herself and spoke. "Brother, I believe in you." Her voice, soft as a breeze skimming across a lake, created ripples of undeniable resolve. The light glimmering in her bright eyes sparkled like stars, radiating warmth as if to imbue Tang San with boundless strength. This luminous gaze, rich with affection and trust, seemed capable of piercing through darkness, illuminating the path ahead for Tang San. Her gaze was steadfast and focused, directly fixed upon him, as though imprinting her trust deep within his soul. Upon hearing her words, Tang San felt as if a multitude of brilliant fireworks had erupted within him, their dazzling light illuminating his inner world as bright as day. Waves of joy surged like a relentless tide, crashing against his heart, submerging him in an ocean of happiness from which he could not escape. His hands trembled involuntarily, the subtle quivers reflecting the tempest of emotions within. A radiant smile blossomed upon his face, bright as the sun, capable of dispelling all shadows, each crease of joy overflowing with endless delight. He declared, "Xiaowu, I promise that when I next see father, I will bring him to meet you, and I will ensure he recognizes you." His tone was urgent and fervent, akin to a blazing fire that could not be overlooked. Each word sprang from the depths of his heart, bursting forth with desire and determination. The light in his eyes shimmered with unwavering conviction, as if he could already envision that beautiful moment, eager to transform this splendid vision into reality, to grant Xiaowu peace of mind and to brighten their future. Upon hearing this promise, Xiaowu felt a jolt in her heart, as if a massive stone had plunged into the depths of her soul, stirring up a tumult of emotions. In that fleeting moment, she felt as though she had plummeted into an unfathomable ice cellar, a piercing chill surging from the soles of her feet to the crown of her head, leaving her utterly astonished. Her pupils contracted sharply, her once luminous eyes now brimming with terror. Her breath quickened, her chest rising and falling violently, trembling like leaves caught in a tempest. In her heart, she pondered, being a 10,000-year-soul beast in transformation and not yet in her mature phase. Should her third brother's father catch sight of her, he would undoubtedly uncover her true identity, perhaps confining her until her brother could absorb the 10,000-year-soul ring, ultimately leading to her demise for the sake of the ring and her essence. Each possibility weighed heavily upon her heart, sinking deeper into a dark abyss devoid of hope. Fear clung to her like a shadow, entwining tightly around her, causing her body to shiver involuntarily, beads of perspiration forming on her forehead. Despite the tempest raging within, Xiaowu maintained her composure, striving to project an air of tranquility. She clenched her jaw, summoning all her strength to control her expression, and spoke slowly. "It's all right, third brother. Since uncle is often absent, it indicates he has pressing matters to attend to. Perhaps it would be best not to disturb him." Her voice was as steady as a windless lake, yet her slightly trembling fingers swayed delicately like willows in the breeze, betraying her inner turmoil. Though she spoke thus, her heart screamed in protest. Absolutely not. Only when she reached maturity could she present herself before her uncle without revealing her soul beast identity. Within her, a wild beast seemed trapped, thrashing desperately, yearning to break free from this cage of fear. Each collision brought excruciating pain, yet she could only suppress it fiercely, refusing to let even a hint of this fear escape. Her heart raced as if it might leap from her throat, cold sweat cascading down her spine, soaking her garments. Upon hearing Xiaowu's words, Tangsen felt a wave of emotion wash over him, as if he were engulfed by a warm current. His eyes moistened instantly, tears swirling like two lustrous pearls, ready to spill over. He spoke, his throat constricted, as though gripped by an invisible hand, his voice tinged with a slight quaver. "Xiaowu, how can you be so kind, always considering me?" Each word was steeped in profound affection and emotion, his trembling tone revealing the tumultuous feelings surging within. He longed to articulate the gratitude and love that surged within him like a mighty river, but before he could voice his thoughts, Xiaowu gently urged him out of the room. His steps faltered, his gaze filled with reluctance and longing, yet he felt powerless, surrendering to her gentle yet resolute insistence that propelled him beyond the threshold. At the moment the door was about to close, his gaze remained fixed upon Xiaowu, as if he wished to etch her image deeply into his memory. Chapter 81. Douluo. While Xiaowu engaged in conversation with Tang San, Zhao Wujia was on the other side, his expression grave as he conferred with the formidable couple, the dragon and snake. Zhao Wujia furrowed his brow, his two eyebrows twisted together like an inextricable knot, his face clouded with worry, casting a heavy pall over his demeanor. With a hint of barely concealed anxiety in his voice, he said, "Senior Long, what shall we do about the engagement between your granddaughter Meng Iran and Tang San?" As he spoke, he anxiously rubbed his hands together, which fidgeted like two restless creatures seeking solace in one another. His gaze was riveted on Senior Long, filled with concern and urgency, as though he awaited a reassuring answer. Leaning slightly forward, he seemed to believe that this posture would lend weight to his words and convey his inner turmoil more effectively. Upon hearing this, Senior Long's eyes widened in astonishment, as if they might leap from their sockets. Raising his voice, he declared with an air of authority, "What shall we do? We shall proceed as planned. Let Tang San marry my granddaughter." He himself agreed to it. His voice resonated like a mighty bell, causing the air around them to tremble slightly. With arms crossed over his chest, he stood firm, resembling an unyielding mountain, his facial muscles taut, exuding an aura of determination. His chin lifted high, his gaze radiated an undeniable dominance, as if the matter were already settled beyond dispute. A slight, disdainful smirk curled at the corners of his mouth, seemingly mocking Zhao Wujia's unnecessary inquiry. Zhao Wujia frowned deeply, the creases on his forehead forming several profound lines, as if they could trap a few flies. Taking a deep breath, his chest swelled, as if he were gathering courage and strength, suppressing the dissatisfaction that threatened to erupt from within. He retorted, "Senior Long, while it is true that Tang San agreed to that engagement, it was under circumstances of duress. You are taking advantage of the situation." His voice trembled slightly, clearly struggling to contain his emotions. "Even though you saved Tang San, you cannot coerce him in such a manner. Moreover, his agreement was a result of your pressure. If Hao Yi and Douluo were to learn of your coercion regarding Tang San's commitment, it would surely not bode well." Zhao Wuji's voice crescendoed, initially laced with restraint, but ultimately erupting into a near roar, reverberating like thunder, causing dust to cascade from the beams above. His gaze was filled with fury, a flame that threatened to incinerate all in its path, intertwined with profound bitterness. His eyes bulged, veins throbbing on his forehead, and the vessels in his neck stood out, rendering him akin to an enraged lion, poised to leap into battle at any moment. The atmosphere between the formidable couple, Long and Shi, and Zhao Wuji grew increasingly tense, resembling a powder keg ready to ignite, suffused with a stifling sense of oppression and peril. Lord Long abruptly swept his sleeve, summoning a gust of wind as powerful waves of soul energy surged forth, flooding the space like a relentless tide. He bellowed, "Zhao Wuji, do not mistake my hospitality for weakness." His voice, booming like thunder, caused the surrounding walls to tremble slightly. Veins protruded on his forehead, his eyes widened, and his anger seemed poised to erupt from his very being, exuding an intimidating pressure that sent chills down the spine. Zhao Wuji, undeterred, glared fiercely, his eyes ablaze with wrath. His soul energy surged, shimmering around him like a radiant aura, forming a translucent shield. With legs slightly apart and fists clenched, he adopted a combative stance, muscles coiled like a predator ready to pounce. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, "You think you can threaten me? Not so easily." The air thickened with tension, hearts racing in response to the impending clash. Just as a fierce confrontation seemed inevitable, a weary-looking man unexpectedly appeared on the second floor. Each of his heavy footsteps resonated like a hammer striking the ground, sending vibrations through the floorboards. He descended the stairs slowly, his posture slightly stooped, yet emanating an intangible authority. His gaze was as cold as frost, seemingly freezing the air around him. His lips were pressed tightly, the corners turned downward, revealing profound dissatisfaction and anger. With a voice low and gravelly, reminiscent of distant thunder, he articulated, "A mere loach and a small snake. Do you think you can coerce my son?" Each word bore the weight of an avalanche, resonating in the ears of those present, sending shivers through their beings. As he spoke, a radiant light began to flicker around him, initially faint but gradually becoming blinding. Soul rings manifested, emerging in a manner that was both mysterious and commanding. The emergence of the soul ring appeared slow, yet each fleeting moment delivered an intense psychological impact, as if burdened by an overwhelming sense of oppression that rendered one nearly breathless. Particularly striking was the final crimson soul ring, resembling a roaring flame. Dancing and rampaging with an alarming vibrancy, its radiance seemingly capable of devouring all in its path. This was none other than the terrifying 100,000-year soul ring. Merely glimpsing it invoked an awareness of the boundless power and majesty it contained. As the soul ring fully materialized, the cloaked figure approached Long Gong and Shipa. His gaze was as piercing as a sword forged from the finest steel, seemingly capable of penetrating the very soul of anyone it fell upon, unobstructed in its insight. He regarded them with a chilling stare that seemed to freeze the very air around him, plunging all within it into a frigid abyss. Under such scrutiny, Long Gong and Shipa felt their bodies tremble involuntarily, ensnared by an invisible force that bound them tightly, preventing any escape. Upon witnessing the arrival of the cloaked figure, Zhao Wujie initially stood in stunned silence, as if struck by a paralyzing spell. However, his expression rapidly transformed, a tide of awe and terror washing over his countenance. His pupils constricted sharply, as if confronted with the most horrific sight imaginable, his heart tightening as though gripped by an unseen hand. In a fluster, he hastily summoned his martial spirit, his movements frantic and devoid of his usual composure. His head hung low, akin to a child who had erred gravely. His voice trembled with guilt as he implored, "Under the Haotian crown, I have failed to protect your son. I beseech your judgment." Each word dripped with profound fear. In that moment, his mind was a tempest of self-reproach and anxiety, swirling together to form a terrifying storm. It was over. The Haotian Douluo had descended, and he would undoubtedly harbor great displeasure towards him. How could he have failed to safeguard Tang San? What if he unleashed his wrath upon him, delivering severe retribution? Such dread coursed through his thoughts, and beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead like pearls released from a broken string. Chapter 82. How Douluo Tu upon hearing this. Tang Hao slightly turned his head, casting a cold glance at Zhao Wujia from the corner of his eye, and with a frosty snort declared, "We shall discuss your matters later. First, I must address the marriage contract that Long Gong and Shipa have forced upon my son." His voice was chilling, as though it could freeze the very air surrounding him. After speaking, his brows furrowed deeply, etched with lines of resolve, and a glint of ferocity flashed in his eyes like a blade slicing through the night. Suddenly, without warning, he unleashed an overwhelming pressure, as powerful as a tsunami, surging forth with a force that seemed poised to consume the entire world. An intangible force surged forth like a mighty tide, relentlessly pressing toward the Dragon Lord and the Serpent Matriarch. In its wake, the air emitted a sibilant lament, as if it could no longer bear the weight of this terrifying pressure. Upon hearing Zhao Wujia's words, a jolt of alarm struck their hearts, akin to the resounding toll of a colossal bell echoing within. Instantly, they were stricken with fear. Their mouths parted slightly, poised to protest, yet before a word could escape, the overwhelming force of Hao Douluo bore down upon them with the swiftness of a mountain collapsing upon their heads. This pressure was unfathomably potent, resembling an endless abyss of darkness intent on consuming them entirely. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though an enormous mountain had crashed down upon them, rendering their chests as if crushed under immense boulders, making each breath an arduous endeavor, every gasp exhausting their very essence. Their complexions turned pale as parchment, devoid of any color, as if all life and vitality had been siphoned away. Beads of sweat, resembling pearls, cascaded from their foreheads, only to be shattered into countless droplets by the oppressive force. The Dragon Lord trembled involuntarily, his teeth chattering, while the Serpent Matriarch clutched her chest tightly, her eyes filled with dread and despair. "This is dire." The Dragon Lord silently lamented, his expression darkening like stormy waters, his jaw clenched tightly, as though he might shatter his teeth. With swift movements akin to fleeting phantoms, he bellowed, "Resist with all your might." His voice resonated with determination and defiance, reminiscent of a cornered beast's final roar. The Serpent Matriarch, equally alarmed, widened her eyes in terror and tension. Her soul power surged violently, coursing through her meridians like rushing rivers, a torrent of energy swelling within. She summoned her soul rings with all her strength, their brilliance radiating magnificently, attempting to withstand the crushing pressure that threatened to obliterate them. Having withstood this wave of pressure, the Dragon Lord and the Serpent Matriarch exhaled a sigh of relief, their bodies trembling slightly, the tautness of their nerves easing just perceptibly. However, at that moment, Tang Hao let out a scornful hum, filled with disdain. "You possess some strength, managing to withstand 50 of my soul pressure. Yet, I shall see if you can endure my full might." His voice was chilling, as if born from the depths of a fathomless abyss, each word imbued with a sense of foreboding, like the cruel winds of winter howling mercilessly across the hearts of the Dragon Lord and the Serpent Matriarch. The Dragon Lord felt as if his heart plummeted from the heavens, the muscles that had just begun to relax tensed anew, beads of sweat forming on his brow, cascading down his cheeks. The Serpent Matriarch trembled, her pupils constricting sharply, the fleeting moment of relief evaporating into thin air, replaced by a profound sense of dread and despair. She murmured, "What shall we do?" causing the hearts of those who had just begun to relax to plummet once more, as if gripped by an invisible hand. Suspended in midair, swaying uneasily, unable to find peace. As she spoke, a surge of soul power, more potent and ferocious than before, roared forth like a tumultuous wave, crashing down upon the illustrious dragon and serpent couple with overwhelming force. This soul power seemed to bear the capacity to obliterate all, akin to the wrath of hell ablaze, radiating an unassailable majesty that brazenly unveiled itself, imbued with a resolute ferocity, vowing to utterly crush them to dust beneath its terrifying weight. Tang Hao stood with arms crossed, his posture erect like a pine, his gaze as frigid as millennial-old ice, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, quietly observing the unfolding scene as though relishing a preordained defeat. The corners of his mouth curled into a slight, disdainful sneer, mocking the audacity of the dragon and serpent duo. Convinced that they possessed no means of resistance against such formidable soul power, destined only to await their crushing fate. The illustrious couple, already struggling to withstand 50% of the soul pressure, now appeared as pale as parchment, drained of all color, as if all vitality had been siphoned from them. Beads of sweat, akin to pearls, cascaded down, each glistening drop instantly scattered into countless droplets by the oppressive atmosphere. They exchanged glances, and in that moment of connection, they beheld profound helplessness and resolve in each other's eyes. In his heart, the Dragon Lord silently lamented, "This Douluo is indeed terrifying. How can one withstand such soul pressure? Is it destined that we meet our end today?" His spirit was engulfed in fear and despair, akin to plummeting into an endless abyss of darkness. The serpent matriarch clenched her teeth, her once rosy lips now devoid of color, contemplating. "Very well. Let us fight with all we have. If death is inevitable, we might as well take a gamble." They then exchanged another glance and spoke in unison, "My dear, it seems we have no choice but to employ that technique." Their words carried a hint of resolve and tragic grandeur, their voices trembling like a flickering candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. With that, they once more invoked their martial soul fusion technique. In an instant, a radiance erupted akin to a supernova, dazzling and blinding, illuminating the surroundings as if it were broad daylight. Their forms vanished as if consumed by the brilliance. In their place stood a figure wielding a dragon snake staff, tall and imposing, exuding a powerful and mysterious aura. Yet, simultaneously, the immense pressure released by Tang Hao surged forth like a collapsing mountain, descending upon him with the force of thunder. The pressure bore down like an invisible giant hand, wielding a force capable of shattering all resistance, leaving no opportunity for respite. Under the weight of soul power, his once sturdy frame, as solid as a fortress, seemed to suffer a cataclysmic blow, its previously concrete outlines becoming ethereal, flickering in and out of focus like a specter glimpsed through a thick fog. His facial muscles convulsed violently, features contorting in a grotesque display, fear coursing through him. The might of Tang Hao was truly terrifying. This pressure felt as though it might crush his very soul. Terror surged within him like a tidal wave, nearly engulfing his reason. Yet he persisted, gritting his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. Enduring this nearly suffocating weight, he managed to utter, "Truly worthy of the title of Douluo, to nearly disperse my martial soul fusion skill with mere soul pressure. How remarkable that you could withstand the onslaught of 3 titled Douluos upon your ascension, inflicting grave injuries upon them and escaping unscathed, with the former Pope, Qian Xuanji, succumbing to his wounds." Each word escaped his lips as if wrung from the depths of his being, laden with immense pain and struggle. With a resigned sigh, imbued with a sense of helplessness and capitulation, it seemed as if he lamented the cruel whims of fate. "Very well. It appears you and Tang San are fated to be apart. Under the Haotian crown, let the engagement between my granddaughter Meng Yuran and your son Tang San be dismissed. For the sake of our saving Tang San's life, I implore you to show us mercy." His voice was thick with supplication, his bowed head and trembling form betraying his current humility and timidity. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao's lips curled into a slight smirk, a smile tinged with unabashed disdain and contempt, as if observing 2 inconsequential ants. He replied coldly, "You exhibit a commendable sense of awareness." His voice was frigid, slicing through the air like a polar wind, carrying an aura of unyielding authority and oppression. With a decisive flourish of his hand, the once terrifying soul pressure, capable of annihilating all, swiftly receded like a receding tide, vanishing without a trace, as if it had never existed at all. The surrounding atmosphere returned to calm, yet the hearts of those present remained tumultuous, struggling to regain their composure. As Tang Hao withdrew his oppressive force, the couple, the great dragon and serpent, felt as though a great weight had been lifted from their shoulders, exhaling deeply in relief as they hastily dissolved their martial soul fusion technique. The moment it was undone, the weaker serpent matriarch turned as pale as a ghost, her complexion colder than the first snowfall of winter, devoid of any color, as if all her blood had been drained in an instant, leaving her a mere shell of her former self. Her body trembled violently, akin to a solitary vessel adrift amidst tumultuous waves, bereft of any support. The extent of her shivering suggested she might collapse at any moment. The figure swayed precariously, akin to withered branches and leaves on the verge of falling in a tempest, fragile and vulnerable. The serpent matron's eyes were tightly shut, her brow furrowed deeply, and her lips quivered incessantly, seemingly enduring immense physical agony. Her hands hung limply at her sides, yearning to rise yet rendered powerless, trembling as if engaged in a final struggle against fate. Fortunately, the Dragon Lord reacted swiftly, his pupils dilated abruptly, and he lunged forward like an arrow released from a bow, his speed astonishing, creating a gust of wind. His arms, akin to iron clamps, swiftly encircled the serpent matron's waist with a force strong enough to crush steel. His movements conveyed boundless urgency and profound concern, veins bulging on his forehead, and the muscles of his face contorted with tension. His eyes widened in a frantic gaze fixed on the serpent matron, breathing heavily as if in that moment she alone existed in his world. Had he not been so decisive, she would surely have tumbled to the ground like a kite severed from its string, potentially sustaining grave injuries. At that moment, the Dragon Lord's heart raced, fervently praying for the serpent matron's safety. Tang Hao, observing the duo's dire predicament, furrowed his brow slightly. The creases resembling two closely nestled hills, somber and grave. A complex array of emotions flickered in his gaze: disdain, pity, and an almost imperceptible anger. He then pressed his lips together, speaking in a cold, unyielding tone. Even if you spared my son's life, you cannot coerce him into marrying your granddaughter out of gratitude. His voice resonated as if echoing from the depths of a frigid abyss, each word carrying a chilling intensity that sent shivers down the spine. Moreover, even had you not intervened, my son would remain unharmed. After all, I have always been by his side. How could I allow him to perish before my eyes? As he spoke, Tang Hao's gaze sharpened, piercing like a blade directed at the Dragon Lord and the Serpent Matron, his authoritative demeanor rendering them unable to meet his eyes, as if they might be consumed by his formidable presence with a mere glance. Continuing, Tang Hao slightly raised his head and let out a heavy sigh, the sound long and laden with resignation and weariness. He slowly articulated, very well. Though your assistance was not required, you did indeed save my son's life. I, Tang Hao, am not devoid of reason. Thus, let this 5,000-year-old mandala left arm bone serve as your reward for your intervention." With that, Tang Hao's expression was as cold as ice that had never thawed. His face impassive as he extended a left arm bone radiating a mysterious emerald glow towards the Dragon Lord. The ethereal radiance of the soul bone shimmered, seemingly carrying an invisible pressure, akin to a colossal mountain bearing down, instilling a sense of reverence that rendered one cautious even in their breath. Tang Hao's arm extended steadily, devoid of any tremor, yet his gaze did not linger on the soul bone. Instead, it remained coldly fixed upon Long Gong, as if this precious artifact were nothing more than an ordinary object in his eyes. Long Gong, witnessing this, felt an overwhelming surge of humiliation and fury erupt within him, akin to a volcano's violent eruption. His chest heaved dramatically, as if a furious beast were thrashing within. This was nothing short of an affront to our illustrious dragon serpent. He seethed internally. Yet, under the immense pressure akin to Mount Tai pressing down upon him, he could only grit his teeth, the grinding noise echoing as his jaw tightened, muscles straining from the exertion. He forcibly suppressed the tumultuous emotions roiling within, akin to a small boat striving to remain upright amidst a tempestuous sea. His hands trembled slightly, a subtle yet unmistakable manifestation of his inner turmoil. Gradually, he extended his hands, the movement slow and burdensome, as if each inch required immense effort. With utmost caution, he accepted the soul bone that Tang Hao had bestowed upon him as if it were a mere act of charity, his eyes brimming with unvoiced resentment. That resentment burned like an unquenchable flame deep within his gaze. However, he dared not reveal the flicker of anger that threatened to surface. He lowered his eyelids, averting his gaze, fearful that a moment's lapse would invite Tang Hao's wrath even more ferocious. Upon receiving the soul bone, Long Gong inhaled deeply, his chest rising and falling dramatically, as if attempting to swallow down all the humiliation and helplessness in that breath. He struggled to maintain a steady voice, though his throat quivered slightly as he spoke. "In that case, Your Highness Hao Qian, we shall not impose further. The engagement between your son and my granddaughter is hereby dissolved." After uttering these words, he cast a complex glance at Tang Hao, one filled with resentment, fear, and an ineffable sense of helplessness. Thereafter, he cautiously assisted the snake matriarch towards the second-floor room. His steps were heavy and slow, each footfall echoing as though burdened by 1,000-pound weight, causing the very ground to tremble slightly. His posture hunched as if an invisible mountain had been his spine. As he walked, he wrestled with the troubling thought, how shall I explain this to my granddaughter? It truly was a vexing dilemma. Alas, what a case of misfortune. I had intended to take advantage of Hao Tian Douluo's absence to solidify our ties, only to find myself in this predicament. His brow furrowed deeply, the lines on his face deepening, a shroud of worry enveloping him like a persistent gloom. Tang Hao's expression was as cold as the unmelting ice of millennia. His voice slicing through the air, "Zhao Wujia, come here." Every word pierced through the air like a cold arrow, aimed directly at Zhao Wujing. Upon hearing Tang Hao's words, Zhao Wujing's heart contracted violently as though struck by a weighty hammer, causing a resounding thud that made him feel as if his heart might shatter. He dared not hesitate even for a moment. His feet moved with the swiftness of a tempest, racing towards Tang Hao in a flurry. His face turned as pale as a ghost, devoid of any color, resembling a spirit that had just escaped from the underworld. His voice trembled like leaves in a gusty wind, quivering as he implored, "Your Majesty Hao Yin, please quell your anger. I failed to protect Tang San and allowed him to be coerced into an engagement by the formidable couple, the dragon and serpent." Inside, Zhao Wujing felt as though he carried a lively rabbit, its frantic movements sending his heart into a tumult of anxiety. Oh no, with Hao Tian Douluo's imposing wrath. He surely wouldn't take my life in a fit of rage, would he? I cannot bear to perish without understanding. Oh heavens, grant me mercy. Tang Hao's gaze was piercing, fixed intently on Zhao Wujing's panicked and fearful countenance, his brow furrowed deeply, as if to crush a fly. His thoughts surged like tumultuous waves. Unrelenting, how could Zhao Wujing be so inept in his duties? He ought to be heavily reprimanded, he mused in silent fury. Yet, he would require Zhao Wujing's protection of Tang San in the academy moving forward. Thus he decided to spare him this time. As he contemplated, the fiery anger that had been raging within him began to subside, as if doused by a torrential downpour. Instead, his expression turned solemn, resembling a statue in a temple. And he spoke with grave seriousness. "Very well, the occurrence of this incident cannot be solely attributed to you. Had I acted sooner, it might have been averted. Although you have faltered this time, your previous protection of Tang San warrants some merit. Therefore, I shall reward you with this scroll, which contains the cultivation insights from Soul Sage to Soul Douluo." With a wave of his arm, the scroll floated smoothly towards Zhao Wujing, as though cradled by an invisible hand. Trembling like a leaf in the wind, Zhao Wujing received the scroll with utmost reverence, as if treading on thin ice. His eyes widened in excitement, resembling two fiery orbs, burning brightly with enthusiasm. He hurriedly assured Tang Hao, "Rest assured, Your Majesty Hao Nen. I shall henceforth be more diligent and devoted in protecting Tang San." Each word sprang from his quivering lips, imbued with unwavering determination and respect. Without delay, he eagerly unfurled the scroll before Tang Hao, his fingers clumsy with exhilaration, nearly losing grip of it. After only a brief glance, he was profoundly astonished. Zhao Wujing couldn't help but marvel internally. Truly, this is the cultivation wisdom of Hao Yin Douluo. The intricacies contained within are beyond imagination. Even this fleeting glimpse has revealed subtle flaws in my own practice. How could I have overlooked these before? It seems I have indeed stumbled upon a treasure. His heartbeat quickened, as if it were about to leap from his throat. Zhao Wujie endeavored to calm the tumultuous emotions surging within him, akin to a wild stallion ready to break free. His chest rose and fell violently, as though it concealed a volcano on the brink of eruption. He took a deep breath, the air chilling like the depths of the ocean, attempting to extinguish the fervent flames within his heart. Furrowing his brow, he posed a question filled with confusion. "Your Grace, why did you not act before Long Gong and Shipu initiated their assault? Had you intervened then, Tang San would not have been compelled to enter into an engagement with Meng Yiran." His voice trembled slightly, laced with urgency and bewilderment, as he fixed his gaze intently upon Tang Hao, yearning for an answer. Tang Hao tilted his head slightly, his countenance momentarily shrouded in an enigmatic glow. His gaze was profound, reminiscent of an infinite starry sky, drawing one and yet remaining elusive. Gradually, he spoke. "Zhao Wujie, you do not understand." His voice was deep and resonant, echoing as if born from the depths of ancient bell tolls. "At that moment, I had intended to eliminate both Lu Xinggong Luo Mei and the child behind her. However, just as I was about to strike, I sensed a subtle yet lethal aura locking onto me with unwavering precision. It was akin to being targeted by a serpent concealed in the shadows, where a moment's inattention could result in a fatal blow. He paused, his expression grave, before continuing. "Had I acted against them, those lurking in the dark would undoubtedly have seized the opportunity to strike at both me and Xiao San. I am confident in my ability to withstand such an attack, but Xiao San would stand no chance." Tang Hao's tone brimmed with resignation and concern, a profound worry for Tang San's safety. "Just as I resolved to endure the assault from the hidden adversary in order to rescue Xiao San and make a swift exit, the Long Gong and Sheep appeared. Humph! Had they not intervened, in my effort to save Xiao San, I, despite my formidable strength, would have likely sustained injuries. After all, The true capabilities of those lurking in the shadows are inscrutable, their presence akin to a colossal beast cloaked in darkness, rendering them nearly impossible to gauge. Escaping unscathed is no simple task. One might encounter their fierce and cunning strikes, making it arduous to defend oneself. Yet, for the sake of Xiao San, I would willingly face injury and confront the unknown perils that lay ahead. Throughout my life, I, Tang Hao, have never harbored any inclination to retreat when it comes to safeguarding those dear to me. Chapter 85. Acknowledgement. It was precisely due to their intervention that I was spared the injuries I might have sustained had I acted rashly. Thus, I bestowed upon the formidable couple, the dragon and snake, the bone of the mandala serpent's left arm from 5,000 years ago. Otherwise, their coercion of my son into an engagement with their granddaughter would have ignited a fury within me, compelling me to unleash my wrath upon them. Tang Hao's countenance was as dark and foreboding as the sky before an impending storm, ominously terrifying. He clenched his teeth tightly, forcing the words through the gaps, his tone imbued with a fierce, burning anger and unwavering resolve. His eyes bulged like brass bells, with two fiery embers seemingly dancing wildly within, threatening to incinerate everything before him. Each syllable was wrenched from his teeth, laden with unrelenting ferocity and determination, as if the mere recollection of that event ignited a desire within him to rend the couple, the dragon and snake, to pieces. Zhao Wujia mused inwardly, so it is. I had suspected that with the formidable and ruthless nature of the Haoyan Douluo, it was inconceivable that he not only failed to eliminate the dragon and snake who pressured Tang San and Meng Iran into an engagement, but even bestowed upon them a soul bone. It must be remembered that during Tang San's entrance examination, I had merely inflicted a slight injury, and in return, I was wounded by his hidden weapon, the dragon whisker needle. Even then, I was left in a pitiable state, battered and bruised by the Haoyan Douluo that night. The dragon and snake truly had extraordinary luck. Had they dared to coerce Tang San at a different time, they would have likely been confronted by Tang Hao's wrath that very evening, facing annihilation, rather than receiving any favor. Nonetheless, my fortune was not to be underestimated. I had expected to face severe retribution from Tang Hao, enduring a tempest of punishment. To my surprise, I emerged not only unscathed but even favored by Tang Hao. Thoughts flashed through Zhao Wujia's mind like lightning, his heart pounding like a war drum, as if it might leap from his throat. Yet, he dared not display any emotion, maintaining an appearance of trepidation and reverent attentiveness, leaning slightly forward, his gaze unwavering, scarcely daring to breathe. Then, Tang Hao took a deep breath, seemingly striving to quell the tumult within him, his gaze growing resolute and profound. He furrowed his brow, evidently wrestling with his emotions. Gradually, he spoke. Zhao Wujia, there is one more thing you must convey to Tang San. Tell him I acknowledge Xiao Wu. He understands my meaning. His voice was low and powerful, imbued with a steadfast determination. However, a hint of wistfulness clouded his eyes, as if he were lost in deep reminiscence. Unbidden, fragments of the heartfelt dialogue between Xiao Wu and his son replayed in his mind, each word etched indelibly upon his heart, deepening his understanding and appreciation of the girl. A faint smile graced his lips as he mused silently. Perhaps this is the design of fate. He trusted in his son's judgment and was willing to grant them greater space and freedom, hoping they would preserve their genuine affection as they journeyed through the days to come. Tang Hao could not help but reflect heavily. Ayin, is this not the cycle of destiny? Our son, Tang San, has also fallen for someone he ought not to love, much like we did in our youth. He fell in love with a woman transformed from a 100,000-year soul beast, a sentiment destined to be scorned by the mundane world, unless he could rise to become a formidable force capable of setting the rules. Initially, I had contemplated imprisoning her, waiting for the moment when the third party needed a 100,000-year soul ring to slay the beast for its essence. Yet, recalling the promise made with you, I ultimately abandoned that thought. Little did I anticipate that she would become romantically entwined with the third party, who was resolute in his intention to marry her. The girl named Xiao Wu, too, dared to venture into the world alongside the third party despite her immaturity. Had there been a soul master of the rank of Soul Douluo in the kingdom of Balak, their presence would have likely been exposed by now. However, rest assured, Ayin, even at the cost of my own life, I will pave a smooth path for our child in the shadows, exerting every effort to assist him in becoming a revered powerhouse step by step. As Tang Hao spoke, his gaze grew softer yet resolute, as if it transcended time and space, envisioning his son standing at the pinnacle, radiant and illustrious. His fists clenched involuntarily, as though silently vowing to devote all his strength to his son's future. Upon hearing Tang Hao's words, Zhao Wujie's expression shifted abruptly. Sweat beads instantly forming on his forehead, cascading down his cheek like pearls slipping from a broken string. His body trembled involuntarily as he hurriedly approached. A sycophantic smile plastered across his face, contorted to an almost grotesque degree. In a tone that bordered on obsequious, he inquired, "Your Excellency Haoyan, will you not go to meet Tang San and speak with him personally?" Zhao Wujie felt as if he were cradling a startled fawn, his heart racing with anxiety. He silently reflected, "Oh, if only Tang Hao could speak directly, my burden would be significantly lighter, alleviating my constant fear of misstep that might provoke this esteemed figure's displeasure." A flicker of hope glimmered in his eyes as he gazed at Tang Hao, yearning for a satisfactory reply. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao's previously dreamy gaze, lost in memories, suddenly sharpened like a cold star, capable of piercing through all obscurity. He swiftly extricated himself from the whirlpool of reminiscence, regaining his customary clarity and icy demeanor, reminiscent of an unfathomable, ancient cold pool. His visage seemed to don an eternal mask of ice, devoid of expression, resembling a frigid statue. His tone turned frigid enough to freeze the surrounding air into shards of ice as he spoke slowly. "Now is not the time to meet the third party. Zhao Wujie, remember to relay my words verbatim to him." Though his words flowed gently like a soft breeze, they carried the weight of a hammer striking a drum, each syllable imbued with an undeniable, irrefutable authority. His gaze, sharp as a sword, pierced directly through Zhao Wujie, rendering him feeling as if he were pierced by 1,000 arrows. His very blood threatened to congeal. Tang Hao's voice reverberated through the air, akin to invisible shackles that tightly bound Zhao Wujie's being, rendering even the act of breathing a laborious endeavor. Chapter 86. Injury. Zhao Wujie, realizing his attempts to persuade Tang Hao were futile, let out a long sigh, his countenance etched with despair and sorrow. Bowing his head, his expression a portrait of anguish. He trembled as he spoke. "Understood, Your Excellency Haoyan. Rest assured, I shall, even at the cost of my life, convey your words to Tang San in their entirety." Observing this, Tang Hao narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression one of indifference. He casually raised his hands. The seemingly nonchalant gesture was, in reality, executed with remarkable swiftness, akin to lightning streaking across the night sky. His fingers gently brushed over the slightly crumpled fabric, the result of his earlier pressure on Long Gong and Shipa. Each subtle movement flowed with exquisite fluidity, as if honed through countless trials. The action of smoothing his attire was crisp and decisive, devoid of any hesitation, exuding an innate dominance, as if even the air around him trembled at his mere motion. Then, without a backward glance, he resolutely strode forward. Each step was firm and powerful, resonating like a hammer striking the ground, stirring the dust in the surrounding air. His figure moved with the swiftness of the wind, swiftly departing from the tavern. Not long after leaving the quaint town where the inn stood, Tang Hao suddenly staggered, as if struck by an unseen force. Instantly, the color drained from his face, leaving it as pale as a blank canvas, devoid of vitality. With a sudden rush, he felt a metallic sweetness in his throat, and blood erupted from his mouth like a torrential flood breaching a dam. The crimson spray traced a shocking arc through the air, resembling a tragic red silk, imbued with despair and suffering as it drifted downwards. Furrowing his brows, his expression contorted in agony, his features twisted in a grimace that told tales of his torment. He muttered to himself, "Damn it, the injury has worsened. Little San, I don't know how much longer I can protect you. You must grow strong quickly." His voice was frail and trembling, imbued with resignation and profound concern. With great difficulty, he pried his eyes open. The former authority and might now replaced with unwavering determination and resilience, akin to two flames burning defiantly in the darkness, refusing to be extinguished. He steadfastly held onto his precarious balance, his gaze frantic and desperate, searching for a glimmer of hope, reminiscent of a drowning man seeking a lifeline. At last, he spotted a relatively clean patch not far away. His steps unsteady and faltering, he staggered towards it, each movement seemingly draining the last vestiges of his strength. His form swaying precariously, as if about to collapse at any moment. After slowly settling down, his hands swiftly formed seals, and his soul power surged violently within him, like a raging tempest wreaking havoc inside his body. He trembled slightly, yet gritted his teeth, resolutely enduring the torment. Surrounding him, the soul power roiled restlessly. Akin to tumultuous ocean waves, its brilliance flickering unpredictably, sometimes strong, sometimes weak, like a candle flickering in the wind, as if it might extinguish at any moment. tightening the hearts of those who beheld him. Beads of sweat the size of pearls cascaded from his forehead, resembling a string of broken pearls, plummeting to the ground and instantly transforming into a pool of moisture that rapidly spread outward. He clenched his teeth tightly, the sound echoing like two pieces of hardened metal colliding violently, sending shivers down the spine. Low, muffled groans escaped from between his teeth, resembling the pained roars of a wounded beast, infused with boundless anger and unwillingness. Each breath felt unbearably heavy, as if a colossal weight pressed upon his chest, suffocating him. Every attempt to suppress his injuries felt like a breathtaking struggle against death itself, a life-and-death duel. His body was taut like a drawn bowstring, each muscle quivering, every vein bulging, as if they might burst through the thin layer of skin. Finally, a glimmer of light appeared in the sky, as dawn began to break. Tang Hao seemed like a beast long ensnared in darkness, finally catching a glimpse of hope, letting out a long sigh of relief. That breath seemed to emerge with tremendous difficulty from the depths of his tormented soul, laden with an unbearable weariness and sorrow. He slowly raised his hand, each movement laborious and heavy, as if every inch required immense effort. Gently, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve, which trembled slightly upon contact with the blood, as if it too shuddered at the pain he endured. His fingers clutched the sleeve tightly, the joints turning pale from the strain, making him appear as a flickering candle in the wind, on the verge of collapse. Tang Hao's eyes were filled with profound sorrow and anguish, an indescribable pain that penetrated to the marrow, as if an endless abyss of darkness sought to engulf him whole. His thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the past, a time he wished to forget, as he found himself ensnared in the whirlpool of memories. In his heart, he silently mused, "The world knows me, Tang Hao, as the youngest title Douluo of the Douluo continent, with the ninth spirit ring being 100,000 years old. Upon breaking through to title Douluo, I managed to escape the encirclement of the previous pope, Qian Sunji, and the title Douluo and Gui, inflicting a fatal wound on Qian Sunji, which ultimately led to his demise, while Zhu and Gui also suffered severe injuries. They only see my glorious achievements, only perceive my ostensible might, yet remain oblivious to the endless pain and sorrow behind it all." His heart roared with fury, his fists clenching unconsciously, nails digging deep into his palms, yet he remained oblivious to it all. What a brutal battle it had been! That Qian Sunji, beneath his resplendent attire, concealed a heart of malice. When his martial soul, the six-winged angel, unfurled, it shone brilliantly yet posed a lethal threat. The splendid and enchanting chrysanthemum of the chrysanthemum Douluo appears resplendent, yet each petal is akin to a sharp blade, ruthlessly assailing me. The ghost Douluo, like a phantom, fluctuates unpredictably, launching lethal strikes at the most unforeseen moments. Although I, Tang Hao, was exceedingly valiant at that time, I exerted every ounce of my strength, nearly exhausting the last vestiges of my soul power to barely carve my way through the siege. Vivid scenes of that harrowing battle incessantly flickered in my mind, causing my body to tremble slightly. A profound anguish manifested upon my face, distorting my features, each wrinkle narrating an endless tale of sorrow. As I continued to reminisce, I was unaware that my 100,000 years of soul rings were the result of a sacrificial offering from my beloved wife, Ain. Her heart-wrenching gaze was akin to shattered stars in the night sky, brilliant yet suffused with despair. That soul-rending cry echoed like the lament of a cuckoo, each note steeped in blood, still reverberating in my ears, piercing my heart with relentless precision. Chapter 87. The origin of the injury. At this thought, my body involuntarily quivered, reminiscent of a solitary leaf caught in the wind, forlorn and helpless. My fists were clenched tightly, veins bulging upon my arms, knuckles whitening from the exertion, as if I sought to crush my very bones. My teeth ground together, producing a low, painful growl that escaped between clenched jaws. Ain. In my mind, those tormenting images replayed like a relentless nightmare. Ain's exquisite visage was streaked with tears as she gazed at me, her eyes brimming with reluctance and profound affection. Gradually, her form dissipated, transforming into radiant light that fused into my soul rings. With each flicker of that luminescence, my heart felt as though it were struck anew by a mighty hammer. Why must fate treat us thus? I roared to the heavens, my voice laden with grief and indignation. My eyes were bloodshot, seemingly ablaze with fury, as if I could incinerate this world into nothingness. Although I had inflicted grave injuries upon Qian Sunji and the two titled Douluos of the Ghost Clan, I too bore wounds that penetrated to the marrow, grievously difficult to heal. I spoke slowly, my voice deep and hoarse, as though each word was painfully extracted from between my teeth. The torment incessantly gnawed at me, rendering my existence more unbearable than death itself. My gaze was hollow, devoid of spirit, as if I had plummeted into an abyss of infinite darkness. With each passing moment, the excruciating pain shadowed me, akin to countless venomous creatures gnawing at my very essence, or a fierce blaze searing my soul. My body quivered slightly, the muscles in my face twitching from the agony. Indeed, I found myself resorting to alcohol to numb the suffering that enveloped me. My voice grew increasingly heavy, imbued with profound despair. The sharp liquor coursed down my throat, and only in that hazy inebriation could I temporarily escape this reality, finding fleeting solace. My hands were clenched into tight fists, knuckles ghostly pale. Yet, upon awakening from intoxication, that pain surged back like a relentless tide, submerging me once more, leaving me with no refuge. He gazed up at the heavens, a profound sigh escaping his lips, resonating with boundless sorrow and helplessness. His lament echoed across the vast expanse, lingering in the air as if it were a plaintive accusation against the injustices of fate. After several years of recuperation, his injuries had shown signs of recovery. Yet, furrowing his brow, Tang Hao spoke heavily, recounting recent encounters with a shadowy adversary, a devious and cunning foe whose every strike aimed directly at his vulnerabilities. His eyes blazed with fury, as if the sinister scene played out before him once more. This villain, like a serpent lurking in the darkness, had seized the moment of his unguardedness to launch a sudden and ferocious assault. Each blow was delivered with lethal intent, insidious and relentless, rendering him defenseless. Tang Hao's voice trembled slightly, betraying his deep-seated loathing for this hidden enemy. Following this, he had to contend with the formidable duo of the dragon and snake, whose seamless cooperation posed yet another significant challenge. Gritting his teeth, the muscles in his jaw tensed as he recalled their imposing presence, the fierce dragon, unyielding and domineering, and the cunning snake, subtle and unpredictable, who, working in tandem, had left him overwhelmed. The relentless turmoil had exacerbated injuries that he had once managed to suppress. A flicker of anger and resentment passed through Tang Hao's eyes as he clenched his fist, stirring the air with a fierce gust. Never had he felt so constrained. Yet for the sake of his child, he resolved to endure. His chest heaved, breaths growing rapid and shallow. Ain, may you bless our child to grow strong and become an unparalleled warrior. Tang Hao stood transfixed, his gaze lost in the distance, as if seeking to pierce the infinite void and reach that far-off, unknown realm. His lips quivered, reminiscent of leaves caught in the wind, fragile and helpless, murmuring softly. His voice was as gentle as a breeze caressing the tranquil surface of a lake, creating ripples of unending hope and deep affection. As though it were a heartfelt confession emerging from the depths of his soul, he slowly closed his eyes, each line on his face etched with longing and nostalgia, as if he were whispering his innermost desires to a distant beloved in the sky. Ain, how I miss you. How wonderful it would be if you were here. Now, he faced the storms of the world alone, each step fraught with difficulty. His heart ached incessantly for him. All he wished was for him to grow stronger, to no longer be bullied, and to escape the clutches of suffering. Ain, if you can hear my heart's call, please protect him from the shadows. Tang Hao's voice dwindled to a near choke, his body swaying slightly as if on the verge of collapse, yet his unwavering resolve kept him upright. It appeared that the time had come to reach out to the four great families. He wondered if Yang Wudi could offer any remedy for his afflictions. If even he could not heal him, then perhaps he would need to seek the owner of the nine-leaf begonia martial soul to see if she held the means. With these thoughts, a glimmer of determination ignited in Tang Hao's eyes, as if he had resolved upon a momentous decision.